The protagonist, Gawain, finds himself ensnared in a different world after a plane crash, his soul trapped in the skies above an alien planet for over 100,000 years. Ultimately, he revives in the corpse of an ancestor from the Cecil family of the Kingdom of Ansou, who perished 7 centuries AG at this juncture. The world stands on the brink of apocalypse, beset by the downfall of ancient deities that has incited chaotic energy fluctuations, while the shadow realm encroach upon the material realm, leaving human civilization on the verge of collapse. As a fusion of a modern soul and an ancient noble, he must not only inherit the derelict territorio, the Cecil family, but also leverage his contemporary knowledge to reconstruct civilization. Chapter 1. What on earth is it like to transcend? On a particular day, at a specific hour and minute, the world below remained unchanged, the observable area clear, devoid of wind, with wispy clouds scattered across the sky. Gawain gazed down upon the distant land from an absolute vantage point, quietly contemplating the essence of existence, for he found himself incapable of engaging in any other purse. He could no longer recall how long he had maintained this state, nor did he possess any clear notion of his current appearance. Although he could make a rough estimation of time, based on the cycle of day and night, after countless transitions spanning hundreds of thousands of iterations, he had lost the desi. Read to keep track. Could this be what they call transcending? Truth be told, Gawain held a rather pragmatic view on the notion of transcendence. The it was not that he possessed a profound enlightenment rendering him indifferent to life and death, rather. During the fateful moment of plummeting from the airplane, he grasped the unpredictable nature of fate and the inevitability of mortality. After all, in a situation where death seemed certain, the prospect of transcending was a far more favorable outcome than meeting a grim demise upon impact. What truly perplexed him was how he had come to float in the skies after his transcendence, that he had floated for what felt like countless millennia. Gawain found himself in a perplexing state, unable to shift his perspective or perceive the existence of his own body, that in fact, apart from his vision, he had completely lost the ability to sense the external environment. Thus, he could not ascertain whether he was merely a wisp of a lingering soul or a drifting specter in the void of space. However, one certainty remained. He was, without a doubt, not in a state typical of a human being as he floated here. For he was confident that a normal human's mental constitution could not endure isolated drifting in the heavens for eons while retaining such clarity of thought and a complete memo. Or why? He even found himself with the leisure to ponder the meaning of life. A sane person would have long succumbed to madness. Yet he had not lost his sanity. On the contrary, his memory was remarkably sharp. Every event was as vivid as if it had transpired yesterday. He distinctly recalled the moment after that deafening explosion when he reopened his eyes, only to be astounded by their realization that he was hovering over an unfamiliar planet. From the instant he reopened his eyes, he understood that the land and oceans he beheld were not those of Earth. He spent a brief moment deducing and accepting the reality of his arrival in this otherworldly realm, followed by a much longer period devoted to exploring ways to cease this disconcerting drift. Regrettably, the latter endeavor proved unsuccessful. He found himself fixed, or rather, his current form seemed devoid of any mobility. He had become a fixed perspective overlooking the earth, firmly constrained to his position. He could gaze at the land, yet could only gaze at the land, even limited to observing a restricted area upon a fragmented continent encircled by a vast ocean. But his view did no. To extend to the broader surroundings, he could not shift his gaze left or right. Thus he remained uncertain whether there existed other lands beyond the ocean. For the same reason, he had yet to catch a glimpse of the starry sky in this world. He was even unsure if other celestial bodies existed. Perhaps if he merely turned his head, he might behold a white-bearded deity holding a spotlight, illuminating all things. Damn it, how he longed to float on his back, even if all he could see was that same white-bearded elder wielding a spotlight. Yet, all of this was mere wishful thinking, as this vantage point overlooking the earth could not be altered. However, after much effort, Hardwin discovered a modicum of operability within this perspective. Although he could not move left or right, he could zoom in and out within this field of vision, drawing nearer or pushing away his viewpoint. Upon discovering this, he was genuinely elated for an extended period, subsequently embarking on a quest to broaden his perspective. Although he realized that even at the farthest reach of his gaze, he could not perceive anything beyond the vast expanse of ocean, he could at least choose to draw closer and behold what lay upon that continent. The landscape was lush and vibrant, clearly teeming with life. It would certainly be delightful to glimpse the daily lives of the inhabitants from another realm, even though he remained suspended in his current state. Observing the customs and culture of these foreign beings could alleviate his tedium, could it not? Thus he adjusted his focus to the nearest proximity, striving to observe every blade of grass and tree with clarity. On that fateful day, he despaired upon realizing that none of the terrestrial mammals had yet learned to walk upright. Yet, he remained undeterred. Harlan possessed a remarkable reservoir of patience. Perhaps in his previous life as a human, his patience had been limited, but since his transformation into a vantage point of observation, he discovered an immense well of forbearing. Within himself, he steadfastly awaited the day when those monkeys would finally learn to stand on two legs. Years passed, and he bore witness to the momentous birth of the first artificial spark, a spark kindled from flint. Change, too, dawned with the advent of that spark. Humanity, alongside a myriad of other races, commenced their struggle for survival upon the continent. They established diverse kingdoms and a plethora of beliefs, invoking the names of various deities in their conflicts, only to swiftly dissolve into the annals of history. The pace of events continued to accelerate, and Gawain gradually found himself overwhelmed by the vast expanse of information before him. He beheld colossal beings that resembled dragons suddenly intruding into his field of vision, yet he remained oblivious to whether these dragons had evolved from the land or emerged from the depths of the ocean. That he witnessed the rise of weaponry and the flames of war that nearly consumed the entirety of the land, only to blink and observe the emergence of new civilizations in their wake. A considerable span of time elapsed before he realized that it was not the world that was hastening its progress, but rather he had skipped over an immense volume of information. His observations had become increasingly sporadic. What began as continuous observation transformed into intervals of several years, or even decades, during which he would capture on a handful of images. These images, separated by vast stretches of time, coalesced to create the illusion of an accelerated progression. His prior inability to recognize this phenomenon stemmed from the fact that during the intervals of interrupted observation, his own thoughts were likewise at a standstill. When the observation resumed, his mind seemed to seamlessly continue its course. Thus, he remained entirely unaware of the predicament unfolding within him. A sense of foreboding struck him. The phrase "to face calamity" flashed through Gawain's mind like a bolt of lightning, though this fleeting thought had likely consumed several hundred years of contemplation. For he vividly perceived the profound transformations of the world, and as these words surfaced in his consciousness, another kingdom crumbled from its zenith into ruins. In the span of a century, the total time he could devote to thought scarcely amounted to a second. Moreover, the duration of his interruptions in thought continued to extend. He became acutely aware that the phenomena of the world had reached an unfathomable degree of volatility. The fleeting slides that flickered before him were on the verge of becoming utterly incomprehensible. Should this trajectory persist, it was conceivable that, in a fleeting moment, the consciousness known as Gawain would dissipate entirely in this bewildering realm, sinking into an eternal slumber with no possibility of revival. For countless millennia, Gawain experienced an unprecedented sense of urgency. He began to fervently propel his thoughts, striving to extricate himself from this dire predicament. He felt his mind racing if indeed he still possessed that organ interruption of countless ideas surged forth. Yet, as he gazed upon the incessantly shifting slides below, he realized that his thoughts had slowed to the pace of a millennium per frame. While this may sound hyperbolic, the reality was scarcely better. Escape this situation, escape this situation, escape this situation, escape this situation. Gawain sensed his thoughts becoming increasingly chaotic, his consciousness gradually blurring. The once seamless continuity of his thoughts appeared to falter. Despite his furious and desperate attempts to think, the fixed perspective he had assumed rendered him powerless to alter his circumstances. However, just as he felt his mind teetering on the brink of complete dissolution or stasis, a voice unexpectedly echoed from an unknown source. Energy failure. Mainframe reboot unsuccessful. Escape protocol initiated. In the next instant, the fixed perspective vanished, leaving Gawain enveloped in darkness. Yet his thoughts remained unceasing. For the first time in countless years, even with his eyes closed, he continued to ponder. He was uncertain how long he had lingered in this darkness. It felt as though he were tumbling, descending, entering a cold and constricted space. Various sensations, now unfamiliar, surged through his limbs and body, leaving his mind in disarray. Amidst this turmoil, he faintly discerned the voice of a young woman, her tone tinged with urgency. "Please, don't kill me just yet. Compared to this, your ancestor's coffin lid is likely to give way." Chapter 2. Emerging from a coffin after transmigration. How bizarre as the ponderous stone gate sealed shut under the impetus of ancient enchantments. Magical energies coursed through the grooves etched into the walls and floor, establishing a closed circuit. The nightmarish world outside seemed irrevocably sequestered. The captain of the guard's enraged bellow, the agonizing cries of the wounded and dying, and the terrifying roars and howls of the monstrous entities were all muted, obstructed by the dense stone and steel. Though everyone knew this respite was merely ephemeral, within this fleeting tranquility, Rebecca couldn't help but exhale a long, drawn-out breath, wistfully pondering how wonderful it would be if the hellish landscape outside were merely a bad dream. In the subsequent instant, Rebecca vigorously shook her head, banishing the faint-hearted notions that had surfaced in her mind. The substantial rock and iron could not ensure enduring safety. Rather, they might erode her resolve, causing her to succumb to the transient illusion of security. With this realization, the young heiress of the Cecil family clenched the now dim wand in her grasp, hoping the weapon would instill greater fortitude. The voice of Byron Kirk, the family knight, echoed from behind her. "My lady, the passage is sealed. The creatures should be unable to penetrate for the time being." Of course, Rebecca mused, uncertain if it was due to her Aunt Heidi's infamous inability to ever hit a human target that this was occurring. "Thank you, Knight Byron," Rebecca responded, lowering her gaze to conceal the weariness in her eyes. "At the very least, we can catch our breath." Including herself and Byron, these 7 individuals were, in all likelihood, the last remaining survivors. Those who remained on the surface could not have possibly endured. After assessing the condition of each person, Rebecca thoughtfully surveyed the stone hall. It was an ancient place, the rectangular stone hall adorned with cobwebs and layers of dust. At one end of the hall, an assortment of decaying artifacts were piled, their former splendor and opulence still discernible despite their dilapidated state. Around the stone hall, the walls displayed well-preserved murals and reliefs. Though the murals had faded and the reliefs were slightly worn, they remained appreciable. Hetty Cecil scrutinized the murals and reliefs for an extended period. In contrast to the frivolous and ostentatious styles that had emerged in recent times from the northern nations, everything in the stone hall appeared solemn and unadorned, bearing the distinct characteristics of the First Dynasty. The murals depicted heroic figures or local customs, while the reliefs portrayed mythological scenes and abstract divine symbols. As an erudite spellcaster, Hetty excelled at deciphering valuable insights from these ancient depictions. Gazing upon the murals and reliefs, Hetty could not help but place her left hand upon her chest and whispered, "May the ancestors forgive us." Aunt Rebecca, brandishing her staff, approached Hetty, her youthful visage tinged with anxiety. It was only at this moment that she seemed to grasp the gravity of the place they had entered, feeling a flicker of unease. This was the hallowed resting ground of the Cecil family's forebears. Hetty spoke with utmost seriousness. "We must not act disrespectfully." Rebecca swallowed hard and surveyed their surroundings. It appeared that no one had ventured here for an extensive period. Since the Marquis of Grumman had unlawfully removed sacred relics from the ancestral tomb a century ago and partaken in the rebellion that nearly led to the family's ruin. This site had been thoroughly sealed. The descendants of the Cecil family were all aware of the means to access it, yet due to the family's decree, none dared to intrude unless faced with dire straits. Hetty cast a profound glance at Rebecca, declaring, "For 100 years, we are the first to set foot here. Indeed, we have reached that crucial moment." Rebecca inhaled deeply. "Surely the ancestors will forgive us?" With little effort, she located the peculiar stone pillar, placing her hand upon its apex and applying a gentle pressure. Instantly, the stone door leading to the inner tomb emitted a faint tremor, and then, accompanied by a sound of friction, the massive slab began to ascend slowly. However, precisely as the stone gate ascended, Rebecca detected an unusual sound emanating from behind it, a clatter of objects falling, followed by a stifled gasp. Someone was inside. Hetty, equally quick on the uptake, exclaimed in a hushed tone, "Byron." Upon entering the tomb, Rebecca beheld the knight Byron, who had previously rushed in, brandishing his sword at a lithe, diminutive figure. This figure, as swift as the wind, darted around Byron, weaving in and out, occasionally dissolving into a cloud of ebony mist, vanishing into the omnipresent shadows of the tomb. Her mastery of shadow manipulation and her fleet-footedness were a revelation to Rebecca, who rarely witnessed anyone capable of engaging Byron Knight for such an extended period. Yet, with the remaining 3 soldiers completing their encirclement and Hetty, her hands wreathed in fiery tendrils, blocking the tomb's entrance, the agile figure was deprived of any means of escape. Collapsing to the ground in disarray. Once she had stilled, Rebecca was able to discern the intruder's features, a young woman, seemingly of her own age, though somewhat shorter. She was clad in time-worn leather armor, her hair cropped short at ear length, her face strikingly beautiful, though marred by grime. Still, one could discern the makings of a beauty. Most captivating were her ears, pointed yet not as elongated as those of an elf, indicative of her mixed heritage, a half-elf. Ascertaining her other lineage was impossible, given the potency of elven blood, which tends to dominate racial characteristics in hybrids, whether with humans or orcs. Upon the mixed heritage elven maiden's arrival, Knight Byron advanced forthwith, placing his long sword against her neck. The remaining 3 soldiers promptly encircled her, their blades obstructing any avenue of escape. "Who are you? How dare you trespass upon the ancestral sepulchre of the Cecils?" Hetty strode forward, her tone laced with unrestrained indignation. For a scion of noble lineage such as herself, the desecration of her ancestor's tomb by grave robbers was an affront of such magnitude as to ignite her fury. Should word of this transgression spread, the already precarious reputation of the Cecil family would be utterly ruined. Rebecca, too, glared at the half-elven girl, still somewhat bewildered by the sudden turn of events. Nevertheless, the very presence of an outsider within the forbidden ancestral mausoleum was sufficient to provoke her ire. Pinioned by the knight's blade and subjected to the stern gazes of Hetty and Rebecca, the half-elven maiden's voice trembled as she pleaded, "Wait, I haven't stolen anything yet." Byron's longsword pressed down with renewed force. "Insolent wretch." The knight's pronouncement was abruptly interrupted by a series of grating, clattering sounds emanating from the black steel coffin at the center of the chamber. The eerie noise resonated throughout the mausoleum, instantly silencing all present, including Rebecca. After a moment's pause, Rebecca was the first to react. A fist-sized ball of fire materialized at the tip of her staff, aimed menacingly at the kneeling half-elven girl. "What have you done to our forebears?" The half-elven maiden was now on the verge of tears. "Please, don't kill me. Rather than that, your ancestor's coffin lid is about to burst open." Accompanied by the weeping voice of the half-elf girl, the sounds emanating from the obsidian coffin grew increasingly louder, causing the coffin lid to tremble unmistakably. Ancestors. Hetty's countenance turned pale, as this lady, who was renowned for her poise and elegance within noble circles, found herself in a state of utter disarray for the first time. "Please rest in peace," the half-elf girl exclaimed in a frenzy. "What good is rambling at such a moment? Quickly, secure the lid of your ancestor's coffin." The 3 soldiers exchanged bewildered glances, and even Byron appeared utterly perplexed. At that moment, however, Rebecca regained her composure and swiftly dashed to the platform where the coffin rested. Simultaneously, the lid was entirely thrust open, and a hand reached out through the gap. Witnessing this, Rebecca wasted no time and swung her staff down with great force. "Ancestor, may you find peace." Rebecca froze and looked up, only to find her family knight, aunt, and 3 warriors staring at her in astonishment. She lowered her gaze to her staff, and this time it was her turn to nearly burst into tears. "Aunt, have I shown a lack of respect to our esteemed ancestor?" Yet Hetty suddenly cried out, "Rebecca, get away from that." Rebecca was taken aback. "Aunt? This could very well be the resurrection of the dead." Hetty's face turned ashen. Perhaps the monsters above had corrupted the sacred remains of their ancestor. This prospect immediately caused Rebecca to break out in a cold sweat, just as she was about to leap off the platform to take refuge behind the soldiers. The heavy lid of the black steel coffin was once more thrust upwards. This time, however, the occupant of the coffin exerted their full strength, causing the entire lid to be flung off with considerable force. Subsequently, a man with short, light brown hair, a face of martial and dignified bearing, and clad in ancient aristocratic attire, sat up from within. The half-elf maiden, kneeling on the ground, turned her head to witness this spectacle and couldn't help but utter a sigh of resignation. I told you, your ancestor has now completely risen from the dead. Chapter 3. Finally, mobility. Upon emerging from a dubious black metallic container, Gawain found himself in a state of profound bewilderment. In fact, even the act of sitting up was accomplished unconsciously. An unprecedented sense of disarray and vertigo assailed his mind. He felt a cacophony of buzzing in his ears, and his entire body transmitted a frenzied and indecipherable array of sensations. Everything before his eyes appeared with at least 4 overlapping images, 2 of which were in monochrome. However, amidst all this chaos, his cognitive faculties had not been entirely extinguished. Perhaps he should express gratitude to whoever had struck him on the back of his hand with a stick, as it had granted him a precious moment of lucidity just as he was about to be consumed by the confusion. Yet, the blow had been genuinely painful. A corporeal form. He had been granted a corporeal form. After traversing who knows how many millennia, and on the verge of resigning himself to the notion that he was destined to exist solely as a third-person, overhead perspective, Gawain had acquired a body. The confusion of the mind is entirely understandable, as is the chaotic perception emanating from every part of the body. It has been far too many years since he had any sensory ability beyond sight. Even though his mind remained intact for reasons unknown, he found it challenging to adapt to this newfound ability to sense temperature and pain. The first sight that caught his eye was the 4 imposing figures armed with weapons not far ahead. Among them stood a middle-aged man with graying hair, clad in formidable steel armor, his muscles bulging almost to his forehead, wielding a silver-gray longsword. The armor and weapons of the other 3 were noticeably simpler, yet bore the marks of standard issue. A petite girl was being pressed to the ground in a half-kneel by these 4 hulking men, her features obscured by her hair and the angle of her position. However, a pointed ear peeked out from her tresses. Further afield stood a woman in a flowing red gown. Her elegant and mature visage, coupled with her curvaceous figure, compelled Gawain to steal another glance. Yet, he soon noticed the unmistakable tension and fear reflected in the eyes of this sophisticated lady. However, the commotion beside him quickly drew Gawain's attention. He turned his head just in time to see a girl who appeared to be no older than 16 or 17. Hurriedly leaping down from the stone platform where she had been positioned. In her hand, she brandished a metallic rod that looked capable of inflicting considerable pain. Connecting this with her previous location, Gawain's expression turned peculiar. Was it you who struck me just now? Upon uttering those words, he himself was momentarily taken aback. He realized that what had escaped his lips was not Mandarin, but rather an unfamiliar tongue he had never encountered before. Yet, this strange language felt innately familiar. Meanwhile, Rebecca remained oblivious to the chaotic thoughts swirling in her ancestor's mind. The noble young woman, who had just inherited the title of Viscountess and was now faced with a significant upheaval, was on the verge of tears. Oh, esteemed ancestor, I am so sorry. So sorry, so sorry. Gawain, despite having observed the world from above for many years, still found himself utterly bewildered by what had transpired. This was his first encounter from a first-person perspective, and his level of confusion surpassed that of everyone present. Among the gathering, a striking noblewoman clad in a red gown appeared to be the most composed. After Gawain sat up and initiated communication, her fear and tension noticeably diminished. She then stepped forward, still wary, yet spoke calmly. Do you know who you are? Gawain hesitated momentarily, but before he instinctively uttered his name, he jolted with the realization that he should embody a different identity. Observing the peculiar coffin beneath him, he noted its odd design. It was undoubtedly a sarcophagus. Looking around the spacious environment, which was even larger than his previous home, he couldn't shake the feeling that it resembled a tomb. Coupled with the expressions on the faces surrounding him, Gawain came to a startling conclusion. He had risen from the dead. Had he uttered any appellation incongruous with the cadaver he now inhabited, he would have undoubtedly been summarily executed as a demonic entity. What was it the young maiden had proclaimed? Ancestral forebear, was it not? Ergo, he could surmise with some audacity that he had become incarnate within the body of their progenitor. Discounting, for the nonce, the ancestral diet that had sustained said progenitor to such an incorruptible state post-mortem, the salient issue was that he, an extraneous soul, had not only commandeered their ancestors' corporeal form and slumbered within their sepulchre, but had also, in a moment of indiscretion, propelled the coffin lid skyward with a forceful kick, a predicament far transcending mere awkwardness upon revelation. Reflecting on this, Gawain adopted a contemplative mien. Whilst inwardly scrambling to fabricate a plausible pretext, perhaps a protracted dormancy had induced a degree of mnemonic obfuscation. However, in the very throes of concentration, a profound wave of vertigo assailed him. Gawain Cecil, I am Gawain Cecil, the pioneer of the kingdom of Ansou. What epic is this? Gawain articulated, his countenance betraying naught but an ocean of placid profundity, though his mind roiled with tumultuous thoughts. The memories of Gawain Cecil surged forth, swiftly catalogued and archived as data within a hard drive. In that fleeting moment of syncope, he assimilated the most superficial strata of this information, thereby ascertaining his present identity. His paramount astonishment lay in the consonance of the body's name with his own, Gawain. Yet, this Gawain bore a different surname, Cecil. Was this merely a fortuitous coincidence? Moreover, the phenomenon of the soul fire's backlash and scorching cannot be concealed. Thus, she relaxed, yet remained engulfed in profound confusion. If the venerable ancestor before her was not resurrected by the undead, then the current situation defied explanation. How could the ancestor suddenly rise from the dead? Nevertheless, despite her bewilderment, the necessity of decorum prevailed. Stepping forward with trepidation and reverence, Hetty bowed deeply, addressing the ancestor of the Cecil lineage. Oh, revered ancestor of the Cecil family, I am your descendant, Hetty Cecil. This beside me is also your descendant, Rebecca Cecil. Please, in consideration of her youth and ignorance, do not hold her recent impetuousness against her, and forgive us for disturbing your eternal slumber. It appeared that this was the great-great-great-great-granddaughter, and the one beside her seemed to be as well. The frenzied influx of memories seemed to have finally concluded. Gawain, preoccupied with comprehending his surroundings, neglected to peruse the neatly arranged information in his mind. He leaned against his coffin, attempting to rise while mumbling, "It's all right. I have no idea how I awoke. Could someone lend me a hand?" He soon realized he had overestimated his adaptability to this new body. A mere effort to sit up left him feeling rather embarrassed. Meanwhile, Rebecca, who had been anxiously clutching her staff, recognized that her moment to act had arrived. She hurriedly hopped onto the stone platform, offering her assistance while saying, "Allow me to help you out of the coffin. Let me assist you." The phrasing felt oddly disjointed. For over 7 centuries, Gawain found himself rigidly supported by a young maiden as he emerged from the coffin. He lowered his gaze to his attire, pondering the peculiar fabric that enveloped him, leaving Rebecca utterly perplexed. What material could this be? It seems akin to the moonshadow cloth woven by elves, she mused uncertainly. Indeed, it is marvelously advanced technology, Rebecca quipped. The ancients speak in such profound riddles. With Rebecca's assistance, Gawain finally descended from the stone platform and stood firmly upon the ground. He sensed his control over this body rapidly improving, as if his soul were swiftly installing its drivers. His consciousness and physical form were synchronizing at an astonishing pace. Releasing Rebecca's hand, he ventured to take a tentative step forward. In that moment, tears nearly brimmed in his eyes, had there been a microphone nearby. He felt he could express boundless gratitude to every individual he knew and every television station he had encountered. After all these years, the protagonists in novels had achieved feats of god-slaying and cosmic unification, while he had merely accomplished the fundamental human achievement of upright locomotion. It was only after achieving this milestone that he recalled the young girl, nearly forgotten, who was surrounded by 4 imposing figures. Chapter 4. Awakening in a chaotic predicament, the half-elf maiden had been diligently striving to diminish her presence, hoping that the members of the Cecil family would forget about the desecration of their ancestral graves amidst the overwhelming impact of encountering their forebear. However, before she could seize an opportunity to escape, Gawain cast his gaze upon her. The unfortunate thieving young lady could only retract her neck. Assuming a pitiable demeanor, "I merely sought refuge." Must one delve into the innermost depths of the tomb to find solace? Hetty immediately shot a glare at Gawain, exclaiming, "My ancestor, it is this despicable tomb raider who has defiled your resting place and disturbed your slumber." Gawain paused, his expression growing peculiar as he regarded the half-elf maiden. "So, you are the one who awoke me?" If it were not for the constraints of human anatomy, the thief would have wished to shrink her head into her torso. Her voice trembled as she protested, "I truly did nothing. Initially, I only intended to find a safe place to hide. Yet, upon entering, I inadvertently succumbed to my occupational instincts and ended up in the tomb. But once I was inside, I did nothing at all." Gawain pondered for a moment before earnestly replying, "In any case, thank you." The thief gasped, Everyone, including Rebecca and Hetty, responded in unison. Huh? Ahem, release her at once. It does not reflect well upon 4 grown men to restrain a young lady. Upon expressing his gratitude, Gawain became aware of the impropriety of the situation, yet felt unable to retract his words, compelling him to forge ahead. Despite the inconsistency with the chivalric spirit. The chivalric spirit. A flicker of hesitation crossed Hetty's face. But ancestor, she is. I must express my gratitude to her for awakening me from my slumber, Gawain interjected, waving his hand dismissively. Let her go. I have no objections. So what more is there to say? The half-elf maiden glanced around to confirm that the situation was not a jest, then cautiously rose to her feet. Seeking confirmation from Gawain. You are an elder, so your word holds weight. Please do not go back on it. Hetty's eyes twitched slightly. She had to suppress the urge to deliver a sound thrashing to this tomb raider, an impulse cultivated over many years of noble upbringing. Gawain observed the maiden with curiosity. From the memories he had recently inherited, he deduced her lineage to be that of a half-elf. What is your name? He inquired. The half-elf maiden blinked. Amber. Gawain stroked his chin thoughtfully. Amber? That does indeed carry a hint of the forest spirit's essence. At that moment, Hetty interjected, interrupting the exchange between Gawain and the half-elf who identified herself as Amber. Ancestor, I must interrupt. This is not the time for idle chatter. We are not in a safe position. Gawain endeavored to immerse himself in his new identity and gazed at Hetty with seriousness. What is occurring outside? There are monsters. Rebecca, who had been silent for quite some time, exclaimed loudly that monsters were swarming from the direction of the crystalline pass and the mines. The territorial army and constabulary were no match for those creatures. It was likely that the land had been completely overrun. We organized resistance to the best of our abilities. And before the situation completely collapsed, we had Knight Philip lead a contingent of soldiers to escort civilians to safety, Hetty added. However, before the second group of refugees could depart, the monsters destroyed the drawbridge. Rebecca and I did not dishonor the name of the Cecil family. Nor did these valiant warriors, she continued. We fought in the castle until the very last moment, and only when the gates of the inner courtyard were breached did we retreat here. Subsequently, Gawain posed several inquiries and was finally able to piece together the whole picture. This was the ancestral territory of the Cecil family, passed down from their first ancestor. And Rebecca, the young girl carrying an iron staff who looked like a high school student, was the current lord of this territory. When the monsters attacked, the young lord had organized resistance as much as possible, but obviously, it had failed. The monsters had ultimately destroyed all defensive forces and slaughtered all the humans they encountered. After the first group of survivors was evacuated, Rebecca, adhering to her territorial obligations, was trapped in the castle with the last of the soldiers. They fought for a long time, but in the end, the castle was breached, and they had no choice but to retreat into the ancestral tomb beneath the castle. Then they happened to encounter him being reanimated, or rather, possessed. The enchanting noblewoman known as Hetty is, in fact, Rebecca's aunt. However, such familial ties hold little significance for Gawain, as they are all merely distant descendants. The presence or absence of one more ancestor bears no consequence. As for the half-elf named Amber, she is indeed a thief, but on this occasion, she has come seeking refuge. Remarkably, her professional skills are so adept that she has managed to infiltrate the deepest chambers of the Cecil family ancestral tomb. Upon awakening, Gawain found himself in quite a predicament. Rubbing his forehead, he pondered how to resolve the current crisis while sifting through his mental archives for pertinent information. Thus, it appears that those monsters have completely overtaken the upper levels. Venturing out would lead to certain death. Speaking of monsters, what exactly are those creatures? I speculate they may be a subspecies of demon, Hetty remarked. Yet demons have not manifested in the material realm for many years, let alone in such large numbers. I cannot say for certain. Meanwhile, Rebecca clutched her staff, her gaze filled with hope as she looked at Gawain. Esteemed ancestor, is it possible that even your formidable powers cannot vanquish the monsters outside? Gawain was momentarily taken aback. Me? Indeed. Is it not said that you are the mightiest knight in the kingdom of Ansou, indeed the entire northern continent? Rebecca's eyes sparkled with excitement. It is said that you once felled the barbarian General Gurge with a single strike. Hurriedly, Gawain searched through his memories, astonished to discover that Gawain Cecil was indeed a legendary figure. He is the most illustrious hero of the Age of Expansion in the Kingdom of Ansou, also regarded as one of the earliest pioneers of the Second Era of Expansion. However, such a resplendent life, akin to a candle burning too fervently, saw this legendary figure perish at the tender age of 35. In his final confrontation against the tide of darkness, Gawain Cecil succumbed to exhaustion. The inherited memories ceased at this juncture. This encapsulates the life of this formidable man. Gawain felt a pulsating sensation at his temple. He had embodied a remarkable individual. There was no sense of triumph nor overwhelming trepidation. After a brief moment of astonishment, his predominant feeling was one of uncertainty. Rebecca gazed at him with hopeful anticipation, and Amber mirrored the same expression. Even the seemingly most mature and composed Lady Hetty regarded him with eyes filled with expectation and trust. Yet, they were looking at Gawain Cecil, not at Gawain. He cast a glance at his own hands, those of a warrior, broad and robust, calloused and thickened. However, he was uncertain of the extent of power he could wield while inhabiting this body. Yet, this state of uncertainty did not linger for long. As Gawain's own memories surged forth, encompassing millennia, perhaps even tens of millennia, although the substantive content of these memories may not have been voluminous, they were sufficient to swiftly align his mindset, instilling within him a profound confidence. He admitted to being somewhat awed by the legendary life of Gawain Cecil. Yet in this moment, what he required was not astonishment or wavering, but rather a steadfast resolve. The source of this confidence is rather simple. Long before the intelligent beings of this continent learned to walk upright, he had been observing this world. He understood that these memories would not provide any substantial assistance. Yet at this moment, all he needed was to bolster his own spirit. Fueled by this resolve, he sought a way to survive. Once he regained his composure, solutions would naturally present themselves. He soon discovered some useful insights within the memories of Gawain Cecil. A direct assault was impractical, Gawain mused, stroking his chin with a serious demeanor. I have slumbered for far too long. I may not possess much strength, and we cannot ascertain the true might of the creatures outside. Thus, the wisest course of action would be to find a path that circumvents those monsters and leads us to safety. Rebecca interjected, but the suspension bridge has been destroyed, and the other routes have been blocked. Gawain waved a hand, interrupting his distant great-granddaughter. Beneath us lies a secret tunnel system that was once part of the southern defense line of the Cecil lineage. This underground network has been blessed by the earth element, ensuring that it will not collapse even after a millennium, and the entrance to this clandestine passage is located directly beneath the castle. Such a marvel exists. Rebecca's face lit up with surprise. What are we waiting for? Let us hasten to find the tunnel. Ancestor, please lead the way. However, there is a dilemma. Gawain spread his hands. I only know how to navigate from the castle, but I am unaware of the route from this crypt. Rebecca wore an expression of astonishment. You've resided here for so long, and yet remain unacquainted with the paths. Gawain addressed the knights and soldiers of Byron. Hetty's face was ashen, convinced that their venerable ancestor was on the verge of being incensed to death by this unpromising descendant. Chapter 5. The role of the thief Miss Gawain was uncertain whether this last named Rebecca had suffered a concussion during her prior skirmishes with monsters. But he patiently remarked, though I have dwelt here for many years, I was, in fact, deceased. Would you, upon your demise, possess knowledge of the appearance of your grave? The superstructure has undergone several renovations, yet the foundation remains unaltered, Hetty promptly stated. The entrance you mentioned should still be in its original location. Is that so? That simplifies matters, Gawain said, extending his hand towards a nearby soldier. Lend me your sword. Receiving the proffered longsword, Gawain began sketching on the ground. He first delineated a bird's-eye view of the castle's outline, followed by a roughly divided three-tiered profile. Though hastily drawn sketches, the demarcation of the major sections was still quite distinct. The entrance is situated here, 2 subterranean levels. Adjacent to the wine cellar and granary, it was the wine cellar and granary in bygone days. 2 passages provide access to the interior, but both necessitate traversing the surface, thus rendering them likely impassable. Rebecca scrutinized the sketch that Gawain had casually drawn. So, that area currently houses the wine cellar and granary. But I was completely unaware that a third chamber existed between them. Not a chamber, precisely, but rather an interstice, Gawain elucidated with a smile. A bit of architectural trickery, concealed within the walls and supporting beams. In days past, this land was rather tumultuous. Being a frontier territory, monsters emerging from the wastelands of the Gondor Empire and deranged remnants of the old Imperial Army would assault our gates almost bi-weekly. The earliest iteration of the Cecil domain was constructed with the standards of a war fortress in mind. In such circumstances, hidden passages and embedded walls were indispensable, serving both for emergency egress and for supplying provisions during sieges. Byron Knight examined the rudimentary map with diligence, then unsheathed his long sword and began delineating along the lower diagonal of the map. Thus, we must proceed to the entrance on the castle's second story, avoiding any above-ground thoroughfares, including the courtyard. We are currently situated here. The ancestral mausoleum is a subterranean structure erected in the southeastern quadrant of the castle, with approximately one-third of it overlapping the castle's foundation. Within this overlapping zone, a passage should exist, Gawain interjected. The mausoleum was constructed 7 centuries ago, and the artisans of that era were the same ones who built the war fortress. These structures were erected according to the standards and regulations of that time. A contingency passage is virtually assured. As he spoke, he cast a peculiar glance at Rebecca. Are you truly ignorant of this? This knowledge should have been passed down through the Cecil family for generations. Rebecca lowered her head with a hint of embarrassment. Our ancestors. We have failed to uphold the glory you fought for our family. Hetty bit her lip, struggling to articulate. The Cecil family has endured much over these 7 centuries. All right, I understand, Gawain interjected, waving his hand dismissively. This is not the time for storytelling. Once we leave this place, I shall seek to learn about the events of these 700 years. Our immediate priority is to locate the passage from the tomb to the secret corridor. Rebecca, Hetty, and Byron crouched before the rudimentary maps, studying them intently. Despite their familiarity with the Cecil family's ancient castle, the intricate layout of the crypt remained a mystery. This 7th-century-old sepulchre was far from a mere tourist attraction with a modest entry fee, even in its former open state. The family heir could only enter the tomb on a limited number of occasions throughout their lifetime, and they were strictly forbidden from approaching the resting place of their ancestors. Who knows where the secret passage might be? In the face of this dilemma, even Gawain's memories proved ineffective, as he certainly had not anticipated the day he would need to rise again to contemplate an escape. Just as despair began to settle among them, Amber, who had been quietly observing from the side, suddenly spoke up. I think I might know the way. Instantly, all eyes in the crypt turned towards the half-elf thief. Amber instinctively recoiled. Hetty frowned. How could you possibly know? Amber felt a twinge of fear. However, upon encountering the encouraging gaze of Gawain, her courage swelled. I believe the direction from which I emerged is approximately this way. I surmise that it leads to the hidden passage. Gawain nodded in affirmation. Excellent. Lead the way. Amber patted her chest. As long as you refrain from mentioning my previous excavation of your ancestral grave, I shall be content. Hetty shot a disapproving glance at the indiscreet half-elf, raising her staff as she turned towards the entrance of the crypt, while Gawain paused momentarily before taking a step forward. Ancestor? Rebecca inquired, curiosity glimmering in her eyes. I must arm myself as well, Gawain declared. Though he was no longer the legendary duke who once expanded territories 7 centuries prior, he possessed the wisdom to seek a weapon for self-defense in such perilous surroundings. His gaze traversed the crypt, and a soldier willingly unfastened his sword from his waist, preparing to offer it to Gawain. However, Gawain graciously declined the soldier's gesture. Guided by memory, he approached a black steel coffin, leaning in to rummage within. Inside, he discovered a heavy longsword, entirely black, its blade subtly glowing crimson near the guard. The moment he grasped the sword, a wave of familiarity washed over him, as if each intricate line upon the blade mirrored the contours of his own hand with uncanny precision. Instinctively, he swung the longsword a couple of times, each motion echoing the refinement of countless trials. He understood that, despite the transformation of his soul, the memories embedded in his muscles still remembered the art of wielding this weapon. It could be deemed a surprise, yet it wasn't entirely unexpected. Besides the lingering corporeal memory, all of Gawain Cecil's combat expertise during his lifetime could be found in his mind. This encompassed not only fundamental swordsmanship and equestrian skills, but also supernatural powers that Gawain perceived as near magic. This aspect was undoubtedly enticing. However, now was not the opportune moment for experimentation and learning. The priority was to extricate themselves from the current predicament. Upon beholding the sable longsword, Rebecca's eyes widened instantaneously, her voice even betraying a slight tremor. Is that the fabled sword of the Ansou pioneers? At present, it is merely a relatively sharp blade, Gawain sighed. 7 centuries had elapsed, And even if a weapon blessed by the elves remained impervious to wear and corrosion, its magical essence would have dissipated entirely. Recharging it would take an indeterminate amount of time. As he spoke, Gawain pivoted his gaze toward the front of the coffin, where a diminutive stone platform stood. However, the platform was devoid of any accoutrements, causing Gawain to furrow his brow instantaneously. Hold on, I recall there being a shield here. Where's my shield? How could such a sizable shield vanish? Hetty's expression instantly soured. Your ancestors' descendants have once again squandered your favor. The guardian's shield of the Ansou Kingdom was extracted from the tomb a century ago by your descendant, Cecil, and subsequently lost on the battlefield. Hetty spoke hesitantly, clearly harboring many unspoken thoughts, perhaps fearing that mentioning the significant event from a century ago might provoke the ancestor to suffer a fatal shock. Despite the nearby coffin making reburial a simple task, Gawain sensed Hetty's hesitation but chose not to address it directly. Instead, he furrowed his brow and muttered, "Wretched spendthrift. Thankfully, the sword remains in the coffin. Grumman has not yet descended into madness to pry open our ancestor's coffin for a mere ensemble." Hetty and Rebecca could only lower their heads in cold sweat. For the notion of their ancestor rising from the coffin to chastise their great-grandfather was far beyond the realm of fantasy. The pressure on the younger generation was immense. Fortunately, Gawain's irritation stemmed merely from the loss of a potentially useful piece of equipment. After his outburst, he said no more and led everyone out of the tomb. Upon exiting the tomb and entering the stone hall, Rebecca surveyed her surroundings before calling out to the corner, "Betty, come out. It's safe now." Gawain's curiosity was piqued, and he turned to see a diminutive girl, seemingly even younger than Rebecca, emerge timidly from the shadows of a corner. The girl, named Betty, was clad in homespun garments, her face adorned with a scattering of youthful freckles. Her flaxen hair cascaded down her back, and she clutched a frying pan tightly in her hand. Upon seeing Gawain, a clear hesitation and anxiety washed over Betty's face, her simple mind likely unable to comprehend where this sudden stranger had materialized from. "She's a maid from the castle. We're not sure how she got left behind by the first group to break through, but she's just sort of been tagging along," Rebecca explained succinctly. "Betty, this is..." A faint tremor emanating from above the mausoleum interrupted Rebecca's words. "This is not the time," Gawain declared, raising his longsword and turning to Amber. "Now, lead the way." Chapter 6. The esteemed Amber, a master of stealth, a professional in the arts of shadow, and an aficionado of grave robbing, held a profound maxim. The path is always there. A door is merely an ethereal decoration. By overcoming psychological barriers, even the gates of the royal treasury could be bypassed with nothing more than a sprig of celery. Alas, celery was likely non-existent in this world, but for Amber, breaching the entrance of an ancient tomb required no more than that metaphorical sprig. With a modicum of shadow trickery, a grasp of archaic wards, and a dash of serendipity, the half-elven rogue effortlessly circumvented the enchantments guarding the Cecil ancestral mausoleum. A passage, hitherto unknown even to Hetty and Rebecca, materialized before the party, and they duly followed Amber into its depths. The sepulchral corridor, hewn from stone and mortuary brick, proved surprisingly capacious. Even towering figures like Gawain and Byron, knights of near 7 feet, found ample room within its confines. Sconces affixed to the walls, once imbued with thaumaturgic light, now lay dormant. Yet, with a few elementary incantations from Hetty, the venerable luminaries, relics of 7 centuries past, flickered back to life, illuminating the path ahead. "I'm merely a humble thief," Amber demurred, leading the way, "just trying to eke out a living. As a scion of the Sylvan Elves, I hold the ancestral spirits in reverence. I would never desecrate a tomb." Gawain scoffed at her protestations. "You're far too practiced for such innocence." Perhaps emboldened by the prospect of her continued existence, the half-elf, devoid of any racial pride, displayed a brazenness as thick as the vault door she had just breached. "Lockpicking and dispelling are de rigueur in my profession. Is it a crime to possess a solid foundation?" Amber furrowed her brow, contemplating. "Although I have resided in this place for several years, I have never formally applied to become a citizen. However, according to the customs of the Cecil domain, if one has lived here for over 3 years and paid taxes promptly, one is considered a citizen. So do you think I qualify?" Rebecca shook her head. "Without an application, you do not qualify." "Oh," Amber elongated her voice. "Then why did you ask me this?" "I am the lord of the Cecil domain," Rebecca replied with solemnity. "Thus, if you were indeed my subject, I would bear the obligation to protect you." Amber exclaimed, "Why didn't you mention that sooner? Is it too late for me to change my mind?" Rebecca maintained a serious demeanor. It is too late. Though awakening amid such a chaotic situation was disconcerting, the sensation of being human again was far preferable to the previous ghastly state. He glanced at Hetty. The lady who was, he presumed, a distant descendant of his. She had furtively cast her gaze in his direction multiple times. He had been waiting for her to break the silence, but seeing that she still showed no intention to do so, he took the initiative to inquire. If you have something to ask, please speak freely. Hetty was momentarily taken aback, but quickly inhaled deeply to regain her composure. She regarded Gawain's visage, identical to that in the family portrait, and cautiously chose her words. I still find it hard to believe that you are truly. Yes. Indeed, you are Gawain Cecil, the pioneer from 7 centuries ago. I could recount my 30 years of life experiences to you. Or would you prefer I share tales from the age of second expansion? However, to speak candidly, these assertions alone may not substantiate much. Perhaps an esteemed historian would possess greater credibility than my own discourse, particularly since my eloquence leaves much to be desired. Gawain shrugged. You merely wish to ascertain the authenticity of my claims, do you not? Hetty, non-committal, replied, then suddenly lifted her gaze towards the path ahead. There is a current, she murmured, and a distinct magical resonance. We must be nearing the terminus of the tomb area. Gawain nodded, tightening his grip on the pioneer's sword. An inexplicable sense of foreboding stirring within him, suggesting that what lay ahead might be perilous. The vigilant Sir Byron, walking alongside Amber at the forefront, seemed to sense the same unease. He drew his steel broadsword, his other hand gliding casually over the blade, which instantly shimmered with a faint silver luminescence. You 3. Ensure the safety of the rear. A clatter of metal echoed as 3 soldiers prepared for battle. Though they were merely of the most fundamental combat vocation, they had survived the relentless onslaught of monsters, having been meticulously trained by the Cecil family to become elite warriors. Their expressions of fearlessness and composure quickly assuaged the anxiety of the somewhat tense Amber and the petite maid Betty, nestled safely within the heart of their formation. Though the corridor of the tomb was profound and lengthy, it inevitably approached a conclusion. The soul-binding stone bricks embedded in the walls every 10 meters served as markers of the burial zone. As these stones faded from sight, a slightly expansive area resembling an intersection emerged ahead. This marks the juncture between the tomb area and the underground section of the castle, serving as a conduit to those ancient secret passages. Amber pointed to one of the paths at the crossroads. I emerged from that direction. It leads to a dry well outside the castle, but it is surely now occupied by monsters. Gawain turned to Hetty and inquired, which way is west? Hetty traced a simple magical rune in the air, which transformed into a glowing ribbon, wavering as it indicated a certain direction. It is over there, Gawain remarked. Yet, the moment his words fell, an overwhelming sense of peril surged within him. Without the luxury of contemplation, his seasoned body reacted instinctively, and he raised the sword of the pioneer in defense. Almost immediately, he felt a force akin to a hammer's blow reverberate through the blade. His body swayed slightly before he steadied himself, and the assailants finally materialized before everyone, accompanied by a murmur that seemed almost like a whisper. 3 towering figures, swaying unsteadily, emerged from one of the dark passageways at the crossroads. That visage bore no resemblance to any creature found in the natural world. Rather, it seemed a grotesque amalgamation, the product of unholy ingenuity shared between necromancers and demonologists. Towering at nearly 3 meters, they resembled emaciated, misshapen giants, their bodies composed of an amorphous substance akin to flowing sludge. This vile matter surged and undulated across their surfaces, occasionally revealing gaping voids within which crimson bones were visible. Ah! Rebecca exclaimed with a stifled gasp upon beholding the 3 monstrosities. Betty bit her lip, teetering on the verge of tears. Hetty slammed her staff against the ground, unleashing a minor cleansing spell that mitigated the fear induced by the creatures. Ancestor, she swiftly addressed Gawain, these are the monsters. Gawain, having recovered from his initial shock at the sight of the inhuman entities, found corresponding memories surfacing in his mind. It's these things. At that moment, the 3 monstrosities renewed their assault, emitting a cacophony of murmurs akin to delirious ramblings. 2 of them charged towards Gawain's party with lumbering strides, while the remaining creature raised an arm, conjuring a sphere of dark energy that hurtled towards Amber, who stood at the vanguard of the group. Amber let out a brief exclamation, her form instantly retreating into the shadow behind Sir Byron, only to re-emerge in another shadow 10 meters away. Meanwhile, Sir Byron raised his gleaming silver sword and, with a furious roar, charged towards one of the advancing monstrosities. Hetty, Rebecca, deal with that one that shoots shadow arrows. Avoid using arcane magic. It is nearly ineffective against these creatures. Amber, protect the spellcasters alongside the warriors. Gawain shouted. Then, with a determined swing of his long sword, he plunged into the fray. He had never wielded a weapon against another being, nor had he ever encountered such inhuman abominations, despite having traversed through rebirth. It was only today that he stood upon this foreign soil on his own legs for the very first time. Thus, he remained oblivious to the extent of what he could achieve with merely a flicker of combat instinct lingering in his body, coupled with combat knowledge that was fundamentally foreign to him, and an ancient longsword stripped of its magical essence. Yet, often, fate does not afford one the luxury of choice. You find yourself here. The monster stands there, with no way to ascend to heaven or descend to earth, armed only with a 700-year-old antique sword. And while a shield could have been at your disposal, it was squandered a century ago by a reckless spendthrift. In such a predicament, what can one truly do? Fight. Damn it. What are these aberrations but mere distortions? 700 years ago, Gawain Cecil could have vanquished 100 of them single-handedly. Today, with only 3 at his side, can they not prevail? Chapter 7. Those ancient matters as Gawain charged with a firm grip on the ancient longsword towards the grotesque and sinister creature, a sense of tension, hesitation, and fear dissipated from his heart. If one were to describe his feelings, it would be a fleeting sensation of disorientation and unreality. He vividly recalled the moment of the plane crash and the countless years spent suspended in this world. He had yet to fully acclimate to the identity of Gawain Cecil, a being seemingly fallen from the heavens. Yet, at that very instant, he tightened his grasp around the ancestral sword and lunged towards the enigmatic being, uncertain whether it was a demon or a specter. With a resounding clash, a tremendous impact resonated through the blade, obliterating all distractions from his mind in an instant. Reacting almost instinctively, he evaded the creature's sweeping claws, twisting his upper body slightly as the blade sliced through the air, tracing a luminous arc. He struck fiercely at the creature's shoulder, all the while summoning the latent power within his body, channeling it into the sword he wielded. The faint red glow at the base of the blade burst forth into a brilliant crimson light, akin to flames, rapidly coursing along the length of the sword. The intense heat caused the surrounding air to warp and shimmer. The towering 3-meter creature sensed the imminent threat from the scorching blade and, with an agility that belied its massive size, abruptly recoiled. As a result, Gawain's precise strike narrowly missed its target. The knowledge and skills imparted by Gawain Cecil have proven to be accessible, and this body has yet to decline to the point of being unable to wield any power. Although uncertain of the extent of his capabilities, Gawain is now imbued with a renewed sense of confidence. He begins to immerse himself in the battle, striving to swiftly convert the combat experiences that do not belong to him into a force he can command. Meanwhile, Byron finds himself in a grueling struggle. This mid-tier knight is among the most skilled within the Cecil territory, and his prior combat career, devoted to the Cecil family, has endowed him with remarkable experience. However, he has already expended considerable energy during the previous assault on the castle, and the insidious magical corruption from the monsters has further diminished his strength, reducing his full potential to merely 40 or 50%. Rebecca gathers her magical energy, conjuring a fireball the size of a human head, which flies from the tip of her staff to collide fiercely with the shadow arrow of a distant spellcasting monster, resulting in a cataclysmic explosion. She takes a moment to catch her breath and immediately notices the perilous situation surrounding Byron. Without hesitation, she calls out to the soldiers at her side, "You 3, go assist Byron." One soldier hesitates, saying, "But my lord." Rebecca, while channeling a new fireball spell, insists, "We are safe for the moment, but if Byron falls, it will be disastrous. I command you, as your lord." The 3 soldiers, compelled by her authority, heed her command and join Byron in confronting the terrifying monster. Immersed in the throes of battle, Gawain found himself swiftly assimilating memories and expertise that were not originally his, thereby augmenting his command over his newfound physique. This metamorphosis engendered a profound sense of accomplishment. Upon emerging from this entranced state, he discerned that the monstrosity before him was already on the defensive. The aberrant form, rife with surging mire, was not impervious to harm. Lacerations would indeed inflict injury, and repeated blows would ultimately lead to its demise. despite their formidable strength and imposing stature. These creatures could be vanquished by human hands, provided the correct strategies were employed, a lesson gleaned from 7 centuries past. A claw grazed above Gawain's head, prompting him to duck, retaliating with a swift thrust of his long sword into the adversary's thigh. The creature emitted a guttural roar, its body lurching precariously. Seizing the moment, Gawain vociferously directed Byron. Focus your attacks on their abdomen and lower limbs. Disregard the chest, for these entities possess no heart. Subsequently, capitalizing on his opponent's imbalance, Gawain deftly maneuvered to its flank and plunged his sword into the monster's posterior. Apart from the abdominal cavity, their other vulnerability lies in the rear, the lumbar region. Heeding the counsel of his forebear from the house of Cecil, Byron was galvanized. With the aid of 3 soldiers, he swiftly impeded the creature's movements, enduring the piercing of his pauldron as he dove beneath the fiend, delivering a decisive blow to its vital spot. Moments before Byron vanquished his foe, the monster before Gawain collapsed, defeated. Having vanquished the adversaries, Gawain promptly turned his gaze towards the distant entity engaged in a magical duel with Rebecca, exchanging shadow bolts and fireballs. However, just as he was about to confront it head-on, the creature emitted a spine-chilling shriek and collapsed in convulsions. Amber materialized behind the monster, brandishing a pair of poison-laced, finely crafted steel daggers in each hand, quipping, "Aim for the posterior, my forte." Rebecca lowered her staff, her cheeks flushed from the exertion of continuous spellcasting. She paused to catch her breath, then earnestly corrected, "The progenitor specified the lower back, not the aforementioned area." Amber twirled the daggers expertly, concealing them somewhere on her person. Stepping over the fallen monster, she retorted with a dismissive pout, such a lack of levity. Upon their demise, the monsters rapidly disintegrated. The viscous, mud-like substance that coursed through their bodies ceased its flow, gradually drying, solidifying, and developing a network of fine fissures. As this corrupted flesh decayed and sloughed off, they swiftly transformed into colossal, contorted crimson skeletons. Gawain stood beside the monster he had slain, observing the process with a contemplative air, as if musing aloud. So, these are the entities that assailed the territory of Cecil. Hetty regarded him with curiosity, inquiring, "Ancestor, are you familiar with the origins of these creatures?" Gawain had previously demonstrated an extensive understanding of these creatures during earlier confrontations, even advising Byron on how to combat them. Thus, concealing this knowledge was futile, and he had no intention of doing so. Remaining here might expose them to further encounters with these beings. Therefore, we should proceed through the secret passage, which contains elements that suppress those monsters, preventing them from entering easily. As Gawain stepped forward, he remarked, "I can elaborate on the details as we walk." "Of course, I am aware," Rebecca promptly nodded, for this history was a requisite subject for her as a noble woman. Over 7 centuries ago, the continent of Lorne was home to a singular human kingdom, the Gondor Empire, situated in the heart of the land. Historical records depict it as the most formidable empire of its time, so much so that even the Silver Empire established by the Southern Elves dared not challenge it lightly. However, turmoil erupted in the ether sea surrounding this world, precipitating a calamity known as the Dark Tide on the continent of Lorne. The epicenter of this disaster was within the very heart of the Gondor Empire, where, almost overnight, the capital and a third of the territory were engulfed by the tide, disintegrated by the surging elemental forces. It was not, in fact, an overnight occurrence. This process unfolded over nearly a month. The court mages of Gondor were not entirely idle in the face of the tide. Gawain interjected, then gestured for her to continue. "However, in terms of outcome, the difference is negligible. Please, go on." Rebecca blushed faintly, her demeanor growing even more circumspect, as though her work were being scrutinized by a parent. Subsequently, the arcane tide in the heartland of the Gondor Empire continued its inexorable spread, ultimately obliterating the entire realm. Such was the downfall of Gondor. Following this, as the etheric sea gradually subsided, the potency of the arcane tide waned, and the surviving remnants of Gondor embarked on a civilizational renaissance. With the central regions of the continent rendered desolate and uninhabitable, a vanguard of pioneers led the exodus from the ruined empire, venturing forth in 4 cardinal directions in what is historically known as the Second Expansion. Forebear, you were among the most celebrated knights-errant of that epoch, indeed. Your grasp of history is commendable, Gawain remarked casually. You are, therefore, likely aware that despite the abatement of the arcane tide, The ruins of the Gondor Empire remained infested with a multitude of monstrous entities spawned during the cataclysm. These abominations constituted one of the most formidable threats faced by humanity during the second expansion. Hetty's eyes widened in astonishment. Are you suggesting? Rebecca's eyes grew large with fascination. Seemingly captivated by these ancient and legendary tales, did those creatures cease to appear after the 10th year of Ansou's founding? Gawain chuckled softly, reaching out to stroke the girl's hair, revealing a foolishly endearing smile. Silly child, your ancestors passed away long ago. Rebecca, Chapter 8. A new dawn. Though he had spent less than a day in the company of this nominal great-great-great-great-granddaughter, Gawain was nonetheless profoundly impressed by Rebecca. He found himself questioning more than once whether something had affected her mind during childhood. Logically, it seemed improbable. Even disregarding the elite education that noble children were obliged to receive, her identity as a spellcaster should suffice to demonstrate her intelligence. After all, conjuring a fireball with ease is no trivial feat. Conversely, the others were not in the mood to scrutinize Rebecca's seemingly thoughtless remarks. Even Hetty, who had always been stern with Rebecca, now wore a mask of deep concern. Are you suggesting that the monsters currently in Cecil's territory are those from 7 centuries ago? Gawain sighed, observing the unfamiliarity in their expressions towards those creatures. It seems you have not encountered them in quite some time. The wars against the monsters following the pioneering period had become mere history. Hetty gently shook her head, acknowledging, although there are records in history books, the most recent accounts date back at least 6 centuries. From what I've learned, the creatures that emerged from the ruins of the ancient empire indeed troubled Ansou for a long time, but ever since the elves assisted humanity in constructing those sentinel towers, those monsters have faded into legend. Gawain furrowed his brow slightly. The sentinel towers, you say? Surely, the creations of the elves would not be so easily compromised. Gawain reflected on his illustrious achievements from years past, and, with a confident smile, assured, rest assured. Given the Cecil family's esteemed position in Ansou and the influence I have left behind, St. Sunir City will undoubtedly spare no effort in assisting you with the reconstruction of your territory. However, to his astonishment, the faces of Hetty and Rebecca did not display the relief he anticipated. Instead, their expressions grew peculiarly strained. Had it truly come to pass that, after 7 centuries, the legendary founding Duke Gawain, when Cecil's name had faded into obscurity within this realm? Hetty's countenance darkened, and after biting her lip several times, she seemed to summon the resolve to speak. There are matters I wished to convey to you while we were in the tomb, but I found it exceedingly difficult to voice them. A vague premonition stirred within Gawain, yet he nodded in encouragement. Please, go on. I am listening. The glory of the Cecil family had indeed waned. Although he was still regarded by the kingdom as the legendary founding duke, Hetty cast a hesitant glance at Rebecca, who, as the current heir to the family title, held merely the rank of viscount. Furthermore, the Cecil lands had dwindled to the very last vestige of their heritage. Gawain stared in disbelief. What? I distinctly recall that when I perished, I was already a duke, and it was an inherited title. The territory extended all the way to the Holy Spirit Plain. What has become of the descendants of the Cecil family? Did they engage in treason or rise against the throne? Hetty lowered her gaze in shame. In 700 years, much can transpire, both within the family and in this nation. In the present day, Ansou has transformed from the first dynasty to the second dynasty, and the Cecil family, once the stalwarts of the royal court, now bears the weight of infamy, having been cast out by the monarchy. Beside her, Rebecca took up Hetty's narrative. A century ago, the last king of the first dynasty, Dalian III, perished from a sudden illness, leaving no heirs. At that time, the royal family was rife with internal strife, and even the legitimacy of Dalian III's succession was contested. Following the king's demise, the queen and the regent failed to promptly stabilize the situation, which culminated in the Fog Month uprising. Members of the royal family with collateral claims to the throne engaged in fierce battles for supremacy during the Fog Month of the year 635. And by the third week, the palace intrigue escalated into civil war, with various royal factions and their noble backers resorting to direct military confrontation. The Cecil family was inevitably drawn into this turmoil, the root of which lay with Marquis Grumman. Although the Duke of Cecil was advanced in age, he remained in good health, yet his relationship with his eldest son, Grumman Cecil, was notably strained. Sensing the looming crisis, Marquis Grumman clandestinely conspired and took part in that year's civil war, lacking sufficient influence to rally support due to not having yet inherited the family's power. He turned his ambitions towards the legendary ancestor. Gawain pressed his forehead in recollection. I remember now. I had allowed him to take my shield, had I not? Hetty nodded. Continuing Rebecca's narrative, the Marquis of Grumman first placed the Duke of Cecil under house arrest, subsequently seizing your sacred relic, the shield of the guardian of the Ansou Kingdom, from the ancestral mausoleum. He then proclaimed his support for Prince Toshi in the name of the heir of the Cecil family. In March of that same year, Prince Toshi was assassinated, after which the Marquis swiftly declared his allegiance to Prince Fiddick. By April, Prince Fiddick met his demise in battle, choosing to end his own life. Gawain interjected, but this is not the end. Hetty has more to unveil. Following these events, the Marquis sought out an uncle of Dalian III, leveraging his remarkable eloquence to forge an alliance. However, the subsequent month witnessed the unexpected emergence of a youth, thrust onto the stage by the Northern Duke Buluin Wilder, who proclaimed the boy to be the illegitimate son of the former king. This revelation became a bargaining chip for the Northern Duke to engage in the civil war, culminating in the resolution of the conflict by the fog-laden month of Ansou 636. On the eve of the war's conclusion, the Marquis sought to employ his previous tactics by declaring fealty to the new king, yet before he could issue his statement, he was simultaneously assailed by both friend and foe on the battlefield, falling victim to a chaotic barrage of blades. Thus began the era of the Ansou Second Dynasty. Naturally, the term Second Dynasty remains a sensitive topic to this day, due to the fact that the one who ultimately ascended the throne was an illegitimate son. This conflict is privately referred to as the War of Bastards, Hetty remarked. The civil war involved a multitude of grand nobles, resulting in numerous families being implicated. However, this still fell within the realm of noble conventions. Furthermore, in the tumultuous infancy of the Second Dynasty, the new king was in dire need of restoring order, which required the support of the old aristocracy. Consequently, most families were not entirely devastated, save for the Cecil family, which subsequently fell into decline. Hetty lowered her head, acknowledging that the family's fate could have been far worse. Yet your esteemed reputation and the efforts of that venerable duke managed to preserve the family's bloodline and its last vestiges of foundation. Nevertheless, from that point on, the name Cecil could no longer be the heart of the kingdom. As you can see, Gawain followed Hetty's gaze and looked at Miss Rebecca Cecil, whose head had been caught in a vice. Noticing Gawain's attention, Rebecca turned her head. Ancestral lord? Our family has suffered misfortune, indeed. Gawain pressed his forehead, for although he was not the true ancestor of the Cecil family, the illustrious achievements and extraordinary tales of the Marquis of Grumman had reached a level of poignancy that moved listeners to tears. Even merely listening left him deeply contemplative. Not to mention that this wastrel had also caused the loss of my shield. Hetty Rebecca, the ancestors once again chastise our great-grandfather. As the younger generation, it is indeed wise for us to remain silent. Fortunately, Gawain was not truly involved in the incident, and he quickly adjusted his mindset. In Hetty's view, this demonstrated magnanimity and remarkable tolerance. Subsequently, she slightly shook her head. Well, dwelling on past events does not benefit the current situation. In any case, those re-emerging monsters pose a significant threat to the human world. The King of St. Sunnier may disregard the declining Cecil family, but he cannot afford to ignore those monsters. Therefore, he must value those of us who escaped from this disaster. Hetty nodded emphatically. You are absolutely right. After that, Gawain lost the inclination to speak. The dim and cramped underground passage diminished everyone's desire for conversation. All that remained was to hasten their pace and continue onward, under the influence of the earth elemental blessing. The ancient tunnel steps did not collapse at all. It was particularly fortunate that the vicinity of the exit was not completely buried by earth and stone. After clearing some tree roots, vines, and loose soil that blocked the exit, the fresh air finally caressed everyone's faces after a long absence. They were back under the open sky. Knight Byron led the soldiers in leaping out of the cave first, and after they signaled that it was safe, the others emerged in single file. Rebecca, upon climbing onto the ground, immediately took a deep breath and then exclaimed in a cheerful whisper, "We're out." Gawain followed Rebecca out onto the ground, his excitement no less than hers, perhaps even greater. A vast expanse of land. His first reaction was to raise his head and gaze at the sky. Unfortunately, the world outside was in the midst of night. Yet, gratitude arose for the embrace of night, affording him his inaugural glimpse of an extraterrestrial firmament. A nascent luminescence tinctured the horizon, the encroaching dawn attenuating the celestial tapestry, rendering the sparse stars veiled in mist, ethereal and detached. an entirely unfamiliar constellation. The horizon burgeoned with light, eclipsing the dominion of night as dawn commenced its reign. Each soul, delivered from the subterranean labyrinth, luxuriated in the exultation of deliverance, while Gawain, with singular elation and fervor, confronted the ascendant sun. With outstretched arms, he postured as if to embrace the solar deity of this nascent world. Subsequently, he beheld a colossal, effulgent arc, radiating a delicate nimbus, gradually ascending from the terrestrial plane, casting its resplendence upon the world. It was not the sun. Chapter 9. Immolation. Gawain, for an extended duration, contemplated the horizon. In the initial moments, a profound cognitive dissonance rendered him incapable of deciphering the spectacle before him. Irrespective of its nature, it diverged vastly from the solar entity he recognized. After approximating its curvature, Gawain discerned it to be an entity whose apparent diameter dwarfed that of the sun by scores, if not hundreds, of times. Assuredly, its true dimensions were less than those of a typical star, yet its proximity to the Earth was undeniable. At such propinquity, its ascendance might obscure approximately 1/5 of the celestial sphere. However, this was merely Gawain's cursory perception, influenced by the profound emotional impact, predisposing his intuitive judgment to potential inaccuracies. The sheer magnitude of beholding a gargantuan celestial body rising before one's eyes evoked an ineffable sense of awe. Swiftly retrieving the memories of Gawain Cecil, he indeed found countless instances of the same magnificent sunrise. The celestial entity was not an anomaly, but rather a perfectly ordinary spectacle of this world. What, then, could be the explanation? Drawing upon his extensive knowledge, Gawain quickly formulated several interpretations. Perhaps the physical laws of this world differed drastically from those of his homeland-esque cosmos, resulting in a notably diminished efficiency of stellar light and heat. Consequently, as this planet orbited in close proximity to its star, it was able to behold such an enormous sun while the Earth remained unscorched. Alternatively, it could be that this was not a sun at all, but rather an aperture emitting radiant warmth, or something entirely unscientific yet undeniably magical. However, it was more likely that this planet did not revolve around the sun, but instead orbited a gaseous giant, rendering it a mere satellite of the latter, with the celestial body rising in the sky being its progenitor. In this moment, Gawain felt an overwhelming sense of alienation, more intense than ever before. Ancestor, ancestor, Herdy's voice broke through, pulling Gawain from his stupor and contemplation. Startled, he turned to regard his great-granddaughter beside him. The beautiful noblewoman had emerged from the dark, confined, and perilous underground tunnel, her former grace somewhat restored. She inclined her head slightly towards Gawain, saying, "Ancestor, you were lost in thought, but we must leave this place at once." After a moment of evasion, Gawain, realizing the imprudence of lingering at the exposed tunnel exit amidst uncertain surroundings, nodded in agreement. "Let us ascend to a higher vantage point to assess the vicinity," he suggested. "My knowledge pertains to the topography of 7 centuries past, which may not be entirely reliable today." Under Gawain's guidance, the group proceeded towards a nearby hillside. Along the way, Gawain couldn't resist casting several glances at the immense sun. "Ancestor, you've been observing the sun quite intently," remarked Rebecca, her voice tinged with concern. "Is there something amiss?" "Your forefather has been deprived of sunlight for 7 centuries, interjected Amber flippantly. "Naturally, he's eager to feast his eyes upon it." Ignoring Amber's remark, Gawain glanced at his N1 generation great-granddaughter and shook his head slightly. He inwardly confirmed that the local populace of this world indeed referred to the celestial orb as the sun. Or rather, regardless of the pronunciation, the entity denoted by that word in the minds of the people of this world was unequivocally the sun and nothing else. Gawain delved once more into the memories of the body's original inhabitant, and after several attempts with keywords and vague information, he finally felt a stirring of recognition. He raised his head and gazed towards the somewhat dim sky on the opposite side. In that still unlit sky, where vestiges of stars lingered, he located a luminous speck, roughly the size of a grain of rice, that outshone all the other celestial bodies. In this world, humanity refers to that extraordinary star as Ao, bestowing upon it a multitude of symbolic significances within both religious and magical rites. The previous 2 conjectures may be dismissed, leaving only the third as credible. Ao is indeed the star of this galaxy, distant to an astonishing degree, its luminous glow cascading upon the earth beneath Gawain's feet, almost as frigid as the light of other stars. Amidst the cool morning breeze, Gawain ascended to the summit of the hill. Before him lay a land ravaged by the flames of war, exhibiting a grotesque, decayed state. It resembled the aftermath of a potent acid splashed upon flesh. The earth was in a state of utter decay, vast expanses of rock and soil transformed into a grim blackness, with fissures sprawling across the terrain. The vegetation had long been annihilated, leaving behind gnarled tree trunks twisted into forms reminiscent of demonic claws. In the distance, one could discern the crumbled ramparts, charred houses, and the Cecil family castle shrouded in a haze of smoke and dust. Abominable, giant-like aberrations wandered across that desolate wasteland. Fields and crops had long been obliterated in the monstrous tide of chaos, rendering them unrecognizable. The family estate, Rebecca, lay prostrate upon the hillside, her jaw clenched tightly. Her eyes rimmed with red, tears of either rage or sorrow swirling within her gaze. This young woman, who had just inherited her family's legacy and had yet to acclimate to the role of a lord, now seemed to have lost everything. The land corrupted by the tide of magic appears thus. Gawain sighed, recalling how the kingdom of Gondor had succumbed to such decay from within. I surmise that until this day, that corruption still lingers upon the ruins of the old empire, while new forms of decay manifest within the realms of civilization. Amber broke into a cold sweat. By the shadow god, have we truly been surrounded by such entities all along? Hetty pondered the possibility of her family's revival. Is there any hope? There is none. Gawain shook his head. You failed to repel the assault of the aberrations. They have achieved a collective resonance, and the elemental contamination wrought by the ensuing tide of magic is irreversible. Even if all the monsters were to be vanquished, the pollution entrenched in this land will endure for a considerable time. For how long? Hetty appeared somewhat reluctant to concede defeat. Has human civilization returned to the lands of Gondor? Gawain posed a seemingly unrelated question. That place remains a zone devoid of life. The lands beyond the Grand Barrier are untrodden by any soul. Gawain shrugged. It seems that the corruption of the Cecil domain will persist for at least 7 centuries. Rebecca and Hetty gazed at their ancestor with astonishment. They could not fathom how this great figure, the founder of the Cecil lineage, could maintain such composure in the face of their family's last territory being ravaged by monsters, exhibiting neither anger nor sorrow. As if it were a matter entirely unrelated to them. This demeanor even instilled a sense of fear within them. However, Gawain quickly noticed the exchanged glances between the two and proactively inquired, "Is there a problem? Ancestor, are you not angry?" Rebecca asked cautiously, realizing this was the last piece of territory belonging to the Cecil family. Gawain was taken aback, instantly recognizing that he had not fully immersed himself in his role, revealing a flaw in his performance. He promptly adopted a stern expression, summoning all his acting prowess. Indulging in such matters is futile. Gawain Cecil is a pioneer. Every inch of land and wealth belonging to this family has been built from the ground up by my efforts. If we have lost our territory, so be it. We shall seek new lands to cultivate. Why dwell on it? Hetty and Rebecca nodded vigorously, their admiration for their ancestor reaching new heights. Indeed, the legendary figure possessed a vision and breadth of mind that was unparalleled. Yet, in this era where all land had been divided among the existing nobility and unclaimed territories were essentially taboo, it remained uncertain where the ancestor intended to venture for new cultivation. There is nothing more to see here. We must plan our itinerary. Our next step is to locate a town and devise a means to reunite with the group that broke through initially. While I still possess some semblance of authority, I shall swiftly redirect the conversation. I recall a knight named Philip led the escape. Did you all discuss a rendezvous point? Gawain nodded, intending to take his leave when an unusual sensation abruptly halted his steps. After a brief moment of confusion, he and the knight Byron beside him simultaneously shouted, "Get down!" Hide. In the gradually ascending radiance of the colossal sun, an elegant and immense creature soared through the heavens. It was a dragon, its body spanning several dozen meters. In her trepidation, Hetty instinctively cast a third-tier spell, a field of refracted light, to conceal everyone's presence. However, she remained uncertain whether this rudimentary enchantment would elude the gaze of a legendary being. Yet, the dragon seemingly remained oblivious to the figures below, or perhaps it simply disdained to acknowledge them. It, or she, merely flapped its wings with graceful majesty, its enormous eyes reflecting the demon-tide-ravaged lands of the Cecil territory. Subsequently, it unleashed a torrent of scorching breath upon the area. Chapter 10. Back to practical matters. Dragons. Such creatures had long been absent from the mortal realm. Indeed, for the vast majority of sentient races on the continent of Lorne, Dragons existed as beings straddling the line between myth and reality. They were acutely aware of the existence of these formidable creatures, yet scarcely any among them would witness a true dragon in their lifetime, save, perhaps, for the mystical and exceptionally long-lived elves of the south. With their protracted lifespans, the elves possessed the unique ability to proclaim themselves as witnesses to history. For within the extensive annals of the Elven Empire, there were a few instances of interaction with dragons. The majestic creature, adorned with deep azure scales and immense wings, soared across the firmament, unleashing a cataclysmic torrent of incandescent breath. This searing jet, imbued with archaic draconic incantations, possessed a potency far transcending mere conflagration. Where the fiery column swept, the earth ignited in a ravenous blaze, sustained and propagated without the need for conventional fuel. After a mere handful of such exhalations, the entirety of the dominion of Cecil was utterly engulfed in a sea of inferno. Having wrought such devastation, the dragon circled for a brief interlude, as if to ascertain the efficacy of its handiwork, before beating its wings and ascending into the heavens, vanishing into the gradually illuminating stratocumulus. Gawain detected several profound inhalations emanating from his vicinity. Each individual, including Hetty, dared only now to draw a full breath. Had the dragon lingered for but a moment longer, it was uncertain which among them would have succumbed to asphyxiation. Dragons. Dragons, Rebecca muttered, clutching her staff tightly. Ancestors, I have beheld a dragon. Gawain cleared his throat gently. Indeed, he remarked, lest you believe me to be afflicted by blindness, I too have witnessed its presence. Rebecca, jolted back to awareness, cast an abashed glance at Gawain, before turning her gaze, heavy with consternation, towards the Cecil domain. Ravaged first by the demonic surge, then immolated by draconic fire, this land was irrevocably despoiled. Although those monsters posed a considerable challenge to the inept guards under Cecil's command, they were ultimately mere aberrations of the lowest order. Under the searing flames of the dragon, they were almost entirely reduced to ash. Even those few that survived would inevitably succumb to self-destruction, given the drastic changes in their surroundings. I had thought dragons existed solely in legends. The taciturn knight Byron could not help but speak, while the three soldiers beside him struggled to regain their composure, unable to rise. The usually stern knight refrained from chastising them this time, merely furrowing his brow. My lord, have you ever encountered a dragon? No, Gawain replied, shaking his head. Dragons are enigmatic creatures. Even during the cataclysm that shook half of the Lorraine continent 7 centuries ago, they did not involve themselves in the affairs of mortals. Despite his words, Gawain was not particularly astonished by these colossal beings, for he had glimpsed dragons soaring through the skies in other realms. He had seen such creatures grace the continent on numerous occasions. However, dragons remained shrouded in mystery. Despite having spent countless years aloft, the dragons he had observed were still quite limited in number. Coupled with the fragmented and chaotic nature of those recollections, he could not distill many characteristics or habits of the dragon kind. At that moment, a shadow beside Gawain flickered unexpectedly. He turned to see Amber standing behind him, her half-elven features reflecting a lingering shock. I saw a dragon, Amber exclaimed excitedly. My mother would never believe it. I saw a dragon. It was enormous. Enough, enough. Everyone here has seen it. Gawain glared at the timid and boisterous thief. Where were you just now? I was hiding in the crevices of nearby rocks. Amber puffed out her chest proudly. I possess exceptional skills in evading danger. Gawain sighed, pressing his forehead. The affinity for shadows is at least at the master level, and your combat capabilities are only marginally superior to that of a goose. Yet, you take pride in this. He then shook his head. This place is not suitable for lingering. We must depart swiftly. With that, he descended the slope. Although the dragon had departed, who knows what other peculiar entities might emerge. Hence, it is wise to leave as quickly as possible. However, Hetty cast a complex gaze back at their ancestral territory. The dragon of our forebears scorched our land. He burned our ruins. Strictly speaking, he incinerated those monsters, Gawain replied, glancing at Hetty. He had observed intently when the dragon unleashed its breath, targeting primarily the areas densely populated by monsters. Although there were instances when it missed its mark, the inclination of its breath was quite evident. The Cecil territory had already perished before that dragon's arrival. Yet, Hetty could not dispute this and merely nodded in agreement. Indeed, Gawain truly comprehended Hetty's sentiments. Cecil was her homeland, the place where she was born and raised. Although her native land lay in ruins, the emotional hurdle within her heart was not easily surmountable. Even though she was acutely aware that the great dragon merely ignited a fire upon the debris, likely to incinerate those monstrous beings, she could not help but feel a twinge of discomfort. After all, it felt like an affront to the fallen. However, understanding aside, Gawain found it challenging to immerse himself in her experience. Until he had risen from the grave, he was not yet the venerable ancestor of the Cecil family. With a myriad of tangled emotions, the group departed from the desolate area, only to encounter a dense forest ahead. Gawain observed the shimmering runes in Hetty's hand with a mixture of curiosity and envy, despite his efforts to conceal it. Magic truly was a remarkable convenience. Ancestor? Hetty inquired. A hint of confusion in her expression, soon replaced by a flicker of anxiety. Did my skills offend you? Gawain was taken aback. Why would I be displeased? Hetty, a bit tense, elaborated. The Cecil family has always relied on the strength of knights. Martial prowess and horsemanship are the foundation of our lineage. If someone like me or Rebecca had chosen the path of a mage over a century ago, we would have faced significant challenges, not only in inheritance, but even in establishing our place within the family. However, ever since that incident 100 years ago, our family's standing has plummeted, and our numbers have dwindled. It has become increasingly rare for the younger generation to possess extraordinary abilities. Thus, alternative paths have begun to gain some acceptance. Yet, regardless of the circumstances, this still contravenes the traditions of our lineage. Gawain casually remarked, who established such absurd rules? His disdain for such archetypal antiquated customs was well known, particularly among those with open minds. However, to his surprise, the atmosphere in the room shifted palpably upon his utterance. Sir Byron immediately lowered his head, feigning the need to tie his shoelaces, despite donning a pair of iron boots. Hetty was left momentarily stunned, while Rebecca timidly raised her hand to point at Gawain himself 2 seconds later. Gawain, rummaging through his memories, recalled an incident from the past. The young and impetuous hero, Gawain Cecil, had once celebrated a triumphant return with Charles I, the founding monarch of the Ansou Kingdom, indulging in copious amounts of celebratory wine. The two comrades, emboldened by their inebriation, boasted about their impending monumental achievements, reminiscing about the struggles of their kin who had once fled northward, now transformed into pioneers and foundational figures. It was evident that soon, a wave of newly minted nobility would emerge, and as long as they survived, these initially unrefined nobles would inevitably give rise to esteemed ancient families with rich lineages. Thus, the two intoxicated sovereigns pondered whether it would be prudent to establish some form of regulations or family teachings to prevent their descendants from forgetting the spirit of their ancestors. As the pioneers among pioneers and the founders among founders, Gawain Cecil and Charles I felt compelled to lead by example. 7 centuries ago, Gawain Cecil downed nearly half a cup of potent liquor, casting a glance at the knightly sword at his waist. He then raised his hand and inscribed a bold statement on the table: "Knights surpass mages in prowess." Upon witnessing this, Charles I felt a surge of gratification and promptly penned his own affirmation: "Lord Gawain speaks the truth." The astute ministers, who contemplated the greater good, along with the sober monarch, would certainly not consider such inebriated musings as foundational national policy. However, Gawain Cecil earnestly inscribed his heartfelt reflections into his family's code of conduct. Emerging from his reverie, Gawain cast an awkward glance at Hetty and Rebecca, sighing, "In those days of indulgence, let us regard this rule as non-existent." Hetty and Rebecca exchanged perplexed looks. At that moment, a rumbling emanated from Amber's stomach, providing Gawain with a timely reprieve. "I understand that discussing this amidst your familial revelry may seem inappropriate," the half-elf maiden said with a hint of embarrassment as she rubbed her belly, "but I find myself rather hungry." Amber's hunger seemed to serve as a catalyst. Her words were swiftly followed by a chorus of stomach growls from everyone present, Gawain included. It was only then that he realized, since departing from that shadowy tomb, no one had partaken of sustenance for an extended period. In fact, his own fast had lingered far longer than anyone else's, to the point where the monkeys of Lauren's continent had yet to stand upright during his last indulgence in the satisfaction of chewing food. Chapter 11. The long road ahead. Venturing into a foreign realm is far from a romantic endeavor. Amidst the exhilarating relics, enchanting magic, colossal beasts, and tales of heroes, one must confront the harsh realities of survival, namely, the challenges of enduring the elements in the wilderness and securing sustenance. The journey of escape is fraught with urgency, particularly after the castle has been besieged, with the last few loyal guards fighting valiantly until the final moment. There is little time to prepare a satchel filled with provisions. Moreover, their ultimate destination is the ancestral tomb, a place that hardly resembles a pantry. Thus, when Amber's stomach growled, the group was starkly reminded of their imminent predicament. Surrounding them was desolate terrain, barren and devoid of even the most humble grass. Across the slope lay the charred ruins of the Cecil territory, now engulfed in flames. Yet, a short distance away, there existed a dense forest. In this magical, medieval world, a forest beyond the town's safety was synonymous with peril. Where the light of civilization could not reach, one would encounter feral beasts, bandits, and monsters. However, the forest also signified another crucial factor: an abundance of food. To reach the northern town of Tanzan, they had no choice but to traverse this very woodland. The party paused at a flat, open space on the forest's edge to rest momentarily before assigning roles for the search for food. Sir Gawain cast a glance at the rather oblivious young maid, a girl named Betty, who seemed to possess little presence yet displayed remarkable courage. When the dragon had descended upon them, she had not burst into tears. Perhaps she had simply been rendered speechless by fear. At this moment, the young girl clutched the frying pan tightly in her hands, standing anxiously in place. Upon noticing Gavin's gaze, she instinctively recoiled slightly. Betty, Hetty, Rebecca, you three stay here. Byron, you remain as a guard, Gavin declared. The rest of you, including you, Amber, shall accompany me on the hunt. The three loyal family warriors harbored no objections to these arrangements. However, Amber's eyes widened in protest. Why must I go too? I'm exhausted. Gavin shot her a stern look. Touch your ears. You possess at least a hint of elven blood. How can you claim descent from those who dwelled among the trees if you do not accompany me into the woods for a hunt? Amber pouted, filled with resentment. This is racial prejudice. Who told you that elves must hunt in the woods? I specialize in stealth, not forest patrolling. You're digging my grave. Very well, Amber conceded. Gavin led 3 soldiers and the half-elf, who claimed to be unskilled in hunting, into the forest, leaving the steadfast knight Byron with the 3 ladies to guard the temporary encampment. After piling branches on the ground, Rebecca stepped back a few paces, raised her staff, and uttered the incantation for the most basic fire-starting spell. An unstable fireball began to coalesce in the air. Hetty, anticipating the explosion of the fireball, interjected, "Never mind. Allow me to handle this." After kindling the bonfire with a modest magical spark, the chill accumulated within the subterranean passage, and the early morning zephyr was gradually dispelled, allowing Hetty to breathe a sigh of relief. She regarded Rebecca with a touch of resignation. When will you master spells beyond the ubiquitous fireball? Rebecca, abashed, lowered her gaze. My apologies, Aunt. Do not succumb to such uninspiring displays. Hetty sighed, massaging her temples. Even in contrition, maintain your composure. You are now the inheritor of the barony, are you not? Frankly, your performance today would likely displease our forebear, though he masked his sentiments. Rebecca's anxiety heightened. Then, what shall I do? Hetty paused, then exhaled wearily. Alas, what can be done, considering the present state of our lineage? It is doubtful any scion of the Cecil clan could satisfy our ancestor. Our current circumstances are woefully disproportionate to the former glory of our house. Rebecca pursed her lips with determination. Having matured in accordance with the conventional trajectory of a noble offspring, the recent cascade of events had overwhelmingly exceeded her comprehension. No instructor had prepared her for such predicaments, neither the surge of arcane energy and monstrous assaults, nor the resurrection of their venerable progenitor from his sepulchre. After a protracted silence, Rebecca finally mustered her resolve. Aunt, do you truly believe our ancestor has been resurrected? Hetty gazed into Rebecca's eyes, effortlessly discerning her niece's thoughts. Are you doubting our ancestors, or the resurrection of our forebears? In truth, I am aware that skepticism is unwarranted, yet this matter is undeniably hard to believe. Observing Rebecca lost in contemplation, Hetty softly added, regardless of the reasons behind our ancestors awakening from their slumber, the resurrection of the Cecil family's forebear must indeed be a reality. Betty stole a glance at the 2 mistresses, finding their conversation utterly incomprehensible, and thus lowered her head, continuing to daydream while cradling her cherished frying pan. Watching Amber deftly and skillfully handle the carcass of the prey, Gawain smirked. You claim to be unskilled in hunting, yet your prowess is so refined. It rivals that of the gray elves in the mosswood. The Mosswood is a vast forest located along the border between the Kingdom of Ansou and the Oglor tribal nation to the west. The Grey Elves, a subspecies of the fairy folk inhabiting the Mosswood, are regarded as the finest hunters in the world when it comes to pursuing prey in dense forests. They even surpass the woodland elves. Upon realizing the necessity of supplementing his knowledge of this world, Gawain occasionally rummaged through the archives of his memory, discovering relevant information, which he then applied in practice. He endeavored to feign the demeanor of a genuine local. Gawain, as Amber deftly skewered the prepared game onto a lengthy wooden rod. Positioning it by the bonfire, she glanced at Gawain, remarking, "I must confess, hunting is not my forte. Despite my partial elven lineage, I've spent my entire life within human society. A seasoned rogue raised me. So, while I may lack hunting prowess, I excel at acquiring poultry." Amber's grin resembled that of a child who could jest with the bereaved after plundering their ancestral tomb, adding, "These skills were honed during that time." Gawain, nearby Hetty, overhearing Amber's words, furrowed her brow slightly, commenting, "How utterly vulgar." Amber retorted, waggling her fingers, "Indeed, I am vulgar. But what can one expect from a mere thief? I can only occasionally pilfer a few coins from passers-by, unlike you nobles who reside in castles and can openly extract funds from your subjects." Before Amber could finish her sentence, the knight, Byron, drew his long sword with a resounding clang, placing it against her neck. A cold sweat immediately broke out on the half-elf's brow. Gawain gestured for Byron to sheath his sword, then curiously regarded Amber, inquiring, "I've often wondered, considering your sharp tongue, how you've managed to survive this long." Before the half-elf could utter a word, Gawain mimicked her tone, shaking his head and proclaiming, "A master of escape, I presume?" Amber, "Very well, let us set aside any consciousness of class conflict for the time being. We are all in this together now." Galvin exhaled deeply, casually reaching for a fruit nearby to take a bite. Everyone should first regain their strength. Those of the magical order should hasten to meditate and restore their mana. We must depart before noon. We have already spent an entire night underground and cannot afford to squander the coming day. Betty, you may put that aside for now," Rebecca kindly advised, glancing at her young maid. "It is currently unnecessary." Betty looked at her mistress and then at the frying pan in her hand, seemingly caught in a moment of indecision. Galvin, intrigued, inquired, "Why do you persist in holding on to that pan?" Betty appeared somewhat apprehensive in response to Galvin's question, drawing her neck in slightly while gripping the handle of the pan tightly. "Mrs. Hanson instructed me that I am to use this frying pan for cooking sausages and toast," she replied. Mrs. Hanson was in charge of managing the kitchen in the castle, Hetty quietly explained to Galvin, though she has since passed away. Galvin sighed, observing the freckled face of the young girl. "This pan is yours, and it shall remain yours in the future," he stated. "But for now, you may set it aside and come to eat." Chapter 12. Shadows and Unnamed Forest. In this region, remote from the centers of civilization and underdeveloped, such nameless areas are indeed ubiquitous. While every parcel of land has a lord, not all lands can be cultivated. Embarking on the journey from the Cecil domain to the northern town of Tanzan, one discovers that the path through the woodlands and onto the main road presents itself as the most expeditious route. Alternative options involve either circumnavigating the entire region or traversing perilous, ungoverned territories, neither of which constitutes a prudent decision. As one ventures deeper into the forest, the ambient light diminishes and the accumulation of decaying leaves underfoot becomes increasingly bothersome. While not yet qualifying as a grand forest, the untamed and unrestrained growth of trees provides Gawain with a novel experience. Having spent his previous life amidst the artificial jungles of concrete and steel, and subsequently observing the world from a detached perspective for many years after his transmigration, he now realizes the superficiality of his prior understanding of natural environments. Fortunately, he is gradually acclimating to his current physical form, whose inherent strength and comprehensive capabilities enable him to confront the challenges of wilderness survival with relative ease. Accompanied by the experienced Byron Knight and Amber, the journey proves to be reasonably manageable. However, Hattie faces a more arduous task. Despite the decline of the Cecil family, it remains a noble house with a long history, directly loyal to the king. As a lady of noble birth, Hattie has demonstrated resilience and austerity within aristocratic circles. Yet she requires further experience to overcome the trials presented by nature. Moreover, a mage is unlikely to possess exceptional physical strength. Gawain nodded tacitly. Although this N1 level great-granddaughter sometimes seemed a bit dim-witted, she was, in essence, quite sincere and upright, a rare trait among the aristocracy. He thought to himself that the in-level great-granddaughter beside her, who was nearly out of breath, would do well to emulate her cousin's virtues. There may be some minor magical creatures lurking in the depths of this forest, but nothing too formidable. Byron, the knight, used his long sword to lift a dark, amorphous mass from the ground. The substance gradually became translucent at the tip of his blade, eventually dissipating into the air. The concentration of shadow elements suggests the presence of a natural magical nexus at the heart of the woodland, he continued, though it must be quite weak. Indeed, exceedingly weak, interjected Amber, twirling an exquisite dagger in her hand as she surveyed their surroundings. If a high-quality magical nexus were present, this forest would have undoubtedly been claimed by the Arcane Conclave or the Astrologers Guild long ago. Moreover, the absence of any significant mutations in the surrounding flora indicates that the elemental enrichment here is insufficient to affect even the most delicate plants. Gawain regarded the two wilderness experts with a hint of surprise. You both seem quite knowledgeable in this area. Rebecca glanced at Byron before replying, prior to serving my father. Uncle Byron was a Sellsword. Byron seemed reluctant to discuss his past. That is all behind me now, my lady. Amber's dagger spun even more rapidly. TCH, acting all world-weary. Who doesn't have a past? Despite the half-elf's obvious eagerness to showcase her own impressive history, Gawain had no intention of indulging the young woman's performance. From this brief day and a half of acquaintance, he had gleaned enough insight into her disposition. Her extensive knowledge of the wilderness was likely honed from being incessantly pursued by the patrol, forcing her to seek refuge in the forests and survive in the wild. Yet, if directly questioned, she would invariably concoct a thrilling and grandiose tale, perhaps involving traversing the entire continent and engaging in convivial discourse with the Elven King. Gawain lifted his gaze, and amidst the dappled branches, the colossal sun had fragmented into a mosaic of shimmering light, as if an immense platter were inverted in the heavens, casting a noticeably chillier radiance upon them. Betty, the most frail of the group, involuntarily sneezed, her hands feeling frigid, nearly causing her to drop her skillet. Amber ceased her habitual dagger twirling, abruptly lowered her posture, her light-colored eyes gleaming with vigilance. She turned to Gawain, her breath misting in the air as she spoke. Don't you find the temperature a bit excessively low? This is a universal spell, accessible from the 2nd tier of formal mages up to the 9th tier of archmages, each level possessing a corresponding spell model. The spell is devoid of offensive capabilities, its purpose being to detect concealed energy phenomena within a certain radius, such as hidden magical traps or invisible energy fields. When fully cast, Detect Distortion can detect energy traces 1 level higher than the caster's own. Hetty is a 3rd-level mage. As the effects of Detect Distortion took hold, Gawain noticed a mist gathering around them. No, that is not mist. Rather, it is the ethereal energy of spirits that had previously concealed itself, now thickening to an extent that it profoundly impacts the material realm. They converge from all directions, continuously accumulating and intensifying, to the point where visibility of the trees just a few dozen meters away is nearly obscured. Amidst the swirling pallid fog, indistinct shadows can be faintly discerned flitting by. Betty, her eyes wide with terror, was on the verge of screaming when Gawain swiftly covered her mouth. Hush, do not make a sound. It could disturb whatever lurks within the fog. The young girl's eyes were wide, tears nearly spilling over, as she clutched the frying pan tightly and nodded earnestly. Gawain shook his head in disbelief. You were not frightened to tears when you encountered the dragon, yet now you are so terrified. Indeed, the vulnerabilities of individuals vary greatly. What are these entities? Rebecca too felt a twinge of fear, gripping her staff tightly, the tip of which flickered with tiny sparks. When did we become surrounded by such things? The vengeful spirit fog, what a nightmare. Hetty clenched her teeth. How could such a phenomenon exist here? The vengeful spirit fog. Gawain recalled the relevant knowledge from his memory. It is a phenomenon that can arise both naturally and artificially, with the naturally occurring variant being more common. In places where shadow energy gathers and the undead roam, the vengeful spirit fog has an exceedingly slim chance of manifesting. It is a part of the shadow environment, but is profoundly influenced by the essence of the undead, rendering it exceedingly destructive. However, this type of mist, once manifested, remains imperceptible. It takes form and proliferates in the ethereal realm, leaving no trace in the material world. Only when a victim has ventured deep within its depths does its presence become known. In an insidious manner, it gradually slays those who stray into its grasp, employing frigidity and phantasms that invade the mind, instilling terror to accomplish its purpose. Ordinary individuals who unwittingly wander into it often perish without comprehending what has transpired, for they remain blind to its existence until their final moments. The dense fog only materializes as their souls plummet into the shadow realm, seizing their entire terminal recollection. The artificial creation of wraith mist is indeed feasible, yet the conditions are exceedingly stringent, demanding exceptional skill from the caster. Furthermore, its efficacy pales in comparison to most spells of comparable power. Consequently, those shadowy necromancers refrain from squandering their time on such endeavors. Gawain had already unsheathed his Trailblazer's blade, yet refrained from launching any assault. Wraith mist is peculiar, inflicting harm upon anyone who enters its domain. However, initially, it does not actively attack. The damage is merely an inherent attribute of its negative environment. Only when the entities within the mist are disturbed does it become enraged. And an enraged wraith mist is a formidable adversary. Gawain hesitated to ascertain whether the mist had already been provoked, refraining from ordering an attack. Instead, he cautiously sought out the mist's vulnerabilities, preparing to break free at an opportune moment. However, as he did so, a soft, ethereal chuckle echoed from a distant point within the mist, reaching his ears. Damn it, to be outwitted by a mere fog. Gawain immediately raised his longsword, striking down towards the source of the sound. A dark crimson flame erupted from the blade, cleaving a vague silhouette that had materialized in the mist in two. Focus your fire on that one in white darting about in the fog. Chapter 13. The Shadow Realm. An ethereal, yet eerie laughter echoed continuously from within the mist, as if a frivolous woman were mocking the flustered wanderers ensnared within it. The illusion that Gawain had bisected dissipated into nothingness, only to reconstitute itself in another part of the fog an instant later. This vengeful mist possessed a consciousness. Upon realizing this, Hetty felt a fine sheen of cold sweat break out upon her forehead. The mist initially projected a guise of unconsciousness, deceiving everyone into believing that their predicament was not as dire as it appeared, all the while seeking opportunities for escape. However, as time elapsed, the physical strength of each individual was inexorably sapped by the encroaching fog. By the time Gawain and his companions endeavored to break free, they would inevitably suffer varying degrees of impairment. At that moment, if the vengeful spirits within the mist were to strike, the consequences would be unimaginable. Yet, perhaps due to the inherent flaws in the consciousness of such undead entities, the light laughter emanating from the mist undermined their own trap. Nevertheless, the situation remained dire. Ordinary soldiers found it exceedingly difficult to contend with such an enigmatic foe. They could only rely on the resilient will forged through their training to withstand the malice and dread seeping from the fog. The utterly defenseless Betty was swiftly ushered to the heart of the formation for protection. In the hands of Byron, the steel longsword radiated an intense heat, continually dispelling the pervasive chill and severing the countless phantom arms that reached out from the mist. Under his protection, Hetty and Rebecca were afforded a relatively stable environment for casting spells. Hetty intoned incantations, employing a myriad of low-level auxiliary spells to weaken the power of the surrounding fog. In stark contrast, Rebecca's approach was blunt and straightforward. She wielded her staff, unleashing a singular spell, Fireball. A multitude of fireballs erupted from the tip of her staff, soaring into the mist and igniting a series of explosions. However, the efficacy of her efforts was far from satisfactory. While flames possessed a certain effectiveness against undead creatures, the vengeful mist was an extraordinary entity, thin yet expansive, devoid of any tangible form to absorb the explosive damage. When a fireball detonated within the vapor, a significant portion of its destructive power dissipated. Do not use fireball. Gawain observed Rebecca's combat style and urgently called out. The spell's area of effect need not be immense, but it must be expansive. Otherwise, the mist will disperse all attacks. Rebecca shouted back, "But I can only cast fireball." Gawain was taken aback. What? Rebecca could only cast fireball? Hetty's voice was tinged with exasperation after 5 years of study. This is all you can do? Rebecca's face flushed crimson, vexed by her ineptitude in magical aptitude. She mustered her formidable power, straining every sinew to constrain it into a spell model. Subsequently, with a flourish of her staff, a fireball the size of a wash basin soared towards the densest part of the fog. There would be no last-minute epiphany, no desperate breakthrough, no earth-shattering reversal. This far-from-standard fireball triggered an equally far-from-standard explosion, even causing the fog directly ahead to dissipate somewhat. However, almost instantaneously, the gap in the mist was replenished. To make matters worse, Gawain suddenly heard a cry from behind, fraught with terror and rage. A family warrior, his eyes bloodshot. Had his soul utterly vanquished by the negative energy transmitted by the wraith-like mist. This spiritual damage immediately manifested physically. His skin rapidly became shriveled and pallid, like dried parchment. He howled maniacally, brandishing his long sword and hacking wildly, as if surrounded by mortal enemies. The restrained soldier writhed frantically, his flesh writhing and contorting as if about to burst from his body. His eyes bulging, he finally croaked hoarsely, "Kill me, kill me." Yet in the eyes of the other two soldiers, a sanguine hue, like gathering storm clouds, was gradually coalescing. They were unresponsive to their comrade's plea, poised on the brink of losing their sanity as well. Upon witnessing the scene, Gawain promptly thrust the Pathfinder's blade into the earth, channeling the body's innate power as he recalled the technique, mental intimidation. This ability, a rarity among knights, directly influences the mind. A potent force of will sweeps across the battlefield, inflicting intense mental pressure on hostile entities and bolstering the morale of allies. Under the influence of mental intimidation, two soldiers swiftly overcame their fear. However, the unfortunate individual pinned beneath them had his spirit utterly ravaged by the wraith-like mist, ceasing all movement after a few desperate convulsions. Gawain's eyes darted across the battlefield, noting that the surrounding mist not only showed no signs of dissipating, but seemed to intensify with each attack from Hetty and Rebecca. Moreover, Betty had vanished from the spot where the three soldiers had stood. "Where has Betty gone?" Gawain exclaimed, his heart pounding with alarm. "Betty." Amber emerged from the nearby shadows. "I just saw that little girl wander into the mist, like she was sleepwalking. Damnation. She's lost her mind," Gawain realized with a start. "How can this wraith-like mist be so potent?" Amber, her face etched with horror, responded, "I don't know what's so strange about it, but the situation is dire." The vengeful mist showed no signs of dissipating. Logically, after enduring such prolonged assaults, even the most formidable fog should exhibit some degree of weakening. Gawain swiftly articulated his deductions based on the knowledge residing in his mind. Though those memories were not inherently his, he discovered that by actively engaging with them, they proved as useful as his own knowledge and experience. Moreover, we had previously assessed that the magical focal point here would not be particularly potent. How could such an ordinary magical focal point give rise to a mist that could even foster sentience? Amber, astute as always, grasped the implication immediately. "Are you suggesting that this mist is not of natural origin? Is there some sort of artificial energy source sustaining it?" "It may not necessarily be an artificial energy source, but something is undoubtedly maintaining it." Gawain furrowed his brow, gazing intently at the mist as if he could penetrate it with his sight to discern its true nature. Furthermore, that which sustains it should be in close proximity. We are merely obscured in our perception and utterly unable to see it. However, Lady Hetty had already employed her distortion detection. Amber, perplexed, responded, and then suddenly widened her eyes. Could it be that it does not exist on this layer? Before the words had fully escaped her lips, Gawain witnessed the half-elf maiden abruptly leap backward, her entire form vanishing into thin air. No, she had not disappeared. Gawain observed anomalous shadows hovering near the ground, a nebulous humanoid silhouette faintly resembling that of Amber. This shadow, devoid of a physical form, appeared to traverse the adjacent plains with an almost instantaneous translocation, flitting between the earth and the nearby tree trunks, before vanishing entirely after several such leaps. It was not a true shadow, but rather a projection cast by Amber as she traversed the edge of the material realm in her shadow state. Gawain was astounded by such a straightforward yet potent display of shadow walking. What was the origin of this half-elven rogue? Before Gawain could ponder further, Amber materialized once more, rushing towards him. As Gawain began to inquire, she seized his arm and forcefully tugged him along. Gawain stumbled, then felt as though he had breached a frigid, ethereal barrier. When his vision cleared, the surroundings had transformed. All color had been expunged, leaving only monochrome shades of black and white. A thin mist enveloped the world, frigid to the touch, yet lacking the life-draining properties of wraith mist. Gawain surveyed the area, discovering that the dense forest had vanished, replaced by a succession of desiccated tree stumps mirroring the positions of the trees in the forest. Everyone, including Hetty, stood not far from him. frozen in place as if petrified. Rebecca stood closest to Gawain, gripping her staff tightly, her face a mask of tension, yet her eyes lacked any spark. Rendered as lifeless as a gray-white statue, her skin bore the texture of some coarse ceramic artifact. Wisps of black mist rose ominously from the ground nearby, infiltrating their bodies and leaving faint fissures upon their porcelain-like forms. The eerie and terrifying sight compelled Gawain to glance at his own hands, and only after confirming that they remained human did he exhale in relief. He then gripped his sword, the pioneer, and strode purposefully toward Rebecca, intent on severing the evidently harmful black mist. Yet, just as he took his first step, Amber suddenly appeared at his side, her half-elven form clutching his arm tightly. Do not approach. External forces will not aid them. Carelessness may only exacerbate the situation. Gawain stared in astonishment at Amber, who, in this monochromatic world, appeared transformed. Her hair had grown long, seemingly defying gravity as it floated behind her, and her light brown eyes now shimmered with a subtle golden radiance. A mass of smoke, akin to flames, gathered at her feet, perpetually coalescing and dissipating. Gawain Cecil could find nothing in his memories to elucidate the bizarre scene before him. Do not inquire too much, Amber hastily remarked, for your questions may lead to an awkward silence, especially given the circumstance that I have recently disturbed your resting place. Such thoughts burden me with guilt. Our time is limited, and this is my first venture into such profound depths. With your presence, who knows how long we can endure? What is this place? Gawain posed a question that weighed heavily on his mind. The Shadow Realm, Amber replied coolly, gesturing towards the location where Hetty and the others were situated. Behold, there lay Betty and the soldiers, initially stationed there, yet one soldier now lay prostrate, transformed into countless pale fragments resembling shattered porcelain. The others, much like Rebecca, retained the very postures and expressions they bore upon their recent encounter with the wraith-like mist. Beneath the petite figure of the maid Betty, a trail of faintly glowing footprints extended forward. Chapter 14, Wild Mage, the Shadow Realm. Gawain pondered what contemporary human nations comprehended about the Shadow Realm. Yet within the inherited memories, he recalled that over 7 centuries ago, the Gondor Empire had engaged in considerable research on this subject. Those erudite scholars devoted their days to the examination of tedious texts and data, fixated on the lattice rulers buried within the magical wells, striving to deduce the true nature of this world. Among their findings was a classic model that delineated the stratification of existence. Within this established paradigm, erudite individuals posit a multi-tiered cosmos. The uppermost stratum constitutes the corporeal realm, characterized by its steadfast nature, discernible patterns, accessibility, and serving as the habitat for the majority of earthly organisms. Subjacent to the corporeal realm lies the umbral plane, an obfuscated reflection of the corporeal world, eluding direct human apprehension. However, through arcane practices and mental acuity, its presence can be intuited and assessed. Descending further, one encounters the spectral plane, an ethereal and enigmatic domain, mirroring the umbral plane. Its depths lie beyond the reach of both magical and mental exploration. Select mages, through fortuitous encounters with sentient umbral entities, have gleaned fragmented insights into its existence. Radical scholars have expanded upon this model, conjecturing the existence of deeper strata beneath the spectral plane, domains reserved for deities, the foundational bedrock laid by the Creator during the world's genesis, transcending mortal comprehension. In Gawain's understanding, this model resembles superimposed vellum sheets, with the true image of reality at the forefront, its shadow cast upon successive layers, each more distorted than the last. He and Amber find themselves within the umbral plane, the reverse side of the initial sheet. Even this secondary stratum remains uncharted territory for the vast majority of humanity. Prudently, he refrained from pressing Amber about her ability to traverse into the Shadowfell, especially since her words suggested it was her inaugural venture into such profound depths. He surmised that further inquiry would likely yield no elucidation. The world held myriad secrets, many of which remained elusive despite years of observation. Following a brief deliberation, he discerned that pursuing Betty's trail was the sole avenue for progress. Perhaps this is the true essence of the Wraith Mists, Amber mused, her gaze mirroring his own. I wonder how much the Arcane Conclave or the Astromancy Guild would pay for this discovery. They would likely inundate you with potions, affix a recording crystal to your head, and then cast you into the Shadowfell as a disposable scout, he retorted, casting a sidelong glance at her before continuing onward. Let's focus on the task at hand. Trailing behind him, Amber persisted, but you could negotiate. After all, you're the founding patriarch of Ansou. Surely they wouldn't dare subject an ancestral figure to such treatment? Amber exclaimed, utterly flabbergasted. Why? With that pronouncement, Gawain strode purposefully ahead, leaving Amber to belatedly protest. Wait. You've got it all wrong. We don't get a holiday when we sweep your tomb. The 3-day holiday is only for the founding monarchs. I guess you died too early to know that. Gawain nearly stumbled. Despite having dispelled Amber's notion of selling information about the Shadow Realm, Gawain harbored his own intentions. He was filled with curiosity about this Shadow Realm, or perhaps one might say, the entirety of this world. Thus, he resolved that one day, he would unravel all its mysteries. The trail of footprints did not extend far. The wooden cabin was both small and dilapidated, its age indeterminate, standing there for an unknown duration. A circle of tattered fencing surrounded the cabin, its sparse condition indicating it likely served no defensive purpose. In a corner of the cabin, Gawain noticed a splash of color. It was the hue of moss. Strikingly out of place in this monochromatic world, and with the passage of time, that hint of color was rapidly fading. Betty's footprints led directly to the cabin's entrance. Amber withdrew her small dagger, nervously gesturing in front of her chest. In a moment, you should burst in like a divine being, slicing through everything. While I provide support from behind, Gawain contemplated, suppressing his urge to toss Amber into the fray by her collar. Instead, he placed one hand on the hilt of the pioneer's sword and cautiously pushed open the pale gray door with the other. Yet, no attack came. Inside, the cabin was merely an ordinary room, ancient and decrepit, reminiscent of a black and white photograph. However, there were inhabitants within. A disheveled man, clad in a threadbare tunic, sat behind a square table in the heart of the cabin. His countenance was so worn and weathered that Gawain could not discern his true age. Behind him, 2 wooden shelves, laden with vials and jars, stood alongside a time-worn alchemy table. The implements of magical experimentation were scattered throughout the dwelling. Yet all were mingled with a greater accumulation of dilapidated clutter. Any self-respecting mage would likely be brought to tears by the sight of such squalor. The man behind the table raised his head, gazing in Gawain's direction. A stiff smile touched his lips. Oh, it has been an age since a guest last graced my laboratory. And 2, no less. Amber peered out from beside Gawain, her elfin features etched with wariness. We're not going to fight, are we? Gawain did not draw his sword, yet he kept his hand close to its hilt, maintaining a state of readiness as he entered the cabin. We were merely passing through, seeking a girl of perhaps 15 or 16, bearing a frying pan. The man behind the table seemed not to hear Gawain's words, merely smiling vacantly and nodding slightly. Please, find a seat. Annie is preparing luncheon. One finds few places to rest in these remote woods. If you are not too fastidious, you are welcome to dine here. Annie? Gawain inquired instinctively. My daughter. The man replied with a smile. She is most dutiful. At that moment, a young woman's exclamation arose from the side. Father? Gawain turned his gaze toward the source of the sound, discovering Betty standing in the corner of the wooden cabin, her expression one of astonishment beside a small door. Betty? I'm relieved to see you unharmed. I came to fetch you. Yet, Betty gently shook her head. And the man behind the square table also turned his attention to the young girl, inquiring kindly, Annie, is lunch ready? Betty obediently nodded, almost, Father. She was busy in the kitchen, wielding her beloved frying pan. A cluster of pale flames danced upon the stove, and the sausages in the pan sizzled enticingly. Amber found it quite peculiar. Could one actually prepare a meal in the Shadow Realm? From the demeanor of the young girl, it was evident she had not been subjected to any form of mental manipulation. Rather, she had chosen to remain here to cook, even referring to the strange man outside as her father, which was indeed somewhat bewildering. I don't quite understand, Betty confessed, her face adorned with her usual perplexity. But it seems that man considers me his daughter. Amber's eyes widened in disbelief. So you obediently accept him as your father? Betty shook her head. He is quite pitiable. So I thought I would prepare a meal for him before leaving. Gawain and Amber exchanged glances. Suddenly, Betty reached into the pocket of her maid's dress, rummaging for a moment before producing an old notebook and extending it toward Gawain. Master, this was given to me by that man. There are many things within that I cannot comprehend, but you should be able to understand them. Gawain accepted the rather slim notebook with a puzzled expression, hastily flipping through the final pages of its entries. What ya got? What ya got? Amber inquired with curiosity, craning her neck to peer at the contents. Magic formulas? Rune sequences? The half-elf maiden, whose mind was reeling from the complex symbols and equations, lifted her gaze to Gawain, a bewildered look upon her face. So, that eccentric old codger was actually a mage? Technically, a hedge wizard, Gawain retorted, tapping Amber lightly on the head with the rolled-up notebook. And didn't you notice all the magical paraphernalia the moment you walked in? Chapter 15, Vanishing Act in the Shadow Realm. A domain woven from the threads of black and white, Gawain, Amber, Betty, and an unnamed hedge wizard were gathered around a rudimentary wooden hut. Before them lay the midday meal Betty had prepared, simple slices of bread, fried sausages, and some vegetable soup. The scene was devoid of color, reminiscent of an antiquated monochrome photograph. Gawain made no move to partake of the food before him, for although it was indeed possible to cook within the Shadow Realm, he harbored reservations about the potential consequences of a living human, or something akin to one, consuming anything from that domain. Similarly, Amber and Betty refrained from touching their cutlery. Across the table, the hedge wizard did not press them, but rather quietly consumed his own meal, maintaining an air of tranquility. An uncanny understanding permeated the hut. It was Gawain who first shattered the silence. "How long have you been here?" After a long pause, the wild mage delicately placed his cutlery down, exhibiting remarkable civility. "Since the second year of my departure from the Arcane Society. I have resided here." "You were once a member of the Arcane Society?" Gawain inquired with a hint of surprise. "I had always perceived you as a wild mage." "I was originally a Tier 2 member of the Arcane Society," the wild mage quietly stated. "By the Society's standards, I was a rather inept spellcaster. I excelled at calculation and deduction, yet I lacked the capacity to transmute these into functional spell models. In essence, my spellcasting prowess remained perpetually at the novice level. Such mages are not particularly esteemed within the Arcane Society. So, they expelled you?" Amber remarked, incredulous. She understood the immense value of a true mage, even one with limited spellcasting ability. Such limitations were relative to the arcane masters. To the common person, even a mage capable of conjuring only a small fireball was considered a figure of great importance. Even if these grassroots spellcasters were unappreciated within the Arcane Society, it seemed unlikely that they would be outright dismissed. "I departed of my own volition," the wild mage demurred, turning his gaze towards Betty. "It was for my daughter's sake. To secure her well-being, that I had to leave." Betty gazed vacantly at the wild mage, then nodded in bewildered agreement. Gawain chose not to dwell further on the matter. Fixing his gaze upon the wild mage's eyes, his right hand instinctively resting upon the hilt of the long sword at his waist, and slowly articulated, "You must be cognizant of the purpose of our visit. We do not have an abundance of time to squander." The wild mage's rigid and sluggish countenance finally underwent a subtle transformation. His frame trembled slightly, and he lowered his head, stating, "Sir, I do not fully comprehend your meaning." Betty regarded Gawain with a hint of apprehension, prompting Gawain to furrow his brow. After a moment, he withdrew his hand from the hilt of the Pathfinder's blade and adopted a more measured tone. "Then let us tarry a while longer." The wild mage resumed his meal in quietude and silence. During the repast, his only extraneous movement was the occasional upward glance toward Betty. Eventually, the food was consumed, and Gawain could not prolong the wait indefinitely. The wild mage devoured the last morsel of sausage and meticulously wiped the gravy from his plate with a piece of bread. Once finished, he lifted his gaze toward Betty, though his eyes seemed to focus on a more distant point beyond her. He swayed, as if attempting to rise, but failed in several attempts. Ultimately, Betty assisted him to his feet. "Papa, I must depart," the young girl announced, supporting the wild mage's arm. Once she ensured his stability, she released her grip and approached Gawain. "Miss Rebecca and Lady Hetty are awaiting me, and you have arrived as well." The wild mage's lips moved, and he offered a gentle nod. His expression had calmed, and he carefully imparted, "Do not consume anything offered by strangers. Maintain a regular sleep schedule. Remember to heed your teacher's words. Refrain from engaging in altercations with other children." The glimmer of reason was gradually fading from the unfortunate soul's eyes, and Gawain knew that his words had devolved into mere delirium, though, admittedly, he had scarcely been lucid throughout their encounter. The wild mage's form waned, yet within the increasingly dim apparition, a flame-like entity suddenly kindled. Gawain, anticipating this moment, swiftly drew the Pathfinder's blade, its edge shimmering with a faint luminescence. Amber promptly drew Betty into her embrace, shielding the child's eyes. Gawain plunged his sword into the fiery core of the wild mage's chest. The flames convulsed violently, and the mage, who had been veering toward becoming a wraith, abruptly ceased his transformation. His spectral form rapidly solidified into corporeal substance, before being consumed by roaring flames, which reduced him to a grotesque, charred cadaver. The conflagration raged for a full half-minute before the corpse was utterly reduced to ash. Cracking sounds echoed from all around as the cabin, bereft of its master, rapidly disintegrated. A dense network of fissures spread across the walls and roof in the blink of an eye, and the pallid light of the outside world streamed through the cracks in the planks. Gawain, pulling Amber and Betty along, dashed out of the cabin, which collapsed completely the instant they were clear. The collapsing structure burst into flames before their eyes, the fire burning with such brevity as if it were consuming a mere paper model. As the cabin gradually turned to ashes and scattered in the wind, Amber suddenly tugged on Gawain's arm, pointing to the foundation of the structure, exclaiming, "Hey, look at that." As Gawain focused his gaze, he discerned a constellation of shimmering lines illuminating beneath the ashes of the wooden hut. The radiance pierced through the scattering cinders, gradually coalescing into an intricate and expansive structure, a grand magical array. This was likely the pinnacle of the rogue mage's life's work. Gawain nodded slightly, surmising that the array's malfunction had precipitated his downfall. Even as he spoke, Betty's form began to dissolve into ethereal motes of light, which swirled twice in place before swiftly darting back in the direction from which Gawain and Amber had come. Nebulous entities coalesced from the surrounding mist, formless yet undeniably malevolent. The native denizens of the Shadow Realm had finally detected the presence of outsiders, and the most superficial among them emerged, gathering like hyenas scenting blood. "We must evacuate," Amber exclaimed to Gawain. "This place is no longer hospitable to us." Gawain cast one last, profound look at the ruins of the cottage, committing the luminous lines and symbols to memory. Then, seizing Amber's arm, he declared, "Let's go." After a fleeting moment of disorientation, the scenery of the real world materialized before him once more. Betty, seemingly the most composed of them all, stood beside Rebecca, clutching her frying pan and wearing an expression of vacant bewilderment that appeared to have become permanently etched upon her face. Upon seeing Gawain, Hattie immediately struggled to her feet, exclaiming, "Ancestor, it is a relief to see you safe and unharmed." Subsequently, she caught sight of Amber trailing behind Gawain, her expression shifting subtly. So, this thief did not escape after all. "Hey, what do you mean by this preferential treatment?" Amber instantly sprang up like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. "I just braved life and death alongside your ancestor in the Shadow Realm to rescue you, okay? You, with your ample bosom and shallow wit." Hetty was taken aback by the audacity of this thief lady to verbally confront her, and her expression soured immediately. "Silence. This is utterly disrespectful. Do you realize what it means to offend nobility?" Gawain quickly interjected to mediate. "Please, no need to quarrel. Amber speaks no falsehood. We indeed faced the crisis together just now. Of course, her remark about your ample bosom was rather inappropriate." A brief silence ensued, during which Rebecca cautiously raised her hand. "Ancestor, Amber merely uttered a single commendatory word, and you dismissed it." Hetty wore an expression of utter disillusionment. Fortunately, Hetty was a person of understanding and did not linger on such trivial matters for long. Once Gawain clarified the events that had transpired, all misunderstandings dissipated. The experiences that Gawain and Amber had in the Shadow Realm astonished everyone. Even Sir Byron, who knew nothing of magic, could not help but lean in to listen intently. After all, it was an experience beyond the imagination of ordinary folk. "You managed to enter the Shadow Realm?" Hetty's primary concern was undoubtedly Amber's extraordinary abilities. She scrutinized Amber with palpable skepticism, as if attempting to glean answers from the half-elf maiden's visage. Such powers were typically reserved for only a select few high-ranking sorcerers of the Shadow Realm or the chosen of shadow deities. "How did you acquire such capabilities?" she inquired. Amber turned her face away, retorting, "I am the chosen of the night goddess. Is that not sufficient?" Hetty glared at her. "Do not jest. Can a chosen one truly be subdued by Byron with a mere steel sword?" Eventually, Gawain intervened to halt Hetty's relentless inquiry, stating that he had promised Amber not to pry, and that she would speak when she was ready. With Gawain's authoritative words, Hetty conceded to silence. The two surviving soldiers gazed at Gawain with surprise. He, perplexed, questioned, "What have I said that is amiss?" As a serf, he was reminded by the approaching Sir Byron, who explained that it was the decree of the noble lord that allowed serf offspring like him the opportunity to serve in the territorial army to earn their freedom. However, having only served for 6 months, he remained a serf, a status that precluded him from being honored as a warrior in death. Gawain furrowed his brow and turned to Rebecca. Is this true? Rebecca immediately appeared anxious, as if she had committed an error. Yes, I am so sorry. But I genuinely believe the serfdom system is rather unjust, which is why I support allowing them to earn their freedom through service. I understand this may not adhere to the rules, but Gawain's frown softened slightly. No, I do not hold you at fault. He then bent down, groping to retrieve a coin from his pocket, which he placed into the chest pocket of the deceased soldier, resting it close to his heart. This coin had been personally laid by Charles I during the burial of Gawain's Cecil 7 centuries prior. The moment Amber caught sight of the coin, she recognized its significance, promptly covering her eyes in disbelief. My goodness, that's worth at least half a manor. Yet Gawain remained oblivious to her reaction. He merely followed the customary rites from memory, then dusted off his hands and rose. Now someone has redeemed his soul's debt. Enter him. Sir Byron hesitated slightly. But the rules? Gawain cast him a glance. I am the rule. Chapter 16. Omen. Not far from the site of the ambush, Gawain discovered a small cabin reduced to ruins. It lay nestled among the trees, and from the charred remains, it was evident that it had been destroyed by a fire that erupted from within. Fortunately, the flames had not spread further. Perhaps a timely rain had salvaged the surrounding forest. Sir Byron examined the remnants around the cabin, deducing that the fire had occurred over a fortnight ago. Had he detected a faint trace of magical energy at the scene? What we encountered in the Shadow Realm must have been a reflection, Gawain observed, gazing at the desolate cabin now reduced to rubble. This wild mage had lived in seclusion here for many years, situated beyond the borders of the territory, where even hunters would not venture, leaving no one aware that a hermit once resided in this isolated spot. The conundrum lies in the genesis of this calamity. Hetty furrowed her brow, observing that the locale possessed but a feeble nexus of arcane energy, and the resident rogue mage was of meager power. Even a magical experiment gone awry, incinerating the dwelling, could scarcely conjure a sustained projection into the Shadowfell, let alone spawn such potent wraith mist. The requisite sorcery far exceeded the capabilities of a solitary wild mage. Perchance this journal may illuminate the enigma, Gawain remarked, tendering a tattered notebook to Hetty. It was the very tome procured from Betty within the Shadowfell, serving as both the diary and research compendium of the nameless wild mage. Following Gawain's direction, Hetty perused the latter portion of the journal with assiduous attention. Ansou, 729, Fire Moon. XX Day. Half a year has elapsed since my relocation to this locale. I have discovered a font of arcane energy at the periphery of the Cecil family's dominion. Though its intensity pales in comparison to the communal nexuses of the City of 1,000 Spires, it suffices to sustain my laboratory. The elemental energies here are singular and stable, which should assuage Annie's affliction. Ansou, 729, Harvest Moon, XX Day. Annie's condition appears to have ameliorated. She has been free from episodes for a considerable duration. However, it remains uncertain whether this is attributable to the environment or the efficacy of my rituals and concoctions. The arcane nexus here is excessively weak. Even with the aid of amplification arrays, the potency of my rituals is significantly diminished. Perhaps I ought to reconsider the formulas I previously derived. Although the members of the Arcane Society have always ridiculed my calculations, I am no longer bound by their constraints. They have no dominion here. Ansou, year 731, month of frost, day XX. After the treatment, Annie astonishingly rose to her feet and even prepared a meal. She made fried sausages and vegetable soup, and I feel as if I haven't tasted anything so delectable in a century. Admittedly, the sausages were burnt, and I forgot to add salt to the soup. Nevertheless, it has been proven that my treatment plan is effective, and as long as this magical focal point continues to supply energy steadily, Annie's recovery is imminent. Subsequently, the diary entries primarily chronicled the mundane existence of the writer and his daughter. Hetty swiftly glossed over this portion until a series of hasty, chaotic records emerged in the final pages. Ansou, year 734, month of frost, day XX. Annie has fallen ill. Damn it. Ansou, year 734, month of frost, day XX. Annie shows no signs of improvement. The new potions yield no results, and she continues to weaken, gradually drifting away from this world. This morning, I beheld her hands becoming as translucent as mist, and her face was covered in numerous blisters. The world is rejecting her, pushing her toward the realm of shadows. What am I to do? Ansou, year 734, month of mist, day XX. That accursed sun, its dark crimson patterns seem to mock my weakness and helplessness. I have finally discerned the crux of the issue, yet I find myself utterly powerless to rectify the situation. The elements are accumulating, unnaturally so, and the surge of magical energy is overwhelming. This feeble focal point of magic cannot possibly accommodate the excess. Even the removal of the amplification arrays proves futile. It would be prudent to distance Annie from the area of elemental accumulation, but she has lingered here far too long. Her body resonates with the elemental environment, a resonance that has prolonged her life yet threatens to claim it. Year 734 of Ansou, fog month, day XX. The magical energy in the entire region is amiss. Tumultuous, as if the borders of Cecil have plunged into a legendary sea of magic. I can no longer reverse the transformations occurring within Annie. She is now half removed from the material realm. This morning, she even remarked that the entire room had transformed into shades of black and white. Perhaps I must explore an alternate path. Year 735 of Ansou, fire month. After a long period of preparation, Annie's frailty has reached its zenith. This is my sole opportunity. There are no other options. Since I cannot sustain Annie in the material world, it may be wiser to pursue a different course. The ritual of shadow transformation is documented in texts, though it demands an unfathomable amount of magical energy. However, perhaps it is not beyond my reach. I have devised a new amplification formula and method for drawing arrays, intending to harness the surging magical energy. The magic in this region is in a state of aberrant activity. The energy accumulated within the focal point has been suppressed for several months, and at last, it is nearly sufficient for my needs. Subsequently, all that remains is to await the sun's zenith, the apex of its magical potency, whereupon I may commence the transformation. And, persevere, your father shall deliver you, and together we shall journey to the Shadowlands, where we shall dwell for eternity, and your suffering shall cease. The journal concludes here. As Hetty prepared to close the diary, Gawain abruptly gestured towards the corner of the final page. There are additional characters inscribed here. Hetty promptly focused her gaze upon the corner, where a dark blotch of ink resided. Initially, she had presumed it to be a mere stain from an overturned inkwell. But upon closer inspection, she discerned that it was, in fact, a series of hasty characters inscribed with an ink-stained finger, magic spiraling out of control. The sun is crimson. Hetty, perplexed, repeated these words. The sun is crimson? How could the sun be crimson? Could it perhaps be related to the recent eruption of sunspots? Rebecca interjected, as if struck by a sudden realization. It occurred a little over 2 weeks ago. The sun's surface exhibited a far greater abundance of sunspots than usual. If the wild mage's lucidity was compromised at the time, he might have perceived the sun as crimson. Hetty blinked, seemingly accepting Rebecca's explanation. Subsequently, she brandished the notebook in her hand. This journal's existence elucidates a multitude of matters. It appears that this nameless mage established a substantial magical array here to heal his daughter. Subsequently, he conceived the audacious notion of transforming both himself and his daughter into shadow forms to prolong their lives. However, his transformation ritual spiraled out of control due to a surge of magical power, culminating in the devastating fire that occurred half a month prior. This also led to the formation of the Wraith Mist and what the ancestor witnessed in the Shadowlands. Hetty, noticing the grave expression on Gawain's face, grew somewhat anxious. Ancestor. These two events. Gawain gestured dismissively. Furthermore, you two, as mages, should also have sensed the surge of magical power that this wild mage mentioned in his journal. Correct? Gawain regarded them both and slowly elucidated. In the year 1736 of the Gondorian calendar, reports from across the empire indicated the observation of extensive dark red patterns on the surface of the sun. In 1738, the largest solar flare in history was observed, with nearly half of the sun's surface covered in red patches. In the same year, 26 provinces within the empire reported widespread surges of magical power. While the magnitude of these surges was not significant, their scope encompassed nearly 2/3 of the nation. In 1739, a blood-red sun loomed in the sky, enveloping the entire country in a crimson firmament. However, no calamities ensued. Instead, a multitude of infants with exceptional magical talents were born. According to records, Nearly one-third of the newborns born on that day possessed innate elemental affinities. The newborn detection agencies in various regions even experienced a shortage of resonant stones. Consequently, court scholars proclaimed that day as the dawn of magic. However, in that very year, the most substantial arcane power facility near Gondor's imperial capital, the Deep Blue Well, was subject to a cataclysmic detonation. The cause was attributed to an abrupt surge of chaotic and potent magic within the power nexus where the Deep Blue Well was situated. The extraction array was incapable of processing these unruly energies, ultimately precipitating a core meltdown. Gawain paused, but Hetty, her complexion somewhat pallid, continued. In the year 1740 of Gondor, a magical surge erupted, resulting in the obliteration of the most formidable human empire in history within a matter of months. Chapter 17. Fans in town as Hetty's words faded. Nearly everyone present audibly swallowed, except for Betty, who, in her innocence, had not grasped the gravity of the situation. Rebecca couldn't help but draw parallels to the monsters that had decimated her family's domain, the very progeny of a magical surge. She had previously surmised that these abominations had wandered from the Gondorian wastelands, breached the Great Wall, and infiltrated Ansou's borders. After all, the Cecil territory was situated on Ansou's southern frontier, in close proximity to the Gondorian wastes. If a sentinel tower had indeed malfunctioned, creating a breach in the Great Wall, it was conceivable that some monsters could have escaped. However, Rebecca now entertained a far more ominous possibility. What if these creatures did not originate from the Gondorian wastelands, but were spontaneously generated within the Cecil territory itself? What if these monsters heralded a new magical surge? Are we, perhaps, becoming excessively apprehensive? It was Amber who initially shattered the silence. The half-elf maiden forced a smile, gesturing towards the notes in Hetty's possession. Merely the journal of a wild mage, its contents still nebulous, yet we're to immediately associate it with the resurgence of arcane tides. Gawain, rather than refuting her, nodded in accord. Indeed, it's plausible that my anxieties have become unduly heightened. After all, this is merely a haphazard analysis based on inherited memories. While reciting the historical events of 7 centuries past in the first person was indeed gratifying, upon reflection, it does seem somewhat sensational. Precisely, Amber chimed in, visibly relieved at Gawain's agreement. Your mind, venerable ancestor, remains entrenched in bygone eras. I surmise the psychological trauma from your experiences during the arcane tide lingers. Rebecca, brandishing her staff, struck the half-elf's head. Show reverence to our forebear, she exclaimed. Gawain cast an inquisitive glance at Rebecca's staff, inwardly musing on the incongruity of her earlier actions when she wielded the staff of eternal rest against him. Regardless of the veracity of these matters, upon our arrival in St. Suniel, they must be reported to His Majesty, Hetty declared, returning the journal to Gawain. The extent of the king's belief is beyond our influence. Gawain silently reclaimed the notes, suppressing the myriad thoughts swirling within him. Subsequently, he raised his gaze, beholding the colossal sun in the firmament. Above the clearing in the forest, where no tree canopy obstructed the view, the sky stretched wide and open. A colossal sun was ascending to its zenith, casting an overwhelming and oppressive crown of light upon the world, bestowing it with warmth and the arcane essence of magic. Perhaps it was this final element that imparted a set of natural laws starkly distinct from those on Earth. Gawain's gaze roamed across the surface of the great sun, where faint patterns suggested tempests swirling across the gaseous giant's exterior. He endeavored to discern the ominous crimson streaks within, yet ultimately found nothing. Those markings were likely mere ephemeral illusions, vanishing in the present moment. Nevertheless, the urgency within Gawain did not dissipate. He merely buried it temporarily in the recesses of his mind, silently charting the course ahead. First, he resolved to establish a foothold in this world. Even if it was merely a decrepit old family, having a starting point was far preferable to being transported to desolate hills and forgotten graves. After traversing the dense thicket, the journey became significantly smoother. Perhaps the law of conservation of fortune truly held merit, as the group encountered no further monsters or bizarre natural phenomena. They successfully reached the main road and fortuitously crossed paths with a small merchant caravan along the way. After offering a sufficient price, Gawain and his companions finally extricated themselves from the predicament of traversing mountains on foot, allowing them to sit comfortably in the merchant's wagon en route to Tanzan town. The caravan leader was a rotund man from the northern regions, who had journeyed from the prosperous lands of the kingdom to engage in the trade of local specialties and herbs at this southern frontier. It was said that he initially intended to proceed to the Cecil territory for a final transaction. However, upon hearing of the dreadful calamity that had befallen the region, he was compelled to turn back. Initially, the corpulent merchant regarded Gawain and his companions with a degree of suspicion and reluctance. Yet had he ultimately persuaded this cautious caravan master with the allure of 2 gold coins, even securing the use of his cart. Indeed, gold proved to be the most eloquent negotiator in the realm of commerce. On the 7th day after departing from the Cecil territory, the gates of Ansou town finally came into view. This marked Gawain's first intimate encounter with a human settlement in this world. Although he had previously climbed a hill to catch a glimpse of his nominal estate upon leaving the Cecil territory, the entire region had been reduced to ruins by the tumultuous forces of the elements, further marred by the chaotic breath of a blue dragon that had emerged unexpectedly, rendering the landscape an abstract canvas devoid of any cultural essence. The sight of Ansou town, in all honesty, was somewhat disheartening, even disappointing. According to Rebecca, Ansou town was indeed quite extensive. Likely due to its location on fertile plains adjacent to a river, it stood as one of the most populous towns in the southern region, with nearly 10,000 inhabitants residing on this triangular expanse of flat land. The Baishui River flows from the west, splitting into 2 as it approaches the town of Tanzan, cascading past the northern and southern flanks of the settlement. This river nourishes the vast agricultural fields in the vicinity, serving as the lifeblood of transportation for the town. To the east lies a mine, the most significant economic resource for the community. Despite the presence of fertile lands, a mine, and a river that could facilitate navigation, what Gawain observed upon entering the town were the emaciated faces of the impoverished populace, a multitude of dilapidated wooden shanties, and streets reeking of various unpleasant odors, marred by filth. In this world, civilization has yet to reach a level where humanity can dominate nature, confining all magical beasts within zoos. Furthermore, the border regions often experience conflicts, necessitating the protection of the town by a low wall. The squalid neighborhoods of the town are crammed within this wall, layered like moss and festering wounds. The ramshackle abodes lack any aesthetic appeal, serving merely as shelters against the elements. In contrast, a broad avenue leads from the city gate to the heart of the town, yet even the sights along this thoroughfare are scarcely more pleasant. Seated in the merchant caravan, Gawain gazed upon the scene outside. He witnessed the destitute clad in tattered garments traversing the streets, with only a scant few wearing shoes. The majority had rags tied around their feet, while some were so impoverished that even rags were a luxury. In stark contrast, those walking in the center of the street appeared considerably more well-off, their attire notably cleaner, and each was shod in footwear. They journeyed in mutual silence, untouched by discourse or discord, each confined to their solitary path as if separated by an invisible boundary. Though inhabitants of the same town, traversing the same road, they existed as denizens of disparate realms, distinctly divided. Gawain delved into the annals of Cecil's memory, only to discover a dearth of relevant recollections. Gawain Cecil, scion of the illustrious Gondor Empire and nurtured in affluence, had never witnessed such a spectacle. Later, during Gondor's demonic surge, Cecil led his people through a sanguinary exodus to the north, where shared hardships obliterated distinctions of status. Subsequently, with the establishment of Ansou, the pioneers forged a kingdom from the untamed wilderness, commencing anew, even the founding archdukes and the king himself relinquishing their arms to till the soil. Whence could such a sight have been observed? Subsequently, Gawain Cecil met his demise on the southern frontier. This hero, whose life was tragically curtailed at 35, did not live to witness the emergence of economic disparity in the nation he had helped create. Thus, he sought enlightenment from his descendants, inquiring about the customs governing the road. Those who tread the road's edges are serfs and laborers from the mines, had he elucidated, as well as impoverished free folk from outlying regions. They are prohibited from traversing the main thoroughfare, for they could not contribute financially during its construction. Those who occupy the road's center are the esteemed burghers and merchants or mercenaries from abroad. These individuals, capable of meeting the various tax obligations, are thus entitled to passage along the road's median. Gawain recalled the fat merchant who had slipped a few coins to the gatekeeper upon entering the city. Those coins must have been the toll for entry. He then thought of the soldier, a serf's son, who had already been laid to rest in the woods. His ability to take up arms and die for his lord was a result of Rebecca's mercy, Yet even in death, he was denied a warrior's burial. He had not yet redeemed himself, nor had he reclaimed his own sword. "Is there a problem, my lord?" Hetty inquired, noticing the fluctuating expressions on Gawain's face. He instinctively felt a sense of resistance towards these matters as a traveler from another time. But it was not yet the moment for him to critique or rectify the situation, for he did not yet grasp the intricacies of this world. After a brief contemplation, he turned to Hetty and asked, "What are your plans moving forward?" Hetty appeared to have a strategy. "First, we shall seek out the local lord. Viscount Andrew is relatively approachable. Through him, we should be able to easily establish contact with Sir Philip. If all goes well with Sir Philip, we can locate those who managed to break free that day. Depending on the circumstances, we will decide whether to resettle the subjects here or head directly to the capital. The events in the Cecil territory cannot be resolved by sending just one or two messengers. It is imperative for Rebecca to personally present the situation to the king." Gawain found no fault in this plan, primarily because as a newcomer from a different era, he could hardly offer any suggestions. Let us proceed accordingly. Chapter 18. Lord Andrew. If there exists a location in Tansan that could alleviate Gawain's disappointment, offering a glimpse of an enchanting realm imbued with classical elegance, it would undoubtedly be the affluent district situated slightly to the north of the town center. A few thoroughfares and a protective wall segregate this area from the surrounding impoverished neighborhoods, where respectable individuals of prominence reside in a relatively pristine environment. This locale boasts charming two-story houses, each constructed from pale gray stone and aromatic cedar. On the balconies extending from the upper floors, one can see fish and cured meats drying in the sun, symbols of the prosperous households. Though Tansan is, by and large, merely a town and far from the scale of a city, the inhabitants of the wealthy district take great pride in referring to themselves as honorable citizens. These individuals enjoy the privilege of freedom, are capable of meeting various tax obligations, and hold respectable occupations within the community, predominantly as landowners and foremen in the mines. Today, as on any other day, these distinguished figures stand upon their balconies, discussing recent events with their neighbors. Any matter of even slight interest merits considerable conversation, and the most noteworthy topic of discussion at present is undoubtedly the significant occurrence that transpired in the Cecil territory. Tansan town and its environs constituted the fiefdom of Viscount Andrew. The Cecil domain shared a border with Viscount Andrew's, and though vast stretches of desolate land separated their respective thriving districts, an official road connected them. Consequently, even in an age of limited communication, tidings of events in the Cecil domain swiftly permeated Tansan town. Initially, a group resembling refugees, led by a knight and a dozen soldiers, sought refuge in the town. Subsequently, news spread that the Cecil domain had been utterly submerged by a surge of monstrous entities and elemental tides, resulting in its devastation. This sensational calamity seemed akin to the fabrications of wandering minstrels. Citizens, long accustomed to an era of peace, initially dismissed the notion. However, the arrival of the refugees and disheveled soldiers in the town lent credence to the reports. Viscount Andrew promptly issued decrees, enforcing stricter curfews and augmenting patrols around the town. As a result, the preposterous horror story metamorphosed into reality. The townsfolk elevated the misfortune of the Cecil domain from mere after-dinner conversation to earnest discussion. Initially, they had only broached the subject during tavern gatherings. Now, they found themselves standing on balconies, engaging in serious discourse against a backdrop of dried fish and cured meats. As these respectable individuals deliberated on the utter demise of the declining Cecil family, the head of the Cecil family had already traversed the affluent and ecclesiastical districts, entering Viscount Andrew's castle. Regardless of the dire plight of the impoverished inhabitants of Tansan town, the residence of Lord Andrew is nothing short of opulent. Indeed, due to the affluence of the estate itself and the family's astute financial practices, the castle constructed by this nobleman far surpasses the dilapidated fortress where Rebecca spent her formative years. After announcing the visitors' identities to the castle, Lord Andrew's steward graciously invited Gawain and his companions into this magnificent edifice. They were escorted to a spacious and luminous reception room, where they took their seats at a mahogany table, awaiting the Lord's audience. Seated in the grand, comfortable velvet chairs and gazing at the exquisite silver tea set before him, Gawain found it nearly impossible to suppress thoughts of the destitute souls outside, clad in rags and gaunt in appearance, living in makeshift shelters. He had to admit that he felt a sense of disillusionment with this fantastical realm of swords and sorcery. Ancestor, Rebecca, seated beside Gawain, gently nudged her forebear's elbow. "How shall we introduce you?" "Let us adhere to our earlier discussion and speak plainly," Gawain replied, maintaining his composure. "Here, we may be forthright." Forebear, Hetty chimed in, gesturing subtly towards Amber. "Do you truly believe she is suited to be present here?" Amber, seated opposite Gawain, was intently examining the silver tea set before her. Her method of inquiry involved discarding the tea, then stealthily concealing a cup within her garments. In the brief moment Gawain looked up, she managed to slip a spoon inside as well. Gawain shot a disapproving glance at her. "Amber, wow." The rogue feigned a gasp of surprise, then sheepishly produced the pilfered items from her person and placed them on the table. 2 teacups, 3 soup spoons, a silver platter, a pocket watch, a handful of nuts, 2 wine goblets, and the monocle that had adorned the steward's chest. "Gawain, good heavens, Miss Doryman, how did you manage all that?" At that moment, Gawain instinctively touched the Pathfinder's blade at his side, sincerely grateful that the Saint of Thieves had refrained from thievery during the grave-robbing incident. "She is a crucial witness to my resurrection," Gawain stated earnestly, suppressing a twitch in his face. "Furthermore, don't you think it would be more problematic if we placed this individual where we couldn't keep an eye on him?" Hattie nodded in earnest agreement. Just then, Viscount Andrew finally entered the drawing room. The oaken doors were pushed open by a servant, and a gaunt, lanky man strode into the room. He was clad in a form-fitting, long-tailed black dress coat, his dark brown hair plastered to his scalp with pomade, and a pair of meticulously groomed mustaches extended from beneath his nose. His complexion was pallid with an unnatural flush, a rather common sight among nobles, particularly those lacking magical or martial prowess. In pursuit of supernatural powers beyond their natural abilities and to indulge in more unrestrained pleasures, they would excessively consume costly potions to enhance their senses. The side effects of these potions manifested in their complexion. They even took pride in this, regarding pallor as a mark of nobility. At this juncture, the descendants of Cecil, who diligently honed their martial or magical skills in accordance with ancestral teachings and through personal endeavor, have become an anomaly within the noble circles. However, this is an unavoidable predicament, for the Cecil family has fallen into decline. Not only are their potions often worthless, but even Rebecca lacks the means to mend the gaping holes in the family castle. Of course, she finds no necessity to repair such breaches now. "Oh, the beautiful Lady Hetty and the equally lovely Miss Rebecca. I must express my sincerest apologies for my tardiness," exclaimed the Viscount Andrew upon entering, his tone melodious and infused with a semblance of genuine regret. "Alas, I have been exceedingly occupied. The grim tidings from the Cecil territory have spread throughout my domain, leaving the populace in a state of trepidation. I am compelled to dedicate the majority of my days to arranging territorial defenses and attending to the reports of the patrols." Gawain shuddered involuntarily, muttering under his breath, "Is this how one must converse with nobility in these times?" Rebecca, lowering her voice, retorted, "Did not your ancestors engage in such manners of nobility? In those days, we would typically find ourselves ensconced in taverns, indulging in spirits while exchanging pleasantries, and subsequently addressing business matters. Indeed, customs have shifted significantly from those times. The manner in which Viscount Andrew articulates himself is somewhat peculiar, for the conventions of addressing titles among the aristocracy in general circumstances appear to be less stringent. One may precede a title with either a given name or a surname." Rebecca was momentarily dazed by Hetty's glare, but soon regained her composure and rose to perform a proper aristocratic courtesy towards Lord Andrew. "My sincere gratitude for your hospitality, Lord Andrew," she articulated, her movements adhering to the standards of noble etiquette. "Of course, the laws instituted by our late sovereign are sacrosanct. While my territory may be modest, it is more than sufficient to extend aid to our beleaguered neighbors." Lord Andrew nodded in agreement. "That valiant knight was grievously wounded and has yet to recover. I have arranged for him to rest in the Church of the Holy Light, where he shall receive the finest care available. Meanwhile, those loyal soldiers and the unfortunate civilians have been accommodated in the eastern and southern districts. To date, not a single soul has succumbed to starvation or exposure. The fact that no Cecil subject seeking refuge here has perished from hunger or cold is indeed a testament to our diligent efforts. Naturally, it is reasonable for Lord Andrew to shelter these refugees, as each Cecil subject he takes in will translate into a debt burdening Rebecca. If she aspires to restore her family's fortunes, She must compensate Lord Andrew accordingly for each individual. It is well established in Ansou's legal code that a noble should provide sanctuary for the subjects of neighboring nobles in distress. And it is equally clear that the beneficiaries ought to offer appropriate recompense to their benefactors. This principle is well understood by Gawain. After all, these two laws were established by Gawain Cecil and Charles I. Although Rebecca, as a noble, was not yet fully mature, she understood this regulation. Upon hearing the words of Lord Andrew, her expression turned slightly grim, as she harbored doubts about her ability to repay this unexpected debt. She couldn't help but glance at Gawain, her mind swirling with audacious yet troublesome thoughts. Perhaps she could persuade her ancestor to sell off his antiquated garments? Chapter 19. Gawain was oblivious to Rebecca's bold and troublesome thoughts, yet he recognized that Lord Andrew's protection of the Cecil subjects was certainly not without cost. The era when lords vowed to protect their people and the entire community united selflessly in the rebuilding of civilization had long since faded. 7 centuries later, the kingdom of Ansou, while not yet restored to the splendor of Gondor, had seen its nobility master the art of selfishness to an alarming degree. Undoubtedly, from the moment the refugees of Cecil arrived in Tanzan, Rebecca had been burdened with an unforeseen obligation. Yet, bearing this debt was far preferable to the alternative of total loss. The Cecil family would indeed be grateful for your assistance. Gawain broke the silence, but for now, the pressing concern remained the disaster itself. From the very beginning, Lord Andrew had taken note of the imposing figure seated between Rebecca and Hetty. He found himself intrigued by this man, clad in attire reminiscent of ancient nobility, with a large sword beside him and a countenance both dignified and severe. Within the aristocratic circles he was acquainted with, there was no such individual. Yet, the deference exhibited by Hetty and Rebecca towards this man suggested he was far from ordinary. Thus, as soon as the gentleman spoke, Andrew seized the opportunity to inquire, "Pardon my boldness, but I am curious about your identity." "I am the ancestor of the Cecil family, a pioneer among pioneers, one of the 7 generals of Ansou's founding, and the Grand Duke of the southern region, Gawain Cecil." Hetty promptly stood, her demeanor grave as she introduced him. "You must have grown up hearing this name. He is the radiance of dawn." Gawain maintained a stern expression, striving to project an air of authority, subtly nodding in response to Hetty's enthusiastic praise. However, upon hearing the last statement, he could not help but be taken aback. Leaning slightly towards Rebecca to whisper, "What on earth is that title?" Rebecca hurriedly clarified, "It is the posthumous title bestowed upon you by the founding ancestors after your death." Gawain, astonished, exclaimed, "Could that old eccentric not have chosen a more pleasant name?" Meanwhile, Lord Andrew, the meticulous and traditional nobleman, was left in a state of bewilderment upon hearing Hetty's words. Was this lady driven mad by the calamities that had befallen her family, compounded by the terror instilled by monsters, resulting in unbearable mental strain? As Gawain initially pondered, it is inconceivable for anyone to believe that the ancestor of the Cecil family could rise from his coffin unless witnessed firsthand. Even the most erudite nobles and learned mages would dismiss such a fantastical notion, while it is perhaps the superstitious common folk, devoid of education, who might be inclined to accept it as truth. After hearing Hetty's words, Andrew displayed considerable restraint by not immediately summoning a servant to administer medicine to the lady. "Madam, allow me a moment to contemplate." Andrew endeavored to adjust his expression, striving to articulate a response that would convey his emotions without appearing excessively rude. Ultimately, he could not suppress his candid thoughts. "I understand you have endured unimaginable nightmares, but is it not somewhat excessive to frame it in such an outlandish tale?" Hetty's countenance remained unchanged. "I anticipated your reaction. In truth, even we ourselves scarcely dare to believe it. However, the ancestor of the Cecil family has indeed awakened from his long slumber. We witnessed him rise from his coffin, grasping the sword of the pioneer, and we have confirmed his genuine resurrection, not some mere necromantic trickery." Andrew's expression reflected a mix of amusement and incredulity. "If you have a request of me, please articulate it directly." Gawain gestured for Hetty to take a seat, placing the sword of the pioneer on the table, then turned to Lord Andrew. "My lord, what significance do you believe Hetty would derive from fabricating such a tale? A viscount's domain has been ravaged by monstrous creatures and elemental tides, and now a dragon has appeared in our skies. Such a grave occurrence is sufficient to alarm His Majesty the King in the royal capital. In this perilous situation, are we to send someone clad in ancient theatrical garb, wielding a substandard sword, To your castle merely to entertain you with a fantastical tale? Knights possess their own form of magical prowess, albeit through a means starkly different from that of mages. Although the sword of the pioneer has lost much of its former power, its fundamental identifying features remain intact. Upon seeing the sword, Andrew was momentarily taken aback. He had never encountered the true sword of the pioneer, yet a replica of it is enshrined in the royal sanctuary of the capital, which he had the fortune to behold years ago. There was no mistaking it. If the sword on the table is not a counterfeit created by the Cecils, it must indeed be the genuine article, entombed within the Cecils' family grave. Even as their lineage wanes, none would dare to covet that authentic relic. Would this diminished family unearth their ancestors' graves to unearth the holy sword merely to concoct a grand deception? Andrew began to waver. If this were truly a farce, the stakes involved were dreadfully high. Yet, if it were not a jest, the notion of ancestors rising from their graves is simply too fantastical to believe. You are welcome to seek out elven artisans to ascertain the veracity of this blade. It was, after all, crafted by their kin, and they would undoubtedly possess the expertise to scrutinize the elven runes. You might also procure portraits of the founding monarchs for the purpose of comparison. Though I am fortunate to have retained my countenance despite a slumber of 7 centuries. Gawain offered these words with a gentle smile, observing the fluctuating countenance of Andrew. Furthermore, should you deem it necessary, you could endeavor to locate elven mercenaries who participated in the second expansion and have since retreated into the seclusion of the mountains. It is conceivable that some among them might recognize me. No, that won't be necessary, Viscount Andrew demurred, rubbing his temples as if the unfolding events were beyond his ken. An occurrence such as the resurrection of a legendary hero like yourself after 7 centuries of slumber is, perhaps, within the realm of possibility. Though he voiced these words, it was evident to any discerning observer that the Viscount remained skeptical of Gawain's identity. He merely sought a pretext to temporarily suspend the discussion while in a state of uncertainty. He had come to the realization that the emergence of the Cecil family's progenitor from his sarcophagus was of little consequence to him. Why then should he concern himself with the veracity of the matter? If the Cecil family avowed it to be true, then so be it. After all, he was merely an ancient figure who had been deceased for 7 centuries. Indeed, a blue dragon, of unknown origin, flew towards the northwest, Gawain affirmed, nodding his head. Subsequently, he proceeded to recount the events that had transpired in the Cecil territory, concluding with the words, "Such is the situation. During the era of the monstrous tide of warped beings, the very notion of dragons seemed to weigh heavily upon the brow of Lord Andrew, as if it were destined to become a tangled knot. The pallor of his countenance grew even more pronounced, and a flush of color drained from his face. What in the world has transpired? The state of affairs is a matter for the scholars and His Majesty the King to ponder. Our duty is to relay the occurrences here to the city of St. Sunil without delay." Hetty interjected, "The situation has escalated significantly. I have already dispatched a messenger to report the attack on the Cecil territory." Lord Andrew replied. The messenger set forth on a swift steed and should be halfway by now. It appears that Lord Andrew is indeed capable of taking decisive actions. Not only has he provided refuge for the displaced from neighboring lands, but he has also promptly sent a messenger to inform the king. Such conduct would be deemed commendable among the frontier nobility of this era. However, Hetty felt compelled to articulate a further request. "Lord Andrew, this is insufficient. The gravity of the situation necessitates that Lady Rebecca meet with His Majesty in person. Furthermore, Duke Cecil, having awakened from his long slumber, must also journey to the royal capital. We are grateful for your assistance to the Cecil family, yet we require additional support." Upon hearing Hetty's words, Andrew lowered his gaze slightly, seemingly deep in contemplation. Then he rose, pacing with his hands clasped behind him along the long table. "What do you all require? Swift steeds? Provisions? Escorts?" "That is the crux of the matter," Viscount Andrew interjected, raising his hand to halt Rebecca's discourse. "Indeed, I was just about to address this very issue. I have been assiduously aiding my neighbors, and I am more than willing to be a man of munificence. But I am merely a viscount. How much can I possibly furnish to sustain these refugees?" Gawain lifted the now tepid claret to his lips, thinking that the Viscount was finally broaching the heart of the matter. Rebecca, with palpable impatience, asserted, "Sir Philip carried a cache of bullion and coin when he broke through the siege. Surely that would suffice." "Ah, yes, the gold and silver," Viscount Andrew interjected once more. "Rest assured, I am not one to capitalize on another's misfortune. However, both medicaments and victuals come at a price, as I believe I mentioned earlier. The valiant knight arrived at Tanzan town grievously wounded, as were nearly all the soldiers and civilians in his company. To administer to their wounds, I expended the finest remedies in my domain and engaged the most skilled clerics. These endeavors are not without considerable expense, and the gold and silver barely covered it. Rebecca's eyes widened in disbelief. Of course, I must reiterate that I am not one to exploit a dire situation, Viscount Andrew continued. Thus, I shall continue to shelter the refugees and offer assistance to the best of my ability. I merely seek assurance. After I have done so, does the House of Cecil possess the wherewithal to acquit this debt? Chapter 20. The investment value. Gawain began to find the Earl Andrew an intriguing character. He resembled a merchant more than a nobleman. However, he also appeared to be a rather inept businessman, at least in Gawain's estimation. A shrewd merchant would not display his dealings, stakes, and debts so openly at this juncture. A nobleman would scarcely deign to broach such matters. The Earl Andrew's best course of action at this moment would be to discreetly continue aiding the Cecil family, while subtly infiltrating the ranks of the sheltered knights and soldiers. Simultaneously, he could leverage his noble status to legally establish his claim over the Cecil family's debts, ideally presenting this claim before the king, making Rebecca's willingness to repay the debt a matter of little significance. The laws of the realm and the protocols of the noble system would facilitate this transaction for him. Of course, Gawain believed he could empathize with the Earl Andrew's predicament. After all, the decline of the Cecil family was common knowledge, particularly in light of the complete devastation of their core territories. Just how much repayment capability Rebecca possessed remained an uncertain variable. The Cecil family will never owe anyone anything. Rebecca's words seemed somewhat unconvincing. Rest assured, we possess the means to repay what is owed. Although we have lost our most prosperous territories, some of the forests and mountains on the outskirts of Cecil's domain remain. Moreover, as long as I, the heir, exist, there will always be a sum belonging to the Cecil family waiting in the mithril treasury. Gawain cleared his throat, interrupting Rebecca. He felt he had witnessed enough of the spectacle and had a fairly comprehensive understanding of the current situation. Memories in his mind were also aligning. He rose to his feet and addressed Rebecca. Do not be hasty. Lord Andrew, consider the broader picture. Andrew cast a glance at Gawain. This man, reminiscent of an ancient hero, ultimately instilled a certain degree of intimidation in him. Regardless of the veracity of the man's aura, Lord Andrew moderated his demeanor. I apologize. I must admit I possess a touch of greed. His candid acknowledgement of greed surprised Gawain somewhat, prompting him to raise an eyebrow. You are quite honest. However, it is commendable to pursue one's interests. We must simply clarify our current circumstances. A barony has been laid to ruin, a dragon has emerged within the kingdom, and the monsters of the tide of magic have resurfaced. In light of these events, discussing business seems rather ill-timed. Before Andrew could respond, Gawain continued, Of course, after uttering noble sentiments, we must still take into account the practical issues at hand. You harbor concerns that your assistance to the Cecil family may lead to an inexorable accumulation of losses, ultimately rendering you financially destitute. Allow me to clarify. The Cecil family possesses not only the capability to settle any debts, but, should you seize the opportunity, we could also bestow upon you boundless benefits. Lord Andrew gazed into Gawain's eyes and urged him to continue. I myself, Gawain gestured towards himself, am your most significant investment. With a slight shrug, he added, Broaden your perspective, my lord. Is it solely tangible wealth and actual territories that hold investment value? Andrew inquired. Do you mean I have perpetual rights to exploration? Gawain lifted the sword in his hand. When Gawain Cecil wields the sword of the pioneer, he is granted the authority to venture into any unclaimed lands, including but not limited to undeveloped areas within Ansou, the wilderness beyond various nations, and the desolate lands of Gondor, provided that he can maintain a certain degree of control over these territories post-exploration. Wherever the sword of the pioneer is brandished, it is deemed as the domain of the Cecil family, and the Ansou royal family shall, at all times, recognize and uphold the lordship rights of Gawain Cecil. As Gawain spoke, he observed Lord Andrew's eyes widening in astonishment. He deliberately slowed his pace. The aforementioned rights to exploration were conferred by the founding monarch of Ansou, Charles I, and are concurrently acknowledged by the Western Augurian tribal nation, the Eastern Typhon Empire, the Southern Highland Kingdom, the Elven Silver Empire, and the Northern City-States. This authorization remains valid indefinitely, as long as the designated pioneer, namely, I, continues to live. ensuring its perpetual efficacy. In truth, this decree was not exclusively conferred upon me. Each pioneering leader of that era possessed a corresponding authorization. However, as of today, I am virtually the sole individual capable of exercising this prerogative. At this juncture, Gawain grinned broadly, a mirthful expression illuminating his countenance. Those venerable figures who ratified these documents could scarcely have foreseen that I would one day rise from my sepulchre. Viscount Andrew, still in a state of bewildered astonishment, had not yet uttered a word when Rebecca, unable to contain herself, exclaimed in disbelief, "Our ancestral forefather? Is this truly happening?" Gawain, with a hand pressed to his forehead, cast a sidelong glance at Hetty. I wonder who is responsible for her history lessons. Or perhaps this decree has been repealed. If that's the case, this is somewhat embarrassing. I don't suppose the heads of various nations would be so idle as to convene a representative assembly after several centuries, merely to annul a pioneering statute that has long since become obsolete. Viscount Andrew completed the latter half of the sentence, far from being repealed. Historians and erudite scholars continue to expound upon it extensively. Gawain shrugged. Therefore, my sudden resurrection will undoubtedly be both a delightful surprise and an unexpected turn of events for them. This 700-year-old law has finally found its utility. Viscount Andrew fixed his gaze upon Gawain, paying particular attention to the pioneer's sword in his hand. I concede that this is indeed an approach I had never contemplated. With the perpetual right of pioneering, you certainly possess the potential to revitalize the Cecil family. However, if you'll forgive my candor, this will be a protracted undertaking. Are you aware of the extent of unclaimed territory available for pioneering along the kingdom's borders? I possess a general understanding, as my descendants have already conveyed some insights during our journey. Gawain cast a glance at Hetty and Rebecca beside him, realizing that nearly all habitable lands had been allocated, leaving only unclaimed territories shrouded in wild forests and toxic swamps, or bordering the desolate lands of Gondor. What are your plans? Inquired Lord Andrew, spreading his hands. Where do you intend to revive your lineage? That is indeed a matter for my contemplation, Gawain replied with a smile. Yet his mind conjured an image of a vast aerial view of the earth, a satellite map of almost unthinkable precision and breadth, a relic from an era inaccessible to the current inhabitants. This map was indelibly etched in Gawain's memory, although it may have been outdated by several years, perhaps even decades. It remained a guiding beacon for his future endeavors. One need only consider the immense investment potential of a founding duke who participated in the second expansion and still retained perpetual exploration rights. Lord Andrew lowered his gaze, for the first time earnestly pondering the matter at hand. After a prolonged silence, he broke it, stating, "If your perpetual exploration rights are indeed acknowledged by the crown, this humble viscount would be more than willing to extend any assistance within my means." His words were the epitome of polished nobility, devoid of flaws, adhering strictly to decorum while exuding a certain deference. Rebecca's eyes widened in disbelief. Is it possible that the perpetual exploration rights, recognized by our founding ancestors and the sovereigns of various realms, would go unacknowledged by the current king? As Gawain was about to explain, he heard Amber exclaiming loudly from across the table, "It's because they lost 3 days of vacation." While she was clamoring, the half-elf lady also made exaggerated faces at Gawain, provoking an irate glare from Hetty. "Don't listen to her nonsense. It was merely a jest of mine." Gawain waved his hand dismissively. Surely, the true reason must have already dawned upon both Hetty and Mr. Andrew. Given Andrew's presence, Hetty refrained from voicing even more audacious thoughts, particularly since this king's origin as a bastardo rendered his legitimacy questionable. Thus, the matter we must contemplate becomes clear. Gawain mused as he glanced at the pioneer's sword at his waist. It was simply to activate my eternal pioneering rights. Chapter 21. The conclusion of the deal. After accepting the invitation from Viscount Andrew, Gawain and his party were temporarily accommodated in guest quarters within the castle. At Gawain's specific request, including 2 soldiers, the maid Betty and Amber, all were provided with tidy and clean rooms. After all, this Viscount Andrew's castle was quite expansive. Once the attendants were dismissed, Hetty could not help but pose a question. "Ancestor, do you believe Viscount Andrew can be trusted?" Although they were neighboring lords, Hetty was well aware of the nobility's demeanor, which often lacked both integrity and honor. Despite their frequent emphasis on these virtues, they were precisely what the nobility lacked, especially in the remote and uncivilized southern regions, where their way of life was particularly deplorable. The Cecil family has now reached its nadir. Apart from the sudden emergence of a progenitor, Hetty has scant confidence in gaining any advantage in confrontations with other nobles. Rebecca, astonished, exclaimed, "Ah? Then why did you engage in such extensive discourse with him?" "Because it is imperative," Gawain replied, turning to Rebecca. "We are, to all intents and purposes, in dire straits. Setting aside the destitute populace we must sustain, consider your own coffers. Do you even have funds for the next meal? Hence, we must seek assistance. That Baron Andrew is merely a choice born of necessity. Aside from him, who else do you know in the Southern Territory? As for his reliability," Gawain continued, "I neither know him nor his family. I only learned of his territorial boundaries from you both a few days ago. How could I possibly vouch for his trustworthiness?" Rebecca felt her mind reeling. "Then why do you believe he will undoubtedly assist us?" Aversion to financial loss. As Philip the Knight led the refugees to Tanzan town, Baron Andrew had already made his decision, Amber remarked unhurriedly. He could have simply sealed the city gates, allowing the refugees to either retreat or perish outside. Disregard any talk of mutual aid laws. In these remote regions, the kingdom's laws are less potent than a merchant's coin. Since that noble viscount has taken in the refugees, it signifies his intention to seek recompense from the Cecil family. He harbors this notion and believes that the Cecil family possesses the means to repay their debts. Thus, the transaction was already established at that moment, and today merely serves to expand and clarify its scope. Rebecca stared at Amber in disbelief. "How can you possibly understand these matters? Has the threshold for thieves become so elevated in this day and age?" Amber grinned. "Is this truly so profound? I may not grasp the intricate logic and multitude of rules that govern your nobility, but I at least comprehend the principle that a thief does not leave empty-handed. When it comes to matters of interest, what distinguishes you nobles from a thief who wishes to avoid going home empty-handed?" Rebecca, incensed, drew her wand and summoned a fireball the size of a head. "If you do not curb your tongue, do you believe I won't truly hurl a fireball at your face?" Amber, seemingly confident that this young lady of the nobility would not act on her threats, provocatively retorted, "If you have the ability, conjure an ice arrow." Barely had she finished her sentence when a chilling breeze brushed past her ear, and an ice arrow whizzed by, nearly grazing her earlobe before shattering against the wall behind her, leaving a patch of frost. Not far away, Hetty maintained a poised finger raised, her expression devoid of warmth. "Here is the ice arrow you requested." A cold sweat trickled down Amber's face. The terrifying sensation from the proximity of that ice arrow surpassed the arrow itself. She could not help but wonder what level of magical control was required to achieve such precision. Rebecca slightly twitched the corner of her mouth. Indeed, Aunt Hetty's aggressive magic has not failed to miss its target, as always. With a gentle clap of his hands, Gawain brought this brief farce to an end. "All right, let us consider ourselves allies for the moment. Let us all temper our actions." The words of the ancestor still held weight, and regardless of their willingness, both Hetty and Rebecca sheathed their wands in compliance. Although Amber was somewhat mischievous and unruly, she understood the wisdom of knowing when to retreat, particularly under the substantial intimidation posed by a frost arrow. Pouting, she fell silent. Just then, a series of knocks echoed from outside the room. Upon receiving Gawain's permission, the young maid Betty pushed the door open and entered. "Sir, Lady Hetty, Miss Rebecca," she greeted, deliberately bypassing Amber. "Sir Knight Philip has arrived." "Oh, we were just awaiting him," Gawain replied with a nod, then noticed the frying pan in Betty's hand. "Why are you still holding that?" Betty blinked and considered for a moment before responding. "Because I haven't reached home yet. I didn't want to leave it lying around and risk losing it." Gawain rubbed his forehead. "Well, do as you please." Moments later, Sir Philip, who led the refugees from the Cecil territory to safety, entered the room. To Gawain's surprise, this was a remarkably young warrior. He appeared to be just in his early 20s, with short, light golden hair, deep-set eyes, and a prominent nose. While his facial features were not strikingly handsome, his martial demeanor and upright stature were sufficient to make him stand out among ordinary individuals. As it was not a time of war, the individual in question was attired in civilian clothing rather than armor, with a long sword at his waist. Upon his exposed arms and neck, remnants of bandages, yet to be removed, were faintly visible, attesting to his wounded escape. "Lord and Lady," Knight Philip declared upon entering. Bowing to Rebecca and Hetty, "I am overjoyed to see you both unharmed." "Sir Philip, please rise," Rebecca urged, assisting him upright. "We owe you a debt of gratitude for safeguarding our soldiers and the common folk." Noticing the bandages, she inquired about his injuries. sustained during the escape. But they are healing, Philip responded promptly. Viscount Andrew arranged for a priest and apothecary to attend to me. However, a look of distress clouded the young knight's countenance, tinged with shame and remorse. Are you referring to the gold and silver you were tasked with retrieving from the castle? Hetty interjected, do not fret over it. Those valuables were intended for emergencies. As we stated when you departed, they were at your disposal. Please do not be concerned. Philip's demeanor brightened slightly, lowering his voice. He added, Viscount Andrew only seized a portion of the gold and silver. Prior to entering the city, I entrusted some of the valuables to several trusted soldiers for safekeeping, and others I buried outside the city walls. At that moment, I was concerned that if Viscount Andrew were to exhibit excessive greed, he would at least reserve a portion of the funds to sustain everyone or enable the soldiers to forge their own livelihoods. Gawain nodded slightly. He was a young man of both courage and intellect, capable of guiding a mere dozen soldiers in escorting a large group of defenseless civilians to safety, which attests to his valor. Moreover, before entering the territory of other nobles, he demonstrated an awareness of his inability to contend with them and contemplated how to preserve the possessions entrusted to him by his lord. Even considering arrangements for the soldiers to fend for themselves, an impressive feat indeed. He displayed an expression of approval and inquired, how many survived? Philippe had actually noticed Gawain in the room from the very beginning, given the latter's considerable stature. At this moment, upon hearing the question, he finally seized the opportunity to ask, are you? It seemed that Viscount Andrew had already informed you, Hetty nodded. This is the ancestor of the Cecil family, Grand Duke Ansou, Lee. Before the other could finish, Gawain hastily interrupted, enough of that. There's no need to dwell on such antiquated titles, they give me goosebumps. Before he could complete his thought, Philippe had already knelt on one knee before Gawain, exclaiming, Your Grace, I have heard this news, but I truly did not expect it to be real. You are the exemplar of all knights. I have admired you since childhood. All right, enough already. Gawain quickly pulled Philippe to his feet, feeling an unprecedented awkwardness as an outsider occupying another's body. First, tell me how many survived? Philip managed to contain his excitement, his expression darkening with the topic at hand. Only a little over 1,000 managed to break through that day. After accounting for those who fell victim to monstrous attacks, succumbed to injuries, or perished from illness, fewer than 900 ultimately reached Tanzan town. To be precise, there were 873 survivors. Among them, aside from myself, there were 16 official soldiers, 30 militia members, and the rest were civilians. Rebecca swayed slightly. Was this truly the final count of Cecil's remaining survivors? Hetty murmured, astonished. Gawain patted Hetty's shoulder. Do you know how many of us escaped from Gundor's heart over 700 years ago? Hetty turned to Gawain. At that time, there were tens of thousands, weren't there? Gawain sighed. Indeed, today's situation is quite daunting. Meanwhile, in the office of Lord Andrew, the noble was penning a confidential letter directly addressed to the king. Due to the existence of the wasteland of Gundor, Ansou had regarded the southern region as the kingdom's most vital defense since its inception. Even though peace has reigned in the south for many years, certain customs that have persisted for centuries continue in this area. For instance, every noble, big or small, in the southern region is a direct vassal of the Ansou royal family, endowed with the right to communicate directly with the king and the obligation to report matters to him. I pay my respects to His Majesty the King. Your direct vassal sends his greetings. The calamity that has befallen the Cecil territory in the southern realm should already be known to you from my previous correspondence. Now, a new and unprecedented transformation has occurred in this place. Though its peculiarity is unmatched, I have personally confirmed its veracity. Gawain Cecil, the progenitor of the Cecil family, the Grand Duke who founded Ansou, and the foremost of the 7 generals, has recently returned to the mortal plane. I personally witnessed a radiant light descending upon the wasteland of the Cecil territory, obliterating the invading monsters with its brilliance. Subsequently, dragons appeared. Regarding the matter of the dragons, I shall submit a separate, detailed report. Upon my own investigation, together with Viscount Cecil, I beheld the spectacle of a resurrected hero. Chapter 22. Gazing at the heavens, Viscount Andrew was quite confident in his ability to fabricate a narrative. He believes that anyone who reads the secret letter will believe that he was really the person who experienced that incident. The rest depends on whether the old king in the capital is willing to believe in the authenticity of this matter. No, it should be said whether he wants to admit the truth of this matter. This was a somewhat risky move, but Viscount Andrew was not a person who resisted adventure. If he hadn't taken risks, he would never have stood out from his 7 siblings and become the heir to the Leslie family. He just didn't expect his new adventure to be tied to the Cecil family, that family that was already declining, that had withdrawn from the political center of the kingdom 100 years ago, and that in modern times had become so sparsely populated that it was about to die out naturally. Viscount Andrew had consistently maintained a keen interest in his neighbors, not merely due to their contiguous territories and frequent trade exchanges, but also because the Cecil family's decline had become increasingly pronounced in recent years. It seemed that, at the current rate, Andrew could anticipate doubling the size of the Leslie family's holdings within his lifetime, as the young lady who had hastily inherited the estate was simply not a competent lord. Despite her earnest efforts, she would undoubtedly be unable to safeguard her patrimony. However, fate played a jest on everyone. Employing an utterly unforeseen method, Andrew was utterly dumbfounded upon hearing that the Cecil domain had been ravaged by monsters. He remained in a state of bewilderment upon learning that the monsters bore a striking resemblance to the demonic tide creatures recorded in history. He was equally stunned when merchants entering the town mentioned the appearance of a dragon. Yet, when Rebecca Cecil and Hetty Cecil entered the castle accompanied by a man claiming to be their ancestor, Viscount Andrew exhibited remarkable composure and acceptance. This was because he had finally grown accustomed to being bewildered. He sealed the confidential letter within a silver tube, wound a strand of magical thread around it, and then handed it to the elderly butler standing nearby, entrust it to the most skilled ranger courier, dispatch them on a griffin, and ensure that the letter reaches Silverkeep after the first courier arrives, but before the Cecil family members do. Yes, Viscount. But is it sufficient to simply return it as is? Returning it in its original state will suffice. As they depart, I shall prepare a small token of my appreciation under the guise of travel expenses. The situation has changed. The fees previously collected due to a trifling greed have now become a hot potato. Returning them intact is merely the first step, yet it cannot be executed too abruptly. Lord Andrew weighed his options earnestly in his heart, hoping that the ancient figure from 7 centuries ago would comprehend his sincerity. The night had deepened. Gawain, draped in his robe, pushed open the balcony door of his chamber and stepped onto the terrace of the castle's 2nd floor. The night in this world was devoid of a moon. The profound canopy above was filled only with stars, more numerous than those on earth. These twinkling celestial bodies cast a cold glow upon the land, and each beam of starlight appeared particularly foreign to Gawain. Since his arrival in this realm, he had always relished gazing at the sky, day or night. During the day, he would observe the immense and not overly blinding sun, while at night, he would behold the moonless expanse. His gaze traversed the constellations, attempting to locate a stationary, exceptionally unique celestial object among the flickering stars. Yet, this endeavor was destined to be futile. The multitude of stars was overwhelming and lacking sufficient data and calculations. He could not pinpoint the location from which he once gazed down upon the earth, even if he were to find it. Distinguishing it amidst the celestial chaos would be impossible. Nevertheless, he could not refrain from attempting, for he understood better than anyone that the skies of this world concealed secrets. There existed something there, perhaps a surveillance device, a satellite, a space station, or a vessel, although it is now highly probable that it has ceased to operate. One cannot dismiss the possibility that other entities remain suspended in the sky. This notion, derived from Gawain's contemplations over several days, represents his closest hypothesis. Had he not experienced the vantage point of the earth below, had he merely traversed into the persona of Gawain Cecil upon his arrival, he would possess no awareness of such matters nor the accompanying pressure. Yet, he finds himself privy to certain truths, leading him, as a soul from earth endowed with modern sensibilities, to grapple with an insatiable curiosity and unease regarding the heavens. What exactly hangs above? What influence might it or they exert upon the earth? Will it or they remain placidly suspended there indefinitely? If there exists a creator, what intentions might they harbor? This entire scenario evokes an urgent sentiment within Gawain, akin to an earthling suddenly realizing that an alien spacecraft lingers in orbit overhead. Even if that vessel has remained motionless for eons, the inhabitants of the earth struggle to find peace of mind. A thorough understanding of its origins and purpose is essential for restful slumber. Moreover, even in the absence of such anxiety, Gawain cannot simply overlook the sky out of sheer curiosity. After all, one gazes upward daily, be it at the sun or the stars. Gawain cast her a sidelong glance. Sneaking onto someone else's balcony in the dead of night to frighten them is rather impolite. The night is my dominion, filled with shadows that grant me the freedom to roam wherever I desire. Amber swayed slightly on the railing, her form seamlessly merging into the darkness, and in an instant, she appeared on the other side of the balcony. After all, you, a valiant hero from 7 centuries past, are not afraid of someone speaking to you unexpectedly in the night, are you? Gawain felt a shiver run down his spine, though he hesitated to admit it. By the way, what do you occupy yourself with each day? Noticing Gawain's silence, Amber shifted the conversation. During the day, one gazes at the sun to discern direction. But at night, do you look at the stars for astrological purposes? Are you adept in the art of astrology? What do you believe resides in the heavens? Gawain countered with a question. In the heavens? Isn't it merely the stars and the sun? Amber replied casually. Oh, I suppose you wouldn't want to tell me that the palaces of the gods are up there too, and then preach to me, would you? I have no interest in that. My faith lies with the goddess of shadows and the night, known as the Lady of Night. Her realm exists in the depths of a starless night, a place entirely distinct from the skies of the waking world. Each day, I merely close my eyes and offer a prayer, and that suffices as my devotion. You truly are a devotee of the Lady of Night? Gawain regarded Amber with a hint of surprise. Although he himself held no particular faith, he possessed a wealth of knowledge about the diverse religions of this world from the memories of Gawain's Cecil. The plethora of deities in the myriad sects fascinated him while simultaneously instilling a sense of caution. He had not anticipated that this seemingly irreverent thief before him was, in fact, a person of faith. Why not believe a little? Amber remarked casually, for Lady Night neither demanded offerings nor issued divine revelations, nor required regular worship or sacrifices. Since it cost me nothing, why not indulge in a bit of faith? She uttered what, to true believers, sounded like heretical words. And given that the shadow path was somewhat intertwined with the Lady Knight's dominion, I sometimes fancied that a prayer might indeed enhance my prowess. Although each time it was later proven to be merely a delusion born of intoxication. Gawain curled his lip, opting to ignore this half-elf devoid of discretion. Such shame for the elves, regardless of the nature of her other lineage. It too bore the mark of disgrace. Hey, why have you fallen silent again? Amber pressed on, determined not to let him off the hook. You still haven't told me. What are you looking at? Gawain felt a twinge of embarrassment. No, it's just, all right. You have died before. Amber's eyes widened as if she had stumbled upon a new world, and she swayed closer, urgently demanding. Did you ascend to heaven immediately after you died? What is it really like to die? Tell me. Get away, go away. Gawain exclaimed, shoving her face away with his hand. When one dies, they know nothing. Do you understand? I was merely rambling out of boredom. Amber glared at him for a long moment. And upon confirming that he truly had no intention of sharing, she turned her head away, muttering about how dull old people were. Say that again, Gawain retorted. In a flash, Amber vanished from sight. Those who absconded from the Cecil domain's harrowing ordeal were both blessed and cursed. The conflagrant dwellings, the land tainted by elemental forces, the ghastly giants emerging from the nebulous haze, and the tragic demise of loved ones. All these haunted the survivors like a persistent nightmare. Even in the safety of Tanzan town, under the protection of knights and soldiers, fear never abated, not even for a moment. Even the armored soldiers found little respite in those days. Many resorted to alcohol to numb their senses, while the destitute, unable to afford such solace, suffered relentlessly. Compounding this was the grim reality that refugees in this era could not expect favorable conditions in another lord's territory, exacerbating their plight. Maintaining order among the refugees was proving difficult, and even ensuring the soldiers reported regularly was becoming a struggle for Sir Philip. Outside Tanzan town, Rebecca gazed upon her assembled people, their clothes tattered, their faces gaunt. Though Viscount Andrew had provided basic accommodations and food, the nobles of this era offered limited charity to the commoners. Preventing starvation and freezing was already a testament to the Viscount's exceptional benevolence, surpassing his peers. And Rebecca could not demand more. To those who had fled the Cecil domain, the appearance of their liege was an effective restorative. In this era, the common folk possessed neither a high level of awareness nor psychological resilience, and their allegiance to their lord was rather tenuous. Although Rebecca could be regarded as a benevolent and kind-hearted ruler, largely due to her youthful naivety and inability to grasp the cunning and avarice of her noble peers, she had only been in power for less than a year. Given the inefficiency of communication, many of her subjects were, in fact, entirely unaware of their lord's appearance. Yet, the mere presence of a lord served as a source of inspiration, for these unfortunate souls, who had lived in anxiety for days on end. The announcement of continued protection by an individual was sufficient. They were indifferent to the identity of their master or her appearance. Centuries of feudalism had dulled the peasants' capacity for critical thought, yet it had rendered them remarkably easy to appease. In Gawain's view, this was a form of cohesion rooted in ignorance and folly, yet undeniably effective. I vow to you, I shall safeguard each and every citizen and asset of the Cecil family, Philip proclaimed, standing tall. And do not forget to convey your instructions, Gawain interjected. Viscount Andrew will provide the necessary assistance. Simply dispatch those who are agile and sharp-minded without hesitation regarding expenses. Their tasks are far more precious than mere wealth. Indeed, the young knight replied with fervor, though his confusion remained palpable. Living in an insular age and being adept solely in martial skills, he found it challenging to comprehend Gawain's thoughts. Yet, were those matters truly of such significance? Indeed, it is of paramount importance, Gawain remarked with a smile. In a minor sense, it is mere gossip. In a broader context, it is the influence of public sentiment. One must not underestimate these intangible forces. For once a matter becomes the subject of universal discourse, even the sovereign will find himself in a state of unease. Following these arrangements, Gawain and Rebecca embarked on the carriage provided by Viscount Andrew, accompanied by Betty, the maidservant, Byron, the steadfast knight, Amber, the exceptional thief, and 12 family soldiers. These soldiers could scarcely be described as a hand-picked selection, for the warriors who had broken through the siege with Knight Philip numbered only a dozen or so. Including the two who had fled with Gawain and his companions, they barely amounted to 20. Under such circumstances, assembling 12 fully equipped soldiers could be considered the last vestige of the Cecil family's dignity. Gawain listened to Hattie's instructions, his heart growing heavy, for he was truly ignorant of such matters. Not only was he unfamiliar with them, but the genuine Gawain Cecil was as well. When that founding hero passed away, Ansou was governed by a rabble of commoners. The courtly customs of that era revolved primarily around drinking contests and publicly berating the king in the royal court. It was reasonable to assume that the practices of 7 centuries hence would differ from those of the past. However, to prevent his already hypersensitive nth-generation great-granddaughter from descending into utter frenzy, he placed his hands on Hattie's shoulders and offered her a reassuring glance. Fear not, I comprehend all. Thus, amidst Hattie's serene smile, the carriage bearing Rebecca, who understood nothing, and Gawain, who outwardly appeared to understand everything, set forth on the grand avenue leading to the royal capital. At the same time, Sir Philip dispatched a contingent in accordance with Gawain's arrangements prior to his departure. These individuals were astute folk drawn from the vassals, as well as nimble and eloquent locals hired in Tanson town, including a few ruffians and ne'er-do-wells who could be easily swayed with a handful of coins. Engaging with such characters left the young knight feeling exceedingly awkward, and the tasks assigned to them further perplexed him. Their sole directive was to set forth in all directions, venturing to every populated locale, infiltrating taverns, delving into the black market, and penetrating the squalid slums, all to engage in boastful banter with the locals. Ideally, they would also encounter passing minstrels to regale with tales. Have you heard? The Cecil family in the south has encountered misfortune. Their lands have been ravaged by monsters and dragons. It is said that the restless spirits below have been stirred, and that legendary ancestor of the Cecil family has risen from his tomb. Yes, you heard correctly. Gawain Cecil himself, awakened from his eternal slumber. Surely, he must be here to vanquish those fiends. Why would I deceive you? This news is spreading among the southern folk. A simple inquiry in Tanton town or Linmu town would confirm it. And do you see my attire? I escaped from the farthest south, and I can tell you, I witnessed the resurrection of the Cecil ancestor with my own eyes. Nearly everyone echoed similar sentiments, and they invariably swore with conviction that these bizarre occurrences were first-hand accounts. Even those who were not part of Sir Philip's initial expedition, but rather the subsequent purveyors of gossip, would most likely recount the same tales. If an individual were capable of aggregating all the rumors, they would undoubtedly be astonished to discover that, upon the resurrection of the Cecil family's progenitor, at least 1,000 individuals were present within the sepulchre, paying their respects, while an additional 10,000 congregated atop the burial mound as onlookers. However, in this era, those with the capacity to accomplish such a feat would scarcely deign to concern themselves with the hearsay circulating among the commoners in the streets. Conversely, Those who readily believe and disseminate such tales are unlikely to engage in profound contemplation. Meanwhile, aboard the carriage en route to Saint Sunier, Gawain, with a sense of ennui, gazed upon the passing scenery, concurrently contemplating how he ought to comport himself before the monarch ensconced within the silver keep of Saint Sunier. He remained uncertain as to the potential efficacy of the actions he had entrusted to Sir Philip, harboring no more than a 30% conviction in their success. This world is paradoxical and benighted. The existence of magic renders numerous endeavors extraordinarily expedient, even to the point of surpassing the conventional limitations of the age. Yet, these supernatural forces are the exclusive domain of a select few. The denizens of this realm have either not yet, or perhaps deem it unnecessary, to transmute magic into a more ubiquitous productive force. Consequently, within the power-deficient lower echelons of society, all remains mired in an almost inconceivable state of backwardness. Communication relies on loud voices, and transportation on foot. Rumors can spread swiftly within a town. As tavern gossip serves as one of the few forms of entertainment for the common folk after a laborious day. However, transmitting news from one city to another is exponentially more challenging, as desolate wilderness impedes most forms of communication. Moreover, the local nobility enforces strict control over the movement of individuals within their territories, without the lord's consent. A peasant might risk execution merely to travel from their village to a neighboring lord's to purchase a chicken. The passport jointly issued by the Cecil and Leslie families, the family of Viscount Andrew, alleviates the constraints of movement, yet it fails to resolve other significant challenges. Nonetheless, making an effort is preferable to inaction. Gawain's objective is straightforward: to disseminate the tale of the resurrection of the Cecil ancestors as widely as possible. It should not remain a mere secret among the nobility, but rather become a topic of fervent discussion among the common and impoverished folk. Ideally, it would evolve into a tale of legend, a spine-chilling narrative that captivates the imagination. In fact, such rumors are already beginning to take shape in that direction. Soon, everyone will know that the ancestors of the Cecil family have been resurrected, and that the legendary founding duke awakened at the time of the monster's assault on the kingdom. Chapter 24. The journey to the capital. Gawain's pace along the road was anything but hurried. Initially, Gawain was concerned that both he and Rebecca lacked experience in dealing with local power brokers, pondering whether they would encounter difficulties in their endeavors. However, he was pleasantly surprised by the extraordinary capabilities exhibited by the knight Byron. Although this middle-aged knight may not be particularly esteemed among his peers, his adeptness in engaging with the more disreputable elements of society was truly remarkable. Within a remarkably short time of arriving in a city, he could effortlessly establish connections with the underworld, allowing various rumors about the southern territories to circulate among the lower echelons of society before the soldiers could disseminate the news. Gawain reflected on Byron's background. As Rebecca had informed him, Byron was not a legitimate nobleman, but rather a mercenary who roamed far and wide. It was only after a certain incident that he was taken in by the previous Lord Cecil and granted entry into the knightly order. It seemed that the experiences of this former mercenary had not faded with time. This realization was particularly disheartening for Amber. As if her life's worth was being called into question, Gawain believed that instilling a proper worldview in this elf, who bore the weight of shame, was likely an impossible task. Moreover, their meandering journey served not only to allow the rumors to ferment, but also fulfilled another, more difficult to articulate purpose. Gawain needed to gain a deeper understanding of this world. This was not merely due to the 7th-century gap between his memories and the present era, but rather because he fundamentally did not belong to this world at all. The vistas observed from the heavens served merely as cartographic references, while the inherited memories lacked sufficient empathy and adaptability. This realization dawned upon Gawain after repeated, futile attempts to sift through his recollections, thwarted by an inadequate grasp of the corresponding keywords. Consequently, his most pressing exigency was to comprehend this world. The process unfolded smoothly enough. He beheld the impoverished, backward southern countryside of the kingdom of Ansou, as well as the bustling, vibrant central cities. He encountered verdant forests and imposing fortresses erected by humankind. All of this gradually coalesced with the bird's-eye view maps etched in his memory. Irrespective of the duration of the journey, every odyssey culminates. 2 months after departing the southern region, the imposing ramparts of Saint Suniel city finally loomed before Gawain and his companions. It was a city erected on a plain, its scale dwarfing the impoverished southern towns. The immaculate white walls and the expanse of orderly, bright blue rooftops were the city's most prominent features, earning it the appellation City of Holy White and Azure Crown. Since the founding sovereign, Charles I, led his people to cultivate the land and erect fortifications on this plain 7 centuries ago, the city has undergone countless expansions and renovations. The original earthen walls have long since vanished, leaving only a few commemorative remnants in the old town within the city. The newly constructed stone walls have expanded to a scale tenfold greater than their initial form. The materials used for these fortifications were sourced from the northern crag ridge and the resilient stones of the eastern regions, with molten copper and lead binding the bricks and stones together. Moreover, embedded within these formidable walls, at intervals of 100 meters, lay crystals blessed by the earth element, ensuring their integrity would remain unblemished. The ancestors who ventured to establish this place could scarcely have imagined such grandeur. This city is no longer the same as the one that Gawain Cecil remembers. With legitimate travel documents and steadfast noble identification, Gawain and his companions encountered no obstacles upon their entry. His Majesty King Francis II, who rules over the entire Ansou Kingdom, awaited these visitors from the south in his royal palace, the Silver Fortress, particularly anticipating the arrival of a special guest from 7 centuries past. In truth, he had been waiting for countless days, verging on the brink of nervous exhaustion. The ancestors have indeed caused quite a stir, and this current king expresses his discontent with the relentless influx of intelligence reports from various southern regions and every town along the route from south to north. The formal reports from officials, combined with the unofficial tidbits gathered from the populace, could easily pile up to over a meter high on his desk. Among these, there are at least 100 versions, not counting the dialect variations. Regardless of the version, the central theme remains the same. The ancestor has suddenly risen from the grave, leading his descendants straight to the royal capital. Yet, despite the incessant flow of such news, the ancestor himself seems conspicuously absent. Consequently, the options available to Francis II become rather limited. The banner displays the emblem of the Cecil family, alongside the sword and shield insignia of the Anjou royal house. These two emblems are positioned side by side, a reflection of what Gawain recalled from the flag once used during his lifetime as the Duke of the Southern Territories. Even with merely a dozen soldiers, a ceremonial formation must be maintained. The Cecil family has indeed waned in strength, but even in its diminished state, this family, which once expanded the realm and established itself through valor, clings to the last vestiges of pride, defending the people and the land, resolute on the battlefield. Now, at the tender age of 17, Rebecca, who can only conjure a fireball spell, may be regarded as the weakest lord in the history of the Cecil family, lacking in both scholarly and martial prowess, and perhaps even with a mind that has suffered from mishaps. Nevertheless, she stands steadfast, leading the last few family soldiers to defend the castle, allowing the remaining civilians to escape, relying solely on that enduring legacy of honor. Thus, the Cecil family, possessing the most impoverished fief in the southern region, has nonetheless nurtured the finest warriors of the land. Even now, when only a handful of these valiant soldiers remain alive, they stand resolute. The soldiers raise their banners, mounted and arranged in 2 lines, gazing at the fluttering insignia that adorns the flags. They seem to be imbued with a sense of pride, their heads held high. Behind them, Rebecca and Gawain have dismounted from their carriage, now riding alongside the soldiers in solidarity. Leading the way is Byron, a knight of mercenary origin, who strives to present himself with the dignity befitting a true noble, determined not to tarnish the honor of the family he serves. Yet Gawain rides up beside him, softly advising him to relax and cast aside the formalities, recalling that when they first arrived here, some bore even axes for logging. At the rear of the procession, the carriage that was meant for Gawain and Rebecca now accommodates the thief maiden and the drowsy little maid, Betty. Betty's head nods rhythmically, appearing as if she is in agreement, but suddenly a tiny bubble of mucus emerges from her nose. Amber blinks at Betty, her gaze falling upon the frying pan beside her, and a mischievous idea takes root within her. Employing her skills as a thief, she stealthily approaches the pan. Betty suddenly seizes the frying pan, clutching it to her chest, glaring at the astonished Amber. "No, the master said this is mine, Amber." Despite the mere 12 soldiers accompanying him, despite the Cecil lineage having long receded from the kingdom's political epicenter, and despite the forfeiture of the family's last vestige of property in the capital to the royal house a century prior, Gawain made his entrance into the city in the most conspicuous manner imaginable, unfurling a banner not seen for 7 centuries. This was a standard permitted only during the lifetime of Gawain Cecil himself. To display it now was less an act of self-aggrandizement than a clear signal to the current rulers of Ansou. It was not merely the 17-year-old Viscount Cecil entering the city, but rather the Grand Duke of the South. From this vantage, his gaze could not encompass the entirety of the metropolis, which had expanded exponentially since his time, to such an extent that even from the apex of the Silver Spire, its limits remained elusive. One wonders if the ancient figure, awakened from his 7th-century slumber, might experience a sense of astonishment upon setting foot within its walls. Would he apprehend the profound transformation wrought by the passage of 700 years? The aide-de-camp acknowledged the command, but before departing, Francis too summoned him back. Furthermore, beyond the arrangements for the audience, accede to every request made by the Grand Duke Cecil, erring on the side of utmost courtesy. As the aide-de-camp withdrew, a young man of striking countenance, adorned in opulent attire and sporting short, flaxen hair, approached from a nearby pillar where he had been standing. "Father, do you believe this resurrected Grand Duke to be genuine? This is of little consequence." Francis, too, gazed upon his heir, despite the missive from Andrew and the corroborating evidence. The veracity of the ancient Grand Duke remains to be seen in the unfolding events. For now, it is evident that this is no mere farce. The resurrected figure has presented us with a considerable surprise. The young man lowered his gaze, feigning humility. "What do you surmise his intentions to be?" Prior to an audience, all intentions are mere conjecture. Judging by the spectacle he has created and the patently orchestrated rumors that precede him, he is unlikely to reveal his hand prematurely. The old king demurred. "You may seek an opportunity to engage with him and gauge his disposition, but exercise restraint. We are confronting an unprecedented situation. Do not provoke him." The young man assented and departed. Francis too turned back, his gaze fixed on the city, and sighed inwardly. His heir is too young and struggles to conceal his true sentiments. His preoccupation with the ancient figure, whether descended from the heavens or risen from the earth, is palpable. However, it is of little import. Rather than allowing clandestine meetings, it is better to grant him this opportunity under supervision. As the old king concluded, a nearby curtain fluttered slightly, yet no figure materialized. Furthermore, one must not draw too near, should that indeed be a legend from 7 centuries past. Any rash approach would surely lead to discovery, the old king elaborated. The drapery beneath the colonnade remained utterly still. Gawain and his entourage entered through the main gate of St. Sunier, riding along the Grand Avenue. Nearly half the city was already aware of their arrival. Before reaching Silver Castle, they encountered a procession dispatched by the king to greet them. The welcoming party was resplendent, the pomp undeniably grand, with a crimson carpet unfurling from the depths of Silver Castle to Gawain's feet. Attendants in splendid attire scattered petals along the way, while musicians played melodies on horns and drums in 2 rows. All of this indicated that His Majesty the King had likely prepared for this occasion for more than a mere day. Yet, Gawain could ascertain that had he altered his method of entering the city or advanced his arrival by even a day, the nature of this welcome would have been markedly different. Heaven knows how many contingency plans the king had devised for this moment. Although Gawain himself lacked first-hand experience in dealings with nobility or royalty, his mind was filled with a wealth of knowledge and experience pertaining to such matters. Gawain Cecil, though a man of the primitive era at the dawn of the Ansou nation, had also witnessed the splendor of the Gondor Empire. He may not perceive what Ansou would become 7 centuries hence, yet he was well aware of the grandeur that characterized Gondor 7 centuries ago. That once mighty human empire, with its intricate complexities, eclipses what the nations of the present continent dare to imagine. "Please accompany me to Silver Castle," he continued, "for His Majesty has ordered the most opulent chambers and finest meals to be prepared, along with soothing spring water to relieve the fatigue of esteemed guests. The meeting is scheduled for noon tomorrow. I encourage you to rest well tonight." Despite her efforts to maintain composure throughout the journey, the young lady from the countryside was utterly taken aback upon arriving at Silver Fortress, overwhelmed by the grand welcoming ceremony. Her eyes struggled to absorb the sight before her, unsure whether to admire the meticulously arranged and splendid procession or the imposing palace in the distance, its exterior adorned with shimmering silver foil. "I had thought the king would be eager to meet me," Gawain shrugged nonchalantly, remaining mounted while casting a glance at the reception officer. After all, a person emerging from a coffin is indeed a rare sight. The reception officer was momentarily taken aback, perhaps unprepared for the legendary Duke's manner of speaking. Yet he quickly regained his composure. His Majesty has taken into account your arduous journey. Hence, the meeting has been scheduled for tomorrow. Gawain deliberately paused for an extended moment, watching as the reception officer began to perspire nervously. Before continuing, I shall express my gratitude for His Majesty's considerate gesture. However, since we shall not meet today, I see no reason to enter his castle. I am not accustomed to such lodgings. The reception officer's expression shifted slightly. Perhaps it would be more comfortable for you to stay at your own residence. Gawain chuckled, pondering whether number 4 Crown Street had been demolished after 7 centuries. Upon hearing the words number 4 Crown Street, the reception officials and several court attendants nearby could not help but exhibit a subtle change in their expressions. Although Francis too had forewarned them, they were genuinely taken aback by the direction of the request proposed by Gawain. This was the residence of Gawain Cecil, who lived 7 centuries ago in the royal capital. While Gawain Cecil, the Duke of the South, resided primarily in his southern fiefdom, he, like other contemporaneous pioneers, possessed a domicile in the royal capital. This estate was constructed by the founding monarch, Charles I, for each of the original pioneering knights, all situated in the precincts of Crown Street, the nearest area to Silver Fortress. Whenever these pioneers journeyed from their fiefs to the capital for discussions of importance, they would take up residence in their own estates, a customary practice of the time. Now, 700 years later, all the pioneers, save for one recently resurrected, have long since perished. Yet, each mansion along Crown Street has retained its original appearance, with the royal family continually funding renovations and repairs over the centuries to ensure their preservation. They have essentially become living fossils, albeit ones still inhabited. The descendants of those pioneers are very much alive and have inherited their ancestors' legacies, excluding only the Cecil lineage. Ever since the exceptionally gifted Grumman Cecil emerged from its halls, number 4 Crown Street has been under the dominion of the royal family for a century. Number 4 Crown Street. The official, fraught with hesitation, stammered, "It does indeed still stand, though it has undergone extensive renovations numerous times." "Oh, assuredly," Gawain chuckled. "It is, after all, merely a residence, not as resilient as a castle. But given the renovations, that implies it is presently well preserved? I presume there would be no impediment to my residing there?" "Certainly." The official had intended to state that he must seek the king's decree before rendering a decision. Yet upon beholding the ambiguous smile on Gawain's countenance, he found himself unable to utter the words. "However, I am aware it has been reclaimed by the royal family, correct?" Gawain, reluctant to unduly burden a mere errand runner, proactively stated, "However, I have also heard that it is presently uninhabited. In fact, it has remained unoccupied for the entirety of the last century, has it not?" "Indeed, for the late sovereign left behind numerous possessions there, and none dared to remove them. And to this day, no one has the requisite qualifications to inherit them. Thus, number 4 Crown Street remains vacant." Assuredly, the official, recalling the directives imparted to him by the king's attendant, reluctantly nodded. "Then pray, sir, await my escort." Subsequently, he turned his steed, and in departing, he playfully tapped Rebecca's head. "Silly child, let us be off." Only then did Rebecca stir. Ancestor, are we not lodging in the palace today?" "What good is there in the palace? When it was being built, I told Charlie that the soil he chose was inadequate. As a result, in the 3rd year after its completion, a large crack appeared in the roof. Come, I'll take you to where I used to live. That's what truly feels like home." As Gawain and his entourage departed without a word, the reception official felt the cold sweat that had been brewing on his forehead finally trickle down. He immediately seized the person next to him and exclaimed, "Quickly, send a druid who can transform into a bird. Go to No. 4 Crown Street, and tell them to prepare immediately." Chapter 26. One might consider it a former residence. Gawain did not rush the pace of his company, as he surmised that the reception staff would require some hasty preparations to ensure that the residence at number 4 Crown Street was ready to receive its master. He had no intention of unduly burdening those functionaries who were merely following orders. Nevertheless, even as he leisurely led his group on a circuitous route through the streets, upon arriving at number 4 Crown Street, he observed several individuals in servant uniforms rushing in and out, their brows furrowed with perspiration. However, their preparations were, thankfully, nearing completion. A tall, slender, middle-aged man with a white wig and a black bow tie, resembling a butler, emerged from the mansion and bowed respectfully before Gawain's horse. Your Excellency, he announced, your residence is prepared. I am James Blaine, currently responsible for managing this property. During your stay in the capital, I am honored to serve as your butler. Bren, I have a recollection of that surname. Gawain pondered for a moment, searching his memory, and then smiled as he remarked, Ah, indeed, Holly Breen. Once a young attendant by Charlie's side, it was Charlie who conferred the surname Breen upon him. The middle-aged man who identified himself as James Breen displayed a hint of astonishment. Anyone fortunate enough to engage with the ancients, especially one acquainted with their own forebears, would likely experience a similar sense of wonder. Yes, indeed, Holly Breen is indeed our ancestor. Our family has served as royal attendants for generations, with the royal estate's direct enterprises in the capital managed by members of the Breen family. Gawain chuckled lightly. Indeed, this residence is now a royal property. Cold sweat immediately beaded on James Breen's brow. The awkwardness of this topic was undeniably the most pronounced in the capital today. Akin to being bound to a chair while someone recited the melancholic musings penned during one's adolescence in a public forum. However, Gawain merely jested with his companion and swiftly diverted the conversation. Let us not make such a fuss. I shall not be residing here for long. James Breen straightened his posture, declaring, upon receiving orders, I shall wholeheartedly serve you. Preparing the estate is our duty. For instance, should we first clear away the ticket sellers at the entrance and the tour guides inside? Communicating with beings from another realm proves quite troublesome. The nuances simply do not align. Gawain, feeling somewhat disheartened, waved his hand dismissively, dismounted, and entrusted the reins to the attendant who had been patiently awaiting his arrival. He then led his great-granddaughter, along with a sizable entourage, into the ancient residence that had stood for 7 centuries. Indeed, as the court official had previously remarked, the venerable mansions lining Crown Street not only retained their historical significance, but had also undergone continuous restoration, preserving their original appearance over the course of 700 years. Even with the presence of magic, a phenomenon often deemed unscientific, many elements should have long succumbed to decay. Thus, Gawain was almost certain that at least half of what he beheld was no longer authentic, merely resembling the originals. However, he found little concern in this, for he was not the true Gawain Cecil. This edifice had been erected 7 centuries prior, and he cast a glance at the half-elf, recalling that the silver fortress of that era had been but a fraction larger than this place. I think it's quite splendid, Rebecca whispered, the castle I reside in, aside from its substantial foundation, seems to pale in comparison to this. Amber rolled her eyes in response. Of course, considering you are nearly exhausting your family's fortune. Do not throw fireballs here, Gawain admonished, gently pressing down on the heads of Rebecca and Amber. And you, behave yourself. Do not let your exceptional escape skills lead you into reckless behavior. Should you ever encounter a shadow master, you may find yourself in dire straits. After ensuring that Sir Byron and the knights were settled under the guidance of the attendant, he arranged for Betty to assist in the kitchen with dinner preparations. The young girl's frying pan would finally see some use. Following this, Gawain began to pace the main hall. Indeed, everything has been preserved. After circling around twice, Gawain softly sighed, as memories surged within his mind, intertwining with every object before his eyes. Although many items were no longer in their original form, the familiarity derived from his recollections provoked a deep sense of nostalgia. Rebecca trailed behind Gawain, her curiosity mingled with a complex array of emotions as she examined the artifacts displayed in the main hall. The initial pioneers all had their descendants, many of whom now resided on Crown Street. Yet she, the contemporary head of the illustrious Cecil family, the most distinguished lineage among the pioneers, had only today come to comprehend what her illustrious ancestor's dwelling had once looked like. Numerous items here she had encountered solely in her family's tomes, such as an ancient battle axe hanging on the wall of the main hall. This axe had been won from Charles during a swordsmanship duel. It was no legendary weapon, but merely a dwarf's battle axe. Gawain pointed at the axe on the wall, searching his memories as he spoke, pondering how those stout dwarves developed such strength despite their short stature, for they wielded such a hefty axe with ease, while it seemed cumbersome for human soldiers. Rebecca, however, took note of the name Gawain mentioned. Could Charles be the founding monarch? Charles Mohn, now known as Charles I. Who else could it be? Gawain chuckled, affirming the Charles I referred to is indeed him, though merely donning the guise of Gawain Cecil. The sensation of first-person boasting is undeniably exhilarating. Amber, however, exhibits little interest in matters such as familial history or the secrets of the kingdom. After wandering the hall and contemplating the consequences of pilfering from this place, imagining how Gawain might respond, this half-elf maiden, possessing a commendable sense of professionalism yet valuing her own life more, settled herself upon a sofa. As she swung her feet and surveyed her surroundings, she inquired, "I must ask, are you here with the intention of gathering and absconding with the items contained within? After all, your descendants seem to be depleting your family's wealth, and opportunities to stage a covert relocation such as today are rare." Gawain, taken aback, questioned, "Where did you derive such a notion?" Amber, brimming with pride, replied, "Do not be bashful. It is a perfectly reasonable thought. Should you be concerned about the quantity of items proving cumbersome to transport, you may entrust the task to me. I assure you, with my skills, I could discreetly empty this place in the time it takes to run an errand. To encounter a thief so audaciously deliberating on how to abscond with goods alongside the original owner is indeed a rare breed." Amber has transcended from the disgrace of her race to that of her profession, achieving an extraordinary milestone. "Spare me your enthusiasm. Were I truly intent on taking something, I would not require your assistance," Gawain interjected, dismissing Amber's impractical musings. Even Francis, too, despite his lack of discernment, would not nitpick over such trivial matters. Amber blinked. "Well, indeed, I see that most of the items in this room are of little value, nearly all replicas. Only that axe and the vase at the entrance are genuine. Oh, and the vase is fake as well. Goodness, how has this girl managed to appraise everything here in such a short span? With such talent, could you perhaps spare a bit of energy to manage your own loose tongue and simultaneously cultivate some courage?" Upon noticing that no one was willing to engage with her, Amber swung her legs for a moment before seeking a new topic of conversation. "By the way, why are you so insistent on dragging me along? I am neither your knight nor a soldier. I am merely a passing thief. What assistance can I possibly offer you?" Gawain's tone grew serious as he responded, and Amber, influenced by his earnestness, momentarily appeared dazed. She had not anticipated that Gawain would speak to her with such gravity. As a petty thief, with an inherent reputation of -1 among the nobility, she could never have imagined being entrusted so solemnly by a nobleman, particularly one of the legendary Duke Cecil. The thought of boasting about it for half a year was tantalizing. Gawain turned to look at Rebecca. "Can you control the fireball spell so that it merely smears across a person's face without causing harm?" Amber exclaimed in surprise. Yet she did not experience the fate of having a fireball smeared on her face, as the butler of the Breen family made his entrance. Chapter 27. The question of inheritance. Gawain found himself in the reception room, confronted by His Royal Highness the Prince, alongside Rebecca, whom Gawain had brought along to broaden her horizons. Edmund Mohn, presently the most esteemed scion of King Francis II of Anjou. Sir Gawain was previously unacquainted with this prince, but in preparation for his journey to the royal capital, he sought tutelage from Hetty and Viscount Andrew to assimilate contemporary royal knowledge. Consequently, he possessed considerable understanding of the current royal family. In contrast to the mediocre aptitude of the eldest son, Wales, the twin siblings emerged as prodigies, demonstrating exceptional talent in both martial prowess and intellect from a tender age, earning the high praise of their court tutors. The aging king, who had been troubled by the issue of succession, found deliverance in these new progeny. Without much deliberation, he rescinded the eldest son's status as heir apparent and prepared to transfer the inheritance to his younger offspring. The court and country were in unanimous agreement, and even Prince Wales himself calmly accepted the arrangement. Many surmised that Princess Veronica's conversion was a strategic maneuver by the royal family. Through this method, the King of Anjou installed a high-ranking member of royal lineage within the self-contained Church of the Holy Light. Moreover, a princess who renounced her claim to the throne and devoted herself to the Holy Light was indeed an individual whom the Church could not refuse, both symbolically and advantageously. Conversely, there were dissenting opinions that perceived this as a sign of the Church of the Holy Light's growing influence and encroachment upon the royal family. Both perspectives are held by a considerable number of individuals. However, Gawain regards them as strategic misinformers, as their pronouncements are purely speculative. Gawain is neither intrigued by the division of spoils underlying these royal narratives, nor is he yet in a position to contemplate such matters. Consequently, he focuses his attention on the young man before him. Edmund Mohn is an absolute paragon of masculine beauty, possessing both a heroic bearing and the poised air of a scholar. His deportment is impeccably refined, as if straight from a manual. Upon their initial greeting, Gawain remarked to Rebecca in an undertone, "Observe and take note. Cease your incessant inclination to resolve matters with fiery explosions." Rebecca contemplated reminding her ancestor that it was he who had just incited her to employ a fireball, but she refrained from speaking, fearing his displeasure. Edmund, wearing a courteous and polished smile, stated, "I trust your stay here will be agreeable. Should the attendants or maids prove deficient in any manner, please inform James, the butler, directly." "Rest assured," Gawain replied, settling into a high-backed chair. "Nothing is more comfortable than residing in one's own abode. You have maintained this place admirably, preserving it almost exactly as it was 7 centuries ago. You have even managed to recreate my most cherished tea set. Truly commendable. Be seated, please. There is no need for ceremony. Preserving the residence of heroes is akin to safeguarding our own honor." Edmund, filled with curiosity and reverence, expressed, "I fear you may find this amusing, but I grew up listening to your tales. I even possess a replica set of the weapons and armor you once wielded, dreaming of a day when I might, like you, expand territories and protect the people. Alas, whether as a crown prince or a king, one cannot lead such a carefree existence." Gawain scrutinized the young prince for a moment, until the latter, feeling somewhat uneasy, inquired, "Is there something amiss with me? Speak freely with me. Do not treat me as if I were a stuffy old man." Gawain waved his hand dismissively. "Though I have been dead for 7 centuries, I was only 35 when I passed, not significantly older than you." Edmund exhibited a hint of embarrassment. "Well, you do have a point. I cannot help but add those 7 centuries to your age. There is indeed a considerable generational gap." Gawain chuckled softly. "For instance, our conversations back in the day were far more straightforward than those of modern times. We would dive straight into the matter after a spar or a drink, while today's folk seem to require excessive niceties before getting to the point." Edmund paused, then suddenly burst into laughter, as if a weight had been lifted. "I knew it. You would not be as difficult to engage with as my father suggested. He warned me endlessly to prioritize etiquette, but I told him that excessive chatter can be rather irksome. You see, I appreciate this manner of speaking." Gawain nodded. "So let us be candid. Did you come today to gauge my sentiments? Your candor is a bit excessive. The ancients were known for their forthrightness." Gawain waved his hand, thinking that those fellows who had been dead for centuries wouldn't jump out of their graves to strike him. At least in human society, he was the only one who could freely satirize the ancients, so he would do whatever was appropriate. "Therefore, you don't need to conceal that your father sent you to inquire about what I, who suddenly emerged from the tomb, intend to do, correct?" Edmund shrugged. "This is not my father's intention. He is very cautious. Even if he wants to understand your purpose, he would not be so reckless as to send me to ask directly. This is my own intention, and I am indeed very curious about your purpose." Gawain gestured for the other party to continue. "You have been awake for so long. You must already know that many things have changed in these 700 years. Especially the changes of the last 100 years," Edmund said, glancing at Rebecca. "Are you here for the benefit of the Cecil family?" "That question is too broad. I am certainly here for the benefit of the Cecil family, but the focus is on which part of the benefit." Gawain glanced at the prince. "From my point of view, there are many things I can demand. The most direct is the hereditary dukedom of the Cecil family in the Southern Territory, which is a very large point for discussion, is it not?" Gawain adjusted his posture slightly, leaning closer to Edmund, and with a smirk that danced between amusement and seriousness, he remarked, "Indeed, according to the laws of the kingdom, but by legal standards, my heir can only fully inherit my title and lands upon my demise. While I am still alive, only my eldest son possesses my secondary title and has limited juridical agency rights. Furthermore, all other descendants of the Cecil lineage, apart from my eldest son, hold merely noble status without any legal authority. Clearly, I am alive at present, and there exists no provision within the laws of Ansou that delineates how the inheritance rights of a person resurrected from death should be defined in terms of their activation and cessation, nor how to resolve the contradictions that arise during the intervals of activation and cessation. Juridical agency, as defined by Ansou law, refers to the rights enabling qualified noble offspring to act in the name of their family, enjoying corresponding privileges and bearing the associated responsibilities." Edmund responded with astonishment. Gawain spread his hands. "Thus, the initial step of establishing inheritance is rendered void. That Grumman from a century ago should neither have been a marquis nor held any juridical authority of the Cecil family. You have merely seized something from an individual who possessed no rights to it in the first place." Rebecca stared blankly at her ancestor. utterly astonished by this unexpected turn of events. Meanwhile, Amber, who had been eavesdropping from the adjacent room, turned to Sir Byron with a glance, exclaiming, "Incredible. He is even bolder than I am." Before Gawain, Prince Edmund was on the brink of emotional collapse, his lips twitching as he finally managed to utter, "But who could have anticipated that you would suddenly return to life while drafting laws? Moreover, you have indeed experienced death once. Thus, when conversing with me, let us set aside logic and reason. They became obsolete the moment I rose from my grave." Gawain chuckled. "I am certainly not motivated by the lands that have been confiscated or the titles of nobility destined for my descendants. I am well aware of the misdeeds of that prodigal from a century ago. I would have dealt with him harshly myself. The royal decree on this matter is not erroneous, nor do I intend to overturn it. I merely wish to convey that if I truly wish to engage in a meticulous examination of the kingdom's code regarding the inheritance rights of the Cecil family, there would be an abundance of intricacies to unravel. After all, numerous clauses concerning inheritance revolve around my life or death." Very well, I understand." Edmund raised his hand in a gesture of surrender. "You just mentioned that those from 7 centuries ago spoke bluntly and were not adept at circumlocution. Yet it seems you may be even more formidable than my debate instructor. I have not only endured the savage era of Ansou, but I have also witnessed the zenith of the Gondor Empire, so do not underestimate the ancients of 700 years past." Gawain smirked. "In our barbaric times, we could feast on raw flesh, and in our elegance, we could bestow 36 names upon a single vintage of wine, each accompanied by a sonnet of 14 lines. Indeed, that's quite remarkable." Edmund was genuinely impressed. "Might we delve into the specifics of the matters you intend to discuss with my father tomorrow at midday?" Chapter 28. A new visitor. Once Edmund had departed, Rebecca offered her assessment. "He seems like a very affable person. I had envisioned the crown prince as someone rather difficult to deal with, laden with an abundance of courtly formalities. That's because he's in the presence of an ancestor from 7 centuries past, rather than an impoverished frontier count," Gawain remarked, casting a glance at Rebecca. "Do you believe the persona he presented here is his everyday demeanor?" "Quite the contrary. It is precisely because his behavior aligned almost perfectly with my communication style that I am certain he meticulously prepared beforehand." "Rebecca, oh?" Gawain paused, then elucidated. "The art of negotiation, regardless of the extent of its summarization, ultimately boils down to tailoring one's discourse to the individual. Initially, he approached as a prince visiting a family elder of considerable lineage, exhibiting just the right measure of courtesy and composed maturity. Then, upon perceiving my manner of speaking and attitude, he promptly adopted a more relaxed and humorous tone. This encourages me to engage in more extensive conversation with him, which is a significant skill." Rebecca scratched her head. "Huh," Gawain sighed. "Perhaps you should return to studying the 4 methods of conjuring a fireball." Even with Rebecca's somewhat linear thinking, she could sense Gawain's profound exasperation. She grew slightly anxious. "Ancestral grandfather, am I perhaps a bit dense in this area? Each individual possesses unique strengths. Your talents do not lie here, so there is no need to force it." Hywin gently patted Rebecca's head, a privilege of his stature. "To be frank, I do not particularly relish such intricate schemes of manipulation. I much prefer the camaraderie of yesteryears, when we were a group unburdened by the specter of death, resolutely forging a path across the wilderness." Rebecca nodded, half comprehending, and then inquired with genuine curiosity, "Pray tell, esteemed ancestor, is what you just said true?" Hywin replied. "What do you refer to?" With utmost seriousness, Rebecca asked, "Did you truly bestow over 30 names upon a single type of red wine, each accompanied by a sonnet?" Hywin sighed. "Indeed, it is true. It sounds quite impressive, does it not? Yet, the reality was one of poverty. Back then, our expedition had not even reached the Holy Spirit Plains, and before we discovered arable lands, filling our stomachs was a daunting challenge. The multitude of names we assigned to that singular wine stemmed from the fact that we possessed only one type, and it was the last remaining barrel. The sonnets were merely a means of entertainment, for apart from this, we had nothing else to amuse ourselves with. Thus, you must understand, the elaborate rituals and protocols of the nobility were either born from gluttony or the pent-up frustration of hunger. Fundamentally, they are profoundly tedious affairs." Rebecca's eyes sparkled with excitement. Feeling enriched with remarkable knowledge, insights that Aunt Hetty would never impart to her. At that moment, the window of the room was suddenly pushed open, and Amber leaped in from outside. She tossed herself onto a chair, swinging her legs and teasing Gawain. "You, old man, are rather amusing. Based on your recent remarks, my opinion of you has surpassed that of all the nobles. Stop calling me old man. I am in my prime. Gawain shot a glare at Amber. Weren't you supposed to be patrolling outside? Sneaking in to slack off, are we? If even the prince is climbing in through the window, Charles might as well leap out of his coffin like I would. The corners of Gawain's mouth twitched. But not everyone who seeks knowledge from me enters through the front door. I am here today to await such individuals. Regrettably, the sword of the pioneer was not in his grasp. Rebecca nodded and then inquired, "And what about you, ancestor?" "I am accustomed to staying up late, and I intend to visit the study," Gawain replied. "It feels somewhat nostalgic. I must see how much this place has changed." Rebecca obediently bid Gawain good night and turned to leave the room. After standing still for a moment, Gawain made his way to the study located on the second floor. Gawain Cecil was renowned for his martial prowess, yet he was not merely a brute wielding weapons. In fact, he could also be considered a learned scholar and herbalist, with a penchant for reading in his leisure time. Thus, within the residence at number 4 Crown Street, there existed not only a room for storing weapons, armor, and trophies, but also a rather substantial library. The recollections, not native to his mind, surged once more, imbuing the present scene with an inexplicable familiarity. He marveled at the assiduousness of posterity. They had not only reconstructed the furnishings, but had also meticulously placed the magical inkpot, quill, and parchment on the desk in the manner most familiar to Gawain Cecil during his lifetime, a near-obsessive restoration that instilled in him a subtle trepidation. A hidden compartment yielded to his touch, his fingers encountering the frigidity of metal. After tracing the surface to a pull ring, he extracted the object from its recess, an exquisite coffer, radiating a cool, silvery luminescence, seemingly untouched by the passage of 7 centuries. Upon beholding this small chest, Gawain felt a wave of relief wash over him. It remained. While the majority of the manor's contents may no longer have been original, certain artifacts were capable of enduring for more than 700 years, such as a small strongbox crafted from mithril. The coffer was adorned with intricate magical filigree. Yet beyond these embellishments, it bore a sword and shield insignia forged from adamant and star steel. Adjacent to the emblem were delicate characters, as well as the conjoined seals of Charles I and Gawain Cecil. These markings and inscriptions, coupled with the secret commands passed down through generations within the Mohn family, the royal house of Ansou, ensured that even if one were to rebuild the main structure of the house and discover the small chest, they would invariably reseal it within its original location. However, it was fortunate that Gawain's resurrection occurred before the complete dissipation of the ancient covenants and the late sovereign's deterrent influence. The influence of the First Dynasty was waning, especially with the advent of the Second Dynasty. Had he arrived any later, and should the manor have undergone another renovation, the whereabouts of the coffer would have been even more uncertain. Gawain ceremoniously placed the coffer upon the table. If the paramount objective of his sojourn to the capital was the acquisition of the perpetual pioneering rights, then this mithril strongbox was his secondary aim. He had not brought Rebecca along, not out of distrust for his theoretical descendant, but because he was uncertain of the coffer's continued existence. The prospect of enticing the young lady with the pretense of revealing an ancestral treasure, only to find nothing, was too mortifying. Gawain, guided by his recollections, channeled mana into the magical filigree on the coffer's surface, then daubed a drop of his blood onto the crest at the center of the lid. The diminutive arcane device emitted a crisp mechanical whirring, whereupon its lid sprang ajar. Its contents were meager, a few crystals, bereft of their magical potency and suitable only as ornaments, and a palm-sized platinum disc. Gawain set aside the crystals and examined the disc. The surface was intricately engraved with complex magical patterns, yet beyond these arcane designs, there were characters that seemed to float above the disc, quivering ever so slightly. These were the seals employed for communication with the elements. "At last, the key is in my possession," murmured Gawain softly, tucking the crystal and the disc into his bosom. However, just as he rose, a sudden breeze whispered past his ear. He swiftly grasped a short sword that lay at the ready on the table, his muscles tensing as he prepared for battle. "This remarkable acuity and reflex indeed confirmed your identity," a young woman's voice drifted in from outside the window. It was only then that Gawain realized the study's window had been opened at some point, and a veiled woman in a flowing purple gown appeared, seemingly suspended in midair, gliding towards the window. "Please, relax. Individuals like us, once engaged, could very well startle half the city," she said. Before her words could fully settle, a swift shadow suddenly descended from the rooftop, accompanied by Amber's exuberant exclamation, "Thief! I've finally caught you." Amber, a master of shadow affinity, had fully honed her skills in stealth and shadow steps, but her combat prowess was merely a meager 1.5 geese, rendering her an easy target for the mysterious woman who effortlessly sent her flying. Yet, the enigmatic figure appeared taken aback as well, momentarily stunned after dispatching Amber. What was that? Gawain, sword in hand, remained tense. "If I am not mistaken, it was my guardian." "Apologies," the mysterious woman hastily expressed, her unexpected demeanor catching attention. She glanced in the direction where Amber had fallen and turned to explain, having acted instinctively upon her sudden entrance. Yet, there is no cause for concern. She would merely experience a brief bout of dizziness. Gawain exhaled slightly, though his demeanor remained stern. "Who exactly are you?" "I apologize. It seems my manner of arrival was somewhat thoughtless," the enigmatic woman replied as she stood upon the windowsill, bowing politely. "The Mithril Treasury extends its greetings. Allow me to introduce myself. I am your esteemed liaison, Melita PEA, and I oversee your deposits within the sacred silver treasury." Gawain furrowed his brow. "My little pony?" Chapter 29. The Mithril Treasury. Upon hearing Gawain's instinctive remark, the veiled woman momentarily paused, her eyes blinking in confusion. "My name is Melita PEA. The pronunciation may indeed differ from the common names in the Northern Territories." Clearing his throat twice, he endeavored to adopt a more serious tone, aiming to alleviate the atmosphere. "So, esteemed representative from the Mithril Treasury, what brings you to visit at such an hour, and through the window no less?" The woman leaped down from the windowsill, approaching Gawain directly. Entering through the window was a necessity, given the multitude of eyes that may be watching. Furthermore, the items you have entrusted to the Mithril Treasury are classified as top secret. According to our agreement from years past, both the processes of deposit and withdrawal must remain confidential. As she spoke, her eyes, which shimmered with a faint lavender hue under the night sky, were fixed intently on Gawain. Although her veiled visage concealed her expression, the scrutiny evident in her gaze was unmistakable. Gawain's mind began to race, for he recalled the records pertaining to the Silver Vault. The Silver Vault is not a clandestine organization. In fact, the vast majority of sentient beings in this world are aware of its existence. Yet, no one dares to claim they truly comprehend the essence of this repository. On the surface, it presents itself as a comprehensive treasury, capable of safeguarding wealth and treasures alike. As long as one pays the requisite fees, they can entrust their belongings to the vault without hesitation. At least, this is the narrative it promotes, and to date, there have been no reports of any items entrusted to the Silver Vault going missing. Furthermore, the Silver Vault also offers lending services, with countless agents and locations throughout the realm. Provided one meets the credit standards, anyone can easily locate them and borrow money or other valuables. However, two crucial points must be observed. First, the amount one can borrow is entirely contingent upon the vault's assessment of their creditworthiness, the criteria for which remain undisclosed. Second, repayment is mandatory. On the third day following the due date, the core of the Elemental Lord and the Elemental Shards appeared at the northern auction, with the proceeds precisely covering both his debt and the accrued late fees. This demonstrated that the Mithril Repository engaged not only with humans, but, in fact, traded with all sapient races. Anyone with monetary aspirations was a potential client, even the mystical elves of the south and the unyielding dwarves of the west. It was rumored that Mithril Repository outposts could be found even in kobold lairs. The organization's founders remained unknown, whether human, elven, or of another race, but it had persisted through the ages. Even the demonic surge 7 centuries prior had failed to disrupt its operations. Indeed, the establishment of the Kingdom of Ansou had been partly financed by a loan from the repository, which King Charles I eventually repaid. The repository's agent continued to observe Gawain with curiosity as he swiftly composed his scattered thoughts. He realized that the unexpected visit might be related to a transaction from 7 centuries ago. Gawain Cecil, his ancestor, had evidently been a client of the Mithril Repository, but, critically, he had no recollection of this fact. Gawain was entirely unaware of what his ancestor had deposited with the repository. In a moment of rapid contemplation, his initial instinct was to fabricate a reason to conceal his memory lapse. However, as the words formed in his mind, he noticed the appraising gaze of the My Little Pony lady and, with a sudden impulse, suppressed the intended deception. The woman exuded an aura of mystery. Before uncovering her true nature, it was prudent to minimize uncertainties. Fabricating tales could lead to complications, for certain unique races possessed extraordinary abilities to detect falsehoods. He composed himself, gazing into Melita's eyes. What did I store all those years ago? Do you not recall? Melita's eyes curved slightly, as if in a smile, perhaps due to her prolonged slumber. I have been asleep for 7 centuries. I may indeed have forgotten some details. Gawain tapped his head, pondering. Does the absence of the principal mean that you will continue to safeguard the entrusted items? Under ordinary circumstances, the demise of the principal would signify the termination of the trust. Following that, there were 2 possible outcomes for the entrusted items. If there were clear heirs, the items would be entrusted to them. If no lawful heirs existed, the items would belong to the silver vault. Melita truly smiled, gently raising her hand, and a delicate little safe materialized before her. However, the items you entrusted us with are quite exceptional. You specifically acquired an indefinite storage service for them, which means as long as the silver vault remains operational, your possessions will be stored permanently, and only you can retrieve them. She added, you paid a considerable sum for this service. After we received news of your demise, we thought this would become a troublesome debt account. But it seems now that everything is uncertain. Gawain furrowed his brow, realizing that the complexity of the matter likely exceeded his initial expectations. However, now is not the time to delve into such matters. He must first obtain the item in question before making any further judgments. You may not recall the commissions from years past, which could indeed present a slight inconvenience. But rest assured, the Mithril Vault has encountered a myriad of issues, and we possess ample experience to handle any unforeseen circumstances. Melita cradled the safe with her hands, asserting that memory is merely a trivial matter. Please place your hand upon this rune. These ancient magics will naturally verify your identity. Gawain pondered for a moment, simultaneously invoking the innate danger perception of his knightly profession. He sensed no threatening aura emanating from the safe, nor did the rune itself exhibit any curses, toxins, or other negative energy fluctuations. Once he confirmed this, he placed his hand upon the claw-like rune. A slight warmth radiated from his skin as the small safe emitted a click, and its lid sprang open just a crack. Is that all it takes? Gawain inquired, somewhat astonished. Melita smiled, stating, maximizing client convenience is the guiding principle of the Mithril Vault, as it enables clients to settle their accounts more effectively. Of course, your bill was settled 700 years ago. With that, she fully opened the box and presented it to Gawain. He looked down only to discover that it contained merely a dull crystal. Wait, this crystal looks somewhat familiar. He mused, temporarily suppressing his curiosity. He then lifted his gaze to Melita and asked, by the way, why have you chosen to seek me out now? Is this part of our agreement from that time? That is not the case. Melita gently shook her head. We merely require a bit of time to verify your resurrection. I had originally intended to meet you on your journey to the capital, but your route is rather elusive. I am uncertain of your plans, so I decided to await your arrival here in the capital. By the way, I have been waiting for quite some time. The cost of rice in the capital is exorbitant, and the rent is also steep. However, as you are a valued guest, I shall not impose these expenses upon you. Gawain replied, might you refrain from such superfluous remarks? Indeed, the price of rice in the capital is particularly high, and the guard I employ has quite the hearty appetite. Given the injuries you inflicted upon him, I fear his recovery will incur significant costs, which I shall also not demand from you. Melita observed. This Miss My Little Pony seems to force a stiff smile, though her veil obscures her expression. Eventually, she shook her head and extended her hand, presenting an object. Thus, Mr. Gawain Cecil, this transaction has been successfully concluded, and as a distinguished client of the Mithril Vault, you shall receive a token of appreciation. Curious, Gawain accepted the offering, discovering it to be a silver ring. What is this? It is the Mithril ring, she explained. Every distinguished client receives one upon the completion of their first transaction. Through this ring, you may contact your dedicated representative, the VIP agent, at any time. Should you encounter any financial difficulties in the future, or require someone to safeguard your treasures, simply reach out to me directly. Indeed, for modest services, you may present this very ring at the nearest Argent Treasury branch to avail yourself of preferential benefits. With that, she pivoted towards the window from whence she arrived. Gawain brandished the ring in his hand. I trust one shall never find myself in a position to require your pecuniary assistance. Melita, already poised on the windowsill, turned her head, a smile gracing her lips. Believe me, Mr. Gawain, Financial exigencies may befall anyone. The Argent Treasury stands ever ready to assist clients in times of need. Upon hearing this spiel, reminiscent of credit card solicitations from a prior life, Gawain waved dismissively. Yes, I understand. Miss My Little Pony, I implore you to hasten your departure. The price of rice is rather steep in the capital. Melita's footing faltered momentarily, whether due to the mention of rice prices or the appellation My Little Pony remained unclear. But she did not turn back this time, vanishing directly into the air. Moments later, her form materialized in a small attic on the uppermost floor of the mansion. This was a secluded space, seldom disturbed, typically used for storing odds and ends, now augmented with bedding, pillows, pots, and pans. Melita had not been disingenuous. She had indeed been awaiting him here for quite some time. As she arranged her belongings, the agent shook her head, muttering, "Fortunately, I've been subsisting on your rice." Chapter 30. So many visitors tonight. Gawain stood by the window for a moment, waiting until he was certain that the presence of that My Little Pony had completely vanished. He exhaled a sigh of relief and swiftly began to close the window. Just as the window was about to shut, a shadow darted up from below, accompanied by Amber's exclamation, "Hey, Uncle, I just saw a little thief." Moments later, the beleaguered Miss Amber, visibly shaken, finally managed to stand steadily on the ground. This unfortunate half-elf pressed her forehead, which was still adorned with an ice pack, and glared angrily at Gawain. "This is outrageous. How was I to know you would suddenly leap in through the window?" Gawain cast a glance at her, pondering the strange occurrences of the day. "Is it too much to ask for someone to use the front door like a civilized person? I am a thief. Are you suggesting that I should demean my professional integrity by using the front door?" Amber retorted, exasperated. "And just so you know, I was knocked away earlier. Are you going to ignore how I should be compensated for my injuries? Is this how tight-fisted your nobility is?" Without waiting for a response, Gawain continued, "I am the elder here. I wouldn't deceive you, would I?" Amber glared at him. "You said it, and I have a good memory." Gawain waved her off, instructing the boisterous half-elf to behave, before approaching his desk to examine the crystals spread out before him. Gawain possessed 5 crystals, one of which had been entrusted to him by Miss Melita, an artifact originating from 7 centuries past. Theoretically, it was a significant item entrusted to the mithril vault by Gawain Cecil himself. However, he found his mind devoid of any corresponding memories. The other 4 crystals were discovered within the mithril safe in his study. Gawain was oblivious to the provenance of these later crystals. He retained the memory of the mithril safe, but, concerning its contents, he only knew that the platinum disc was, in fact, a key to unlock a repository that should now be lost to time. As for the remaining crystals, he only recalled Gawain Cecil placing them in the safe. Yet their origins remained a mystery. It seemed as though all memories associated with these crystals had been expunged. Gawain manipulated the crystals, noting their identical composition. However, the crystal from the mithril vault was distinctly intact, possessing a perfect symmetry, roughly resembling a hand-sized spindle, albeit without a pointed end. A faint blue luminescence emanated from its core. The other 4 crystals, retrieved from the safe, were clearly fragments, remnants of another spindle. Gawain attempted to assemble them, discovering that they could only form approximately 2/3 of a spindle. "What are these?" Amber, having endured a few minutes of boredom, felt an urge to take flight and impatiently approached Gawain's side. "Crystals? They appear utterly worthless, so lackluster." Gawain, without raising his head, remarked, "It's fortunate these appear valueless. Otherwise, I'd eliminate you to prevent you from coveting them." With exaggerated gestures, Amber clutched her chest. "Heavens, you nobles are so ruthless." Intrigued, Gawain glanced at her. "Why this constant reference to nobles? Do you harbor some animosity towards them?" "No animosity," Amber retorted, rolling her eyes. "But isn't it the prerogative of the impoverished to revile the aristocracy? Since there's little else to denounce, it's convenient to attribute every misfortune, from birth to death, to the nobles." Gawain regarded Amber with a sardonic smile. "Your conduct hardly reflects that of the indigent. The truly impoverished lack such audacity." Amber preened with self-satisfaction. "Indeed, not every pauper can traverse the shadows." Dismissing the fabricator whose words were seldom truthful, Gawain waved her off to summon Rebecca. "Summon the young liege?" Amber blinked, then eyed the crystals before Gawain. "Might these be of considerable worth, then?" Gawain, perplexed by her reasoning, questioned, "Why would you assume that?" Gawain, his brow furrowed, retorted, "If you tarry any longer, I shall impale you upon the wall with my blade." Amber vanished in a flash of shadow, dissipating into the air. Gawain exhaled, relieved by the departure of the loquacious half-elf. He could now contemplate the unsettling question of his resurrection, or rather, his possession, what lay concealed behind it. Initially, he believed everything to be mere coincidence. He fancifully thought he had drifted through the heavens until he reached the limits of a certain device's lifespan, only to be unceremoniously dropped by an escape mechanism, fortuitously emerging from someone else's ancestral grave. However, it now appears that his arrival may indeed have been an accident. Yet the resurrection of Gawain Cecil was anything but a being destined for a finite existence, who, in truth, had perished at a young age, would not purchase a perpetual custodianship within the mithril treasury. Of course, one might speculate that it was merely an extravagant expenditure. Yet that possibility is too remote to warrant consideration. Gawain's fingers instinctively traced the surface of the table, inscribing 3 Chinese characters. Who am I? Gawain, hailing from Earth, had met his demise in an air disaster in a previous life, only to traverse into this realm. Although the principles of this transition remain elusive, he had lingered in the skies for eons, witnessing the world's profound transformations. Subsequently, he had inhabited a human form, becoming Gawain Cecil, which had transpired in little more than 2 months. His memories were impeccably intact, his personality remained unscathed, and his thought processes were lucid and coherent. Thus, it was not the scenario he most feared. Therefore, the issue must lie with Gawain Cecil himself. Could it be that his resurrection was inadvertently disrupted by this celestial interloper? Upon reflection, a body that had lain undeterred for 7 centuries post-mortem certainly raises suspicions. Perhaps that legendary warrior had orchestrated his resurrection 7 centuries ago for a future day, perhaps when his unworthy descendants were on the brink of ruin, or when those monstrous usurpers returned to breach the defenses, or even when 2 calamities struck simultaneously. It is entirely plausible. With a furrowed brow, Gawain contemplated an array of possibilities in his mind, yet the majority remained unverifiable. The only certainty he held was the undeniable fact of his own identity. He refrained from pondering overly complex and meaningless questions about the imperceptible shifts in the subconscious, akin to how the brain is oblivious to its own thought processes and how those influenced remain unaware of such effects. He deemed it a futile expenditure of time to suffocate himself within the realm of philosophy at this moment. What mattered was the affirmation of his own freedom of thought, for only with a clear mind could he pursue his objectives. The sound of approaching footsteps from outside the study interrupted Gawain's reflections. He heard Amber's voice chattering at the door. "Let me tell you, your ancestor is rather cryptic." In the dead of night, he encountered an agent of the mithril treasury and suddenly insisted on meeting you. "I suspect he is most likely preparing to bequeath his estate. And by the way, that mithril agent even punched me. You owe me for work-related injuries." The crackling sound of a fireball forming followed. The voice of Amber. "Of course. I never requested you to pay now." As the door swung open, Rebecca appeared at the threshold, with Amber peering curiously beside her. "Ancestor, did you summon me?" Rebecca inquired, her gaze assessing the state of the venerable nobleman. Although the half-elf rogue's words were often untrustworthy, the prudent noblewoman instinctively scrutinized her ancestor's demeanor to ascertain whether he truly had matters of inheritance to discuss. Gawain turned to Amber. "Stay outside and ensure no one approaches. If anyone dares to intrude this time, don't expect any compensation, not even for injuries." Amber rolled her eyes, muttering as she made her way to the window, "As if you've ever paid me." Gawain sighed, exasperated. Must you really use the window? Feeling it futile to reason with such a disgraceful entity, he pivoted towards his desk. He carefully stored away several enigmatic crystals whose purposes eluded him, then retrieved the platinum disc he had taken from the safe. "Amber's not entirely mistaken. I do have something to convey to you," Gawain stated, quickly adding. "But it is certainly not about dividing an inheritance." Rebecca gazed with curiosity at the platinum disc in Gawain's hand. "What is this?" "A key, which can be used to unlock." Before Gawain could finish his sentence, a shout echoed from above. "Thief! I've caught you again." Immediately following was a series of sounds echoing from the rooftop, and remarkably, there was no cry of distress from Amber, which astonished Gawain greatly. Could it be that a goose adept in shadow stealth had ascended to the roof? Amidst the fog, without delay, he reached for the weapon on the table, intending to investigate the matter alongside Rebecca. However, before he could make his move, a mass of shadows surged forth within the study, and from the murky haze emerged Amber. clutching a seemingly unconscious young man clad in black leather armor. Galvin cast a glance at the stranger and couldn't help but exclaim, "What a plethora of visitors tonight." Chapter 31. Shadow Guardian. Originally, he was tasked with guarding the entrance below, but the commotion on the rooftop was too significant to ignore, prompting his involvement. Unlike the earlier encounter with Melita, where Amber was swiftly dispatched without much ado, this disturbance was far more pronounced. Byron glanced perplexedly into the study. Observing the triumphant Amber and the fallen infiltrator, yet in the face of duty, the middle-aged knight nodded in acknowledgement. "Yes. How did you manage to capture him?" Once Sir Byron departed, Galvin looked at Amber with surprise. "You prevailed?" he inquired. "What does that expression signify?" Amber, slightly irked by Galvin's reaction, retorted, "My prowess in direct combat may be marginally lacking, but it is not to the extent that I am utterly incapable. I previously vanquished a creature you referred to as a mutant. After all." Galvin continued to scrutinize her intently. "Certainly, it is primarily due to this individual's lack of intelligence. Amber, indeed, has more to her than meets the eye. Had she engaged directly, she might have emerged victorious. Instead, she chose to flaunt her shadow step, only to be unceremoniously expelled from her shadowy state by my foot. Her consciousness oscillated between the realms of shadow and substance, leaving her momentarily dazed." Gawain gazed at her in astonishment, contemplating that such a barbarous and crude maneuver could only be executed by a being of her peculiar caliber. Shadow step is the signature skill of rogues, and those who make their living in this profession typically possess a modicum of shadow traversal ability. However, the shadow walking of the average rogue pales in comparison to Amber's inexplicable prowess. It can be said that they belong to entirely different skill trees. A conventional rogue can at most achieve temporary invisibility in the material world and traverse the narrow space between the realms of substance and shadow, what wizards refer to as the shadow threshold. This is an exceptionally perilous technique, akin to dancing on the edge of a blade, necessitating both precision and caution. A single misstep could plunge one into the shadowy abyss, where unspeakable horrors await to rend them asunder. As for Amber, who knows what her abilities truly entail? Under ordinary circumstances, stealthy individuals need only concentrate on their own footsteps. As long as they do not misstep, there is no cause for concern about falling into the shadows. The art of shadow walking, often referred to as the solitary path, is a truth universally acknowledged by all practitioners of stealth. No matter how adept a master of shadows may be, they cannot intrude upon another's shadowy dance. Thus, a truly skilled stealth practitioner can navigate this perilous ballet with ease. However, this is the general rule. When one is dancing on the edge of a blade, the sudden emergence of a formidable foe, possessing a combat prowess akin to that of a 1/5 goose, can drastically alter the situation. At this juncture, Amber, with an air of smugness, recounted, "It was quite amusing. The fellow struck a particularly foolish pose and then, in a flash, transitioned into shadow form. Yet I distinctly observed him crouching stealthily beside me, brandishing a small knife. I feigned ignorance, and when he positioned himself at the edge, I delivered a swift kick." Rebecca, unperturbed by Amber's amusement, knelt beside Gawain to examine the uninvited guest. "Surely he won't awaken, will he?" Gawain shook his head, replying, "It's difficult to say. A normal person, when struck at the threshold of shadows, would either perish or be rendered a fool." As they spoke, the fallen stealth practitioner suddenly convulsed, and then gradually regained consciousness. Under normal circumstances, a trained infiltrator would discreetly feign death, seamlessly regulating their heartbeat and breath, rendering them undetectable to observers. However, the recent jolt from the shadowy state left this professional unable to maintain composure. By the time he realized something was amiss, he found himself locked in a gaze with Gawain. The expression of the nameless youth appeared somewhat dazed, as if the unfolding events were far beyond his expectations. Subsequently, he prepared to bite down on the concealed poison in his mouth to end his life, only to discover that the poison had mysteriously vanished. He was left with no choice but to close his mouth and remain silent. "What is your name? What is your purpose? Who sent you?" Amber brandished her small dagger, twirling it swiftly in her hand. "Shall we resort to interrogation? Though I am not particularly skilled, I did glean some practical knowledge during my escapades in the dungeons." Rebecca, looking bewildered, inquired, "What did you steal from the dungeon?" You may not grasp this, but Amber, brimming with self-satisfaction, was elucidating the intricacies of prison life. Many guards, after seizing valuables from the inmates, would conceal them in the hidden corners of the dungeon, awaiting the change of shifts to transport the loot. Otherwise, they risked exposure to the patrolling officers or lords. It was precisely during such moments that I would take advantage of the situation. He cast a glance at the young man, whose face was alight with astonishment. However, I remarked, during my lifetime, the Royal Shadow Guard was merely a personal escort, primarily tasked with gathering intelligence in extreme environments. How is it that, after 7 centuries, the Royal Shadow Guard has descended to such petty thievery? The captured Shadow Guard gazed at Gawain in disbelief, but before he could utter a word, Gawain continued, "You wish to inquire how I discerned your identity?" The Shadow Guard nodded slightly. "It is hardly a mystery. I was the one who devised your titles and the initial training regimen," Gawain asserted, patting the guard's face. "I am the instructor of the first generation of the Royal Shadow Guard." Amber stared in awe at Gawain's towering stature of nearly 2 meters, exclaiming, "You, a knight, served as an instructor for infiltrators? You taught them stealth?" Gawain smiled gently. "No, I instructed them in physical training and two-handed swordsmanship." Amber looked utterly bewildered. Why would infiltrators need to learn two-handed swordsmanship? Of course, it is to eliminate all witnesses should they be discovered while executing their tasks. As infiltrators, being discovered essentially signifies the completion of their mission, does it not? No, for the stealth operative Ansou, being discovered is merely the commencement of the mission. Yet, the individual before me appears to have poorly executed the training regimen. Perhaps 7 centuries have elapsed, and the lessons I once imparted have been rendered obsolete. The fallen Shadow Guardian's expression contorted in agony, for those infernal training courses were indeed the legacy of this very person. Although 700 years have passed, and the curricula have undergone countless revisions, the foundational courses remain. No matter how modified, they have not been fundamentally replaced. Physical conditioning and dual-wielding swordsmanship are among them. Observing the shift in the Shadow Guardian's countenance, Gawain surmised that the lessons from his memory still endure. "You were sent by Francis too, were you not?" he inquired, regarding the young man sprawled on the ground, his demeanor softening into a congenial smile. "However, I suspect that His Majesty the King is not so muddled as to dispatch an assassin to eliminate me, especially when half the kingdom is aware of my presence in the capital. Thus, your directive must be one of surveillance?" The Shadow Guardian remained reticent. "You should have been cautioned to maintain your distance. After all, this endeavor carries immense peril." Even though the Cecil family has waned, Gawain Cecil has not followed suit. Is this audacity a sign of overconfidence or a failure to adhere to orders? At last, the Shadow Guardian spoke his first words. "Should I dishonor my mission, I shall accept death without your concern." "Accept death, my foot!" Gawain exclaimed, striking the other's face with a resounding slap. "Have the tranquil days rendered you so complacent to descend into such a state?" The Shadow Guard gazed at Gawain with a look of utter bewilderment, seemingly unable to comprehend the meaning behind his words. What is the role of the Royal Shadow Guard? It is to protect the king, safeguard the nation, and defend this land. Your duty is to confront those nefarious individuals who seek to undermine this kingdom, not to assist a befuddled monarch in surveilling the founding duke. If you were captured on the battlefield against an enemy nation, I might still regard you with some semblance of respect for your courage, but you are here, in my abode. When you utter such disgraceful words in my presence, do you imply that I intend to subvert this country? Or do you suggest that Gawain Cecil's capture of you tarnishes the dignity of Ansou? Is it truly the case that, in this age, the people of Ansou view the founding duke and the kingdom he established as adversaries? Faced with Gawain's righteous rebuke, the young Shadow Guard found himself at a loss for words. "No, I did not mean." "It matters not. Your opinion is of little significance." Gawain interrupted him directly, rising to his feet. "I am not so petty as to harbor resentment against my own protege, so you may leave now." The young Shadow Guard was utterly unprepared for such an unexpected turn of events. It seemed that all of tonight's developments were beyond his anticipation, and he stared at Gawain in stunned disbelief, unable to process what he had just heard. Even the expressions on the faces of Amber and Rebecca were far from composed. Gawain reiterated, "I said, you may leave. Do you require me to escort you?" The Shadow Guard slowly rose. "Are you certain?" "Of course. Assassinating Francis II here is out of the question, nor do I intend to escort you to the Silver Fortress in broad daylight tomorrow, tempting as it may be. Alas, I've outgrown impetuous acts, so I must release you. My gratitude for your benevolence." With those words, the Shadow Guard's figure gradually dissipated into the air. Gawain curled his lip, another one for the window exit. Only then did Rebecca find an opportunity to speak. "Esteemed ancestor, did you truly let him depart just like that?" "Indeed," Gawain chuckled. "I certainly had to release him. But shouldn't he be penalized? Moreover, the fact that His Majesty sent someone to monitor this place is itself." "Rebecca, remember this. If you aspire to attain greater advantages, you must adopt a more far-sighted perspective." Gawain patted Rebecca's head. "Releasing a mere pawn is no significant loss, but the potential benefits are bound to materialize." "Potential benefits?" Rebecca blinked, "Such as?" As he spoke, he turned around, gazing at the moonless night of the alien world. "Relative loyalty implies absolute disloyalty. This adage holds considerable truth." Chapter 32. Legacy. Truly a legacy in truth, Rebecca was hardly adept in such matters. Even after Gawain had elucidated it to her once, she only grasped a vague understanding. Yet one thing she comprehended was that her esteemed ancestor seemed to harbor no particular fondness for the current king, Francis II. "So, you intend to stir up trouble for His Majesty?" Rebecca inquired, blinking. "No, I don't particularly wish to cause him trouble," Gawain responded with a shrug. "I'm merely instigating a bit of mischief." Rebecca exclaimed, "Eh?" Gawain found it challenging to elucidate the matter to Rebecca, so he deftly shifted the subject. "Never mind. It's of little consequence. Let us resume our previous discussion." Before being instructed, Amber proactively raised her hands, indicating her understanding. I comprehend. I shall stand guard outside." "Shall I?" "Alas, such is my fate." Amber gazed at Gawain in astonishment. "Oh, have you suddenly had a change of heart?" Gawain shook his head, ignoring the half-elf, and instead placed the platinum disc on the table once more. "You mentioned earlier that this is a key," Rebecca recalled, remembering Gawain's unfinished statement. "Could it be for our family's secret treasure?" Amber immediately perked up, yet feigned indifference by glancing around, her act as transparent as could be. Gawain chuckled. "Indeed, it is a treasure, a concealed vault situated on the southern border. However, it was initially intended for the kingdom of Ansou. Of course, for the present-day kingdom. It likely no longer constitutes a vast fortune. Nevertheless, for the pioneering expedition that had just escaped to this land, it represented half of the expeditionary force's assets." Rebecca's eyes widened. "Originally, it served as a contingency for the kingdom of Ansou, for in those times, no one could predict what the morrow would bring." With a smile, Gawain revealed the true purpose of this journey to the capital. The pioneering expedition had fled northward from the desolate lands of Gondor, gathering surviving remnants from the wasteland while simultaneously collecting various resources. As a result, the group grew increasingly vast, unwieldy, and conspicuous, ultimately attracting the attention of a monstrous army that emerged from the wasteland as we traversed the dark mountains. The army shielded the civilians during their movement through the rugged terrain, yet their pace could not match that of the relentless monsters, leading to a fierce battle. The losses incurred during that conflict were substantial. In the aftermath, while assessing the toll, Charlie and I came to a crucial realization. Those creatures would not relent. If we continued to carry all our burdens across the forests and mountains, the entire expedition would likely perish along the way. Thus, we made a decisive choice. We left behind a portion of the supplies that would severely impede our speed, concealing them deep within an abandoned frontier fortress and applying powerful seals to the cache. With our burdens lightened, the expedition pressed onward to the north. The subsequent history is well known. The pioneering group established a foothold in the north, creating a new center of power between the Holy Spirit Plains and the northern mountain range. Charles I constructed fortifications in the Sunil region, yet the supplies left behind in the south remained undisturbed. Initially, the instability of the region and exorbitant costs were the primary concerns, Gawain elucidated. During that era, pollution was relentlessly spreading, with the encroaching corruption even extending to the northern reaches of the Dark Mountains. Consequently, our supply depot was transformed into a contaminated zone, rendering it imprudent to dispatch a team for retrieval. Moreover, we discovered abundant resources in the northern mountains of the kingdom, and the Holy Spirit Plain began yielding a continuous stream of wealth. These newfound riches would soon surpass the value of the supplies left in the south. Given these dual factors, the treasure trove in the southern mountains gradually faded from memory. Rebecca gazed at the platinum disc in Gawain's hand, remarking, "But it seems it wasn't entirely forgotten." Amber scrutinized Gawain, inquiring, "Was this another decision made after you two had a bit too much to drink?" Gawain conceded, "That's a fair assessment." Rebecca stared blankly at her ancestral figure, and after a prolonged pause, she uttered, "Yet, as the heir to the Cecil lineage. I've never heard this tale. Such methods of inheritance are prone to issues, Gawain sighed, adding, my passing was rather abrupt, leaving no time to inform future generations. Rebecca noted, however, Charlie seems to have successfully passed the secret down to his descendants. Gawain cleared his throat to dispel the awkwardness, while simultaneously raising the platinum disc in his hand. My purpose here is to ascertain whether this key is still in existence. Since it is, it indicates that the royal family of Ansou has not accessed that fortune in the past 7 centuries. This secret is known to Charlie, as well as to his legitimate descendants, yet the illegitimate offspring remain oblivious. In the years 635 to 636 of Ansou, a civil strife obliterated the royal succession, leaving the king without an heir, while his siblings perished in the turmoil of war. Ultimately, only the Duke of the North supported an unknown illegitimate child, unearthed from the common folk, to ascend to the throne, his legitimacy shrouded in mystery. Even if this child were indeed genuine, he would remain unaware of the secrets harbored within the southern treasury. Rebecca gazed at the key with sparkling eyes, only to furrow her brow moments later. But can we truly use it at will? Gawain cast a sidelong glance at his N1-level great-granddaughter. Of course, you can. You are a descendant of the Cecil family. Exhibit some confidence. Those treasures were buried by Charlie and me. Who else in this world is more suited to inherit that fortune than I? I refused to believe that Charlie could rise from the grave as I could. Rebecca pondered for a moment before abruptly turning to seize Amber's arm with urgency. You must promise not to excavate the royal tomb. Amber exclaimed, what? In an instant, the half-elf lady became alarmed, her gaze fixed anxiously on Gawain. Wait, after hearing such confidential matters, you cannot possibly intend to eliminate me to silence me, right? At that moment, Gawain truly felt the urge to pin her against the wall with a blade. If I wanted to silence you, would I still be waiting until now? Amber's tension remained palpable. For an outsider like me, what you two have discussed is rather concerning. Firstly, I still harbor a degree of trust in you. Secondly, I recognize your intellect. Gawain raised the disc in his hand, asserting that your only audacious idea might be to steal this disc. Yet, it can only be activated by the blood of the Mohn or Cecil families. The existence of the Mohn bloodline in the world today is highly uncertain. Thus, it is evident that if you seek to gain something, it can only be. Amber stepped forward, chest out and head held high, proclaiming with righteous fervor, serving the national heroes is a tremendous honor. I, Amber, shall devote myself wholeheartedly to this duty. Such an epic endeavor transcends mere monetary discussions, does it not? Well, then I shan't discuss finances with you, Gawain replied. However, if you insist, I have no choice. It was the first time Gawain encountered someone who could be both shameless and morally indignant to such an extent. During the latter half of the night, no further visitors disturbed the peace. The array of mouse traps and nails he had set upon the windowsill proved futile, as these contraptions were of little use against the scientifically deficient shadowy infiltrators. The following day, rejuvenated and ready, Gawain and his party arrived at Silver Fortress. The same court official who had greeted them the previous day was responsible for their reception, and Francis too replicated the grand welcome scene from the day before, ensuring that appearances were meticulously upheld. It appears that Prince Edmund has effectively conveyed Gawain's intentions to his father, Francis too, who has made a grand display before outsiders. Having arranged his attire meticulously and ensured that the sword of the pioneer rested prominently at his waist, Gawain strode confidently into the Silver Castle. Chapter 33. The meeting. After a series of endeavors, Gawain finally entered the Silver Castle in the most ostentatious manner, under the watchful gaze of the multitude. The impoverished had no time to notice this place, the common folk lacked the inclination to pay attention, and the petty merchants and townsfolk would only discuss it in passing during their leisure. Yet, nearly every noble who caught wind of the news had been following the developments from the very beginning. However, the towering walls of the castle, adorned with silver foil, obstructed the sight of the majority. The lower and middle-tier nobles were denied entry into the Silver Castle, their channels of information from the upper echelons having been severed by royal decree since dawn. They could only watch helplessly as the grand procession entered the castle, subsequently engaging in discussions about the already public, albeit not entirely secret, information. 3 days prior, the Grand Duchess of the North, Victoria Weald, had arrived at the Silver Castle. An hour ago, the Duke of the West, Bedwin Franklin, and the Duke of the East, Silas Loren, had jointly arrived at the castle. Several advisors and the Prime Minister were also granted entry. The gates have been firmly shut, and no one knows what transpires within. Is it a banquet? A clandestine discussion? A dispute? Or even a murder? Countless pairs of eyes fixated upon the castle were astir, the noses beneath them twitching anxiously, seeking the scent of conspiracy or opportunity, while the mouths below opened and closed, fabricating a plethora of novel perspectives and rumors. The listeners, however, were astute, never taking the whispered tidings at face value. For before the castle gates swung open once more, none could fathom what discourse a reviver from 7 centuries past would engage in with the contemporary monarch. Francis, too, did not host any vexatious banquets, nor did he summon Gawain to the court. Instead, he opted for a meeting in the Oak Hall adjacent to the council chamber, a decision prompted by Gawain himself. The Oak Hall is an ancient space, its origins tracing back to the very foundation of Silver Castle 700 years ago, at a time when the fortress bore none of its current gilded splendor. The name Silver merely a product of Charles I's inability to conjure a more melodious title. As the most venerable chamber within this castle, which has endured numerous renovations and reconstructions, the Oak Hall was once enchanted by a formidable court druid approximately 4 centuries ago, ensuring its primary timber would remain eternally vibrant. In fact, the enchantment requires recharging every century. Despite the Oak Hall's modest size, comprising only a third of the main council chamber, its quaint antiquity renders it the most extraordinary venue within the castle, where only nobles of count rank and above dare to tread, and only matters of profound consequence to the realm are deliberated in secrecy. In the center of the hall, a round oak table was positioned, with the king seated at the place denoting the crown on the astrological chart. To his right sat his prime minister, Aiden, a middle-aged man with thinning hair and profound eyes, while to his left was the contemporary Duke of the North, Victoria Wilde. Extending further to the left and right were the Duke of the West, Bedwin Franklin, and the Duke of the East, Silas Loran, alongside several noble representatives whose names Hywell could hardly recall. The royal advisors occupied a row of chairs behind the king. Beside Hywell was only Rebecca. Clearly, Amber and Sir Byron were deemed unworthy of participation in this assembly, prompting Hywell to leave them at the residence on Crown Street No. 4. He had never contemplated bringing Amber to Silver Castle, knowing full well that her relentless spirit as a thief would compel her to strip the silver foil from the castle's exterior. Aside from the Prime Minister and the perfunctory advisors, every individual present was a descendant of the pioneers who had established the Kingdom of Ansou, including Hywell himself, a pioneer in his own right. This meeting was imbued with extraordinary significance from the outset. As a founding ancestor, Hywell felt no obligation to pay homage to anyone present. Thus, he boldly took his seat. Meanwhile, Rebecca appeared somewhat anxious, gripping her fists tightly and taking several deep breaths before finally settling down, only to forget that she was, in fact, required to bow to the king. However, in such circumstances, no one would hold it against her. Such was the audacity of attending a meeting with a guardian. The instant Gawain, adorned in ducal attire and with the Pathfinder's sword at his hip, entered the chamber, all eyes were riveted upon him. Even as the living relic settled into a chair, the gazes remained, scarcely abating, a breach of noble decorum, yet understandably difficult to restrain. The resurrection of a figure from 7 centuries past was an event that compelled attention. While observing him, many pondered the veracity of Gawain's existence, or, more precisely, the stance of Francis II. At that moment, the aged monarch across the table rose. His hair was silvered, and he appeared venerable. Yet his resplendent attire lent him an air of considerable presence. He led the 3 dukes in standing, prompting the rest of the assembly to follow suit. Gawain observed him as he intoned solemnly, "May the gods safeguard Ansou. Today, 7 centuries hence, we are privileged to behold a hero from the inaugural year of the Reclamation. We express our gratitude for the sacrifices and contributions you and your generation made to ensure the continuation of humanity. Neither this land nor its inhabitants shall ever forget the illustrious Pathfinders. Therefore, as a scion of the Mohn lineage, and in concert with the descendants of the Pathfinders, I offer my reverence to our ancient hero." The king inclined his head, and each descendant of the Pathfinders, including the 3 dukes, mirrored his gesture. The king's declaration served as an affirmation. The resurrection of Gawain Cecil was indeed genuine. As for whether it is inappropriate for a king to bow before a duke, there is truly no issue at all. After all, Gawain Cecil, who passed away 7 centuries ago, is not merely a duke at this moment. He has transcended into a symbol. Every year, Those present pay their respects at his grave alongside a multitude of pioneering ancestors, bowing deeply before their portraits. Now, with a lifelike figure of Gawain standing before them, is a bow truly out of place? However, Gawain couldn't shake the feeling that something was amiss. A second later, realization dawned upon him, and his expression turned peculiar. The last time so many people bowed to him, he was lying in a coffin. The atmosphere became palpably awkward. Fortunately, everyone present was seasoned by life's tempests, though this particular type of tempest was indeed their first encounter. They swiftly regained their composure, rising with poise, while the king smiled, stating that it is customary for juniors to pay their respects to elders. Gawain chuckled in response, though outwardly he appeared several years younger than Francis II. His tone resonated with the authority of an elder. Despite the considerable age difference, your expression when seeking excuses mirrors that of Charles from years past perfectly. Gawain Cecil also acknowledged the true lineage of Francis II's own blood. Afterward, Gawain exchanged a knowing smile with the aged king, who seemed notably relieved, even somewhat elated. Each individual present was astute, perhaps with the exception of a particularly obstinate descendant, highly skilled at discerning the intricate character traits of others from the subtlest of cues. Gawain and Francis II could easily grasp the tone of their conversation, deducing that the king and the ancient duke had likely reached some semblance of consensus. Seated to the king's left was a lady who seemed to momentarily furrow her brow, only to revert to a neutral expression. As the sole female duke among the three, her presence commanded Gawain's attention. She appeared to be in her 30s, exuding a maturity and beauty akin to Hetty's. Yet she possessed an air of coldness and indifference that set her apart. Draped in a flowing white gown and adorned with a silver fox shawl, complemented by white silk gloves and cascading silver curls, she seemed enveloped in an icy aura, reminiscent of a queen of winter. In the oak-paneled hall, this frosty beauty stood out remarkably, underscoring the fact that white reflects light with striking intensity. Francis II's left side appeared markedly brighter than his right. Yet it seemed evident that the once ascendant, illegitimate heir had now drifted beyond the control of the Wilder family. Noticing the gaze from across the room, the Frost Lady nodded with a stoic expression, perhaps in greeting. Observing this, Gawain waved his hand dismissively, remarking, "Just like your ancestor, you wear a perpetual mask. I once advised Wilder to marry a lively southern maiden to soften that expression of his, but he refused to heed my counsel. Now it seems the consequences have befallen his descendants." The face of the northern duchess twitched slightly at his words. Gawain then turned his attention to the Duke of the West and the Duke of the East, engaging them in a discussion about matters concerning their ancestral lineage based on his recollections. Finally, his gaze landed on the empty seat between the Prime Minister and the northern duchess, which was devoid of a chair. That spot had originally belonged to the Cecil family, but it had been removed a century ago. Since then, with only 3 remaining dukes in the 4 corners, the South has seen no duke from the Ansou lineage, and the royal family's various noble ranks have become the ruling elite of the South, while the Cecil family has been relegated to the most remote corner. However, Gawain merely cast a fleeting glance at that spot, then allowed a relaxed, almost disdainful smile to spread across his face as he addressed the king across the table. "Let us get to the crux of the matter. Next, my descendant, Rebecca Cecil, will elucidate the calamity that has transpired in the southern region of the kingdom. Ladies and gentlemen, that is the true predicament." Chapter 34. Negotiation. When Rebecca was unexpectedly called by name, her initial reaction was one of shock. For this scion of a once prominent family, the scene before her and the assembly of distinguished figures surrounding her were realms she had never dared to envision, even as a child. When she faced a wolf in the woods and was knocked unconscious by a single paw, as she observed her ancestors engaging in jovial discourse with the eminent personalities, she momentarily forgot that she was, in fact, a crucial participant in this gathering. Yet, what is commendable about Rebecca is her tenacity. Despite feeling somewhat bewildered, she managed to regain her composure, bolstered by an extraordinary resilience that verged on the brink of exhaustion. After a brief moment of reflection to organize her thoughts, this young lord from the southern countryside began to recount the nightmarish events that had transpired in the Cecil territory. Everyone listened intently, their focus unwavering, even though they had not anticipated that such a young girl would take the floor. The calamity itself had silenced all with its gravity. Those present were generally aware of the incidents along the southern border, as the matter had been brewing throughout the southern region, with various rumors circulating widely. Of course, This was not solely the handiwork of Gawain. He had primarily sent forth emissaries to disseminate tales of his resurrection, whereas the disaster itself had not been the focal point of his narration. Nevertheless, calamities inherently serve as the finest catalysts for gossip. And after 2 months of brewing and spreading, the events had become common knowledge throughout the southern territories. In Rebecca's increasingly fluent narration, the calamity was gradually pieced together, establishing a connection to the dark tide of magic that swept through 7 centuries ago. The emergence of a dragon cast a shroud of enigma over the entire affair. Observing the furrowed brows of the king and the nobles, Gawain let out a soft sigh. Just moments ago, their attention was consumed by the resurrection of the founding duke and the potential benefits the Cecil family might seek from the crown, likely forgetting that the primary purpose of the Cecil family's visit to the capital was to report on the monstrous threats. Yet, one cannot entirely fault them. After all, Gawain's presence was undeniably more pronounced, a presence he had cultivated himself. Now, much of the Cecil territory lay in smoldering ruins. The dragon's flames, imbued with magic, had rendered the scorched earth barren for years, leaving my people to subsist under the protection of the Viscount Grumman. Rebecca had risen, her fists clenched. The previous trepidation and anxiety completely vanished. "Your Majesty, esteemed lords," she declared, "though the Cecil domain is modest, this disaster serves as a harbinger. The dragon's intentions may be obscure, yet the monsters are a palpable calamity. They emerged 7 centuries ago, leading to the downfall of the Gondor Empire, an ordeal my ancestors endured firsthand." Francis, too, began to engage in hushed conversation with his prime minister and the Duke of the North, while others similarly bowed their heads in discussion. It was evident that they did not regard the tidings brought by Rebecca as mere air. This was undoubtedly attributable to the incessantly circulated rumors, the clandestine missives from the south, and the very presence of Gawain Cecil himself. Absent these factors, the tale of a fallen noble from a rural southern estate, claiming that his family's lands had been ravaged by monsters and dragons, would have elicited nothing but derision. It is not far-fetched to suppose that it might even incur blame rather than incite deliberation. However, the extent of their concern and the measures they might take remain uncertain. For indeed, this world has enjoyed peace for 7 centuries. "Your Grace," Duke Cecil, spoke a tall, slender man seated a few places to the left of Gawain. He was the Duke of the West, Paterwin Franklin, an individual who presented himself as an eloquent gentleman of refined demeanor. "I have faith in the integrity of your descendants regarding this matter, but I must interject. Is it truly plausible that these monsters are the very same that emerged during the dark tide 7 centuries ago? I have dealt with them for 2 decades, fighting them to the death, and I would recognize them even as ashes," Gawain replied gravely. "Moreover, I have encountered them once more and can affirm that these creatures are indeed of the ilk that surged forth from the dark tide. Regrettably, once they are slain, they rapidly disintegrate, leaving no corporeal remains for examination. Furthermore, the dragon that followed incinerated the entire territory, rendering it impossible to dispatch anyone to the Cecil domain to ascertain the situation." "Indeed not. Such notions are far from our minds," Duke Baldwin hastened to affirm. "Our sole intent is to corroborate these matters. After all, it concerns the cataclysmic magical surge of 7 centuries past, a matter of such gravity that it surpasses the capacity of any single human kingdom to confront alone. Yet they have already breached our defenses," Rebecca exclaimed, rising to her feet with palpable agitation. "I have witnessed them with my own eyes." 2 stalwart attendants bore forth a large coffer. Upon its unveiling, a collection of dilapidated swords and twisted, fragmented armor was laid bare before the assembly. These artifacts appeared as though steeped in corrosive acid, their once pristine metallic surfaces marred by pockmarks and bearing a sullied hue. The metal, most severely afflicted by elemental forces, had transmuted into a texture akin to decayed wood, yielding copious flakes upon the merest touch. "They are now rendered innocuous, safe for handling," Gawain elucidated, observing the king and nobles as they examined the specimens. "But as recently as a fortnight ago, these very steels were in a state of ceaseless disintegration. Should the historians of these past 7 centuries not have been remiss in their duties, historical annals should certainly bear record of such phenomena." "Assuredly, assuredly," Francis too concurred, nodding in affirmation. "Furthermore, we serendipitously discovered the notes of a wild mage, in which he mentioned solar flares and signs of a surge in magical power." Gawain recounted all the intelligence he could provide, but it was evident that the information from the wild mage's notes did not garner much attention. To most present, those things were even less convincing than the fragments that had fallen from the swords and armor pieces on the table. Do you know where that dragon went? Finally, Victoria Wilde, the Duchess of the North, broke the silence. She seemed more concerned about the dragon's whereabouts than the monsters. Or can you surmise its purpose? Gawain shook his head. That I do not know. Despite his seniority, it did not mean he was more knowledgeable than those present. Gawain Cecil, 7 centuries ago, had not dealt with dragons, at least not that he could recall. After seeing those crystals last night, Gawain was no longer so confident in the memories he had inherited. In fact, 3 months ago, rumors of dragons circulated in my territory, the Duchess stated deliberately. Someone claimed to have seen a dragon flying from the colder mountains further north. But ultimately, no other witnesses were found. And the person spreading the rumor was proven to have been hallucinating due to excessive alcohol consumption. He mistook the snow and wind in the mountains for a dragon. Gawain immediately inquired, did that person describe the dragon's specific appearance? It is imperative to conduct an investigation, not only into that dragon, but also into the other monstrous entities, declared Francis II. We must ascertain whether similar phenomena have emerged elsewhere across the nation, or if there are any unusual surges of magical energy. Rebecca could not resist interjecting once more. However, mere investigation is insufficient. We must also prepare for battle, as those creatures may appear without warning, with no prior indication. If we fail to ready ourselves in advance, we shall be incapable of defense, and by the time the investigators detect their presence, it will undoubtedly be too late. Duke Silas Loren, stationed at the eastern border, cast a disapproving glance at Rebecca. Are we to expect soldiers from every corner of the nation to be on standby for creatures that may or may not manifest at all? Such a notion is untenable. We cannot mobilize our troops based on an ethereal possibility, for the local nobility would surely rebel, and the credibility of the crown would suffer. He stated with a stern expression. He was robust and imposing, exuding the quintessential aura of a warrior. Moreover, we must contend with the threat posed by the Typhon Empire to the east. That nation is akin to a ravenous wolf, poised to seize a bloody morsel from Ansou. A peril that has loomed for far longer than a mere day or two. In the aftermath of the destruction of the Gondor Empire, its remnants broke through in all directions, ultimately establishing new realms in the southeast, southwest, northwest, and northeast of the continent. The Typhon Empire, situated in the eastern part of the continent, has since developed into the most formidable of the 4 nations. In the northern, southern, and western realms of humanity, coexistence with the indigenous kingdoms or races has long been established. Only Typhon stands as the singular nation in the eastern part of the continent, its strength and modus operandi readily discernible. Ansou, bordering Typhon, finds itself at the heart of abundant fertile lands and rich mines along their shared frontier, a veritable crucible for inevitable conflict. In the initial centuries, the kinship of these human realms allowed for the remembrance of brotherhood and the maintenance of peace. However, enduring tranquility proved to be a fallacy. A century ago, a civil strife engulfed Ansou, and Typhon seized the opportunity to subtly manipulate the border, precipitating a rapid deterioration in relations between the 2 nations. Now, it can be asserted that days of tranquility have become exceedingly rare. While large-scale warfare has been absent, minor skirmishes have persisted unceasingly. Currently, the Kingdom of Ansou faces a desolate southern region, having enjoyed prolonged peace, while the northern territories harbor no grievances against Ansou. To the west, the Ogier tribal nation has consistently been an ally of Ansou. Thus, amidst its 4 borders, only the eastern front has borne the brunt of warfare throughout the past century. Consequently, the militaristic Duke Silas Loren staunchly refuses to redirect military forces to guard against those ethereal monstrosities. To him, the almost legendary threats pale in comparison to the tangible menace of the Typhon army that looms daily at his doorstep. Chapter 35. Consensus. Everything unfolded precisely as Gawain had anticipated. News from the south would evoke a sense of unease among the king and nobles, amplified by the forewarnings of a resurrected ancient. This tension might escalate to a modest level of panic, but nothing beyond that. Those who have not lived through a magical tide, nor can conceive of one, will not overreact to mere verbal warnings. Even with tangible evidence like swords and armor corroded by elemental power, a higher level of response is unlikely. After all, while rare, natural phenomena capable of corrupting metalwork with magic exist. These artifacts alone cannot serve as irrefutable proof of an impending magical tide. Indeed, even Gawain himself is merely extrapolating from remembered data, hesitant to declare the apocalypse with certainty. Francis II's measured response is not misguided. He cannot plunge the entire kingdom into a state of war based on such abrupt news. Even if he were inclined, the cumbersome and antiquated feudal system would hinder him. Moreover, initiating nationwide preparations now would be imprudent. The southern anomalies and surges of magical energy are mere harbingers, not even the vanguard of a magical tide. The true surge may be months or even years away, if it is to occur at all. Until then, tranquility reigns, demanding nationwide readiness during a period of calm, absent of concrete evidence, might have been feasible for the Mon family in their prime. However, the Second Dynasty no longer possesses such authority. Francis II cannot even command the Duke of the Eastern March. A resurrected Grand Duke of the realm may possess considerable prestige. However, to presume upon that prestige to meddle with the kingdom's present order would be an overestimation of his influence. Gawain understood his sway here was akin to a resplendent scepter of flowers, ornate and dazzling, yet devoid of true power. The Cecil family's foundations had eroded, bereft of land, populace, soldiery, and even the means for their journey to the royal capital, which had to be borrowed. To the pragmatic aristocracy, this presented a rather precarious situation. Therefore, Gawain restrained the words forming on Rebecca's lips and turned his gaze upon the sovereign. "We have delivered our message and issued our caution. The subsequent response rests with you. We shall heed your warning with utmost diligence," the Duchess Victoria Wilde declared, her voice tinged with an icy timbre. "All inquiries shall commence immediately upon the adjournment of this assembly, and you shall receive updates without delay. An inquiry, then, it is the only recourse." Gawain conceded with a nod. He then pivoted the discourse. "Let us now address the private affairs of the Cecil family." At this juncture, the atmosphere palpably tensed. "Pray, be at ease. Do not assume the countenance of one whose forebear has risen from the sepulchre to demand the redemption of all paper money incinerated over the years." Gawain jested, only to realize his jest fell upon deaf ears, resulting in an awkward silence. Francis II exchanged glances with several princes, each countenance revealing varying degrees of relief. Gawain, with an air of initiative, broached the monumental event from a century prior, eliciting genuine sighs of relief among them. After all, initiating discourse on such a sensitive topic could induce a surge in blood pressure to alarming heights. The fact that this venerable ancestor displayed such understanding towards his juniors was indeed a source of comfort. Yet, once they exhaled, their hearts tightened once more. What personal belongings could possibly belong to Gawain Cecil? Everything is the Lord's, as per the noble code. The entirety of the Cecil family's legacy, land, vassals, titles, and more, constituted Gawain Cecil's personal estate. Which of these was he alluding to? Each individual discreetly tensed their muscles, the only exception being Francis II, who calmly regarded Gawain and subtly nodded in acknowledgement. The great nobles and their advisors exchanged glances, and soon these erudite, well-bred gentlemen and ladies were reminded of the ancient and sacred edict of exploration. It commemorated the brilliance of the second exploration, standing as a testament to humanity's indomitable will to survive in the face of adversity, a declaration of mortal resilience against the forces of nature. Even today, it remains an integral part of the foundational codes of the four great realms, a decree that, while devoid of any future applicability, is one that no soul dares to revoke. The original edict is even inscribed on platinum tablets, enshrined within the halls of every human nation. Yet, its preservation serves merely as a memento, a means to impress future generations, a testament to one's adherence to ancestral legitimacy. Why has this suddenly come into effect? Yet amidst the astonishment, a subtle expression of genuine relief flickered across the faces of those present, a change in demeanor that did not escape the keen eyes of Gawain. Consequently, he too relaxed and began to engage in discussions with the attendees regarding the matter of the permanent development rights. Gawain was confident that this issue would not pose much difficulty when compared to a living ancestor returning to demand the paper money burned in the past. Along with the vast lands that spanned nearly a nation from 700 years ago, a mere permanent development right seemed insignificant. Although the latter sounded intimidating, it would not affect the personal interests of anyone present. In circumstances where their interests remained unscathed, every noble, including the king himself, would be rather amenable. This was also a result of Gawain's deliberate efforts. However, Gawain's sole aim was merely the permanent development rights. The disparity was akin to stepping out to purchase a watch originally priced at 860,000, only to find it discounted to 25, feeling as though one had struck an extraordinary bargain. One might even begin to doubt the authenticity of the watch. Yet, regardless of whether that $25 watch was counterfeit, the ancestor was real. If his true desire was merely for a permanent development right, what more was there to discuss? Had Gawain made no prior preparations and introduced the concept of permanent development rights from the outset, the situation might not have unfolded so smoothly. The inherent greed of the nobles would likely have led them to seek a cut, even in such matters. However, with ample groundwork laid, the conversation regarding development rights became significantly more manageable. The assembled monarchs and dukes, with minimal deliberation, unanimously concurred that the right of exploitation was inherently legitimate, an acknowledgement compelled by historical precedent. The original signatories to the right of exploitation were not limited to Ansou alone. Indeed, the four principal human kingdoms of the time, along with their bordering nations and tribes, had all ratified the decree, pledging its perpetual validity. Among these collective witnesses were the elves from the Silver Empire in the far southern reaches of the continent, enigmatic beings of remarkable longevity. These elves, boasting an average lifespan exceeding 3 millennia and renowned for their meticulousness and integrity, were notoriously steadfast. Their inclusion as witnesses to the signing of the perpetual exploitation decree was precisely for this reason. The four monarchs, in an effort to imbue the decree with greater solemnity and credibility, had even commissioned a copy in the Elven tongue to be entrusted to the safekeeping of the Silver Empire. While it was universally understood that the inaugural generation of pioneering knights could not possibly endure for eternity, humanity was nevertheless determined to inscribe such a decree with a perpetual designation and to enlist a long-lived race as witnesses. This was, perhaps, a peculiar idiosyncrasy of humankind. She distinctly recalled affixing her seal to the document. To deny it would be an audacious proposition. Regardless, Gawain mentioned that if Ansou does not acknowledge the right to explore, he would lead his entire family across half the continent to seek refuge in the Silver Empire. After all, there are still plenty of undeveloped areas surrounding the elven forests, and among those elves, there are many familiar faces who would surely coexist harmoniously with the Cecil family. It would be quite embarrassing if the founding ancestor of their nation, being ostracized at home, had to drag his family to reside in the territory of a foreign race, living in trees. Would they still have any face left if this were to spread? Thus, everyone present unanimously agreed that the right to explore must be preserved. But the specifics of where to explore needed further discussion. Within the kingdom, there were no longer any uninhabited lands. Every inch of land had its owner. The Prime Minister, Aidan Alfred, stood up. This composed man was the right-hand man of Francis II, possessing an intimate understanding of the kingdom's current situation. Outside the kingdom, there were also very few uninhabited areas along the borders with other nations, and those that existed were desolate wastelands, such as the buffer zone of Gondor. Your Grace, where do you intend to explore? Gawain waved his hand, requesting the map. Upon receiving it, Gawain glanced at it and couldn't help but frown slightly. Even though this world possesses the convenience of magic, such as eagle eye, forest perception, and measurement spells, to assist in map-making, the map before him remained exceedingly crude, with significant issues even in the scale. Compared to the satellite perspective in his mind, it resembled mere doodling. Perhaps it was precisely because of the overwhelming convenience of magic that it hindered the development of many other aspects. As Gawain pondered, he completed a comparison with the accurate map in his mind, subsequently pointing to a specific area on the crude map. I shall commence from here. It was a mountain range adjacent to the desolate lands of Gondor and the borders of Typhon, the Dark Mountains. Chapter 36. The Banquet. Upon observing the location indicated by Gawain, everyone was momentarily taken aback. The first to break the silence was Duke Bodwin Franklin of the Western Realm, his eyes wide with astonishment. Are you certain? Why not? Gawain replied with a smile. Is this place still under ownership? Not at all. Francis too shook his head. The entire region of the Dark Mountains, as well as the areas further south, are indeed unclaimed, aligning perfectly with the requirements of the pioneering decree. However, this location is not only in close proximity to the Typhon Empire, but also directly connects to the desolate lands of Gondor to the south. The most significant reason for this is the existence of the Gondor wasteland. To this day, that land remains shrouded in chaotic elemental forces and magical energies. with the ever-swirling corruption rendering the earth nearly barren, teeming with toxins lethal to humanity. Although its expansion has ceased, the toxic dust storms that occasionally sweep in from the wasteland's fringes, along with the monsters that sometimes wander forth, pose a dire threat. Subsequently, the kingdom's center of gravity shifted further northward due to the increasing prosperity of the northern regions and the establishment of diplomatic relations with the Violet Kingdom. This, coupled with the collapse of the Cecil family of the Southern Territory during the Mist Moon Civil War a century ago, led to a further deterioration and regression of the southern situation. As of now, the entire Dark Mountains and most of the surrounding areas have become akin to a wasteland. The desolation wafting over the mountains has even corrupted the plains north of the range. However, Gawain merely offered a faint smile, remarking that he had faced far worse predicaments in his time. He conceded that he might not be as adept at political maneuvering and intrigue as the younger generation, but asserted that they were no match for his experience in confronting the perils of nature. Given Gawain's self-assuredness, the others present naturally ceased to concern themselves on his behalf. As far as the king and other nobles were concerned, whether Gawain Cecil could gain a foothold in the south was of little consequence to them. Their primary concern was merely how soon this hot potato could be removed from the royal capital, since Gawain had willingly chosen a desolate, God-forsaken place. What more was there to say? They were eager to expedite the departure of their venerable ancestor from the capital. After settling the crucial issue of development rights, Gawain smoothly persuaded Francis to acknowledge several other trivial matters. Firstly, the ducal status of Gawain Cecil must persist, albeit temporarily, as a personal honorific, not inheritable by any offspring unless, upon Gawain's subsequent demise, uncontested. The Cecil family has indeed cultivated extensive territories in the south, or accrued other merits, at which point their descendants' entitlement to nobility shall be adjudicated based on their land and accomplishments. This is, in truth, a somewhat incongruous proposition, born of the dissonance between Gawain Cecil's ducal title and the contentious affair of a century past. None dare to strip an inaugural Grand Duke of his title. Yet elevating a Viscount family directly to dukedom is untenable, thus necessitating this compromise. Frankly, it contravenes every law established since the founding of Ansou. But what logic can one impart to a man risen from his coffin? The forebear defies even physics, let alone reason. The so-called temporary non-inheritance is transparently a delaying tactic, a placation of the existing aristocratic order. Furthermore, the Ansou royal family shall fully recognize the Cecil family's complete autonomy over newly cultivated lands, as the founding monarch acknowledged the autonomy of any pioneering territory. With sundry additional stipulations, Gawain ultimately attained his desired outcome, a sovereign statelet within a nation free from interference. In reality, these terms were predetermined. Gawain had already established a rapport with the king during Prince Edmund's preliminary visit, and the proceedings in Oakhall were merely a formality, as no one present voiced opposition to these terms, given the Cecil family's destination was a desolate frontier, and their territorial gains would not encroach upon the established interests of any existing house. Any nominal disputes were easily resolved in the absence of conflicting interests. Francis too promptly executed the new charter, proclaiming, in accordance with ancient laws, the Cecil family's entitlement to the reclamation of all lands centered on the Dark Mountains, extending to the domains of any neighboring kingdom. He further pledged the provision of necessary support for this pioneering endeavor, including a contingent of 100 individuals comprising various artisans and mage apprentices, along with a year's supply of provisions and textiles for the nascent territory. The artisans and apprentices would serve in the territory for 3 years, after which they would be free to choose their residence. Should any opt to remain, the Cecil family would be required to compensate the royal court at a rate of 30 gold pieces per individual. While these provisions were modest, Gawain found them satisfactory, as they would provide immediate relief to the financially strained Cecil family. The gold, silver, and/or within the mountain vault could not be directly converted into sustenance or skilled artisans. In an era of prolonged peace, where the concept of territorial expansion had faded into distant memory, few were inclined to abandon their secure homelands for the arduous task of pioneering land adjacent to the wastes of Gondor. Thus, the 100 artisans and apprentices represented an invaluable asset. This gesture could be interpreted as a token of goodwill from Francis II, representing the kingdom of Ansou, towards Gawain, in gratitude for the recognition of his lineage by the founding Grand Duke. The transaction has concluded, leaving all parties immensely satisfied. Following such a mutually gratifying agreement, a grand banquet is an absolute necessity. The newly emerged nobles, unqualified to enter the Oak Hall, yet privileged to be the first to learn of the meeting's outcome, have been waiting in the various lounges of Silver Fortress for half a day. Only when a servant rushes into the banquet hall, ringing the celebratory bronze bell, do they appear with smiles upon their faces. This is Rebecca's inaugural experience in such a setting. The impoverished young lady has never before set foot in such opulent surroundings, and, due to the nobility's disdain for the Cecil family, she has seldom attended any respectable gatherings throughout her life. The most extravagant feast she recalls was a lively celebration her father held in the castle when she turned 16, which consisted merely of a long table laden with food. It pales in comparison to the banquets within Silver Fortress. How wealthy His Majesty is. Initially, Rebecca attempted to maintain a serious demeanor, striving to appear mature and composed. However, her youthful exuberance soon overshadowed her feigned composure. She clutched Galvin's hand, peppering him with questions, while he, with a smile, regaled her with tales drawn from his memory and the vivid imagination of a time traveler. Rebecca's unsophisticated demeanor was not lost on the keenly observant aristocrats. However, they refrained from displaying any disdain towards the provincial young liege. Perhaps a hint of condescension lingered in their thoughts, but Gawain Cecil remained steadfastly by Rebecca's side. This unwavering paternal presence compelled everyone to suppress any dismissive sentiments, maintaining at least a semblance of cordiality towards Rebecca. To jest, Gawain jested, with Rebecca's intellect, which seems to have suffered a cranial mishap, and her obdurate nature. She wouldn't last a day in the Southern Territory. Engaging with the shrewd individuals of the capital would result in her selling off the entire family in an instant. Excessive protection does not foster growth in offspring. A gentle, masculine voice interjected from the side. Countess Rebecca has reached her majority. You ought to permit her greater exposure to the social circles of the upper class. I passed away prematurely and lack substantial experience in guiding children. Gawain responded with a shrug, seemingly unconcerned. Moreover, Victoria added, I believe that even if I were to abstain from intervening, Rebecca would scarcely have time to engage with others. Gawain gestured towards his N1 great-granddaughter, who was presently engrossed in an unrestrained culinary indulgence at a nearby table. Truly spontaneous, Duke Baldwin remarked drily. Gawain chuckled, then turned his gaze towards Victoria Wilde, who stood beside them, her expression impassive and silent. Rather than concerning myself with the education of posterity, I have certain inquiries for the young lady of the Wilde lineage. Chapter 37. The news of the dragon indeed. It is merely a rumor, Victoria stated coolly, her demeanor as frigid as the northern winds. To those unfamiliar with her, she might even seem somewhat aloof. I have dispatched inquiries. On that day, aside from a drunken man, no one witnessed the so-called dragon. I do not refer to that instance alone, but rather to the myriad tales of dragons that have circulated in the north throughout the centuries, Hywin remarked, gazing into the eyes of the Duchess. Since my demise, how many such rumors have persisted in the northern lands? Victoria's brow arched slightly, while the Duke of Bardwin, seated beside her, cast a curious glance in her direction. If that is the case, it appears that the tales of dragons in the vicinity are indeed a specialty of your northern region. It is true that stories of dragons occasionally permeate the northern territories, and there exist small groups that revere these mythical creatures. However, such beliefs are primarily the superstitions of the mountain folk. Victoria shook her head. The north, characterized by its mountainous terrain, often experiences snowstorms, which the mountain dwellers interpret as the roars of dragons. Moreover, the north shares a border with the Duchy of the Holy Dragon, where the inhabitants boast of being descendants of dragons and openly embrace dragon worship as their official belief. Consequently, the mountain folk, heavily influenced by them, inevitably propagate an array of peculiar tales. Yet, the Weirder family has resided in the north for 7 centuries and has never truly witnessed a dragon soaring through the skies. Those stories are mere fabrications. But now, a genuine dragon has appeared, flying right before my eyes, Hywin remarked with a hint of detachment. If dragons truly exist, I shall inform you at the earliest opportunity, Victoria remarked lightly, a faint smile gracing her lips. Just a moment ago, I presumed you were about to invite me for a dance. However, I shall refrain. I am not proficient in such matters, and after 7 centuries, I am utterly oblivious to the modern forms of dance. Gawain chuckled softly, shaking his head and waving his hand dismissively. You may continue with your affairs. It is rather uncomfortable to engage in conversation with a living relic of 700 years. I shall be content to observe. Yet, he found himself unable to counter their departure. Watching the two contemporary dukes leave, he sighed softly within. Indeed, it was not so simple. During the recent assembly, upon hearing the North Duke mention rumors of dragons resurfacing, he had believed it to be a significant lead. Dragons had long forsaken this continent, so long that nearly a millennium had passed without a verifiable sighting, rendering those formidable beings nearly mythological to the vast majority of sentient races on the continent. Yet, for Gawain, who had traversed the skies for countless millennia, dragons were far from unfamiliar. After witnessing a dragon, he had meticulously organized the memories in his mind, cataloging every instance of dragon appearances. Upon reviewing these recollections, he discovered that nearly all dragons hailed from the north, regardless of whether the span of time in between is a millennium or 10 millennia, and whether the dragons that arrive on the continent are solitary or numerous. They invariably traverse the northern mountains before penetrating into the heart of the land. Each appearance of the colossal dragons seems to be driven by a distinct purpose. They surge directly into the depths of the continent, swiftly departing after accomplishing their tasks, showing no inclination for leisurely exploration. Alas, Gawain's perspective from the sky was limited, allowing him only to glimpse portions of the continent and a scant stretch of the southern coastline. He could not ascertain how far north the land extended, rendering him unable to speculate whether the mighty dragons hailed from beyond the northern mountain barrier or another continent across the distant sea. Nevertheless, he harbored a strong intuition that the dragons would indeed make a reappearance. Gawain and his entourage did not linger long in the royal capital. Setting forth on the third day, the assistance promised by the king would require some time to materialize. Food supplies could not be transported by land, as the journey would result in the consumption of half by both men and horses. River transport would necessitate waiting for the water levels of the Dolgan River on the St. Spirit Plains to rise in a fortnight. Additionally, assembling 100 craftsmen and apprentices would demand time, primarily waiting for various guilds to nominate their less fortunate, marginalized members who had been wronged, and subsequently selecting the 100 most unfortunate to register. This process was also quite time-consuming, and ensuring that these individuals could embark before the food was loaded onto the vessels would be a remarkable feat Gawain could ill afford to tarry. He had, at long last, secured the rights to develop the territory he so desired, and a plethora of schemes awaited implementation. Thus, upon receiving the voluminous documents provided by the king, he departed the royal capital with utmost haste. Alas, upon the continent of Lorraine, magic, though extant, was not as readily accessible as in fanciful tales. The various races primarily utilized magic for rudimentary purposes, such as conjuring large fireballs to hurl at adversaries or compressing arcane energy into projectiles. Spells like teleportation and spatial storage were not entirely absent from historical records, but they existed more as legends. For instance, the primeval elves, long vanished from the annals of history, were fabled to have mastered the art of spatial teleportation. Some even claimed that dragon tongue magic, the wellspring of numerous spells, contained descriptions of spatial manipulation, though no one had ever witnessed it firsthand. Casting aside her thick, warm silver fox cloak to a servant, Victoria strode briskly into the depths of the castle. She settled into her office, where a woman of unremarkable appearance, with black hair and eyes, approached and placed a cup of hot tea upon her desk. The woman then moved behind the Duchess, skillfully kneading her shoulders. "You appear weary," the woman remarked, her voice deep and reassuring. "The Grand Duke, founder of the nation, has truly been resurrected," Victoria murmured. "Gawain Cecil, of legend. His countenance is identical, as is the pioneer's sword. I took the liberty of employing a truth detection spell, and the events he recounted proved to be genuine." The woman, who appeared to be a maid, retorted against Victoria. "A skilled deceiver can evade the detection of lies, and even when magic is in effect, it is not always infallible. There exists an element of chance in every trick, so one should not rely on it excessively." Victoria shook her head. "Maggie, I still possess my intuition." "Intuition, you say?" The woman named Maggie pondered for a moment. "What do you intend to do?" The resurrected great hero seemed disinterested in the current power dynamics of the kingdom. He merely sought to reclaim his perpetual right of expansion. Victoria spoke with an air of indifference about her experiences in the capital, expressing her concern regarding his attitude towards the king. I had assumed that the founding duke would place immense importance on the legitimate lineage of the Mon family, even confronting the current royal family on this matter. Yet he openly acknowledged Francis too as the rightful heir of the founding patriarch, which took me by surprise. They must have had private discussions, Maggie remarked, pausing her massage. You have been careless. Careless? Victoria frowned. And now, His Majesty the King is likely even more difficult to control. Are you suggesting that? No, Victoria shook her head. The Wild family seeks the prosperity of Ansou, not power. So, you do not intend to take any action? Maggie resumed her massage. You are too gentle. I disapprove of the methods employed by my predecessors. They are no longer suitable for this era, Victoria stated, her gaze inadvertently rising to the wall opposite the room. Upon that wall hung the family crest of the Wilder lineage, accompanied by 5 portraits depicting the founding sovereign, Charles I, and 4 valiant knights of exploration. These portraits were indeed a customary adornment in the households of noble families throughout Ansouan. Adjacent to the ancestral portrait of the Wilder clan was an image of the formidable Gawain Cecil, a man clad in armor and wielding the sword of the pioneers, his weathered gaze fixed upon the horizon as though his sight could transcend time and glimpse into a distant future. This notion stirred within Victoria a memory of his resurrection after 7 centuries, causing her to shudder imperceptibly. Vicky. Maggie's voice emerged from behind. Please take down the portrait of Duke Cecil, Victoria Wilder replied, her tone measured. It is no longer appropriate to display it. Take it down? Is that permissible? He explicitly told me he was uncomfortable being displayed while still alive. Victoria's voice carried an added weight of fatigue. He is our elder, a friend of our ancestors. I cannot disregard his words. Very well, Maggie conceded with a resigned nod, moving to retrieve the portrait. Just then, Victoria spoke again. By the way, Maggie, you are a mountain dweller, correct? Yes. Are you familiar with the tales of dragons? What is your view of them? The woman with black hair and eyes turned her back to Victoria, pausing momentarily before shaking her head. They are merely tedious legends. But there truly is a dragon that has appeared in the southern Cecil territory. Is that so? Maggie reached out to take down the portrait of Gawain Cecil, a gesture that likely boded ill. In the 38th chapter, a true headache, Lord Andrew, having waited nearly 3 months in Tanzan town, felt he had made a judicious decision. The founding hero from 7 centuries ago did not disappoint him. He was not merely the brute Andrew had initially feared, but rather a figure of cunning and strategy. However, he was taken aback that this hero chose the Dark Mountains as the starting point for the revitalization of his family. As a minor noble residing in the southern frontier, Lord Andrew was no stranger to the Dark Mountains. In fact, the original Cecil and Leslie territories lay to the north of these mountains, and on clear days, one could easily behold the majestic natural barrier by simply looking up. The mountains shielded the region from the unwholesome air emanating from the desolate lands of Gondor. Yet their reputation for treacherous creatures and eerie tales instilled fear in many. Even the most reckless hunters seldom ventured into the Dark Mountains for sustenance, despite the Southern Lord's allowance for hunting rights within the range. The original Cecil territory was situated slightly to the northwest of the Dark Mountains, with Tanzan town lying to the northeast. Gawain's newly designated Cecil territory was located to the southeast of Tanzan town, forming a rough triangle among the 3 locations. With the new Cecil territory being the closest to the Dark Mountains, its southern edge plunging directly into the rugged landscape. A tributary of the Whitewater River, which meanders past Tanzan town, empties into the territory of New Cecil, rendering that nascent domain a strategically advantageous locale from a logistical standpoint. It facilitates the effortless procurement of provisions from Tanzan town, while simultaneously promising diminished trade expenditures as the domain burgeons in due course. However, this is contingent upon Gawain and his cohort successfully establishing a foothold in that barren expanse. Within the confines of Viscount Andrew's castle, the gaunt and meticulous nobleman exuded an air of profound concern. With all due respect, Your Grace, he remarked, the initial settlement you have selected is not particularly propitious. While the land is indeed extensive, its proximity to the Dark Mountains renders it vulnerable, bereft of the safeguards afforded by civilized society. The wild beasts of the mountains pose a considerable menace, and each year, during the month of mist, an unwholesome zephyr traverses the mountains, emanating from the wastes of Gondor. While robust soldiers may endure, the frail commoners and serfs will undoubtedly succumb. You must have perused the map, and thus comprehend that the options available to me, while geographically diverse, are uniformly challenging, Gawain retorted, seemingly unfazed. Within the circumambient region adjacent to the Dark Mountains, the parcel of land I have designated is the most amenable. The unwholesome zephyr can be mitigated through pharmacological interventions and arcane arts. I shall devise my own stratagems to address the issue of defense. Provided we can weather the initial year, we shall be able to extract ore from the Dark Mountains, thereby ensuring the domain's establishment. He could scarcely divulge that his predilection for that particular location stemmed from the presence of the national treasury of 7 centuries past, concealed within the mountains. The revelation of the treasury's contents must be reserved until its treasures are fully in our possession, while complete secrecy is unattainable. Given the eventual utilization of these resources in our endeavors, it is imperative to restrict knowledge to a select few until the deployment of these assets is complete. Acknowledging Gawain's resolute stance, Viscount Andrew acquiesced, offering a reminder. These are your decrees, which I shall endeavor to uphold. Yet, I implore you to bear in mind our initial accord. Gawain responded with a subtle smile. Rest assured, the House of Cecil is not one to default on its obligations. Should you harbor reservations, I would gladly offer a relic or two from my personal collection as collateral. Rebecca, who was regaling her Aunt Hattie with tales of her sojourn in the royal capital, interjected, her eyes gleaming with enthusiasm. Our esteemed ancestor shares my sentiments. Might this signify that I am a true heir to the family's legacy? Hattie gently tapped Rebecca's forehead, cautioning, cease your distractions and resume your narrative. You dare claim that at the king's gala, your sole preoccupation was consuming delicacies? I partook in wine as well, Rebecca retorted. I have attained my majority and am permitted a modicum of indulgence. Hattie, in utter despair at the girl's imprudence, lamented, heavens above. Viscount Andrew, naturally, demurred at Gawain's proposition, waving his hands in protest. There is no need. I have complete faith in the integrity of the Cecil lineage and the assurances of a founding hero. When do you intend to depart? The sooner, the better. Gawain nodded, stating that once the necessary supplies were prepared, they would depart. The promised support from the king would not arrive for at least a month. Therefore, I must ensure that my subjects can establish themselves in their new home first. For those who had narrowly escaped the calamity of the old Cecil territory, the 3-month period of recuperation had come to an end. The return of the Lord from the capital signified that they must immediately prepare for a new life. Even though most of them remained oblivious to what that life would entail, Knights Philip and Byron were dispatched to procure essential supplies and construction materials for the new territory in Ansou town, food, tools, tents, medicines, and countless other necessities they had never even considered. The items to be gathered piled up like a mountain, and even Hetty, who had always assisted in managing territorial affairs, along with Byron, a seasoned minister of the Cecil family, were at a loss as to where to begin. No one knew what was required to establish a territory from scratch. In this regard, only Gawain could offer assistance. 7 centuries ago, the pioneers of Ansou had constructed their homes from nothing, and the knowledge of what was necessary during that pioneering period remained a valuable asset in Gawain's memory. Of course, given the 7-century gap, his experiences might not be entirely applicable, yet the fundamental principles would remain largely unchanged, regardless of how tools evolved. The challenges faced by pioneers in the wilderness remained the same: the essentials of food, shelter, transportation, and medical care. Regarding the financial matters, Lord Andrew had previously returned the treasures of gold and silver to the Cecil family. Coupled with the funds preserved by Sir Philip, while not abundant, they were sufficient to procure the initial supplies. The majority of the lower-class populace in Ansou town remained indifferent to the presence or departure of these outsiders. However, the necessity for the newcomers to purchase numerous items upon their exit proved to be a boon for the town's commercial guilds, significantly diminishing their grievances towards their lord. Prior to this, the lord had commandeered several shanties to accommodate the newcomers, and the destitute refugees scarcely possessed even a few copper coins, which had understandably irked many merchants. As the two family knights busied themselves gathering supplies, Gawain instructed Hetty and Rebecca to compile a comprehensive roster of all Cecil vassals, detailing the over 800 survivors. Each individual was to be recorded with precision, including their name, age, gender, health status, and skilled trades, organized by family units. Additionally, a separate list was to be created for carpenters, masons, and blacksmiths. If feasible, assigning numbers to each person for easy reference was also requested. This task assigned to his 2 great-great-great-great-granddaughters, which he presumed would be straightforward, left them utterly bewildered. They had never encountered the concept of basic data registration and were unfamiliar with the process of creating such forms. Had there been no fundamental population registration conducted at all? Upon witnessing the bewildered expressions of Hetty and Rebecca, Gawain felt even more perplexed than they were. "How do you tally the population in the territory?" he inquired. "Is it really as simple as asking around? The legendary governance through mere glances, the power of countenance to maintain peace. Could it be that straightforward?" Noticing the tumultuous expressions on Gawain's face, Hetty grew anxious. "Might it be that, during your esteemed ancestor's establishment of the nation, you utilized such tables for population statistics?" Gawain hastily rummaged through the information in his mind, and after a moment, his countenance turned pale. Goodness, it was far more chaotic back then. The downfall of the Gondor Empire was swift, and the once prosperous central region was utterly obliterated. Those who survived the initial onslaught were primarily from the remote regions. That ancient empire exemplified a profoundly unbalanced society. Its developmental pattern seemed almost grotesque to Gawain. The magical technologies of this world relied heavily on magical focal points, which are inherently limited. Consequently, all advanced technologies of the Gondor Empire were concentrated around the most potent magical focal point in the heart of the continent, while the sparsely endowed remote areas languished in unimaginable backwardness. Thus, after the eruption of the abyssal tide centered around the deep blue, the advanced technologies and the erudite populace of the Gondor Empire were sacrificed to the heavens. Those who survived were subjected to incessant waves of energy radiation, repeatedly sifting through the remnants of humanity. By the time the pioneers led the remnants of civilization to safety, human culture had been irrevocably shattered. To speak bluntly, the four great nations were established by a group of elementary school children leading a band of illiterates. However, in this world where extraordinary powers exist, the potency of individual strength at the apex could somewhat mitigate the overall decline brought about by the stagnation of civilization. This is why the original four great nations managed to endure under the strain of formidable pioneers, withstanding the myriad pressures that accompanied their inception. Yet, it has been 700 years. 700 years, and how have these unworthy descendants made no progress? Chapter 39. The Dark Mountains. Of course, while he inwardly lamented, Gawain understood that the development of this world had unfolded in such a manner beyond remedy. The evolution of civilization follows discernible patterns, yet it is rife with uncertainty. At times, a groundbreaking technological innovation can elevate an entire civilization to a new echelon. More often, especially under the overwhelming dominance of feudal ignorance, the advancement of civilization may languish in a state of stagnation for centuries. In this realm, characterized by supernatural forces, entrenched social hierarchies, and having endured a cataclysmic event, the situation is bound to be even more dire. The existence of extraordinary powers bestows upon this world numerous conveniences that transcend the ages. However, simultaneously, such powers shackle the advancement of civilization. They enable those in positions of privilege to lead exceedingly comfortable and leisurely lives, establishing an absolute dominion over the vast majority of powerless mortals. Furthermore, the rarity and unpredictability of magical aptitude render such powers ineffective as catalysts for societal progress, as they fail to provide benefits to the broader populace. The fortunate few who occasionally awaken to magical gifts merely ascend to a new aristocracy, lacking both the will and the capacity to alter the fates of the majority. The notion that extraordinary powers do not belong to the common folk is an accepted tenet. Consequently, societal progress becomes agonizingly sluggish. On one hand, ordinary individuals, who constitute the majority, are utterly powerless to alter the status quo, while on the other hand, the elite, who revel in the conveniences afforded by extraordinary powers, see no need for societal advancement. In fact, even the commoners themselves do not deem progress necessary. They merely pray for the day when they might awaken their own magical gifts. In a world where ice arrows exist, who would think to invent refrigerators and air conditioners? Yet, ice arrows will forever remain mere ice arrows, incapable of ensuring that everyone enjoys ice cream in the summer or that medical professionals can preserve serum and vaccines at will. At least in this current era, this is the reality. This is undoubtedly incorrect. Gawain is acutely aware of this reality. Extraordinary powers should not serve as an impediment to civilization, and this realm ought not remain perpetually ensnared in the Middle Ages. Ultimately, what is referred to as magic is merely a method of harnessing energy. Its inherent flexibility and convenience ought to act as a catalyst for rapid development, rather than a shackle. However, it is evident that such matters cannot be resolved at present. He elaborated to Hetty and Rebecca on the necessity of compiling this data, as well as certain considerations to heed when creating the tables. Naturally, given that they had never previously engaged in such statistics, the uneducated common folk might struggle even to articulate their surnames and ages. Thus, he relaxed the requirements for the tables, instructing them to merely gather information on the artisans, while other commoners would only need to register their names for the time being. Everything could be refined once the new territory was established. No one had ever conducted such a census of the common people, for to the aristocracy of this world, the commoners held little value, barely sufficient to serve as cannon fodder in battle. The sole function of the common folk was to produce sustenance and act as free labor. With no one recognizing the significance of humanity, it follows that the necessity of recording population data was overlooked. It is heartening to note that, amidst her general confusion in other matters, Rebecca grasped this aspect with remarkable clarity. She quickly comprehended Gawain's intentions and joyfully set off with others to organize the information. Reflecting on her earlier decree permitting serfs to transition into freedmen through service, it seems this seemingly incompetent lady lord is not entirely devoid of merit. The child, with proper education, might have been able to deceive those in charge of personnel, though this is not the case. Fortunately, the number of individuals requiring enumeration was fewer than 900. After settling in Tanzan town, Sir Philip had already conducted a preliminary record of the survivors. With Hetty's assistance, Rebecca swiftly organized the information requested by Gawain. Upon receiving the data, Gawain resolved to divide the group into two factions to journey to their new home. One faction, the advance team, would be led personally by him, Rebecca, and Hetty, comprising half of the soldiers and militia under Sir Byron's command, along with essential artisans and 100 laborers. This advance team would establish a temporary camp upon arrival, ascertain the availability of water sources, and prepare for potential attacks from surrounding beasts. Subsequently, the majority of the civilians would follow under Sir Philip's escort. It would be unwise to charge recklessly into an uninhabited wilderness with over 800 individuals, even though this number included no elderly, infirm, or disabled, as they had not managed to escape. It was indeed more prudent for the less combat-capable civilians to trail behind the advance team. In venturing into a barren land, no amount of preparation ever feels sufficient. Nevertheless, every endeavor must commence with a first step. After devising the most meticulous plans and arrangements possible, Gawain and his advance team finally departed from Tanzan town, setting their course toward the ominous mountains in the southeast. They progressed along the tributaries of the White Water River, traversing the relatively flat riverbanks where knights and lords led the way at the forefront, while soldiers flanked the sides for protection. Skilled artisans and an array of materials and tools were safeguarded in the heart of the group. "We are the pioneers," Gawain remarked with a smile as he gazed at her. Hetty blinked. "What I wish to convey is the great expansion that occurred 7 centuries ago." Gawain shrugged. "Isn't that still me?" Hetty replied, "Indeed." Summoning a measure of confidence, Gawain regarded the lady who appeared somewhat troubled by the future. Every venture into the unknown represents a monumental journey, whether it be the second expansion of 700 years past, the legendary first expansion of ancient lore, or our current endeavors. They are fundamentally remarkable. We shall not merely establish a new homeland. Perhaps we shall usher in a new era. Hetty gazed at Gawain with a hint of bewilderment before nodding in agreement. Although she did not fully comprehend what he meant by a new era, she understood that if the ancestor of a legendary hero spoke thus, it must be both grand and glorious. Meanwhile, Amber, who accompanied them, began clapping her hands excitedly. The clever young thief thought simply. After all, Gawain was the boss, and whatever the boss said was undoubtedly correct. Regardless of her understanding, applauding was always a safe choice. As they ventured closer to the dark mountains, the landscape grew increasingly desolate, revealing the gradual decline of human civilization's strength in this southern realm. In the fervent days of exploration, when the initial zeal had yet to wane, the descendants of the first pioneering knights carved out small enclaves in this untamed land with sword and flame, envisioning a resurgence of territorial expansion towards the desolate lands of Gondor. However, as the remnants of the magical tide stirred restlessly, dark primordial forces repeatedly encroached upon the fringes of civilization, giving rise to insatiable monstrosities and an increasingly deteriorating natural environment that rendered these settlements unsustainable. The subsequent outbreak of the Misty Moon Rebellion led to a reshuffling of power in the southern territories, resulting in the demise of the last few tenuously maintained pioneer villages. To this day, the relentless forces of savagery have consumed all traces of past civilization. Between the desolate, crumbling settlements and the primeval forests, only beasts and monstrosities remain. Although the magical energies have since settled and the dark tide has been confined to the wastelands of Gondor, humanity appears to have grown complacent with its current dominion, compounded by the decline of the Cecil family in the south. As a result, the kingdom of Ansou has yet to contemplate the reclamation of this land. The caravan traverses the rugged, pock-marked roads in silence. While Gawain's encouragement to Hetty proves effective, the other members of the group remain ensnared by unease. No one knows what fate awaits their advance into the wilds, even under the leadership of that great pioneer from 7 centuries past. Particularly for the artisans drawn from the ranks of commoners and serfs, it is less a sense of honor that propels them forward, but rather a habitual subservience to their lord and a numbing acquiescence to the rhythms of life that compel them to take each step. Thus, they proceeded along the riverbank, halting their march 3 days later beside an expanse of open land. This area lay adjacent to the dark mountains, nestled between the flowing river and the towering peaks, forming a slender plain. Here, a tributary of the White Water River broadened slightly, its current easing as it meandered past the northern slopes of the Dark Mountains, ultimately flowing eastward into the realm of the Typhon Empire. Facing south and gazing upward, one beheld the magnificent yet imposing Dark Mountains. Gawain ascended a large stone by the riverbank, surveying the surrounding landscape and comparing it with the satellite imagery etched in his mind. He noted the presence of forests to the west of the plain, predominantly composed of the durable black fir and giant trees, which would serve as a valuable source of timber in the early stages of territorial expansion. To the east, the mountains jutted out prominently. If Gawain Cecil's memory served him correctly, iron ore deposits should be present there. Beyond the iron, the vicinity boasted several other mineral resources, indicating the Dark Mountains were indeed a treasure trove. Although Gawain Cecil and Charles the First pioneering expedition had not lingered in the Dark Mountains, they had conducted preliminary investigations along the route, gaining intimate knowledge of the untapped mineral wealth discovered yet unutilized. With the Ansou royal family having relinquished these resources, he welcomed the opportunity with open arms. After surveying the terrain, Gawain leapt down from the stone and addressed Hetty. "Set up camp here, erect the tents you brought, and have the soldiers guard the lumberjacks as they venture into the forest for wood, but do not venture too deep to avoid the threat of wild beasts. Fear not the creatures, for the Dark Mountains are not as formidable as you envision. The influence of the dark tide has long since waned. Encountering a monster would require venturing near a nexus of magical energy. Aside from those tasked with timber felling, the remaining workforce shall remain here to aid in the camp's establishment. Rebecca, Byron, and Amber accompany me." Hetty paused, taken aback. "Ancestor, what is it that you intend?" Chapter 40. Ancient Ruins in Truth. The ancient ruins, or rather, the vestiges of antiquity within Gawain's recollection, lie not far from the encampment. Situated on the northern flank of the Dark Mountains, much of it is concealed within the mountain's embrace, with portions of its structure exposed amidst the rock faces. Theoretically, one need only gaze towards the distant Dark Mountains to discern fragments of the ancient site clinging to the cliff faces hundreds of meters above the ground. Alas, the relentless passage of time has eroded the vestiges of civilization, and a profusion of sprawling vines and mountain flora has enshrouded the rock faces, concealing the ancient site in layers. Furthermore, the ruin zone collapse and the accumulation of mountain soil and rock have rendered the exposed structures difficult to perceive. From the vantage point of the encampment, even the keenest-eyed hunter would struggle to immediately discern the anomaly amidst the rocks and vines. Having attended to the matters of the camp, Gawain and his companions embarked on their journey into the mountains. A mere decade would not suffice to alter the terrain of nature. Guided by the satellite imagery from a decade past, etched in his mind, and the remembered route into the mountains, Gawain and his party successfully located the path leading upwards. Amber appeared somewhat apprehensive. "I say, you're venturing into the Dark Mountains to unearth treasures, yet we're only a quartet. Don't you find this team a tad precarious?" Gawain glanced at the half-elf. "So, what's your proposition?" Amber gestured emphatically. "At the very least, a retinue of several hundred should provide escort along the route, with a dozen masterclass rangers and druids holding the line, knights clearing the path ahead, mages holding court in the rear, and a grandmaster-level rogue of my caliber responsible for picking locks. Isn't this the quintessential configuration for a mountain treasure hunt? Quintessential configuration. My foot. Gawain had initially anticipated some insightful advice from the rogue, only to be met with such drivel. Which treasure hunting party adheres to the standards of a regular army? And you make it sound so effortless, as if you could conjure up such a team at will. All right, I may have exaggerated slightly, but this is the Dark Mountains we're talking about. The Dark Mountains. Amber gesticulated wildly. A place where, according to legend, a demon lord resides every half-mile. And you're entering the mountains with only 3 companions, one of whom is only adept at casting fireballs. You think I can't take you down without fireballs? Rebecca retorted instantly, brandishing her staff at Amber. Allow me to demonstrate the prowess of a Cecil woman. Gawain restrained his great-great-granddaughter, casting a helpless glance at Amber. You'll meet your end because of that mouth of yours. And where did you hear that a demon lord resides every half-mile in the Dark Mountains? That's merely a tale ignorant villagers use to frighten children. If there were truly that many demon lords, they would have overrun Ansou long ago. As he spoke, he raised his head and gazed upon the serpentine mountain path ahead. The Dark Mountains indeed presented a perilous realm, yet most individuals exaggerated the dangers associated with it. In truth, during the era of the Gondor Empire, this mountain range was merely one of the ordinary northern highlands, alongside the lofty peaks of the southern continent, collectively known as the Lorraine mountain systems. Back then, the Dark Mountains were far from dark. Rather, they were renowned as the Golden Crown Mountains due to their abundant resources and diverse mineral deposits. Alas, following the eruption of the magical tide, the Dark Mountains found themselves positioned directly in the path of the most intense elemental storm, resulting in the entire southern slope being ravaged by elemental corruption, which ultimately gave rise to the dreaded Black Forest. It was at this juncture that the mountain range began to be referred to as the Dark Mountains. What Gawain recounted stemmed partly from the memories etched in his mind, and partly from the knowledge he had recently acquired. The Black Forest on the opposite side of the mountain was indeed treacherous. However, it lay to the south, while the mountain itself served as a natural barrier, effectively isolating the ominous aura that permeated from the desolate lands of Gondor. The vast majority of the mutated creatures inhabiting the Black Forest relied on chaotic magical energies for survival, rendering them incapable of straying far from their forested domain, let alone crossing the ridge to enter the suffocating northern expanse of the mountains. Thus, the northern side of the Dark Mountains was, in fact, quite safe. The path chosen by Gawain is largely devoid of vegetation, yet occasionally, one can encounter some trees growing sideways and vines sprawling across from the sides, obstructing the way. These resilient plants, thriving in the shadowy mountain region, are somewhat influenced by the taint of desolation, the faint elemental winds that waft north annually, as referred to by Lord Andrew as the unclean breeze. Under the chaotic elemental forces, the flora appears twisted and grotesquely robust, evoking a sense of dread. His certainty regarding the diminishing pollution in the northern area of the Dark Mountains is not derived from memories or hearsay. Rather, it stems from a satellite image taken a decade ago. By merely comparing the satellite imagery with his recollections, it becomes evident that this region has transformed into a safe zone. The apprehension surrounding this area arises from 2 primary sources. The first is the fear of the desolation of Gondor. Although the sentinel towers and magnificent walls erected by the elves have sealed off most of Gondor's wasteland, the magical barrier can only mitigate about 70 to 80% of the chaotic magical energy. The corruptive forces that seep from Gondor's wasteland continue to pose the greatest threat to the borders of the 4 nations. Even though the remnants of the magical tide have receded, the fear and pressure that have accumulated over generations among the border inhabitants will not dissipate swiftly. The terrifying tales of these borderlands have been passed down for 7 centuries, becoming nearly an integral part of traditional culture. As Gawain deftly cleaves through the obstructing vegetation, he casually remarks on the second source of fear, the fear of the unknown. The unknown? Amber furrows her brow and inquires. Indeed, it is unknown. How many years has the kingdom of Ansou ceased its southern expansion? Rebecca responded. If we count from the signing of the order to halt the expansion, it has been over 200 years. If we consider the withdrawal from all settlement points, it has been a century. Listening to this extensive discourse from Gawain, Amber finally exhaled in relief. So, if that's the case, The terrifying tales of the Dark Mountains are merely fabrications. And in truth, we are quite safe here? Gawain pondered for a moment, then suddenly donned a rather frightening expression as he leaned closer to the half-elf maiden. Actually, I was deceiving you. This place is indeed ominously perilous and terrifyingly chaotic, and there resides a demon lord every 800 meters. Amber gasped in shock. A master-level thief? How embarrassing. Gawain chuckled with satisfaction, lightly patting Rebecca's head beside him, and pointed at a nearby fallen log. Your fireball spell has a perfect target. Blow that thing apart. If memory serves, the path lies just ahead. Rebecca had awaited this moment for quite some time. She eagerly nodded, raising her staff to conjure a fireball the size of a head, which soared straight ahead. It seemed that this young lady summoned fireballs with even greater speed than before. With a resounding boom, the fireball erupted, shattering the already decayed and fragile log, which then lost its balance and tumbled down the slope in 2 segments. The path ahead was suddenly illuminated, revealing a clearing hidden within the mountains before everyone's eyes. This expansive clearing appears to have been meticulously leveled by some unseen hand, with the rocky formations sculpted into astonishingly uniform shapes. Amidst the stones, ancient arches and crumbling walls can be discerned, seemingly embedded within the colossal cliffs as if they were an integral part of the mountains themselves, evoking an illusion of a once majestic fortress devoured by the surrounding stone. In truth, this ancient relic is constructed within the mountain, with approximately 2/3 of its structure concealed behind the rocky facade. Whether it be the incessantly anxious Amber, the dutifully attentive Rebecca, or the vigilantly alert Sir Byron, all were rendered speechless upon beholding this hidden antiquity nestled within the mountain. They gazed in astonishment at the extraordinary ruins of a bygone era. Meanwhile, Gawain's gaze roamed the vicinity before abruptly settling upon a pile of fallen stones. Beside the rubble, the ground bore a series of deep engravings, so profound that they remained discernible even after 7 centuries of erosion. Squad 16, coal rests here. Rebecca's voice called out from behind, inquiring, "What is this?" Sir Byron unsheathed his sword, pressing the blade against his chest in a gesture of respect towards the humble grave. While the soldier interred here was honored with a burial site, the warrior who had erected the grave and left the inscription had left no trace behind. Gawain stood in silence before the grave for a moment, then picked up a fragment of stone from nearby and placed it atop the pile, reassuringly stating, "Rest assured, everyone survived." In that moment, he yearned to utter those words as Gawain Cecil, not as the time-traveler Gawain. Subsequently, he proceeded towards the archway in the distance. "Follow me. I shall show you what your ancestors left behind in this place." Chapter 41. The vault. The ancient vault lay concealed within the mountains, vines crawling over the forgotten ruins. The walls, constructed from colossal stones and metal, were adorned with countless scars, each a character etched by the passage of time. From these characters, humanity could only decipher the word CNGSing, vicissitudes of life, great changes. The history of this ancient ruin dated back to the distant Gondor Empire. Its imposing and solemn style was utterly foreign to the people of Ansou today. In Gawain's memory, it had already been a ruin when the Northern Expeditionary Army discovered it, and it appeared no younger than it does now. Rebecca's face flushed crimson. Fireball. Fireball can also provide illumination. Alas, her tone lacked any persuasive force. Knight Byron walked not far behind Gawain, observing the ancient stone walls and the now indiscernible indentations upon them. He couldn't help but recall his days as a mercenary many years ago. "How old is this ruin?" "I do not know," Gawain responded, shaking his head. "When we first discovered it, it was already a ruin." At that time, the more knowledgeable members of the group referred to this as the legacy of the Era of Sparks, a period during the latter part of the Kingdom of Gondor when magical technology saw significant advancements. The great magical well, known as the Deep Blue Well, was successfully activated, igniting a wave of expansion within the empire. They began constructing numerous fortresses and research facilities along various borders, hoping to discover other colossal magical focal points akin to the Deep Blue. However, those facilities were eventually abandoned one by one. Rebecca found it incredible. Could it be that no magical focal points were found at all? As a mage, Rebecca could certainly discern the astonishing nature of that ancient magical well, and she was even more astonished that humanity had once wielded such a degree of power. The Gondorians of that era were indeed remarkable. In summary, the magical focal points scattered across the continent were deemed nearly insignificant in the eyes of the Gondorians at the time. Consequently, After reluctantly discovering a few medium-sized magical focal points, Gundor ceased its explorations into more distant regions, leading to the abandonment of a multitude of fortresses and research facilities. This site was likely one of those facilities abandoned in the same period and could very well have been a comprehensive establishment. Suddenly, Amber felt a surge of anxiety. Could there be uncontrollable ancient magical beasts or traps lurking here? Gawain cast a glance at the visibly anxious half-elf, as one who dared to disturb even the graves of others. Are you truly afraid of such ancient facilities that have lain in ruin for over a millennium? It's not the same. Even if a cadaver were to rise from a desecrated ancestral tomb, it would merely be a person. However, when something emerges from these ancient structures, there's no telling what it might be. I've heard that some ancient facilities even contain synthetic magical beasts and arcane golems crafted by deranged sorcerers. Gawain, his brow furrowed, retorted, "It seems I've disappointed you by being just a person upon my hypothetical resurrection. And where do you acquire all this inaccurate knowledge? Be it the rumors of the Dark Mountains or these tales of ancient facilities." After a moment's contemplation, Amber adopted a secretive demeanor and declared, "Let me tell you a secret. I am, in fact, the chosen one of the night goddess. Sometimes, when I pray with great fervor, the goddess bestows revelations upon me. It is she who imparts this wisdom." Rebecca casually conjured a miniature fireball, no larger than a thumb, and launched it at Amber. The latter, caught off guard, was struck in the face, leaving her covered in soot and emitting a series of yelps. "Good heavens! Are you mad? Throwing a fireball out of nowhere is incredibly dangerous." Rebecca merely shrugged and remarked, "It seems she is not the chosen one." Gawain, disinterested, ceased paying attention to the two bickering individuals, for the ancient gate now loomed before them. The corridor culminated in a massive door, forged from a somber, purplish-black metal. The gate bore the hallmarks of the Gondo Starfire era, imposing, steadfast, and adorned with abstract reliefs depicting soldiers and ramparts. Amber, having diligently wiped the soot from her face, gazed at the gate with sparkling eyes. Could this entire thing be made of adamantite? "Indeed, it is a single piece," Gawain affirmed, tapping Amber's head with the pommel of the Pathfinder's blade. "However, for every fragment you attempt to pilfer, I shall have Rebecca transmuted into a fireball aimed squarely at your countenance. Therefore, I implore you to suppress these audacious notions and patiently await your remuneration, for that is the path to enduring prosperity." Amber averted her gaze, muttering under her breath, "Parsimonious old miser." Gawain, though he overheard her aside, chose to disregard it. Instead, he retreated a step, retrieving the crucial key from within his tunic, a platinum disc, a relic from 7 centuries past. Rebecca voiced her apprehension after so many years. "Is it truly still functional?" Gawain regarded her with a faint smile, replying, "This is technology of the Garth Empire. Provided the primary structure remains intact, its main portal shall never falter." As if to corroborate his assertion, the intricate patterns upon the platinum disc began to illuminate, one after another, just as he finished speaking. Simultaneously, the bas-reliefs on the heavy metal gate shimmered with nascent radiance. When the light had suffused the entirety of the gate, a cacophony of grinding mechanical sounds emanated from deep within the gate and the adjacent rock walls. Everyone felt a subtle tremor beneath their feet, and in accompaniment to this vibration, the gate slowly swung open. Gawain and Rebecca, along with others, had long been prepared. As the grand door swung open, they quickly covered their mouths and noses, retreating to the sides. Simultaneously, Gawain activated one of the fundamental skills of a knight, breath protection, a subtle barrier enveloping everyone present. This ability bore a resemblance to the basic mage spell, Breeze Shield. Though it provided exceedingly limited defense, it effectively maintained a pristine air environment. When delving into ancient ruins, this skill could protect the caster from the harm of toxic gases. While this ancient ruin did not harbor any toxic gas traps, one could not dismiss the possibility of gas accumulation within a sealed space that had been closed for 7 centuries. It was always prudent to have an additional layer of protection. After several minutes, Gawain dismissed the barrier, nodded to the others, and stepped forward through the doorway, followed closely by Sir Byron. Amber hesitated momentarily, but ultimately abandoned her intention to stealthily chip off a piece of metal from the door, as the purple steel was too resilient for her dagger to penetrate. Inside, they found a vast rectangular hall, with sealed doors visible in all 4 directions. The treasures of antiquity were haphazardly piled within this grand chamber. The sealed environment of the hall, combined with the runes strategically placed throughout, ensured that the materials within oxidized and corroded at an exceedingly slow rate. Many of them remained remarkably well preserved to this day. Towering heaps of metal ingots, assorted crystals, swords, armor, and, at the center, several large chests stood taller than a man. Gawain approached and wedged the sword of the pioneer into the gap of one chest, pulling forcefully until it opened with an audible creak. Within one of the chests lies a collection of gleaming gold and silver coins, while several others contain neatly arranged, light purple crystals, military-grade crystals that have undergone meticulous carving and energization. However, it is not the coins that hold the greatest value. Rather, it is the crystals themselves. The ancient kingdom of Gondor once reigned supreme across the continent, bolstered by its advanced magical technologies. The arcane energies drawn from the deep blue wells provided the Empire's sorcerers with an almost limitless reservoir of power to expend. Even the most inept magician, under such auspicious conditions, could produce tangible results. Thus, Gondor achieved what seems almost unfathomable to the present-day four kingdoms: the mass production of extraordinary armaments. Common swords, shields, and armor lacked enchantments. Regardless of their strength or sharpness, they remained mere mundane equipment. Only those imbued with magical enhancements, possessing extraordinary power, could rightfully be deemed extraordinary armaments. In contemporary Ansou, enchanted weaponry is a privilege reserved for officers of various ranks, and even then, it is not guaranteed. However, during Gondor's zenith, every soldier was outfitted with a long sword enchanted with the spell of sharpness and a standard crystal. This diminutive crystal, no larger than a thumb, contained preset models for basic shield and explosive spells, operating autonomously with the ability to distinguish between friend and foe. Even a soldier devoid of any magical aptitude could activate the shield upon being attacked. When the shield's energy was depleted, it would emit a warning through heat and flickering light. Subsequently, the soldier could hurl it away, ensuring it would detonate at a safe distance from both the wielder and nearby allies. In the eyes of Gawain, such advanced armament was nothing short of astonishing. Had not circumstances compelled them in yesteryears, and had it not been utterly infeasible to transport these relics, the pioneers would never have relinquished them. The expeditionary force of old had carried away all provisions and assets of significant worth that they could bear, leaving these crystals as a matter of necessity. Gawain reached out, procuring a crystal, and gently caressed it within his grasp. This might have served as a conduit for the common folk to engage with the arcane arts. Yet such a path is now rendered impassable. Only through the activation of the deep blue well could one have imbued these crystals with such profligacy. Now that the deep blue well is irrevocably destroyed, each of these ancient crystals diminishes in number with every use. Nonetheless, for the present moment, these crystals shall serve as the cornerstone upon which the stability of the Dominion is founded. Chapter 42. The encampment upon beholding the dazzling array of gold coins and crystals. It was of little surprise that Rebecca, Amber, and Knight Byron were entranced into a state of utter stupefaction. During his mercenary days, Byron had encountered supposed hidden treasures in remote mountains, but those lackluster, dust-laden antiques were incomparable to the military supplies protected by runes before them. For Rebecca, a rural, fallen noble, the sheer volume of valuables within this warehouse surpassed anything she had ever seen in her castle. Amber, needless to say, from the perspective of a dedicated and industrious thief, felt for the first time that emptying this place might be an insurmountable task. Of course, amidst their stupor, a layer of curiosity inevitably arose. Many of the items before them were standard-issue equipment from the Gondor era. These items largely depended on the advanced magical technology of the Gondor Empire. Consequently, after the establishment of Ansou, such equipment brought by the pioneers dwindled with each broken piece, and many simply ran out of energy with use. Today, ancient Gondor weaponry in Ansou has become something even history books barely detail. The dazzling array of equipment in the warehouse was naturally extremely unfamiliar to them. However, for Miss Amber, the underlying principles of these items were irrelevant. They all just looked incredibly valuable. Gondor long gold coins, heraldic silver coins, and genuine trefoil gold flower coins. Heavens! Amber darted to the chest filled with coins, nearly burying her head in the pile. Money. It's all money. We're rich, huh? Boss, we've struck it rich. When penniless, she's an old fogey. When wealthy, she's all about the boss. This drastic change in attitude truly lives up to her title as the shame of the elves. Gawain reached out, extricating Amber from the pile of coins, and grasped her by the scruff of her neck. Compose yourself. Compose yourself. This is my wealth, not yours. Amber, with an air of noble rectitude, declared, as your most devoted follower, what is yours is also mine. Though the vault was warded with sigils of preservation, retarding the oxidation of the metals within, the inexorable decay and energy dissipation of the arcane mechanisms themselves could not be forestalled. Despite their inherent longevity, the passage of 7 centuries had taken its toll. Not only the armaments and armor, but even the military-grade crystals within several chests had suffered considerable energy leakage, now containing perhaps less than a third of their original potency. Furthermore, the antiquated nature of these relics presented concerns regarding their operational reliability. Yet, for the presently impoverished House Cecil, this cash remained an astonishing bounty. Thus, even as Gawain emphasized the diminished state of these artifacts, Rebecca and Amber gazed upon them with unwavering fascination. Such an immense fortune left Byron Knight nearly speechless. The realization that it had lain undisturbed and unknown at the kingdom's border for so long causing his mouth to run dry. In a way, I must express gratitude for the moonfall schism of a century past, Gawain mused, shaking his head. While House Morn still held memory of this wealth, the resurgence of the arcane tide impeded any exploration of this site, and when the tide receded, the Morn lineage had already been extinguished. Alas, destiny! Though the lamentation of fate escaped his lips, what truly exercised Gawain's thoughts was the antiquated and restrictive feudal system. All wealth was the provenance of the king and his lords, the very sinews of the nation held as private property within the grasp of a select few families. Should a lineage falter and its line be broken, such treasures would revert to unclaimed possessions amidst desolate wilderness, a preposterous state of affairs. Had the Mohn family of yesteryear meticulously catalogued these vaults upon parchment, depositing the records within the archives, with the royal family merely entrusted with the keys, it is doubtful these treasures would have fallen into his hands. The crown, enfeebled in the wake of the Moonmist Rebellion, would surely have laid claim to them. Yet, is not the vanishing of such familial hordes into the remote mountains, due to unforeseen circumstances, the quintessential trope of the medieval narrative? Rebecca's gaze swept across the ancient armaments and crystals, ultimately settling upon a coffer brimming with gold and silver coinage. She exhaled deeply with these. We can settle the debts to Viscount Andrew and procure grain and stone. Gawain cast a glance her way, shaking his head. Nay, these coins cannot be spent directly. Rebecca paused, her wits not entirely dulled, and swiftly comprehended. Because they are antiques? Precisely. Should you present a cache of 700-year-old Gondorian coins to purchase goods, even the most obtuse individual would surmise that the Cecil family had unearthed a treasure trove within these shadowy mountains, Gawain affirmed, nodding. At least until we have firmly established ourselves, these artifacts must not be flaunted indiscriminately. What, then, is to be done? Rebecca furrowed her brow. We are currently experiencing a severe financial shortfall. It's quite elementary, Gawain responded, a radiant smile illuminating his face while his words sent shivers down Amber's spine. Even with a different appearance, gold remains gold, and silver remains silver. We must be thankful for this era of precious metal transactions. Melt them down. Mother of mercy. The half-elf nearly leaped out of her skin. Do you comprehend what you're suggesting? Melt them down. These are ancient gold and silver coins from 7 centuries ago. Even selling them as antiques on the black market would be more reliable than melting them. Amber bit her lip, contemplating a daring escape with a box. But upon observing Gawain's arms, thicker than her thighs, she suppressed the audacious and ill-advised notion. However, she still attempted to resist. But you can't melt them all. That would be such a waste. Of course, only a portion will be melted, Gawain clarified, extending his hand. If I were to melt all of these antiques, even I would be heartbroken, wouldn't I? We'll melt a portion first to mint new coins and alleviate our immediate financial distress, and the remainder will be preserved for future use. Amber's expression finally softened, while Gawain turned to Rebecca with a cheerful grin. Now do you understand why I specifically declared my intention to retain my title as Duke of Cecil in Silver Castle that day? Rebecca blinked, puzzled. You simpleton. A duke possesses the right to mint currency, Amber exclaimed, glaring at Gawain. So you had already planned to melt down the antiques here back then. It can be said that Gawain experiences no pressure in admitting his unprecedented status as a non-territorial duke, with his domain temporarily non-existent and requiring personal cultivation. Yet, even in the absence of land, The various privileges inherently associated with the title of Duke are, in legal terms, naturally endowed, with the right to mint currency being merely one among them. Amber gazed at Gawain with wide eyes, ultimately exclaiming that the ancient noble class truly excels in ways that contemporary, land-bound aristocrats, who only know how to dig pits to extort tolls from passing merchants, cannot even begin to compare. He then instructed Byron and Rebecca to each collect a portion of crystals and coins, preparing to depart from this location. The treasury was now under his control, but there remained much to be done before all its contents could be put to use. The first priority was to establish the camp below, followed by the gradual transfer of the most crucial items, particularly weapons and equipment, to the camp by trusted soldiers. Furthermore, it was necessary to assign personnel to guard the treasury. Despite the protective magical gate, it was imperative that the treasury no longer remain unattended in the mountains. Now that he had arrived, after resealing the treasury with a platinum disc, Gawain and his companions departed from the site. The camp near the riverbank was still bustling with activity, though it was nearing completion. The knights Byron and Philip procured a substantial quantity of tents in Ansou town, which consisted merely of the canvas and timber necessary for their assembly. Upon arrival at their destination, further on-site processing was required to transform these materials into temporary shelters. Fortunately, the first contingent comprised skilled artisans, who erected the tents with remarkable speed, aided by Hetty's supplementary spells. The camp was beginning to take shape. According to the plans left by Gawain, all tents were constructed on the southern bank of the Whitewater River, roughly forming a fan-like arrangement. Essential supplies, such as food and ironware, were stored at the center of the encampment, while the prefabricated timber was stacked by the riverbank. The transport vehicles, including carts and covered wagons, were gathered around the perimeter of the camp, serving as a temporary barrier until proper walls could be erected. Although the magical tide had receded, this area remained a desolate wilderness, devoid of civilization. One could never predict what ferocious beasts might emerge. By the central tent of the camp, Gawain encountered Hetty, who bore the unmistakable signs of fatigue. He believed that the ancient crystals could invigorate this weary lady. Chapter 43. The limitations of an era come, and take a look at these crystals. Upon seeing Hetty, Gawain promptly tossed a pale purple standard crystal into her hands. The lady glanced curiously at the object she held, her face instantly reflecting a look of astonishment. This is what you previously informed me about, the treasure trove nestled within the mountains. Indeed, it was obtained from there. Gavin nodded knowingly. Although he had not brought Hetty along this time, he had already divulged the secrets of the treasure in the Dark Mountains during their previous encounter in Ansou town. These crystals are a product of the technological prowess from the era of the Gondor Empire. Come, see if you can decipher their runic structure. Any mage whose mind has not been clouded by ignorance would recognize the value of these crystals upon sight. Hetty was instantly captivated by the exquisite lavender-hued crystals. Yet after handling them with great affection, she could only shake her head in shame. Forgive me, ancestors. I feel embarrassed to admit that I am merely a third-tier mage, and I fear I cannot create such profound artifacts. Gavin gazed into Hetty's eyes and replied, I do not require you to create. Merely analyze the runic structure. If possible, sketch it out. As for creation, in this era, there is likely no one capable of crafting such things. These are directly infused with the magic from the deep blue well. Upon hearing that illustrious name, Hetty could not help but repeat it, her eyes gleaming as she regarded the crystal in her hand. If the task is merely to read and arrange the runic structure, that should not pose a challenge. With a set of crystal resonators, one could project the engravings within. However, is there any true significance in merely reading the runic structure? Without corresponding activation techniques and energy methods, the runic structures are merely an assortment of geometric figures. We will discuss that later. Gawain nodded and remarked that these crystals could no longer be produced, at least until they were entirely consumed. He wished to retain as much information as possible. Hetty responded with a soft acknowledgement, stowing away the crystals. The fatigue evident on her face lingered. Yet the invigorating news of the treasure in the mountains had noticeably uplifted her spirits. Seizing the opportunity, Gawain inquired about the progress of the camp's construction. We should be able to set up all the tents before sunset, and simultaneously, we can erect a surrounding fence. I intend to establish some magical traps and warning runes around the perimeter. This should be more than sufficient to deter wild beasts. The lumberjacks had discovered a wealth of high-quality timber in the western woods. Currently, the rough logs were piled up along the upper reaches of the Whitewater River. After felling more trees tomorrow, we can allow the logs to float downstream. Moreover, based on the intelligence you provided, I dispatched 2 individuals to the east, where they indeed located an iron mine. However, we currently lack the capacity to smelt the ore, so we can only transport it incrementally. The most pressing issue at hand is the shortage of manpower. The advance team is primarily here to assess the situation and establish a forward outpost, while resource gathering must await the arrival of additional forces. Our main contingent will be arriving in 3 days, which should alleviate the manpower situation and ensure that tools and materials are also brought along. As Gawain spoke, he turned his gaze towards the camp, which was gradually nearing completion. He harbored numerous plans and schemes, buoyed by the expansive perspectives of the time travelers and the profound knowledge of Gawain's Cecil, instilling in him a resolute confidence. Thus, gazing upon the nascent camp, an indomitable ambition inevitably surged within him. Everything seemed to be in order. However, as he ventured deeper into the encampment, meticulously surveying the surroundings, Gawain could not help but furrow his brow. He observed the numbed and apprehensive expressions on the faces of the craftsmen and laborers, alongside their myriad rudimentary and lackluster attempts at slacking off. The seemingly orderly tents and fences were riddled with evidence of shoddy workmanship and half-hearted efforts. It was a common sight to find a few nails missing, and some tents were inadequately secured. The craftsmen, under Hetty's supervision, managed to execute their tasks with a degree of accuracy, yet the assisting laborers appeared to be operating haphazardly. Gawain had anticipated that the majority of the common folk in this era lacked any education, being illiterate and innumerate. Thus, he had taken the initiative to thoroughly explain how to set up the tents and plan the encampment. Yet, it now became evident that, apart from placing the tents and fences in the meticulously delineated areas he had specified, virtually every individual aspect of the encampment was woefully substandard. Gawain seethed with indignation, only to suddenly awaken to the realization, indeed, they did not know. These possessions belonged to the Lord, not to them. Even though these tents may temporarily provide shelter, they harbor no illusions of permanence. Sooner or later, once the wasteland is surveyed, they will be relegated to that desolate expanse, and the tents will be dismantled, transforming into the Lord's castle and stables. This is the prevailing order of the era, a conviction shared by all. Despite having endured the calamities of the old Cecil domain, despite having sought refuge here, and despite the commencement of building a new home, these peasants and serfs, who have survived in this decaying and rigid age, have long acclimatized to suffering. They remain numb in the face of adversity, harboring no thoughts of prosperity following great tribulations, nor any vigor or enthusiasm for cultivating a new homeland. Gawain recognized that he had previously taken too much for granted. He also came to the unsettling realization that a portion of the plans he had painstakingly devised might not come to fruition as easily as he had hoped. He promptly summoned Hetty and Rebecca before a tent that appeared acceptable at first glance, yet upon closer inspection was lacking several supports and stood askew. He pointed out the shoddy workmanship. "What do you make of this?" Hetty, momentarily bewildered by Gawain's intention, assumed she was being reproached and immediately lowered her gaze. "I apologize, ancestor. I was supervising." "No, this is not a matter of supervision," Gawain interjected. "It is a question of the worker's attitude. You cannot oversee every nail they drive. Esteemed ancestors, one must not impose excessive demands upon the common folk and serfs." Rebecca pondered before elaborating. "Most of them possess little knowledge beyond the labor their forebears have performed in the fields and mines. They are entirely incapable of mastering tasks that are more intricate. The vast majority of these individuals have never even erected a tent, particularly considering that you have specifically delineated the specifications and functions of the tent, along with the entire layout of the camp, which is far too complex for them." Gawain shook his head. "Is it truly that complicated?" Hetty nodded slightly. "Military encampments adhere to such strict protocols, which these commoners and serfs cannot fulfill. No, it is not complex at all. I have meticulously broken down each task into its most fundamental elements. Each individual need only perform a single action, driving a nail, tying a rope, or sawing wood. They do not need to comprehend the overall layout of the camp. The tasks they are assigned are no more intricate than manual labor." Gawain observed Rebecca and Hetty. "Do you truly believe that these commoners and serfs are so inept that they cannot grasp even this?" Hetty and Rebecca exchanged glances, recognizing Gawain's dissatisfaction, though they had yet to discern the crux of the issue. To them, especially to Hetty, Gawain's inquiry seemed entirely reasonable. It was evident that the common folk and serfs were, indeed, lacking in intellect. Having been born and raised in this era, neither of them could claim to be particularly enlightened or gifted individuals. Thus, their understanding could not possibly extend beyond the confines of their time. Indeed, Hardy and Rebecca stand as remarkably progressive anomalies among the contemporary nobility. Hardy has resolutely prohibited the knights and soldiers of her family from indiscriminately plundering the possessions of commoners and serfs, striving instead to ensure that every individual within her domain is adequately nourished. Rebecca has gone even further, shattering the ironclad edict of lifelong serfdom by providing a pathway for them to ascend to freedom, while also permitting commoners and serfs to move freely within her territory and engage in commerce without restriction. Each of these scattered reforms can be deemed a challenge to convention. However, the overarching mental constraints still prevent them from completely transcending a prevailing mindset that commoners and serfs are inferior beings. Perhaps they do not consciously hold such beliefs, yet subconscious notions cannot simply be dismissed by mere denial. Gawain is certainly aware of this, which is why he summoned the two granddaughters, not to reprimand them or to enlighten them ideologically. He is not so naive as to believe that with a few words he could transform the commoners and serfs in the camp into awakened, proactive, and spirited citizens. This transformation will be a protracted journey, but for now, he merely requires that these individuals promptly fulfill the tasks he has assigned. Gather everyone, commoners, serfs, soldiers, all, Gawain commanded, taking advantage of the daylight. Soon, both those engaged in labor and those at rest were assembled, even Amber, who had been recounting her adventurous tales of the mountain treasure to Betty, curiously approached, accompanied by a bewildered Betty. No one is privy to the intentions of this ancient ancestor from 7 centuries past, not even Hetty and Rebecca, who remain utterly perplexed. The commoners and serfs, in their numbed state, merely comply with orders, gathering in clusters, one for the commoners and another for the serfs, while soldiers stand by to maintain order. Many assume that their new lord has issued yet another command, potentially more intricate than the already convoluted tent-pitching protocols, causing some to frown in dismay. As they had anticipated rest upon completing their tasks, Gawain stood atop a large stone, surveying the more than 100 faces below, and he had spotted Amber, who was stealthily concealed among the crowd. Initially inclined to expose this potential disruptor, he reconsidered and chose to remain silent. Clearing his throat, he projected his voice for all to hear. "Loyal subjects of Cecil, I have matters to discuss regarding your future and the new laws of the Cecil territory." Chapter 44. Serfs and free men. Gawain stood upon the stone, gazing down at the faces marked by numbness and trepidation, inhaling deeply. The populace is not devoid of intelligence. Yet this does not imply that they are free from ignorance. Ignorance is merely the presentation of facts, whereas folly arises from prejudiced and disdainful judgments. In this era, the common folk and serfs are characterized by their ignorance, as the societal structure leaves them with scant opportunities to acquire knowledge and broaden their horizons. The burdensome cost of living further drains their energy, leaving them little capacity to attend to anything beyond mere survival. Prolonged existence in such conditions engenders a lack of contemplation, resulting in a facade of ignorance. However, it is essential to recognize that they are indeed capable of thought. It is merely their lack of knowledge that renders them incapable of grasping concepts that are too distant from their daily lives. Thus, it is futile to engage them in grandiose and abstract discussions about ideals, futures, territorial aspirations, or the logical relations of productivity development. The moment such lofty notions are introduced, they instinctively associate these high-minded concepts with their lords, drawing a clear boundary between themselves and those ideas. Therefore, the most effective approach is to converse about matters pertinent to their lives. People of the Cecil domain, Gawain proclaimed with conviction, "You ought to know who I am. Hence, you should also recognize that I am the one who holds the most authority in this territory today. My words embody the law of Cecil, which will provide you protection and to which you must adhere. We are embarking on the expansion of new lands, necessitating the establishment of new regulations. Therefore, I hereby declare 3 matters. First, as the old domain has been obliterated and all previous wealth has been reset, I, in the name of the ancestors of the Cecil family, announce that all debts owed to the lord within this territory are hereby nullified. Regardless of whether the debtor is a freeman or a serf, from this day forth, no one shall bear any obligation to the lord." The crowd below exhibited a slight commotion, though it was hardly discernible. In this era, The common folk and serfs were somewhat indebted to their lords. However, given the extensive reconstruction of the territory, none possessed the means to repay their debts. Based on Lord Rebecca's previous benevolence, they had long anticipated a debt forgiveness. Gawain continued, stating, "Secondly, every serf in the territory will have the opportunity to become a freeman. The Lord will issue a series of tasks, such as constructing houses, building roads, excavating mines, and enlisting in the army. Each of these tasks will have a corresponding scoring system. As long as the work is performed according to the requirements, contributions will accumulate. Upon meeting the standards, serfs can attain the status of freemen. Those who are already freemen will receive compensation for completing these tasks. The specific method for calculating remuneration will be announced shortly. I assure you that any diligent and reliable serf who works hard for 2 to 3 years can become a freeman. And a freeman who puts forth earnest effort for 5 to 6 years can obtain a house of their own." This declaration transformed the previous restlessness into an uncontrollable fervor of discussion. The prospect of serfs becoming freemen was, in itself, a remarkable challenge to convention in this age. Although the laws of Ansou's kingdom do not explicitly prohibit serfs from attaining freedom, and there are no definitive regulations within the territorial laws of the local nobility, it is, in fact, exceedingly rare for any noble to grant their serfs liberty. To them, serfs represent cheap labor, a resource from which they can extract every last drop of sweat without any remorse. The nobles, who are solely preoccupied with incessantly raising taxes and extending labor hours to amass wealth, cannot fathom any benefits that might arise from granting freedom to their serfs. When Rebecca initially proposed that serfs could earn their freedom through military service, it stirred quite a commotion. However, Gawain has evidently taken a significant step further. As for the notion that those already free could earn wages for their labor or even receive housing, the common folk found it nearly inconceivable. Who would believe that they could work for their lord and receive payment? Gawain did not allow them to linger on this discussion. Instead, he proceeded to announce the third point. Today, the tents and fences to be erected, along with the drainage ditches in the camp, will serve as your first task under the new law set forth by your lord. I have documented each of your assigned responsibilities, and only those who complete their work in strict accordance with my specifications will be deemed successful. Furthermore, as an incentive for diligent labor, the first 10 individuals to complete their tasks will be rewarded with meat. In an instant, the gathered commoners and serfs, momentarily stunned, erupted into fervent shouts as they rushed toward the seemingly completed camp. They were determined to reinforce the loose ropes and nails and drive the fences deep into the ground. To them, the calculations and scoring standards mentioned by Gawain remained exceedingly complex, and they harbored doubts regarding whether the supervising soldiers and knights would genuinely assist them in assessing their workload. However, there was one phrase they comprehended: there would be meat for dinner. Only those who completed their tasks in advance, and did so diligently, would be rewarded with meat. As Gawain had surmised, it was solely when personal interests were at stake that individuals could be stirred to their utmost motivation. Observing the throng of commoners and serfs dispersing in a frenzy, Hetty felt somewhat dazed until Gawain stood before her, prompting her to incredulously inquire, "Ancestor, was everything you just said true?" Gawain regarded her with a bemused smile. "Which specific point do you refer to?" "The part about serfs becoming freemen through labor," Hetty replied, furrowing her brow. "Of course, I do not oppose this, as Rebecca had previously issued a decree allowing serfs to enlist and rise in rank. But do you truly mean to say that even building houses and repairing roads can be counted as contributions, and that after merely 2 or 3 years, one can attain the status of a freeman?" "Certainly, that is true," Gawain responded, maintaining eye contact. "Do you find anything amiss? If it were so easy to become a freeman, it would not be long before every serf in the territory became a commoner," Hetty said, her expression one of confusion. "And the children of commoners would also be commoners. Will the future Cecil territory be a place devoid of serfs?" Gawain continued to gaze at her, the smile on his face unwavering. Is there anything wrong with a lack of serfs? Originating from her ingrained class-based mindset and worldview, Hetty instinctively sensed something amiss. Yet, drawing from her insights and intellect, which far surpassed those of her contemporaneous aristocrats, she could not help but conclude that the absence of serfs seemed unproblematic. Thus, she found herself ensnared in a web of contradictions. Conversely, after a moment of contemplation, Rebecca, furrowing her brow, remarked, "In truth, I believe that the institution of serfdom has become increasingly redundant in today's world. Its dissolution would not be detrimental. Gawain gazed at this typically obstinate descendant in mild surprise and nodded, encouraging her to continue. Serfs represent labor power, and the purpose of labor is to provide work. However, if transforming them into free individuals actually yields greater labor output, then why should we cling to the concept of serf? Rebecca mused, scratching her head. My father once told me that the primary reason for denying serfs their freedom is the belief that once liberated from the whip, they would become indolent and cease to work. Yet, I contend that the whip is not necessarily the most effective motivator. Gawain regarded her with approval. And for the first time, bolstered by her ancestor's encouragement, Rebecca's confidence surged as she articulated her thoughts fluently. Moreover, I've observed that when a single serf is tasked with work, they invariably seek ways to shirk their responsibilities. However, if two serfs are assigned the same task and are incentivized with the promise of an additional loaf of bread upon completion, they can collectively accomplish the workload of 3 or 4 individuals, far exceeding the value of that single loaf. Consequently, I pondered that motivating them without resorting to the whip might yield even better results through alternative methods. This represented a significant awakening of thought. Gawain couldn't help but chuckle. It was a remarkably straightforward matter, yet almost no one in this era seemed to pay it any mind. In truth, the nobility simply didn't deign to observe how the serfs, or even the commoners under their rule toiled, nor did they possess any concept of gauging work efficiency. The ultimate expression of their governing skills was to lash with whips and dispatch soldiers to oversee. It could only be said that a poor, provincial viscountess like Rebecca possessed a great deal of leisure time, which allowed her to conceive of such things. However, she could only contemplate these superficial matters based on her own observations. In reality, Gawain was acutely aware that the emergence and abolition of slavery were not merely a matter of whips and bread. The deeper causes lay in whether productivity was sufficient and whether society had truly reached the point where change was imperative. On Earth, a cataclysmic transformation had already transpired. However, here, the existence of supernatural forces impeded this process, as even 100 commoners wielding pitchforks could not overcome a low-ranking mage or knight, even if they were fearless and doubled in number. Perhaps, as this world continued to evolve, it would eventually break this impasse. However, Gawain had no intention of waiting. He was compelled to alter everything in advance and then commence his grand development plan, for he had a premonition that the tide of magic was indeed imminent. The once mighty Gondor Empire could not withstand the tide of magic, so how could the various nations of the continent, which had regressed to a state of medieval ignorance, possibly withstand it? Even setting aside the issue of the magical tide, Gawain had other concerns that preoccupied him. The heavens above are filled with enigmatic gazes. In a backward medieval world, it is arduous to escape the clutches of gravity, which constrains one's very essence, rendering even the act of gazing skyward a privilege denied, let alone the pursuit of the celestial mysteries. Chapter 45, The Initial Plan. The endeavors undertaken today represent merely the most fundamental aspect of our undertaking, serving as the foundation for the construction of this territory. For Rebecca and Hetty, Gawain unveiled an astonishing facet of the common folk and serfs. They had never witnessed such fervent dedication from the peasantry, who accomplished tasks previously deemed beyond their capabilities with remarkable speed and skill. They believed that Gawain's promise of a meat meal in the evening was the catalyst inspiring these individuals, a notion that indeed held true. It is still premature to cultivate a fervor for labor and the dignity of work among the populace. Incentivizing the workforce with a hearty meal is the simplest and most effective method. Upon returning to the central tent of the camp, Gawain procured paper and quill to record his thoughts, simultaneously instructing the knight Byron, who had followed him, send 2 individuals to prepare the meat for cooking. Enough for 10 portions. Furthermore, anyone participating in labor shall be well fed with vegetable soup and black bread. Our supplies are ample. It is imperative that no one falls ill from hunger or cold during the early stages of our territorial development. Are we truly preparing meat for 10? Byron inquired, a hint of astonishment in his voice. I had presumed you merely wished to simmer a pot of broth. A few walnut-sized pieces of meat, combined with vegetables, would suffice to create a generous pot of soup, and those individuals would be immensely grateful. Do as I say. Gawain waved his hand. The commitments I have made cannot be compromised in the slightest. Furthermore, instruct the cook to set up a large pot in the most conspicuous place in the camp. I want everyone to witness the sight of the stew being prepared, while ensuring that the soldiers maintain order and prevent any unruly behavior. Sir Byron bowed slightly, his expression somewhat peculiar, before taking his leave. Gawain then sensed a gaze upon him from the side. Turning his head, he found Amber staring intently at him. "What are you looking at?" he asked, feeling a bit uneasy as he shifted his neck. "Is there something on my face?" "I wonder if something in the treasury has ensnared your mind," Amber remarked seriously, "but you hardly seem affected. I have never heard of a noble voluntarily diminishing their wealth." She continued. Gawain found this somewhat amusing. "You think my actions are a means of depleting my fortune? Isn't that the case?" Amber replied, raising her hands in exasperation. "Transforming serfs into freemen means that they will only need to give you a portion of the crops they harvest. Additionally, you must pay wages to these freemen, which is certainly a drain on your own resources. Can a noble do such a thing? If I asked you to help me paint the walls, how much could you accomplish in a day without compensation, merely following orders?" Gawain challenged. Amber pondered for a moment, then replied, "I would pilfer a few coins from your pocket to hire a lad from the servant quarters to do the work for me, and use the remaining money to buy some wine." Gawain exclaimed, "Am I to engage in rational discourse with someone like you, the embodiment of disgrace?" "How am I the disgrace of all creation?" Amber retorted. At that moment, Hetty entered the tent, interrupting Amber's outburst. The lady's face bore an expression of disbelief. "Our ancestors. It is simply astounding. They have never worked so diligently, especially those serfs. They are able to complete their tasks without the need for overseers, because previously they labored solely for their lords, whereas now their toil is intrinsically linked to their sustenance." Gawain remarked without surprise, "This is merely the first step. You can already see that what we gain far outweighs the food and wages we must provide. I had once contemplated incentivizing their work, but I never realized it could reach such a magnitude," Hetty replied, shaking her head. "I shudder to think of what the future of the territory would hold if these systems were to persist." Gawain chuckled. "It will undoubtedly progress in a positive direction. You need only trust me. Moreover, what I have done today is merely the initial step. Come and take a look at this." He had been scribbling on several sheets of paper, and though Amber had briefly leaned in to glance at them before finding them dull, Hetty, upon hearing Gawain's request, obediently approached. "What is this?" The paper was filled with sentences she could not comprehend, resembling a jumble of peculiar terms such as work groups, competition and contracting, and assessment methods and efficiency statistics. On other sheets, the words midterm plans were inscribed, encompassing general education, magical talent surveys, and talent acquisition, which appeared even more perplexing. She was assisting in the incineration of the underbrush and shrubs on the southern riverbank, Hetty remarked, which was also one of her customary methods of practicing magic. Gawain's lips curled slightly. Let her join. Practicing the fireball spell can be done at any time. Soon, Rebecca was summoned to join them. The young lady of the Viscount appeared rather grimy, her attire infused with the scent of smoke, resembling someone who had just emerged from the kitchens rather than having engaged in magical practice. It was no wonder she had only mastered the fireball spell thus far. "I shall elucidate the forthcoming work schedule for the camp," Gawain announced, unfurling his plan and commencing a detailed explanation. "First, I require all laborers to be organized into groups of 5 to 10 individuals, allocating tasks and rest periods based on these units. Prior to commencing work, each group must report to the overseer, and similarly, they must check in upon completion. The overseer is tasked with monitoring each group's progress. Additionally, each group will appoint a leader who will be responsible for delegating tasks within the team. The leaders are to be chosen by the groups themselves. And I must emphasize that leadership is not permanent. Should a leader compromise work efficiency or engage in deceit towards the overseer or the lord, they will be promptly replaced. Work performance will be assessed based on the group as a whole, with rewards and penalties applied accordingly. I will elaborate on the reward and punishment system, along with the competitive mechanisms, shortly. Regarding the scoring system I previously mentioned, considering that most individuals are illiterate and numerically challenged, I shall assign you, Hetty, the responsibility of recording the completion status of each group. We can delve into the specifics of contribution accounting later. Additionally, we need to deliberate on the methodology for documenting the issuance and return of tools for each team. Gawain articulated a multitude of points in rapid succession, leaving not only Rebecca but also Hetty in a state of bewilderment. The latter gazed perplexedly at Gawain as he continued to scribble notes on the paper, augmenting the previously sparse entries with hastily jotted shorthand. She couldn't help but express her bewilderment. Ancestor, wouldn't complicating a straightforward task in such a manner actually diminish efficiency? These systems merely appear intricate. At their core, Where the commoners and serfs are concerned, they simply need to perform their tasks with expediency and excellence to reap the rewards. Once they've tasted the sweetness of success, they will naturally adhere to the guidelines diligently. And when that adherence takes root, you'll witness an efficiency that surpasses even the construction of the tents today. Of course, the initial implementation may present some challenges, which is why you must continually promulgate and elucidate these principles. Furthermore, it's imperative to enforce and promote them rigorously. There's no need for justification. Simply inform them that these are the new laws of the Cecil territory. In this instance, Gawain found himself paradoxically grateful for the antiquated nature of the era. With the populace's intellect yet to be awakened, both freemen and the enslaved regarded obedience as an inherent aspect of life. The Lord's word was absolute, and the so-called commoners possessed no means of resistance. Under such circumstances, many of his concepts could be implemented without excessive explanation. However, this was not the state of affairs Gawain desired to perpetuate. His objective was to dismantle this environment, ensuring that every commoner within the Cecil domain would cease to be a mere commoner, but rather a living, breathing individual. He required people, a multitude of them, for the tasks he intended to undertake could not be accomplished through his efforts alone. Thus, he had instructed Hetty to not only enforce these systems, but also to continuously expound upon them to the populace. It mattered not if the commoners did not comprehend them at present, for they would eventually come to understand. Hetty was not unintelligent. She possessed ample wisdom and had already surpassed the contemporary aristocratic class in her insights by a significant margin. Therefore, after Gawain had elucidated his intentions and she had pondered them for a time, she had vaguely grasped the significance of such actions and nodded in agreement. "And what of me?" Rebecca inquired, unable to contain her enthusiasm as she observed her Aunt Hetty being assigned a task. "What shall I do?" The Viscount's daughter, who had until recently been the lady of the Cecil domain, had now entirely positioned herself as Gawain's assistant. "Tomorrow, take a group of individuals to survey the soil, ascertain the difficulty of land reclamation, and determine the extent of initial cultivation. But do not venture too far." As Gawain spoke, he swiftly sketched a rough map on a blank sheet of paper, depicting a vast area centered around the riverbank. He casually annotated the distances between various locations, and despite being merely an outline that scarcely qualified as a sketch, it left Rebecca momentarily dumbfounded. "You should adhere to this area. Do not concern yourself with the regions beyond," he instructed. Rebecca, bewildered, accepted the map with a simple, "Oh." Beside her, Amber regarded Gawain with the same awe one might reserve for a peculiar creature. "Is this what you all were like back during the second expansion?" she queried. After a moment's reflection, Gawain concluded that the ancient figures from 7 centuries past were unlikely to rise from their graves to confront him, and thus he responded whimsically. "Indeed, it was standard for our generation to create a topographical map of half a kingdom with our eyes closed." Chapter 46. The state of the sorcerers. Those toiling in the camp soon discerned that this ancestor from 700 years ago was indeed an odd individual. As for the sudden shift in authority from Miss Rebecca to Lord Gawain, the commoners and serfs harbored no particular opinions. The lower classes of this era were simply grateful as long as they could fill their bellies to a satisfactory degree each day, expressing their gratitude for their lord's generosity and wisdom. The specific identity of the lord was of little concern to them. For them, the sole topic of discussion following Lord Gawain's ascension was the peculiar regulations he had instituted upon his arrival. The commoners and serfs, however, harbored no grievances. A lord who exhibited munificence was, after all, preferable to one who resorted to flogging slaves to assert authority. Moreover, there was always the prospect of some benefit trickling down. Some engaged in furtive discussions, speculating which facet of these novel regulations would eventually metamorphose into a taxation scheme, despite the abject poverty of the barony of Cecil, which rendered virtually everyone incapable of paying taxes. Others conjectured whether Gawain's elaborate rendition of simple corps labor stemmed from the eccentricities of ancient aristocrats. Regardless, they comprehended certain aspects that directly impacted their vested interests. The top-performing team in the daily work assessment would be rewarded with meat, while the second and third place teams could satiate themselves with bread dipped in meat broth. Those whose work was deemed mediocre would be consigned to meager vegetable soup and black bread, although both were available in unlimited quantities. Those who had been denied meat during the initial tent-building assessment were loath to relive the experience of watching others feast on stewed meat while they subsisted on insipid vegetable soup. Irrespective of the seemingly fantastical notions of promotion and wages, the Lord's provision of meat had been unequivocally substantiated. On the following day at the camp, Hetty witnessed an unprecedented spectacle of labor. Whether they were commoners or serfs, all seemed to work with an extraordinary fervor, completing their tasks with remarkable speed. Even in the absence of overseers, the work was organized into groups rather than being conducted in isolation, leading to an unconscious collaboration among them, which further enhanced their efficiency. Those appointed as group leaders quickly realized that if they desired to partake in meat, the only viable strategy was to elevate the productivity of the entire group, ensuring that every member could enjoy the reward. Conversely, those few who were appointed through brute force or cunning would likely find themselves swiftly replaced. Instead of being driven by the lash, they were motivated by competition and incentives, an astonishing transformation. Soon, two serfs noticed that the raft was steadily drifting towards the nearby shallows. They beheld a colossal, translucent hand emerging from the water, gently yet powerfully guiding the raft towards the shore. One of the serfs instinctively gasped, but the other quickly struck him on the head with a pole, gesturing towards Lady Hetty, standing on the riverbank. They promptly coordinated with their mistress to maneuver the raft ashore, allowing it to graze against the sandy stones and come to a smooth halt. Subsequently, the crowd that had awaited this moment surged forward, untying the ropes and dragging the timber, preparing to transform it into the barracks for the camp's forthcoming construction. Originally, the timber required a series of processes such as air drying and pest removal to transform into suitable and durable planks. However, due to the temporary nature of many facilities being constructed in the camp and the urgency of their use, there was little room for such meticulousness. Standing behind Hetty, Gawain contemplated, "Magic is indeed remarkably convenient." Hetty, having just caught her breath, was startled by a sudden voice behind her, nearly losing her balance on the stone, but fortunately, Gawain caught her just in time. "My apologies, madam," she hurriedly expressed. "I did not realize you were standing behind me." Gawain waved his hand dismissively. "No need to concern yourself. By the way, your previous spell was quite impressive." Hetty felt a slight flush of embarrassment. The manipulation hand is a fundamental spell. I have practiced its advanced techniques, allowing for a longer duration. This way, I can continuously exert force, guiding even a heavy raft to the shore. However, if the current were to accelerate even slightly, it would become unmanageable. Though Gawain was a knight, the exigencies of the pioneering era had compelled everyone to become somewhat of a naturalist. He possessed a rudimentary understanding of certain theoretical concepts within the realm of magic. While Hetty spoke of it with simplicity, he recognized that enhancing a basic manipulation hand to such an extent and specifically practicing advanced techniques was no trivial feat, and indeed quite rare. Hetty, feeling somewhat abashed at Gawain's inquiry, admitted that she did not possess remarkable magical talent. Although she awakened her affinity for magic at a tender age, her mental acuity developed at a sluggish pace, rendering her incapable of constructing overly intricate spell models. As a result, she remained a mere level 3 mage, likely destined to maintain this status throughout her life, relegated to repeatedly enhancing basic spells. Rebecca's magical aptitude appeared similarly limited. Gawain furrowed his brow, recalling the iron-willed great-great-great-granddaughter who could conjure 4 variations of the fireball spell. While Rebecca possessed a significant reservoir of magical energy and formidable mental strength, she encountered problems akin to Hetty's when attempting to build spell models. And her situation was even more dire. Hetty lowered her gaze, revealing that she could only master a single fireball spell or a larger variant resembling it. In truth, she was an industrious child, acutely aware of her lack of talent. She was neither a commendable lord nor a skilled mage. Though she often appeared carefree, she understood her limitations and had been striving diligently in silence. Yet, there was little she could do. The constraints of talent were an insurmountable barrier, a formidable wall. With a soft sigh, she reflected, "Thus, when I first encountered the notes of that wild mage, I was struck by the realization that he was not an anomaly." Such circumstances are rather common among fallen mages, where the ability to construct spell models fails to keep pace with theoretical knowledge, relegating them to a lifetime of being low-tier spellcasters. For the pragmatic magician, if one cannot transform the myriad calculations swirling in their mind into practical spells, then everything amounts to nothing. Not quite. Gawain's voice suddenly interrupted her. Hetty was momentarily taken aback. What? If merely conjuring a fireball or an ice arrow is deemed practical, then there is little distinction between a wizard wielding a staff and a monkey brandishing a stick. Gawain shook his head. The formula is not 0. It is a 1 followed by countless zeros. You simply have not yet discerned the position of the decimal point. Hetty furrowed her brow. I do not quite comprehend. If one cannot utilize a spell model to manifest the formulas in their mind, what use is it to possess extensive theoretical knowledge? Can it defeat an opponent? One day you will understand. The phrase can defeat an opponent does not encompass the entirety of a wizard's evaluative criteria, nor should it be the primary standard. Gawain chuckled. I have already dispatched someone on horseback to Tansin Town to inform Sir Philip to procure additional items. By the time the main force arrives, your magical laboratory will be ready for establishment. A magical laboratory? Hetty paused, then frowned. Those items are quite costly, especially at the outset. I have retrieved several ingots of mithril from the mountain treasury. They are not currency, requiring no reminting, and can be used directly as hard currency when purchasing magical apparatuses. It will suffice to procure you a basic set of equipment. I am aware that your previous laboratory in the castle has been entirely destroyed, but we must establish a new one as swiftly as possible. Hetty recalled the task that Gawain had previously assigned to her. She understood that once the crystal resonator arrived, she would diligently transcribe all the rune schematics he requested. A smile escaped her lips, despite her regret over the precious mithril ingots. How could a sorceress not feel elated at the prospect of reclaiming her own magical laboratory? There is a saying that rings true. A child selling their father's land feels no remorse. Is there anything amiss with the ancestors providing a little pocket money for their great-great-great-granddaughter to acquire a set of experimental apparatus? Absolutely not. Of course, such a sentiment may not suit the prudent and mature Hetty, but it would undoubtedly resonate with Rebecca. When the time permits, should one also consider establishing a magical laboratory for that headstrong little girl? Although it is highly probable that she would only delve into the study of the fireball spell. Chapter 47. Crystal. The construction of the camp must unfold gradually. Even though Gawain has penned an extensive array of regulations and plans, and has even drafted a blueprint for the camp's future expansion into a permanent settlement, these aspirations cannot be realized in a mere day. Given the prevailing level of education among the populace of this era, where the literacy rate among commoners and serfs stands at 0, knights can only manage basic reading and writing, and warriors cultivated by noble families, non-serfs, can merely inscribe their names and comprehend numbers up to 100. Advancement must proceed cautiously. Moreover, there is currently a shortage of manpower, as the territory of Cecil can scarcely sustain a significant workforce. The desk could be regarded as one of the few finished pieces of furniture brought by the team from Tansin Town. It may take some time before the carpenters can craft the first batch of furniture from the timber sourced from the western forest, as the materials for the furniture cannot be as haphazard as those used for makeshift shanties. Thus, having a single desk is, in fact, the greatest benefit for Gawain as the lord of this place. Scattered across the desk was a disarray of papers, inscribed with a myriad of items, construction plans, inventory statistics, camp sketches, and a rough outline of future developments, which included walls, docks, residential areas, production zones, and arable land, all meticulously arranged. On one side of the desk lay ink, quills, pencils, and a wooden ruler, while on the opposite side rested Amber. Gawain approached and casually grasped the scruff of Amber's neck, lifting her aside. The half-elf girl had not yet awakened when lifted, but halfway through her ascent, she let out a startled exclamation, soon vanishing as a shadow from Gawain's grasp, only to rematerialize a short distance away. You startled me, Amber exclaimed, now fully awake and glaring at Gawain with indignation. I thought there was an earthquake. Gawain, both amused and exasperated by her reaction, remarked, You were supposed to keep an eye on the things in the tent, and this is how you guard? Amber retorted with righteous indignation. I was completely engrossed in your bizarre scribbles. Gawain glanced down at the desk, and then back at Amber, incredulously noting, You even drooled on it. Who can truly govern the realm of slumber? Amber murmured. Her curiosity piqued as she observed Gawain settling at his desk. She sidled closer, inquiring, What are you up to? Are you about to embark on another session of your cryptic scribbles? These are not mere scribbles, but rather plans, regulations, and blueprints, Gawain retorted, finding himself exasperated by the unscholarly half-elf. These documents are fundamental to the camp's very foundation, which is precisely why I entrusted them to your care. Amber picked up a sheet adorned with symbols and numbers, scrutinizing it for a prolonged moment before wrinkling her nose. What a jumbled mess. It's utterly incomprehensible. Gawain gazed at her with resignation. You're holding it upside down. Amber responded with disarming innocence. I've never encountered diagrams like these before. They're more perplexing than even magical incantations. How am I to discern which way is up? Hence the necessity for learning, Gawain instructed. Knowledge is an invaluable asset. Gawain sighed, feeling no surprise at Amber's inability to comprehend these matters. A mere thief, she had never received a formal education. Instead, she had learned a set of skills for petty theft under the direct tutelage of her adoptive father and mentor. Coupled with her inexplicable affinity for shadows, she possessed sufficient capability to navigate the world and embark on adventures. For her, acquiring knowledge held neither the opportunity nor the necessity. Thus her literacy was limited to basic reading and writing. The blueprints he had drawn were filled with an array of peculiar terms, accompanied by various data and shorthand notations. Even if handed to Hetty, she would likely be equally bewildered. Reflecting on Hetty, Gawain gazed into Amber's eyes. I asked you to seek out Rebecca or Hetty during your leisure and learn a bit more. It seems you have entirely disregarded that suggestion. How dull. Amber retorted with a roll of her eyes. Besides, I have no desire to engage with nobility. That beautiful lady of yours, her great-great-granddaughter, is far too busy to pay me any mind. Rebecca, on the other hand, is somewhat freer. Yet she always seems intent on hurling fireballs at me. Gawain regarded her with an amused expression. You claim to dislike interacting with nobility, yet you seem quite at ease when engaging with me. Amber replied candidly. I have always felt you do not embody the traits of a typical noble, and you vastly differ from my preconceived notions of elves. As he spoke, Gawain began organizing the papers before him, gathering them to the side while retrieving several crystals, which he laid out neatly on the table. Upon confirming that these crystals possessed no magical properties and that Gawain had no intention of selling them, their status in Amber's eyes diminished from that of crystals to mere stones. Gawain, feeling a slight headache, looked at the half-elf and said, I would greatly appreciate it if you could remain somewhat silent for a while. Amber retorted, Humph, this is utterly dull. Go ahead and study your stones. With that, she swayed slightly and seemed to dissolve into the air, yet through the faint perception of her presence, Gawain was certain she remained nearby, continuing to gaze at him with curiosity. Well, as long as she could cease her incessant chatter, he had no objections. Gawain redirected his focus to the crystals before him. He had taken them out for examination on multiple occasions during his journey and back in Tanzan town. He had even asked Hetty to utilize magical resonance to probe the interiors of the crystals, yet to no avail. Hetty had candidly stated that these crystals bore no resemblance to magical artifacts. When magic was applied to them, it elicited not a single ripple, akin to dealing with ordinary stones. However, Gawain Cecil had treasured these crystals, carefully stored within a mithril safe, and even procured a service for their permanent preservation in the mithril vault. Could they truly be nothing more than inconspicuous stones? Gawain could only boldly surmise that these crystals certainly held some uniqueness, albeit one that did not pertain to the realm of magic. Perhaps contemporary magical theories could not elucidate their nature. He set aside the obviously fragmented crystals and picked up the intact one. The shattered crystals have revealed a glimpse of their inner crystalline structure, yet it is challenging to observe accurately with the naked eye. Once Hetty's magical laboratory is established and equipped with a crystal resonator, it may be possible to investigate the physical structure more thoroughly. However, this intact specimen inspires a certain trepidation regarding further handling. Who knows whether the crystal resonator might disrupt some intrinsic information within the crystal. He lifted the crystal to the light for closer inspection. Along its lustrous and beautiful crystalline edges, he could see the light dancing, manifesting a spectrum of colors and luminous patterns as he adjusted the angle of incidence. This is a remarkably precise geometric crystal, suggesting a mastery of processing techniques. Moreover, during tests conducted with the fragmented crystals, Gawain had already confirmed their astonishing strength. They are extraordinarily hard and do not shatter as easily as typical brittle crystals. They can even etch marks effortlessly onto a silver ingot, with their tips showing no signs of wear. This prompted him to ponder how those 4 crystal fragments had broken in such a manner. After observing under the sunlight for a while, Gawain attempted to prick his finger and smeared a drop of blood onto the crystal's surface before the wound could heal. Of course, it proved to be of no consequence. Faintly, it seemed he heard the muffled laughter of a half-elf. With a sense of purpose, Gawain shielded Amber from distraction and found himself lost in contemplation, pondering the increasingly enigmatic phenomena of this world. The origin of the mysterious crystal, the inexplicably vanished memories, the suspected gaseous giant planets, and the peculiar sun, whose properties deviated significantly from a typical gas giant. Not to mention those surveillance satellites that, to this day, should still be suspended in the heavens. Their purposes and origins shrouded in ambiguity. Just as his thoughts drifted towards the surveillance satellites, he suddenly sensed a faint warmth emanating from the crystal in his hand. Initially, he dismissed it as an illusion, yet the crystal began to tremble gently, its core's pale blue luminescence flickering to life. Heat, tremor, and light. These three sensations combined could not merely be a figment of his imagination. Gawain stared in astonishment at the crystal. But before he could grasp a pen to document this transformation, a voice echoed in his mind. While it was referred to as a voice, it felt more like information surging directly into his consciousness. He understood its message. Mental frequency reset, re-establishing connection. Almost immediately, he felt a wave of disorientation wash over him, as if something had intrusively penetrated his thoughts, introducing data streams that did not belong to him. Yet, these streams were not the work of an invader. After a fleeting moment of bewilderment, he was struck by an inexplicable sense of familiarity. Soon, these recognizable data streams coalesced into distinct images within his mind. Vivid scenes began to materialize, depicting a view of the earth from a great height. In the first moment, the thought that sprang to Gawain's mind was not one of surprise or shock, but rather an exclamation of disbelief. Am I about to ascend again? Cold sweat immediately began to trickle down his forehead. This realization brought him a sense of calm, allowing excitement to gradually take its place as he focused on the images in his mind. It was then that he noticed the significant anomalies within those images, which were entirely unfamiliar to him. The visuals had become hazy, as if veiled by a filter that presented an odd distribution of colors, resembling the smudged images produced by a thermal imaging device. He could only vaguely discern structures such as mountains, forests, and rivers, and this peculiar, blurred scene was confined to a very small area. It was precisely the vicinity surrounding the northern side of the Dark Mountains, near the newly developed territories of New Cecil. From above, he could faintly make out the White Water River, the western forest, and even a shadow of a campsite. This image could neither be zoomed in nor out. Chapter 48. Satellite warning: the view was constrained within this limited range, immovable and unzoomable. Furthermore, the originally high-definition satellite imagery had transformed into this indistinct and color-blocked representation. What did those colors signify? Thermal imaging? Or perhaps some other form of sensory imaging? Or was it merely a malfunction? Gawain distinctly recalled the voice he had heard upon exiting the aerial perspective, clearly mentioning terms such as energy failure, post-reboot failure, and escape protocol. Thus, the likelihood of a malfunction was exceedingly high, and coupled with his inability to adjust the perspective's distance, his suspicions in this regard deepened significantly. In this extended line of thought, Gawain could not help but begin to worry about another matter. What if the connection between his mind and the celestial satellite was more profound than he could ever imagine? Perhaps even akin to a symbiotic relationship of life and death? If that celestial object were to meet its untimely demise, would it not spell disaster for him? He acknowledged that the likelihood of this was minimal. After all, he had completed his rebirth based on the vessel of Gawain Cecil, and he had distinctly heard the words of the escape protocol. Thus, his consciousness should have become independent. Yet, when it comes to matters of life and death, even the slightest hint of peril cannot be overlooked. However, that celestial entity was likely suspended in synchronous orbit around this planet, while he found himself ensnared in a backward, medieval kingdom. Not only was he unable to repair the satellite, but he could not even see it. Just as Gawain endeavored to decipher the patterns of the visual changes, an unexpected development occurred. He suddenly beheld a floating window-like box appearing above the image, from which a line of incessantly flickering text emerged, seemingly subjected to interference. The script was entirely unfamiliar to him. It was neither Chinese nor any written language from the kingdoms or races of the Loren continent. Yet, as he gazed at the bewildering line of characters, their meanings were directly translated and materialized in his mind. New data. Giant planet activity level increased. Alert level raised to 4. The scene commenced to convulse, with superimposed layers of interference patterns manifesting upon the chromatic blocks. Gawain awoke with a start, his focus swiftly diverting to the external, tangible world. This inaugural transition between perspectives induced a momentary disequilibrium in his vision before stabilizing. Immediately thereafter, Disregarding the lingering vertigo in his mind, he abruptly rose from his desk and strode towards the tent's entrance. Amber, who had been observing in concealment for quite some time, was startled, suddenly materializing from her shadowy form. Whoa! The colossal sun was progressing across the firmament with a deliberate and majestic pace, its non-glaring disk encircled by an ethereal halo akin to a delicate mist. Superficially, everything appeared normal, but rapidly, crimson filaments began to emerge on the sun's surface, reminiscent of blood vessels in an eye. The imagery in Gawain's mind persisted. He observed the chromatic blocks surging in the thermal-like overhead view, with virtually all hues intensifying rapidly, yet gradually attaining a new equilibrium. Ephemeral numerical-like figures occasionally surfaced at the periphery of the image, remaining indecipherable. A sudden realization dawned upon him. These colors were likely not a malfunction, but rather a unique monitoring modality, perhaps far more insightful than a direct overhead view. Hetty, who was reinforcing the foundations with stone-shaped incantations nearby, also noted these alterations. She glanced at the sun and then directed her gaze towards the tent at the camp center, where she indeed saw Gawain contemplating the sun with a grave expression. She hastened to Gawain's side. "Ancestor, it appears to be the red spot again." Gawain gestured for Hetty to remain silent for the moment, his gaze fixed upon the sun, yet his focus was immersed in the imagery of the consciousness realm. The crimson patterns on the sun's surface swiftly faded, and the fluctuating hues in the surveillance imagery gradually calmed, returning to their original state. However, despite the de-escalation of the surveillance alert, Gawain's own sense of vigilance remained unyielding. A plethora of new discoveries transformed into novel clues, which surged forth in a torrent, coalescing into a cluster of fresh dilemmas. He was beset by countless conjectures and deductions, some of which bordered on the audaciously insane. Yet he resolutely suppressed these thoughts, first regaining his composure before seeking the explanation most likely to unveil the truth. "Ancestor, are you unwell?" Hetty inquired with concern, noting the pallor on Gawain's face. "You appear quite ill." Amber had already slipped out of the tent moments ago, yet the overwhelming aura surrounding Gawain had silenced even the most boisterous of half-elves. Breaking the silence, Hetty ventured to speak. "He dashed out before the red spots appeared on the sun, startling me." "Hetty, can you sense any fluctuations in magical energy?" Gawain suddenly turned, his expression grave as he regarded Hetty. Her complexion began to pale. "No, it has not yet reached the level where monsters might appear," Gawain remarked, shaking his head to calm Hetty. This judgment stemmed from the absence of any signs of magical tide pollution visible from the aerial perspective, as well as Cecil's seasoned experience. The elemental forces in the air remained stable, which signified that all was well. The sporadic occurrences of crimson spots and surges of magical energy were typically normal phenomena, albeit usually manifesting only once every 3 to 5 years. Hetty, however, appeared anxious, for this was already the second occurrence in a matter of months. In truth, Gawain's own feelings of worry and tension were hardly less than Hetty's. In fact, due to additional concerns regarding the connection with a monitoring satellite high above, his anxiety was even more pronounced. Nevertheless, he was acutely aware that he had become a pillar of the entire Cecil territory, especially in the presence of Hetty and Rebecca. Any sign of weakness or uncertainty was unacceptable. Furthermore, weakness and uncertainty would not resolve the issues at hand. Rest assured, there will be no monsters. Moreover, even if the magical tide does arrive, I possess the experience to handle it, Gawain reassured his descendants, emphasizing the importance of everyone fulfilling their duties. Only by constructing a solid and stable home can we have the means to confront nature. Observing Hetty as she utilized magical powers to assist in the construction, Gawain nodded slightly. Although Hetty and Rebecca might be constrained by the ideologies and class of their era, they possessed a foundation that distinguished them from other nobles of this time. They do not believe that their status and identity can separate them from their subjects. Otherwise, it would be inconceivable for a standard noblewoman like Hetty to venture onto a construction site to assist with magic. As he witnessed the land rapidly solidifying into a foundation under the influence of magical forces, Gawain marveled at the convenience of magic while also realizing an important consideration. Once the necessary infrastructure for minting coins was established, it might be prudent to hire some destitute wild mages to aid in constructing the camp. However, prior to that, there were more pressing matters to ponder. What is the relationship between the sun in the sky and the magical tide on the ground? What could be the potential role and current state of surveillance satellites? Why did Gawain Cecil, 7 centuries ago, leave behind a crystal capable of re-establishing contact with the satellites? Chapter 49. Questions and answers. Despite having stored the crystal away, Gawain could still envision a perspective resembling some form of energy imaging in his mind. However, he soon discovered a method to dismiss the image. By consciously diverting his attention from the aerial view to focus on something else, the vision would dissipate on its own. The means to summon the image back was equally straightforward, simply by deliberately calling for it. Throughout this process, there was no need to rely on the crystal's power. A connection seemingly based on the mind and intent had been established, with the crystal serving merely as a key or catalyst in this interaction. Seated at his desk, Gawain contemplated the questions he had inscribed on the parchment before him, marshaling his thoughts in an attempt to resolve them. Drawing upon the recollections of Gawain Cecil, coupled with recent events, he had ascertained a direct correlation between the celestial alterations of the sun and the terrestrial surges of magical energy. Whenever crimson blemishes manifested upon the solar surface, a corresponding upwelling of magical power occurred upon the earth, invigorating the elements. The so-called dark tide, in essence, was a cataclysmic eruption of untamed magical energy, a veritable avalanche of elemental forces spiraling out of control and encroaching upon the material realm. As for the entities that materialized amidst these elemental tempests, their genesis remained nebulous, provisionally categorized as a secondary consequence of elemental upheaval. Regarding the phenomenon of solar blemishes and magical upsurges, the sapient inhabitants of this world were not unfamiliar with it. It was a natural occurrence, erratic yet not uncommon. Thus, Gawain posited that the essence of the dark tide was, in fact, a magical upsurge that had surpassed a critical threshold. When the amplification of magical energy in this world reached a certain zenith, the stable order of the elements would be shattered, thereby precipitating the dark tide. But what role did the sun play in this process? Did the blemishes induce the surge of magical power? Or were the two not causally linked, but rather two facets of the same event? Gawain paused, adding a supplementary inquiry to the parchment. What is the true nature of the sun? That it was a colossal planet seemed certain, at least according to the surveillance data. Yet, it evidently diverged significantly from the properties of the gaseous giants known to Gawain. As Gawain understood, the gas giant of his homeland was not a celestial body that radiated light and heat. Although it was typically filled with vast amounts of nuclear fuel and emitted a certain intensity of energy radiation, it remained in a state of cooling, akin to an unlit furnace, as it had not reached the critical point for fusion. However, the sun in this world evidently provided light and warmth to the land. Was it ignited? Or did it possess unique characteristics due to the differing laws governing the two worlds? After contemplation, Gawain found himself leaning towards the latter explanation. For the crimson spots and the phenomenon of magical surges constantly reminded him that this world operated under physical rules starkly different from those of his homeland. To confine oneself to fixed notions would likely lead to futile endeavors in problem-solving. Moreover, he dismissed the first hypothesis for a significant reason. If that immense sun in the sky were indeed a gas giant ignited and undergoing fusion, it could rightfully be classified as a star, releasing an amount of light and heat far exceeding what was currently observed. Given its apparent solar disk size and the nearly blue-white hue of its surface, the heat emitted should be sufficient to reduce the very planet beneath his feet to ashes. Thus, the second question arose. What exactly was a monitoring satellite? It is conceivable that this may be a remnant of an ancient civilization or perhaps a watchtower left by extraterrestrial visitors hovering above this planet. The civilization responsible for its construction must undoubtedly possess remarkable advancements, as they are seemingly unperturbed by the so-called magical tides, able to leisurely observe the unfolding events in the cosmos during such tumultuous times, underscoring a significant technological disparity. Yet, one must ponder the present whereabouts of the civilization that left this observation post. Let us assume there exists but a single satellite. Gawain reflects upon the fact that the satellite he traversed through has suffered severe malfunctions, and yet, there has been no sign of maintenance personnel arriving. He speculates daringly. The civilization that created the satellite has either met its demise or has long departed, showing no further interest in this locale. Of course, it is also plausible that a wealthy benefactor, with an abundance of resources, treats the malfunctioning satellites as casually as discarding a few napkins, resulting in no one attending to the situation. However, he dismisses this possibility as rather unlikely. Regardless, the satellite is nearing its end, and the absence of maintenance personnel suggests that there is little cause for concern regarding an advanced civilization descending upon and overpowering the inexperienced. This is indeed favorable news. Yet Gawain soon contemplates the implications. If that advanced civilization is capable of addressing the magical tide predicament but chooses not to intervene, then this revelation is profoundly dire. As for the satellite's intended functionality, it may well serve to monitor fluctuations in magical energy. Gawain recalled the second type of aerial view he had previously encountered. He referred to the clear satellite images he had observed over countless millennia as the first type. This particular view was cloaked in a myriad of colored filters, perhaps indicating varying depths of magical fluctuations, with synchronous changes in color during surges of magical energy serving to corroborate this hypothesis. Could it be that satellites function as early warning systems for magical tides? At the very least, that should be one of their functionalities. However, the current state of this observation post appeared dire. No matter how he issued commands, he was unable to make any adjustments to the images. Furthermore, those visuals were intermittently plagued by severe interference patterns and tremors, all of which served as ominous reminders that the system might be nearing its end. Thus, one final question remained. Why did the ancient Gawain Cecil leave behind this fragment of crystal 7 centuries ago, while he still could not fully comprehend the crystal's properties? He had at least confirmed its capacity to re-establish contact with a monitoring station in the heavens. But was this crystal useful to others? If so, what purpose did the original Gawain Cecil intend for it? Could it also be employed to gain a satellite perspective akin to his own? This line of thought seemed increasingly plausible. After all, the most formidable pioneering knights of your managed to lead a throng of refugees through a tumultuous landscape of magical tides and monsters, successfully executing a daring escape and founding a new kingdom, primarily due to their ability to access the entirety of the map. However, mere speculation would not suffice. He must conduct practical tests to ascertain the truth. Thus, it is imperative to find someone sufficiently reliable, ensuring that even if the individual succeeds in testing on the spot, there will be no unforeseen complications. In truth, Gawain's concerns seem somewhat excessive for the vast majority of individuals in this world. The notion of satellites gaining sentience and landing for rebirth is utterly foreign. If they were to carelessly gaze upon the expansive map through a crystal, their sole thought would most likely be that this artifact is a divine tool, endowed with an innate level of over 10,000 in eagle-eyed perception. However, Gawain's thoughts have yet to synchronize with the prevailing worldview of this realm. Thus, he pondered for a while, gradually lifting his gaze to the ethereal Miss Amber, who stood beside the table, lost in her musings. The half-elf maiden felt a sudden chill run down her spine. Upon turning her head, she was met with Gawain's unwavering stare, causing goosebumps to rise on her skin. What do you intend to do? Have you finally revealed your noble nature, and are now prepared to strike at your own guard? This was unacceptable. She was disobedient, unreliable, and rather mischievous. Allowing her to conduct the test could result in untold chaos. Gawain, however, was filled with elation. Quickly, summon her to me. Rebecca soon hurried into the tent. Having spent the better part of the day outside, yet showing no signs of fatigue, instead, she radiated vitality. She assumed Gawain required her to report on the situation, and upon entering, she promptly exclaimed, "Ancestor, you may find it hard to believe the abundance of fertile land in this vicinity. I once thought that the Dark Mountains were entirely barren and unfit for development. However, guided by the map you provided, I stumbled upon something remarkable." No need to rush this matter. Gawain waved his hand, interrupting Rebecca, and handed her a crystal. "There is a task I would like you to undertake." He smiled at his great-granddaughter, perceiving her as an antithesis to Amber, obedient, dependable, yet somewhat naive. Rebecca, taken aback, accepted the crystal from Gawain, unsure of what her ancestor wished to convey. What next? Gawain pondered how he had established contact with the satellite and began to instruct her. Imagine being at an altitude far beyond the clouds, where an entity surveys the earth from above. Now, strive to connect with that entity. Rebecca blinked in realization. "Oh, you mean the Eye of Mystery, right?" The Eye of Mystery is a term used by wizards, who believe that every gifted individual capable of wielding magic possesses a pair of eyes that transcend their own existence. These eyes float above the entire world, immersed in the sea of ether, observing the essence of reality and the flow of magic on behalf of the wizards. The The quality of these eyes ultimately determines each wizard's innate talent during their studies and mastery of the arcane arts. While wizards cannot directly perceive these eyes, the meditative process of their souls in the subconscious serves as a means of communication with this ethereal vision. Gawain was not referring to this. No, he meant a higher realm than the Eye of Mysteries, something far more tangible, as if it were an enchanted artifact. Rebecca made a concerted effort, displaying a somewhat apologetic smile, but I didn't see anything. Subsequently, Gawain attempted several different methods of guidance, yet the crystal in Rebecca's hand remained utterly unresponsive. It seemed that the matter of Duke Gawain Cecil's ability to access the full map 7 centuries ago could not be substantiated. Chapter 50. The main force. After conducting further tests, Gawain concluded that there was no need to continue the validation process. Rebecca was unable to establish a connection with the crystal. He then summoned Amber to attempt the same, with equally fruitless results. It appeared that, apart from himself, no one else could connect with the mysterious monitoring station in the sky, even upon touching the crystal. This led Gawain to ponder the purpose behind Duke Gawain Cecil's bequest of the crystal 7 centuries prior. He deduced that there were likely 2 explanations. Either Duke Gawain Cecil was unique, possessing a special means to utilize these crystals, or these crystals were not intended for Gawain Cecil's use, but rather left for him 7 centuries hence. The latter explanation was particularly unsettling. No, it's not your fault. Amber just tried it as well. Gawain suppressed the myriad thoughts swirling in his mind, reassuring the young woman. The crystal itself is not meant for ordinary individuals. I merely sought to test it with you on a whim. Now, let us discuss the results of your reconnaissance outside. Rebecca's spirits palpably lifted upon the subject's introduction. Indeed. I was just about to broach this matter. Did you, venerable ancestor, possess prior knowledge of the land's purification? I meticulously followed the parameters you delineated and discovered expanses devoid of contamination, characterized by open, level terrain and convenient access to water. The accompanying farmers avowed it as the most propitious locale for cultivation. Gawain was far from surprised by this affirmation, as he was, of course, privy to the area's condition. The defilement had receded at least a decade prior. However, this fact remained unbeknownst to the kingdom's populace. The annual passage of the unclean winds across the dark mountains perpetuated the perception of inhospitable lands, regardless of the soil's reclamation. Even with the abatement of ground-level pollution, the presence of toxic dust storms precluded any notion of this region being suitable for pioneering. Gawain could only ascertain that, according to the cartographical data stored within his mind, the area had been cleansed of contamination for 10 years. The nearest noble territory is the town of Tanzan, held by the Leslie family. In accordance with Ansouvian law, the lesser nobles of the southern frontier are also responsible for monitoring the regions contaminated by the arcane cataclysm of Gondor. Therefore, Gawain surmised that the Viscount Andrew likely possessed some awareness of the waning influence of the Mana Surge. However, for this traditional aristocrat, whose prosperity stemmed from his mines, this temporarily pacified land was probably still not deemed worthy of investment. Moreover, given that the pioneering fervor of this era had already cooled, the Viscount had likely not even dispatched anyone to assess the situation here. Gawain nodded, turning to Rebecca. The extent of land that can be confirmed as safe is the area I've delineated. The contamination beyond that should also have receded somewhat, but that will have to await careful reconnaissance once the main force arrives. Refrain from venturing out there for now. The clear overhead view in his mind was from a decade prior. Over these 10 years, the contaminated zone should have continued to shrink. But the precise extent of this reduction remained uncertain, given that the satellite view had devolved into a magical imaging map that couldn't be adjusted. Therefore, Gawain could only make such arrangements. This concerned the future survival of everyone, and sentimentality couldn't be indulged. Due to the enactment of the new regulations, the construction of the outpost camp was completed with astonishing speed, and preparations were made for the arrival of the subsequent main force. Under Gawain's plan, the fences around the camp were extended several hundred meters to the south and east, leaving large open spaces for the subsequent 700 people to set up tents, and reserving new spaces for carpenters, stonemasons, blacksmith sheds, and the storage of materials. He further commanded the construction of a provisional wharf, fashioned from timber, on the camp's riverbank side. Alongside a proximate sawmill to process lumber floated downstream from the western logging site. Of course, at present, both the wharf and sawmill existed merely as blueprints. The 100 laborers were proving insufficient, and even with Hattie's magical assistance, establishing the camp was proving to be a daunting task. At this moment, Gawain sincerely wished that Rebecca could cast a spell other than a fireball. Deplorable. Contemplating the impending demonic surge and the enigmatic monitoring station in the sky, then casting his gaze upon the sluggishly progressing pioneer camp, Gawain could not help but shake his head and sigh. Nearby, Rebecca, shading her eyes as she observed something, noticed Gawain's movement, turned her head, and furrowed her brow as she glanced at him. "Why are you sighing? Am I not even allowed to rest here for a moment?" "Don't always assume the worst of me," Gawain replied, casting a helpless glance at her. "When have I ever truly exploited you? It's amusing to bicker with you," Amber declared with a perfectly straight face. "It's the first time I've encountered a high noble who doesn't get angry when you argue with them. It's such a novel experience." Gawain averted his gaze, ignoring her. However, Amber had no intention of giving up. Hey, you still haven't said it. Why were you sighing?" "Too slow," Gawain said, shaking his head. "It's simply too slow." Amber's eyes widened. "Are you talking about their work speed? This is slow." Then she gesticulated wildly. "Do you have any conscience at all? These people are the fastest working serfs and laborers I've ever seen in my life. Yesterday, they completed the newly erected fence walls in less than a day, and today they commenced the construction of the blacksmith shop. Do you realize how astonishingly swift that is?" Subsequently, she muttered, "I previously observed you providing them with meat while prohibiting corporal punishment, and I assumed you were genuinely a good person." Gawain cast her a sidelong glance, replying, "I am indeed a good person, and I do not fault these individuals for their lack of efficiency. I am not blind. It is evident they have not been idle. However, it is a fact that the overall construction pace of this camp does not meet my envisioned plan." "Your plan was unrealistic from the outset," Amber retorted, pursing her lips, then regarding Gawain with a hint of suspicion. "By the way, I sensed something was amiss. You have seemed rather peculiar these past couple of days, appearing burdened by unspoken thoughts, and sketching an array of odd designs on paper. Particularly this morning, when the camp had only just begun to take shape, you were already contemplating the construction of a city wall. What are you so anxious about? You simply refuse to acknowledge it, huh? But I can see it. You are indeed anxious," Amber asserted, placing her hands on her hips. "Let me recall when this all began. Ah, yes, it was when the sun exhibited sunspots. Ever since then, you have been in a state of unrest." This time, Gawain was genuinely taken aback. He scrutinized Amber for a moment and inquired, "Have you been observing me during your idle hours?" "I hardly have the leisure for that," Amber replied, still with her hands on her hips. "But the truth is, your transformation cannot escape the notice of others. In fact, even your two great-great-granddaughters, who are separated from you by countless generations, have noticed, though they dared not inquire." Gawain paused, astonished. "Is that so? Is it already so evident?" After a brief moment of distraction, he could not help but begin to reflect on the recent changes in his mindset and contemplate how to adjust it. Amber, resting her chin on her hand, pondered for a moment before suddenly posing a question. "What exactly are the extraterrestrial visitors you mentioned earlier?" Gawain thought to himself, how is this individual's reflex arc so erratic, akin to Brownian motion, fluctuating between extremes? Just moments ago, he assumed she had paid no heed to that term. At that moment, a small figure abruptly appeared in the corner of Gawain's vision. It was the little maid Betty, clad in a simple linen dress, scampering towards him. The young girl reached Gawain, panting heavily for a few moments before blinking her large eyes and stating in a dazed manner, "Madam Hetty requests your presence." "What does she want?" Betty contemplated for a moment. "I forgot." Just then, Amber noticed that Betty's hands were empty and could not suppress her curiosity, inquiring, "Where's your precious frying pan?" Meanwhile, Gawain had already concluded the reason for Hetty's summons. He had spotted the silhouettes of those approaching from the distant west. The second contingent had finally arrived. Chapter 51. The arrival of the second group stationed in Ansou town had finally reached their destination. This was undoubtedly good news for Gawain. At the very least, it signified an increase in manpower, which meant he could construct the dock and sawmill, consider the formal extraction of the eastern mines, and facilitate the development of this camp into a proper territory. Although, with the addition of the subsequent second contingent, the pioneer territory boasts a mere 800 inhabitants. This signifies a remarkable advancement compared to the initial vanguard of only 100 souls. Sir Philip, accompanied by the soldiers stationed in Ansou town and a dozen militiamen, successfully completed this escort mission. The promising young knight was greeted with fervent enthusiasm by Hetty. The arrival of him and his soldiers served to rectify a significant deficiency in the camp, namely, its defensive capabilities. Despite the absence of any encountered demonic entities, the very act of subsisting within a desolate expanse amplifies the populace's sense of insecurity. The barricades and arcane deterrents merely assuage this unease, whereas only fully armed soldiers patrolling the perimeter can instill genuine tranquility within the hearts of the settlers. As for Sir Philip, he was utterly astounded by the sheer magnitude and comprehensive nature of this encampment. Had they truly managed to level such an expansive area? Were carpenters' workshops already erected? Were they even in the process of constructing a blacksmith's forge? The youthful knight ambled into the camp in a daze, gazing in astonishment at the sturdy and aesthetically pleasing tents and the few wooden cabins that had already been erected. He beheld the serfs and freemen bustling about in the clearing, the latter diligently transforming timber that had undergone basic drying and smoking into planks, which were subsequently crafted into various tools and materials for construction. It was his first encounter with such a scene of labor. Those who typically required the crack of a whip to spur them into action were now collaborating in groups, working in harmony under the guidance of one individual, as if they were the limbs of a single entity. Whereas previously, if tasked to work together, they would merely cover for one another to shirk responsibility. The current scenario was a stark contrast. And where, one might wonder, were the overseers who were meant to wield the whips? After a careful search, Philip discovered that the overseers were, in fact, selected family warriors who could write a few more letters, simply wandering along the periphery of the clearing to inspect the progress, holding not whips, but wooden boards for note-taking. Isn't it remarkable? Hetty's voice jolted the young knight from his reverie. I, too, did not anticipate that such simple measures could render them so industrious. Even the serfs have begun to take the initiative to learn how to perform tasks in which they were once unskilled. Measures? Sir Philip echoed the word in astonishment. What measures? The ancestors conceived a set of work regulations. Sir Philip's eyes gleamed with realization before Hetty could finish her thought. Ah? It must be the ancient knight's sense of honor and virtue that has inspired these otherwise indolent serfs and commoners. No, it is the promise of meat. Hetty replied with a gentle smile. The principle is quite straightforward. More work yields more meat. Yet, as she spoke, she mused internally. The method of incentivizing work through rewards was one she had previously attempted, though it typically proved effective only at the outset. The serfs would swiftly devise various means to slothfully procure food while avoiding labor. However, when this method was infused with direct competition, precise calculations, rigorous enforcement, and the notion of teamwork, everything transformed dramatically. This was indeed a remarkable revelation. For the first time, she understood that serfs and commoners were not inherently dull-witted or lazy. At that moment, Sir Gawain's figure appeared in the distance. Hetty and Philip promptly approached him, but Gawain raised a hand to interrupt their gestures of respect. He first nodded to Hetty, then turned to the young knight. You have done well. Your efforts are appreciated. Allow the soldiers and the vassals to rest for a while. After lunch, all laborers are to assemble in the open space at the center of the camp, where Hetty will instruct them on the work regulations. Soldiers, including the militia, should gather on the west side of the camp, where Sir Byron will distribute some new equipment. He then turned to Hetty, saying that on the newcomers' first day, there was no need to assign them to any work groups, as the new rules were too numerous for them to grasp all at once. Hetty nodded in agreement, while Sir Philip appeared somewhat puzzled. New equipment? What new equipment? Gawain glanced at him, revealing a hint of mysterious amusement. It is undoubtedly something exceptional. It was only after Sir Philip beheld the new gear that he realized his previous expectations for such treasures had been woefully insufficient. He had anticipated nothing more than a batch of pristine swords, armor, and perhaps a hand crossbow for each individual. However, to his astonishment, what lay before him was an entire set of standardized extraordinary armaments. Enchanted swords, enchanted armor, and military crystals from ancient empires. What left Sir Philip even more astounded was the fact that even the militia each received a full set of these items at no cost. They were relics of bygone years, deteriorating with age, and rather than hoarding them, it was far better to unleash their potential as combat power. Gawain chuckled as he spoke, candidly admitting that there could have been more, but many had deteriorated beyond use, either due to severe depletion of magical energy or had become mere shells. He felt a twinge of regret. Each piece of extraordinary armament was of considerable value, and Sir Philip found himself stammering as he spoke. Previously, There had been scarcely a few sets of enchanted equipment to be found throughout the entire Cecil territory. Amber, standing nearby with her arms crossed, remarked, "Look at you, acting so astonished like a rare sighting. Is it so strange for a 700-year-old to have a little hidden stash of private savings? Which grandfather doesn't he tuck away a few silver coins beneath the floorboards?" Gawain seized Amber by the ear, pulling her aside, while she flailed and shouted, "Let go! Let go! Haven't you heard that elves have extremely sensitive ears? Release me." It seemed that, at this moment, this elven disgrace remembered her partial heritage. Meanwhile, Sir Philip, observing the commotion as Amber was dragged away, stood tall, his expression earnest and proud. "Our family has long revered the god of warriors and knights, Kale, and we never hoard wealth beneath us." Gawain cast a surprised glance at the young man, pondering why he adhered so strictly to the chivalric code, appearing excessively rigid compared to his peers. It turned out he was a true devotee, far superior to those who claimed to worship the goddess of the night, yet improvised their prayers each time. With these items, even encountering the aberration from the past would be considerably easier. Sir Philip Knight continued to marvel at the new equipment, then suddenly remarked, "By the way, we could entrust the patterns to the artisans of Ansou Town. Even if it costs a bit more, it is impossible to reproduce them." Gawain had long anticipated that Sir Philip would express such sentiments. In truth, any soldier of sound mind, upon witnessing this equipment, would likely first contemplate the prospect of mass-producing these ancient treasures. The same held true for the Knights of Byron in their time, but alas, they were destined for disappointment. These artifacts were rooted in the magical technology of the ancient Gondor Empire, and their recharging required the refined magical essence sourced from the deep blue well. The chaotic and low-energy magical output from modern magical focal points, or wells, simply could not power these devices. Sir Philip opened his mouth, instantly grasping the implications. This meant that these items were not easily replicable. The young knight appeared troubled, asking, "What shall we do then?" Gawain, with a smile and a confident demeanor, replied, "Before that, we should focus on creating our own quality equipment." Regardless of the anxiety within, his face bore the smile of a masked knight who had seized the future, and indeed, Gawain possessed a modicum of genuine confidence. As long as the magical tide did not erupt at that moment, there remained room for maneuver. At that instant, his peripheral vision caught sight of a small figure running toward them. Beatrice, the scullery maid, scurried towards Gawain once more, tilting her head back to address him with an air of simple-mindedness. "Sir, Miss Rebecca seeks your audience." Gawain paused, a hint of bewilderment in his tone. "What matter does she have now?" Beatrice pondered the inquiry for a moment before exclaiming, "Forgotten." Gawain shook his head, a wry smile playing on his lips. How is it that this girl forgets everything save for her culinary duties? He resigned himself to the fact that the girl remembering to summon him at all was a feat in itself, and thus, he would not press his expectations further. After ascertaining Rebecca's whereabouts, he, accompanied by Amber, made his way to her. It appeared that Beatrice had at least retained the knowledge of where Rebecca awaited him. Upon arriving at their meeting place, he discovered the reason for Rebecca's summons. The inaugural batch of test, or had been transported from the iron mines situated east of the encampment. Chapter 52. A world infused with magic. While the smithy was indeed under construction, its complete fruition was still some time away. Moreover, in Gawain's grand design, this makeshift wooden structure bore little resemblance to the smithies as understood by the denizens of this world. He had merely adopted the term smithy for the sake of convenient comprehension. As he divined, the intention was to christen the locale the Cecil Steelworks. As the sole blacksmith within the territory, Old Hamer harbored a certain bewilderment regarding the Duke's decree to erect this smithy. In his estimation, the structure occupied an unnecessarily vast expanse. Beyond a strikingly large plank house, it encompassed an open space spanning 100 meters in both length and width, alongside a wooden shed with only a few supports erected. To designate such a sprawling facility as a mere smithy seemed incongruous. However, he dared not suggest that the illustrious founding duke was an ignorant layman issuing misguided directives, despite harboring such thoughts. After all, he was but a commoner, while the other was a noble of such stature as to be on equal footing with the king. Owing to the smithy's prodigious footprint, it could only be situated on the eastern periphery of the encampment, its extensive yard stretching into the untamed wilderness, appearing as comically protruding from the neat wooden palisade. The implements brought from Ansou Town seemed pathetically meager within the colossal smithy, barely occupying a corner of the plank house. The solitary smelting furnace was relegated to the open space, sheltered from the elements by a makeshift wooden canopy. For Gawain, the vast expanse designated for the blacksmith's workshop, situated adjacent to the edge of his territory, was merely a consideration for future production demands and the convenience of expansion. The conventional blacksmith shop of this era, characterized by a master and several apprentices, a modest hut housing a single furnace, and the rhythmic clanging of metal being forged, was far from his requirements. However, he found himself unable to elucidate this to the old blacksmith and his dim-witted apprentices. Beyond considerations of productivity and future expansion, Gawain did not intend to erect a series of earthen furnaces in this yard, as he had seen in the novels featuring predecessors who had traversed into this realm. Although the thought had crossed his mind, it was upon witnessing Hetty use her magical prowess to assist the raft in reaching shore and to fortify the camp's foundation a few days prior that he momentarily suppressed this notion, opting instead to have the only blacksmith in the territory, Hammer, construct a traditional furnace in the yard. He arrived at the blacksmith shop, where Rebecca was already waiting, accompanied by the elderly blacksmith Hammer, whose hair and beard were both grayed, along with several of his apprentices. Additionally, a few local residents clad in short tunics stood in the yard, their feet resting beside the large basket containing the first shipment of ore. Gawain made his way directly to the traditional furnace. It was a furnace that appeared rather rudimentary, standing approximately 1 meter tall, distinctly divided into upper and lower sections. The lower part featured a bulging hemispherical structure, while the upper section tapered swiftly into a cylindrical shape. On the hemispherical base, 2 openings were visible, one located beneath, evidently for the addition of fuel, and another positioned near the cylindrical structure, presumably for the pouring of ore. These components were unremarkable, merely a conventional furnace. However, its uniqueness lay on the side. There, 3 runes were inscribed. Each rune was etched onto a dark stone slab, all meticulously polished and precisely adjusted before being embedded into the furnace body to ensure uniform spacing and parallel edges. The lowest stone slab bore a triangular symbol, within which undulated a wavy line, representing the initial character of the fire element from the Tome of Magic. The middle slab displayed a square encasing a diamond, symbolizing the initial character of the earth element. The upper slab featured a swirling symbol associated with the wind element, though not the initial character. In addition to these 3 slabs, subtle, glimmering dust particles could be observed within the materials comprising the furnace itself. Gawain recognized what it was: quartz sand. The quartz sand of this world. Quartz sand possesses magical conductivity, albeit its effects are exceedingly minimal. Nonetheless, due to its affordability, it is extensively utilized even by common folk. Gawain lifted his gaze and glanced at the old blacksmith. "Did you forge this furnace?" Gawain nodded, offering no further inquiries. Magic, a transcendental force, remains inaccessible to the common populace. Yet, in this world saturated with arcane energies, even those bereft of spellcasting abilities experience its subtle influence. Fundamental applications of magic require neither incantations nor mastery, for magic resides within all. By inscribing a simple glyph upon a specific material, shaped in a particular form, anyone can subtly manipulate these ubiquitous energies. This scarcely constitutes spellcasting. Its effects, to true adepts, appear almost ludicrously feeble. It resembles picking up a stick for a crutch or using a stone to crack nuts, devoid of skill. Even the illiterate can memorize the drawing of symbols imbued with faint power. Yet, this minuscule force distinguishes this world profoundly from Gawain's homeland, akin to the critical degree at which water boils. Thanks to those 3 runes, this conventional furnace, fueled by mere firewood, can produce molten iron without bellows or an optimized combustion chamber. Inscribing a fire elemental rune on a piece of mithril could even allow the furnace to be fueled by straw. However, it is precisely due to the existence of these ancient runes that the inhabitants of this world have yet to contemplate enhancing the efficiency of their furnaces from the perspective of improving fuel combustion. They have merely focused on refining the materials used for inscribing the runes and the format of the runes themselves. Thus, Gawain did not construct a high furnace, but instead chose to observe the primitive and rudimentary traditional furnace. The old blacksmith, Hammer, grew increasingly anxious as he regarded the nobleman before him. He was perplexed by the sudden inquiry and the intent behind the noble's scrutiny of the furnace. Uncertain if he had erred in any way, he knew only that nobles were powerful and capricious, while Lady Rebecca, the Lord, and her predecessor were considered benevolent and generous. This nobleman was the fabled hero of conquest, a quintessential warrior, and a duke at that. What, he wondered, might be the temperament of such a grand noble? Just as the old blacksmith was consumed by trepidation, Gawain straightened up and posed his second question. Given this furnace, under the condition of ample or supply, how much iron can you smelt daily? Hammer immediately felt a wave of relief wash over him. At last, a sensible question had been asked. If we use that or over there, we can smelt 50 pounds of iron each day, he replied with a touch of pride. However, upon hearing this response, Gawain could not help but furrow his brow. So little? With the assistance of those runes, the yield is only that much? Is that truly all? Hamel could not help but utter a remark, immediately following it with a nervous clarification. I am not questioning your judgment, my lord. There's no need to be anxious when speaking to me, Gawain reassured the seasoned craftsman. I am your protector, not a marauding thief. Yes, my lord, Hamel said, nervously wiping the sweat from his brow. He continued, however, this truly is the limit. The exterior of the furnace may appear large, yet the interior space is quite confined. Furthermore, after each batch, we must allow an hour for the runes on the furnace to cool down. This necessitates cooling the furnace entirely before rekindling the fire. Given this back and forth, producing 50 pounds of iron daily is indeed the utmost we can achieve. Allowing the runes to cool, Gawain furrowed his brow. Indeed, Hamel explained. This is merely a trick employed by us common folk, inscribed on black stones, and pales in comparison to the true magical runes wielded by the esteemed mages. They are quite fragile, particularly the fire runes, which will crack upon prolonged exposure to the fire element. Even if we were to use sturdier materials, it would make no difference. Once the runes are compromised, the entire furnace becomes useless. Therefore, it is imperative that we do not maintain continuous firing during the iron smelting process. What if we were to enlarge the furnace? Gawain inquired further. There's nothing we can do, Hamel sighed, pondering why the Duke posed such perplexing questions. The runes could only provide a limited amount of heat. Enlarging the furnace would not yield sufficient firepower, making it impossible to smelt iron from the ore. Furthermore, the earth runes would become ineffective, resulting in the production of impure iron ingots, rendering them utterly useless. Gawain stroked his chin thoughtfully. So, the constraint on production is entirely due to these runes? The old blacksmith blinked, not quite grasping the concept of production constraints, yet he nodded eagerly. Yes, it's the runes. Gawain turned to Rebecca. What do you think? If we were to replace the runes, perhaps we should call Herdy over? Rebecca's face flushed crimson. Ancestor, I understand magical theory. It's just that I struggle to construct spell models. Your theoretical knowledge is satisfactory? Gawain raised an eyebrow. What do you propose we do to resolve this issue? Rebecca pondered intensely. Since you mentioned that the runes are a shortcoming, why not replace them? With what? Rebecca continued to brainstorm. The functions of these runes are quite simple. They merely increase temperature, control airflow, and manage impurities, and they are of the weakest kind. If we were to substitute them with a genuine magical array, the efficiency could be multiplied exponentially. Moreover, magical arrays can self-regulate energy, allowing for continuous operation without the risk of self-destruction. Gawain raised an eyebrow. Are you suggesting we inscribe a magical array on every smelting furnace? Regrettably, that proves unfeasible, Rebecca remarked, sticking out her tongue playfully. Aunt Heidi and I could assist in inscribing a few arcane arrays. Yet the smiths and their apprentices lack the capacity to utilize them. Chapter 53. The weave. The reason Rebecca cited for their impracticability was straightforward. Ordinary individuals are devoid of the aptitude to energize the arcane arrays, nor can they govern their activation and cessation. To traverse on foot merely necessitates lifting one's legs. However, to attain a velocity of 70 miles per hour, one must procure a vehicle, replenish its fuel, and acquire a driver's license. Similarly, an array mandates an infusion of energy and the supervision of a skilled practitioner possessing control over magic to initiate and deactivate it, regardless of its simplicity. Heidi and Rebecca could condescend to visit the smithy and inscribe rudimentary combustion-enhancing arrays upon each furnace. However, they could not perpetually remain there, replenishing each array's energy with every batch of ore, nor could they oversee the flux of energy within all the arrays. If the array were to be inscribed upon the furnace, its dimensions would inevitably be constrained. Even with Aunt Heidi's expertise, she could only inscribe auxiliary arrays of the second tier or lower. Rebecca elucidated earnestly, endeavoring to project an air of professionalism. Such diminutive arrays could not self-energize. An array capable of autonomously drawing ambient magical energy would necessitate a space equivalent to an entire tent. Consequently, the arrays upon the furnaces would require manual energizing. Furthermore, even the most rudimentary of arcane arrays, capable of mere activation and deactivation, remain beyond the manipulation of the uninitiated. Through the recollections of Gawain Cecil, one discerns that the magical matrices of this world are characterized by intricate classifications and operational principles. Disregarding the confounding intricacies of specialized knowledge, they can be broadly categorized. In terms of scale, they are delineated into diminutive, intermediate, expansive, and colossal. The most minuscule of these can be etched onto armaments, while the two most prodigious are situated within the Violet Kingdom's city of 1,000 spires and the elven-constructed temple of celestial bodies in the southern continent. These latter arrays, predicated upon urban foundations and delineated by thoroughfares, are of terrifying magnitude. Regarding functional complexity, they are bifurcated into those of singular function and those of composite function. With respect to the mode of energization, they are divided into self-energizing and externally energized. Self-energizing arrays incorporate a complex siphoning mechanism, enabling them to autonomously draw ambient magical energies for self-sustenance. However, given the exiguity of ambient magical energies outside of focal points, the siphoning structures of self-energizing arrays are invariably extensive, thus precluding their miniaturization. Consequently, all diminutive arrays are relegated to external energization. Moreover, self-energizing arrays are seldom employed due to their inherent inefficiencies. A self-recharging structure often occupies 80% of the area of an entire magical array, yet the energy it can provide pales in comparison to that of a single tributary from any magical focal point. Within such a vast area, one could accommodate several intricately designed rune arrays. Thus, from an efficiency standpoint, mages prefer to energize the array themselves rather than resorting to the slow and cumbersome self-recharging structures. This explains why all significant magical facilities in this world are situated near magical focal points, for the sake of convenience and energizing. Gawain stroked his chin, contemplating the blacksmith's forge before him. He then posed two questions. Must the charging component be inscribed upon the furnace? Is it necessary to condense all functions within a single magical array? Rebecca blinked, momentarily perplexed. If not, then what? Gawain sensed he had grasped the crux of the issue. The people of this world seemed solely focused on transforming magical energy into its most primal and brutal force, or merely on individual applications of power, without ever contemplating how to disseminate this extraordinary power in a broader, more foundational manner. To construct an expansive self-charging arcane array, designed to draw ambient magical energies from the atmosphere. Subsequently, designate an output terminus on this grand array, channeling its accumulated power to a smaller array situated on the furnace, thereby resolving the issue of energy replenishment. For the purpose of enabling or disabling the flow, the connection between the furnace and the self-charging array can be rendered controllable, severing the link to halt the smaller array's operation. The inherent property of the larger self-charging array to dissipate excess energy obviates any concerns of overcharge or catastrophic failure. Rebecca swiftly grasped Gawain's concept, perceiving it as a modular approach to arcane arrays, piecing together individual components for combined functionality. Gawain nodded. I believe it would be prudent to consult with Hetty. Her expertise in this area is considerable. Rebecca concurred wholeheartedly. Despite her Aunt Hetty's spellcasting accuracy being somewhat lacking, her theoretical knowledge surpassed that of many mid-level mages. Subsequently, Gawain, accompanied by his entourage, departed, leaving the smith, Hamel, and his apprentices exchanging bewildered glances. Master, an apprentice inquired tentatively, shall we continue with the furnace? The smith glared at the apprentice. Of course we shall. Do not even contemplate idleness. Our evening meal depends on the success of this batch. Meanwhile, Gawain had dispatched Amber to summon Hetty to his tent. However, upon hearing his proposition, the refined lady demurred. The concept of utilizing one magical array to energize another is indeed intriguing, yet its execution proves to be exceedingly challenging. The output of magical energy demands precision. Should the interface falter, both arrays would be rendered inoperative. Moreover, the efficiency of a self-charging magical array poses significant concerns. Even if one were to inscribe an array as vast as a blacksmith's courtyard, the magical energy it generates would scarcely suffice to power a few magical forges. Gawain observed Hetty, fully aware that she would raise these difficulties, yet he had already devised solutions. A smile graced his lips as he delved deeper into his thoughts on the matter, convinced that he had finally discovered the path he ought to pursue. He pushed aside the multitude of blueprints cluttering the table and unfurled an exceptionally large sheet, adorned with symbols and lines, upon its surface. This design had been completed several days prior, but it was only today that he recognized its potential utility. "Take a look at this," Gawain proclaimed. Hetty gazed in astonishment at the expansive array of runes laid before her, her immediate reaction reflecting the remarkable erudition of her ancestor. "You, esteemed forebear, possess such extensive knowledge of array design? I possess but a modest understanding, and this array is not of my own creation," Gawain teased, deliberately withholding details. "Examine it closely. What thoughts does it inspire?" Hetty lowered her gaze, meticulously scrutinizing each symbol and the connective patterns between them, her brow gradually furrowing. "They are all rudimentary rune arrangements and combinations, seemingly with a maximum energy level not exceeding Tier 2? Gawain affirmed with a nod. Because the individual who crafted this array could, at best, manage rune matrices with an energy intensity of Tier 2. Hetty lifted her head in astonishment, casting a glance at him, before returning her gaze downward, her countenance now tinged with admiration. To think that the entire design was executed using only foundational runes. Constructing such a vast array from the most basic of runes is an astonishing feat of ingenuity. It appears to be a structure capable of drawing ambient energy from the surrounding environment. But what are these superfluous, intricate structures? Gawain gestured towards the repetitive formations within the array's ringed sections. "Amplification. Amplification?" Hetty exclaimed, her eyes widening before comprehension dawned upon her. "Indeed, this allows for amplification. And the structures here further refine the ambient energy. Consequently, these foundational runes can draw energy with greater efficiency. It's truly..." Hetty paused, struggling to find an adequate expression to convey the sensation this array evoked within her. However, Gawain discerned her unspoken sentiment. "Truly industrious, wouldn't you say? It is akin to a limping individual traversing the world with a cane, or an unarmed soul inscribing verses upon stone with but a wooden stick. This represents an endeavor that transcends limitations, crafting a marvel that would leave even the most formidable sorcerers in awe, using merely elementary second-tier runes. Yet, those great sorcerers would likely not be astonished. They might not even deign to cast a glance upon it." Hetty, however, could only manage a wry smile and a shake of her head, for although this magical array was remarkably inventive, it ultimately consisted of hastily assembled second-tier runes. No matter its efficiency, the energy it harnessed could not compare to the personal reservoirs of magical power possessed by the grand sorcerers. "Is this perhaps a conduit for magical energy?" Hetty furrowed her brow, recalling that she had indeed seen these channels earlier, yet had not observed the corresponding energy consumption units. Was it due to the incompleteness of the array? No, from the outset, this formation lacked any energy consumption units. Its sole purpose was to supply magical energy to a frail human. Consequently, unlike typical arrays, the internal interfaces of these channels exhibited a compatibility so high that any energy consumption unit could seamlessly connect to them. So, Hetty continued slowly. "Does this mean that the array can now provide energy to the blacksmith's forge? If all the symbols function correctly, it will undoubtedly operate smoothly. It has nearly reached the limits of calculation." Hetty's countenance gradually grew animated as she transcended the conventional mindset of traditional mages, finally grasping the profound significance of the device. Its highly efficient self-recharging capability, coupled with its ability to output energy across a remarkably broad spectrum of frequencies, made it perfectly suited for powering the blacksmith's workshop. And potentially much more. She eagerly inquired, "Ancestor, what is the name of this ingenious array?" Gawain retrieved a worn notebook from his person. "There's no need for me to name it. Its creator has already done so." The notebook opened to a page bearing a concise inscription. "Annie, today I have finally completed the Maginette. May it safeguard your well-being." Chapter 54. The Legacy of the Wild Mage. Upon beholding the dilapidated notebook, Hetty apprehended the origin of it all. These were left behind by that wild mage. Indeed, Gawain affirmed, a low-ranking mage, ostracized by the mainstream magical community. Forever confined to the second tier. His talent far surpassed the imagination of others, yet this era afforded him no opportunity to flourish. Gawain gazed wistfully at the notebook in his hand. "I have spent the last few days perusing some of the research notes within, and in my estimation, this notebook is worth at least half a duchy." Hetty was dumbfounded. "Ah." Gawain placed the notebook on the table, lifting his gaze to meet Hetty's, his daughter. The child named Annie was highly suspected of having shadow affinity assimilation, arguably the rarest of all arcane ailments. As a mage, you should be well acquainted with this affliction. Element assimilation is a unique ailment endemic to the Violet Kingdom, with a low incidence rate, yet it is incurable. Hetty gave a slight nod. I suspected as much when I first perused those journals. In this world where magical power exists, there are many things utterly distinct from Gawain's homeland, some benevolent, others malevolent. Element assimilation is among the most pernicious. This affliction, triggered by magical erosion, is prevalent in regions abundant with magical power and active elemental forces. During the Gondor Empire era, it frequently occurred in the vicinity of the Deep Blue Well in the imperial capital, and even at the empire's zenith, it was a virtually incurable disease. In this current era, it is a peculiar product of the Violet Kingdom in the northern continent. If transcendent power has bestowed upon humanity in this world a gift from nature, then the accompanying element assimilation is akin to a malevolent twist within that gift. Element assimilation only manifests in newborns, a mutation caused by arcane radiation exposure during fetal development within the womb. Children afflicted with this disease initially develop normally, but as they mature, they gradually exhibit signs of erosion and assimilation by a specific element. The corporeal form of the patient undergoes a transformation throughout this process, gradually becoming semi-elemental. As the normal biological tissues are incrementally elementalized, they will inevitably face rejection from the material plane. With the exception of a select few races endowed with extraordinary gifts, no elemental beings can persist in the material realm for an extended duration. This is a fundamental law of nature in this world. This process accelerates as the affliction deepens and is irreversible. Once an individual's biological composition surpasses the halfway mark of elementalization, they are cast out from the material world, relegated to the elemental plane corresponding to their elemental assimilation disease, ultimately perishing in the chasm between the material and elemental realms. The remnants of the patient's biological tissues render this process horrifying, akin to being torn asunder. The unnamed wild mage's daughter, Anne, is afflicted by such a disease, characterized by a shadow-oriented elemental assimilation, the rarest among all forms of elemental assimilation. For years, mages and scholars have conducted extensive research across various elemental realms, yet the study of the enigmatic shadow realm remains a formidable challenge. Element assimilation is incurable. Only its progression can be delayed. The most efficacious method of retardation involves magically binding the patient's body, akin to how elemental summoners use magical shackles to forcibly tether an elemental being to the material plane. Though merely a low-ranking mage, Hetty possessed considerable knowledge of these theoretical principles. However, this is more arduous than restraining an elemental, as element assimilation intensifies relentlessly, necessitating the continuous infusion of magical energy. A second-tier mage, particularly one marginalized within the arcane society, lacks the capacity and resources to sustain such an exorbitant treatment. Gawain nodded, thus resorting to his own method, constructing a self-recharging magic array of unprecedented efficiency and shattering the established principle that such arrays can only perform internal circulation, transforming it into a device to charge his daughter. He was, in essence, driven to this out of desperation, as all major magical focal points were already occupied, and the scattered minor focal points within the forest provided negligible energy. Yet, he surmounted this obstacle with his unique talent. However, the anomalous surge of magical energy disrupted his array. Hetty suddenly conceived of a matter. Would this self-recharging magic array, dubbed the magic web, possess significant flaws? Would it be unable to withstand the surge of magical energy? No. The surge of magical energy did not compromise the array's structure. It possesses comprehensive safety measures, Gawain countered, shaking his head. I personally witnessed the array's structure at the time and can confirm that it remained intact until the very end. According to the Wild Mage's journal, the ultimate cause wasn't the magical array, but rather the shadow conversion ritual he performed. Mana binding could only delay the process of elemental assimilation, yet it couldn't eradicate it. At that juncture, Annie was on the precipice of losing control, thus the Wild Mage recklessly initiated a ritual he couldn't possibly master. The surge of mana overwhelmed his capabilities. If that's the case, then I'm not concerned, Hetty slowly nodded, gazing at the Wild Mage's notes with a complex expression. It's truly unimaginable that a destitute Wild Mage could create something like this. This large-scale array, pieced together from basic units, is unlike any magical array I've ever encountered. It virtually abandons all intricate and abstruse structures, instead maximizing simplicity. Please, refer to it as versatility, Gawain remarked with a smile. As the task of laying out the experimental mana network in the smithy commenced. As he spoke, he hesitated between Hetty and Rebecca. The task of laying out the magical array is undoubtedly better suited for Hetty. However, she has already taken on the bulk of the responsibilities for the camp's construction. Although she possesses considerable skill in this area, the forthcoming task of establishing the magical laboratory still looms ahead, and Gawain is reluctant to add to her burdens. Delegating this to Rebecca seems feasible, even though her only spell is the fireball. The laying of the magical array differs from casting spells, especially with a self-recharging array. As long as she can follow the blueprint, it merely requires a grasp of theoretical knowledge and computational ability. Yet, he cannot help but feel a sense of doubt when he sees Rebecca, as if gazing at a bewildered fawn. Is this girl truly capable? As if sensing Gawain's hesitation, Rebecca eagerly interjects before Hetty can respond. Ancestors, ancestors. Leave it to me. Leave it to me. I can do it. Are you certain? Gawain inquires, peering deeply into her eyes. The significance of this project surpasses your imagination. It serves as a foundation for many of my future plans. Can you manage it? Rebecca abruptly halts her bouncing, contemplating earnestly, then timidly gazes at Gawain. If I mess it up, will you punish me? Gawain sighs. Forget it. Hetty, you take over. Before he can finish his sentence, Rebecca musters her courage, puffing out her chest and exclaiming, but I still want to give it a try. Gawain watches the girl with keen interest. Oh? The magical array captivates me with its intriguing nature. I find numerous aspects particularly fascinating. Perhaps I might stammer like Rebecca for a moment, struggling to articulate my thoughts. After a lengthy pause, I decide to plunge ahead. Albeit I only possess the ability to cast fireball. However, my theoretical knowledge is quite robust. My computational skills are commendable as well. Moreover, Aunt Hetty has been exceedingly busy of late, and aside from surveying the land and assisting in burning the fields, I have accomplished little else. Observing Rebecca's anxious demeanor, Gawain couldn't help but chuckle, turning to Hetty. What say you, Hetty? Indeed, Rebecca's theoretical acumen and computational prowess are impressive, excluding her casting abilities. Her innate talent surpasses even mine. Hetty cast a somewhat exasperated glance at Rebecca, adding, if only her temperament were a tad more composed. I am certainly composed, Rebecca declared, puffing out her chest, though her gaze remained fixed on the blueprints laid out before Gawain, piquing his curiosity. Unable to restrain himself, he inquired, are you particularly interested in this magical array? Indeed, Rebecca replied, scratching her head. I have long pondered the notion of simplifying the arcane complexities of magic. If casting spells could be made easier, perhaps I could venture to conjure spells beyond fireball. This array has been profoundly enlightening for me. Gawain's intense gaze fixed upon Rebecca, causing a shiver to run down her spine. Yet, moments later, he smiled and declared, excellent. Then this task shall be entrusted to you. Rebecca was overjoyed, really? Indeed. Gawain replied, effortlessly extracting another piece of parchment from beneath the table. It was a rudimentary sketch of the smithy, intended to encompass the entire courtyard within the magic web sphere of influence. Construct the initial forges here, adhering to this scale. You may procure the necessary materials for inscribing the array from the mountain vault. An ample supply awaits. Though the array is substantial, it is merely a foundational array. I trust the readily available arcane metals within the vault, coupled with the quartz sand Sir Philip procured from Tanzan town, will suffice. Let us designate this experimental magic web as Magic Web 1. Entrusted with this significant task, Rebecca departed in high spirits. Hattie resumed her duties, guiding the newly arrived serfs and commoners in erecting tents. Within the grand tent, only Gawain and Amber remained. You appear to be in high spirits, the half-elf remarked, scrutinizing Gawain's countenance. I didn't witness such elation even when you obtained the documents from that aged monarch. Is teasing your great-great-great-granddaughter so amusing? Gawain mused. Is it beyond this creature to utter a kind word? Chapter 55. Foundation Amber's disposition remained perpetually in a state of capricious obnoxiousness. Under normal circumstances, Gawain would have already brandished the Pathfinder's blade, prepared to plaster her against the wall. However, on this occasion, he refrained from engaging in banter with Amber, for his spirits were genuinely elevated. He even possessed the composure to engage in a serious discussion with Amber. Do you comprehend the magnitude of that arcane array's worth? Its worth? Amber responded, blinking. In all candor, the half-elf maiden possessed considerable confidence in her magical prowess. She readily conceded her ignorance in pertinent domains, displaying no discomposure in her acknowledgement. I cannot even discern the variety of runes employed upon it. How am I to ascertain its value? Gawain was taken aback by her candor, nearly choking. However, having experienced the digital age in his previous life, he had encountered individuals of all persuasions and swiftly regained his composure. Allow me to rephrase the query. If magic were to become accessible to all, or if all could borrow from it, what value would such a technology possess? Amber was taken aback, and after a considerable pause, she spoke with disbelief. Are you suggesting that the arcane array could transform everyone into a mage? Surely the sun has addled your mind these past few days? Gawain disregarded the impertinent undertones in her words and shook his head with considerable satisfaction. It is incapable of transforming everyone into a mage, but it may afford all access to the extraordinary realm. I surmise that Hetty has not fully grasped the significance of the array. It is not merely a large array assembled from fundamental runes by a mediocre spellcaster. Its paramount significance lies in a breakthrough in versatility, universality, and accessibility. To enable his daughter, bereft of any magical aptitude, to receive magical power, the rogue mage devised a self-charging array capable of delivering a constant and adjustable output of magical power to any mana-consuming unit. Prior to this, no grand mage in the world had conceived of such a notion, as they were accustomed to accomplishing this process manually. Amber found herself somewhat perplexed by Gawain's line of reasoning. Was it not far more impressive to wield one's own power to achieve unhindered control over magical energy, rather than relying on a colossal array to attain a similar objective, as the rogue mage had done? Gawain, fixing his gaze upon Amber, responded, "A mountain gorilla can effortlessly crush a brown bear's skull with its bare hands, yet a human requires a warhammer to achieve the same feat. Which do you deem more remarkable?" Amber could only utter, "Huh?" Gawain, paying no heed to Amber's astonishment and contemplation, rose to his feet and approached the tent's entrance. The nameless rogue mage's legacy encompassed not only a magical array, but also a wealth of research notes meticulously recorded in his notebook. As a weakling severely limited in his spellcasting abilities, he was compelled to compensate for his shortcomings through calculation and progressive concepts. His research notes bore the unmistakable imprint of this approach. Gawain was profoundly astonished upon first encountering these writings, even questioning whether such insights could have originated from an individual living in the oppressive and unenlightened medieval era. The automatic operation, compatible transmission interface, user-friendly external control, and the geometric arrangement of runes reveal a simplified formula, without the expansive perspective from another realm. The struggles of these clumsy individuals would likely be dismissed as mere refuse from the viewpoint of the majority in this world. For any mid-tier spellcaster, it is feasible to bypass the steps recorded in the Wild Mage's notes using various advanced magical techniques. They never contemplated the fanciful notion that those lacking magical prowess or possessing inferior talents could wield magical power. The formidable archmages, who conjure flames and thunder with their own strength, may inspire fear, but in Gawain's eyes, true elevation of this mysterious and potent art occurs only when a hapless wild mage separates magic from personal aptitude, liberating their hands. It transforms from a fist into a staff, much like humanity's first endeavor to bind a stone to a wooden stick. Crafting a crude warhammer to slay beasts far mightier than themselves, this represents a significant leap. Regrettably, after millennia, humanity remains engaged in the creation of warhammers. Gawain feels it is time to equip this warhammer with rocket boosters. Setting aside Rebecca, who cherishes the original magic circle and studies its construction, on the third day, when ample manpower finally assembled, Cecil's pioneering work officially commenced. In the realm of sustenance, food stands as the cornerstone of existence. Regardless of the grandiose plans that may occupy Gawain's mind, grounded in the foundations of advanced technology and rocket propulsion, he must first ensure that the bellies of his people are adequately filled. During his time in Tanzan town, he procured a sufficient supply of food, and the king pledged provisions of grain and textiles for the initial years of the territory. However, these provisions serve merely as a temporary measure for enduring survival. Self-sufficiency is imperative. While it is feasible to acquire food from neighboring lords using resources extracted from the mines, as a pioneer who has traversed from the Celestial Empire, Gawain is afflicted with a common compulsion shared by many from his homeland, the anxiety of scarcity. Cultivating land. Farming. How could one dare to sleep without first clearing 10 acres upon arrival? How could one claim to have established a foothold without cultivating 2 vegetable gardens behind the base? Historically, the standard for expanding territory and achieving lasting stability has remained singular: to cultivate a tract of land. Naturally, such thoughts are entirely normal. Yet, in this world imbued with extraordinary powers, Gawain recognizes the vast amount of knowledge still to be acquired. A simple truth prevails. In a world where humans harness the power of runes and can smelt iron using straw as fuel, who can confidently assert that heaped manure could rival the indigenous primitive techniques? Furthermore, given the ambiguity surrounding the fundamental principles governing this world, Gawain hesitated to presume the applicability of his terrestrial knowledge. He pondered the potential for divergence in microbial activity from established norms. Gawain observed with elation the implementation of directives he had previously disseminated. Across the expansive terrain, wooden markers were strategically positioned at intervals of 100 paces, delineating the reclamation area into uniform parcels. Individuals toiled within these designated plots, while additional teams prepared for the excavation of irrigation channels. Adjacent to the reclamation zone, a makeshift wooden shelter served as a hub for Hattie and her colleagues, who meticulously documented progress and managed the distribution and return of tools. Within this shelter, a communal kitchen provided sustenance for the reclamation workforce. The laborers had grown accustomed to Gawain's presence. The eccentric nobleman exhibited a predilection for wandering amidst the bustling construction site and engaging in conversations with the common laborers. Initially, this engendered apprehension and unease. But with the passage of time, while nervousness persisted, the sense of unease diminished considerably. This was particularly evident after Gawain fulfilled his pledge to provide sustenance for all diligent workers and offer meat as a reward for exceptional effort. Consequently, the populace of the domain had developed a sense of trust and affinity toward their conscientious and esteemed new liege. Gawain traversed the bustling worksite. Arriving at the wooden shed by the field, Hetty was engaged in earnest conversation with a swarthy peasant, while Knight Philip stood guard. Gawain's imposing stature commanded attention. As he approached, Hetty looked up and rose, and the peasant, facing away, turned and bowed deeply upon recognizing his lord. "Do not be alarmed," Gawain gestured dismissively. "I merely came to observe the progress." He regarded the man, who appeared to be a simple farmer yet was discussing matters with Hetty, with curiosity. "Are you an expert in cultivation?" In the common tongue of the Lorraine continent, the terms expert and scholar were synonymous. The peasant, hearing Gawain's appellation, became flustered and waved his hands in protest. "How could I possibly compare to those erudite figures? I am but a humble farmer." "This is Norris," Hetty interjected, noticing his unease. "He is a farmer from the estate, exceptionally skilled in agriculture. I sought him out to inquire about land reclamation and tilling." Gawain scrutinized Norris, a quintessential medieval peasant, his complexion swarthy, his frame gaunt, his limbs coarse, and his countenance bearing a humble expression. He appeared to be somewhere in his 40s or 50s, perhaps even older, though Gawain hesitated to ascertain his true age. The arduous labor and malnutrition endemic to the continent of Lorraine caused premature aging in its commoners. Although the humans of this world, under salubrious conditions, possessed a lifespan exceeding that of earthlings, the aristocracy averaging between 100 and 150 years without the aid of magic or external life-extending forces, the reality was that 90% of the world's populace was in poor health. Many laborers appeared decrepit by their early 20s. In the domain of Cecil, the common folk, at the very least, managed to sustain themselves, living longer than their counterparts in other territories. Yet the premature aging wrought by labor remained unavoidable. The farmer, Norris, under Gawain's gaze, shifted his neck with a hint of trepidation, offering a deferential smile. It was this very smile that caused Gawain to pause momentarily. How long had it been since he had witnessed a smile on the face of the impoverished in this world? Chapter 56. The question of God. Like the vast majority of common folk in this era, Norris harbored an innate fear and trepidation towards the nobility, often derogatorily referred to as the lowborn. Despite the affable demeanor of the current Viscount Cecil and the newly appointed Lord, Gawain, the ingrained habits formed over decades were not easily altered. Just moments ago, he had exerted considerable effort to engage in a normal conversation with Hetty, and now, upon Gawain's arrival, the farmer instinctively fell into a state of anxiety. Yet, beyond the tension and humility etched upon his face, Gawain discerned a spark in Norris's eyes that set him apart from other commoners. Initially oblivious to its significance, It dawned on him after half a minute that he did not perceive the usual numbness found in most impoverished souls. Though nervous, timid, humble, and filled with apprehension, Norris exhibited no signs of despondency. In those deep-set eyes, weathered by years of toil, there still flickered a lively brilliance. It was no wonder that Hetty had chosen such a farmer to discuss the matter of land cultivation. Norris indeed possessed the capacity for thoughtful discourse. "How is the land?" Gavin inquired gently. Norris raised 3 fingers, forming a gesture of prayer akin to seedlings standing upright against his chest. "The goddess of harvest, Eve, blesses this place. I never imagined that within the shadow of the dark mountains, I would encounter arable land. The terrain here is level, water is readily accessible. The soil is rich in fertility, and the stones are not overly abundant. There truly exists no more suitable place for cultivation than this. The harvest month has now passed the halfway mark, and it is too late to plant rice. However, one can still cultivate sweet cassava and amaranth. The sweet cassava will winter in the soil and yield a bountiful harvest come spring. Amaranth can be sown alongside the sweet cassava, thriving on its nutrient-rich soil, allowing for an earlier harvest before the fog month arrives. The roots of amaranth and the vines of sweet cassava will decompose in the earth, serving as natural fertilizer. Subsequently, grains can be sown, provided that rainfall is sufficient, ensuring that everyone as hunger is satiated. Regrettably, the memories of Gawain Cecil are not infallible. Even the most formidable pioneer cannot master every domain. In matters of agriculture, Gawain realizes he cannot entirely rely on his mental repository and must depend on the experts before him. He inquires about the expected yields of various crops, and Norris provides answers in succession. However, the old farmer adds a crucial note. These yields are contingent upon the land's inherent fertility and the use of green manure. Such cultivation depletes the soil significantly. Even the richest land requires a fallow period of 2 to 3 years, which is not particularly high. Gawain furrows his brow, cognizant that the concept of chemical fertilizers does not exist in this world, and he has yet to uncover the potential for producing organic fertilizers from local materials. The elements of the periodic table simply do not align. Thus, he poses the question, how do you typically enhance yields and maintain soil fertility? At that moment, Sir Philip interjects, suggesting that there is a small church dedicated to the Earth Mother in Tansin town, where the priest might be able to offer assistance. I recall that every 3 to 5 years, emissaries were dispatched to Tansin town to summon the priest for a blessing upon our lands. Gawain furrowed his brow, taken aback that the inquiry would lead to the divine. The deities form an integral part of the civilizational framework of this world. However, as a traveler from another realm, particularly one who has dwelled in the heavens for many years, Gawain harbored an instinctive aversion to engaging with the divine. It was not that he stubbornly denied the existence of gods in such a fantastical world. After all, magic flourished here, and even his distant descendants could conjure formidable fireballs. Moreover, the priests wielded genuine divine powers, making denial of the divine an impossibility. Rather, he instinctively recoiled from interacting with entities that transcended understanding, experience, and logic. Having spent many years aloft, he had witnessed countless individuals commit acts of violence in the name of the divine. In his 35 years of life, Gawain Cecil had closely observed the priests performing their divine arts, a power entirely distinct from magic. It required neither the recitation of incantations nor mastery of arcane techniques. Instead, it demanded a devout heart and a life strictly adhering to various codes of conduct. Through this self-imposed discipline and certain innate spiritual gifts, humanity could wield the surreal forces derived from the divine. It is said that all divine arts and knowledge concerning the deities originate from the ancient, eternal tablets. However, that fabled tablet was shattered and lost after the initial exploration. Presently, only a few large churches, referred to as the core sects, possess fragments of the tablet within their headquarters. Despite its fragmentation, the knowledge and power of the divine continue to wield influence to this day. Yet, Gawain has never beheld the true visage of a deity, at least not on this continent. As for the heavens above, who can say? After all, he never succeeded in his attempts to swim in the celestial waters, leaving him uncertain whether a venerable figure with a white beard, holding a spotlight, truly exists in the vastness of space. Regardless of the deity's dwelling, Gawain maintains a blend of 3 parts reverence and 7 parts detachment towards this inexplicable force that defies logical explanation. The power of magic can still be explored through calculation and reasoning. Although deemed supernatural, It is, in essence, a natural force that can be analyzed. In contrast, divine arts demand an all-encompassing faith and dedication, requiring one to align their very persona and thought processes with the divine essence to glean even the slightest insight. This implies that in order to study the divine, one must first become a believer, embracing an infinite reverence for the gods. Yet, once one truly enters that state of devotion, how can they continue to study the divine? Gawain tossed his head, dismissing these concerns for the moment. Regardless of the circumstances, in this impoverished and harsh landscape, attracting the church's attention seemed as daunting as scaling a mountain. He turned to Hetty, continuing his inquiry regarding crop yield enhancement. If we cannot rely on the three goddesses of abundance, might there be alternative methods to address our yield issues? To be frank, given the condition of this land and the provisions supplied by His Majesty for the first year, we are not lacking in grain. Hetty furrowed her brow. The territory currently supports only 800 inhabitants, which is entirely manageable. However, we cannot remain at 800 forever. In truth, I am already devising plans to significantly increase the population by acquiring serfs and introducing pioneers. Gawain shook his head. Hetty evidently did not yet grasp the value of human resources. The issue of grain is fundamental and must be confronted sooner or later. As Gawain listened, his eyes lit up. He was fond of this approach. Moreover, upon hearing of the Druids concocting alchemical potions to enhance soil fertility, he wondered if these so-called potions might serve as fertilizers in this world, or something with a similar effect. Regardless, if they can be produced through established methods, and possibly mass-produced, easily applied, and provide a relatively stable boost to crop yields, then, irrespective of the true nature of these alchemical potions, Gawain resolved to name them fertilizers. Furthermore, this fertilizer even has the added benefit of protecting the land. He eagerly inquired, "Where can we find the Druids?" Norris glanced at Hetty with some trepidation. While Hetty furrowed her brow slightly, this presents another quandary. The Druidic population within human society is scant, predominantly concentrated in the western territories near the Tinderwood. In the southern regions, they are virtually as rare as mythical creatures. The Cecil domain has scarcely interacted with Druids, and I am uncertain where to locate them. Gawain's countenance reflected disappointment, while Sir Philip mused thoughtfully. Nevertheless, owing to their shared heritage, Druids and elves maintain a close affinity. Nearly every Druidic lineage can be traced back to the elves, including both the Grey Elves and Silver Elves. Involuntarily, the gazes of those present converged upon Amber, who stood behind Gawain. Her pointed ears twitched perceptibly. Gawain's expression immediately soured. "Do not jest. Can she, a disgrace to elves, even be considered one? Which Druid would associate with a chicken pilfering?" Before Gawain could complete his sentence, Amber interjected, "Come to think of it, I believe I do know a Druid." Gawain. Chapter 57. Elves, Currency, and Irrigation. Scarcely had Amber's words left her lips than Gawain whirled around, fixing her with an intense stare that sent shivers down the spine of the half-elven rogue. What is the meaning of that look? Gawain's gaze was akin to that of someone beholding an extraterrestrial being. Why would you know a Druid? Why should I not know a Druid? With hands defiantly on her hips, Amber declared, "I'm practically half an elf, you know. Every Druid faction under the sun originates from the elves. Haven't you heard?" Any other elf uttering such a statement might have been believable, but coming from this disgrace to her kind, it lacked all conviction. Gawain scrutinized the rogue, who maintained her air of self-righteousness, and after a long pause, managed to say, "Is this someone you pilfered from, resulting in a vendetta and a worldwide manhunt? Does that ring a bell? That's an insult to my character, I tell you," Amber retorted, leaping up in indignation. "How could I possibly be caught stealing?" Gawain mused. Something about her rebuttal feels off. Nevertheless, seeing Amber's earnestness, it seemed she genuinely knew a Druid. She began promoting him like a merchant. "Let me tell you, this guy I know isn't just any Druid. He's a scholarly type, knowledgeable about everything. His Druid faction is the heart of the Greenwood, as legitimate as they come, and they specialize in dealing with flora and fauna. Utterly reliable. Getting in touch is no problem. While everyone says Druids are reclusive and hard to find, this guy's stomping grounds are fixed. He hangs around the southern border. As for how long it'll take to bring him here," Gawain immediately grasped her meaning, and with a grand gesture, he produced a few coppers, pressing them into her hand. "Go buy yourself some new shoes." Amber stared wide-eyed. "I can't believe you. And you need to give me some money to use as a deposit for him, at the very least. Even if it's through an acquaintance's introduction. One must still pay the hiring fee, isn't that so? If only you had mentioned this earlier." Gawain was merely jesting with Amber, as her lively demeanor provided quite the amusement. However, once the jest was made, it was imperative to address the matter with utmost seriousness. He reached into another pocket and retrieved several uniformly sized strips of gold and silver. "Take these and settle the matter. Whatever remains shall belong to you." Amber's face lit up with joy as she accepted the glimmering treasures. As the preparations for coin minting were not yet in place, Cecil's coinage remained merely a conceptual endeavor. Thus, Gawain temporarily instructed the craftsman to fashion some gold and silver from the treasury into these fragments for external trade. This practice was not uncommon in this world, where precious metals served as direct mediums of exchange. In the primitive commercial system of the medieval era, gold and silver of sufficient purity were considered currency in their own right. Often, coins were minted solely for convenience in transport, verification, and accounting. Merchants, however, also accepted direct transactions of gold and silver, although such transactions required a process of quality inspection and weighing, thus slightly inflating the prices when purchasing goods directly with these metals. Of course, this scenario was predicated on the nobility's currency credibility remaining intact. Should the day arrive when the impurities in noble coins became significant enough to irk merchants, unofficial gold and silver blocks could surpass the royal and ducal currencies, becoming the predominant medium of trade. In such a case, utilizing gold and silver coins for purchases might lead to even higher prices. This is precisely why the emblem of the deity of commerce is a scale, with one side bearing a pair of iron shears and the other an eye. Both the shears and the scale are tools commonly carried by merchants. The former is employed to sever bars of gold and silver, while the latter is utilized for weighing. As for the eye, it symbolizes the keen discernment a good merchant must possess, enabling them to ascertain the quality of gold and silver. In truth, had it not been for Gawain's somewhat obsessive desire to mint exquisite and distinctive coins, he could have easily adopted a more straightforward and crude method of coinage, casting gold and silver into cylindrical rods, slicing them into thin discs, and then stamping the emblem of Cecil upon them. In the year 536 of Ansou, the Duke of the Western region resorted to such a method to save time and labor, as well as to minimize costs paid to artisans. That year, the currency minted in the Western region was mockingly dubbed the miser's toll. For the local laws mandated that all merchants entering the region must exchange 1/3 of their currency for the Western region's coins and settle their accounts with this inferior currency at any checkpoint. The world of currency and economy is indeed wondrous. Amber departed joyously, nearly floating as she glided away from everyone, which caused Hetty to feel an unsettling worry. Could she have absconded with the gold and silver? Gawain muttered to himself, contemplating the possibility that this disgrace of an elf might indeed commit such an act. Nevertheless, he decided it was best to afford her a modicum of trust, as there were no other expectations. After all, could another in the entire camp truly claim to know the Druids? The old farmer named Norris remained quietly bowed, awaiting the inquiry of Gawain, neither swaying like the typical peasant in such circumstances nor rashly interjecting, as if he were patiently anticipating the question. "Are there any further issues with this land?" Gawain inquired, emphasizing the importance of addressing potential problems as early as possible. If irrigation posed a challenge, it could be conveniently resolved with a pump or similar lifting machinery. Alternatively, one could summon a water elemental mage from this world's unique technologies to irrigate the fields. However, the latter option was evidently impractical. Once the camp was properly established, Hetty's responsibilities would only increase, leaving her no opportunity to serve as a manual water pump. Hiring a formal mage for irrigation was a luxury that neither the Northern Violet Kingdom nor the Southern Elves could afford. Moreover, even if the Cecil family's finances were as abundant as falling stars, how many mages would willingly descend to the fields to perform such menial tasks? They would prefer to accept half the remuneration to entertain the nobility in castles, providing fireworks for lavish banquets to amuse the pallid, potion-addicted ladies and noble maidens. Thus, Gawain promptly dismissed the notion of seeking a mage as a human water pump, opting instead to consider mechanical solutions. Adhering to the customary practices of this world, nobles typically resolved such issues by enlisting more serfs for labor. Yet for Gawain, squandering human effort on such matters felt excessively extravagant. At that moment, an ancient yet effective mechanism surfaced in Gawain's mind. "Have you ever heard of a contraption known as a water wheel?" Hetty, Norris, and Sir Philip appeared utterly bewildered. Indeed, none had any knowledge of such a device. Gawain turned to Hetty and inquired, "Do you have paper and pen?" Once he acquired the materials, he began sketching a rudimentary design. It depicted a towering wheel-like structure, supported by spokes, with neatly arranged inclined cylinders and wooden boards affixed along its outer edge. On one side of the wheel, a water channel extended outward. Given the constraints of time, he illustrated only a portion of the water wheel structure. Yet this simple yet marvelous machine possessed a remarkably straightforward principle that required but a brief explanation. This contrivance is the water wheel, where river water flows beneath, striking these wooden boards, thereby propelling the wheel into motion. The wheel would then elevate water-filled cylinders to the top, allowing water to flow into the channel, creating a perpetual cycle that lifts water to greater heights. The extent of elevation achievable depends on the size of the water wheel, provided the materials can withstand the strain. He added, "Of course, this is merely a sketch. The principle is quite simple, and many more designs can be developed based on this foundation." At this moment, Hetty was completely captivated, her attention ensnared by the sheer simplicity and incredible nature of this invention. With mere deduction, she discerned the machine's inherent utility. Yet, prior to beholding this sketch, she had never conceived of such an apparatus, one that eschewed human labor and supernatural intervention, capable of ceaseless operation, accomplishing tasks that would necessitate numerous serfs, propelled by the forces of nature. Abruptly, she perceived beauty in this rudimentary mechanism, a term seemingly incongruous with its coarse, primitive structure. However, Gawain lamented, "Alas, the absence of bamboo here complicates its construction." "Pardon?" Hetty inquired, momentarily disoriented. "What did you say?" "Nothing of consequence," Gawain dismissed with a wave. "Do you harbor any further contemplations regarding this device?" Hetty was poised to extol its ingenious design, yet she observed Norris seizing a pen, sketching upon a blank sheet. The venerable farmer, engrossed in his draft, remarked, "Constructing it directly adjacent to the White Water River would render it susceptible to the river's fluctuations, rendering it inoperable during the arid season. Should we divert an auxiliary channel, it would." Noticing the sudden hush that had enveloped the vicinity, Norris abruptly realized his transgression. He cast aside the pen in trepidation, recoiling in trepidation. "Master, I merely—" However, Gawain's utterance defied his expectations. "Are you literate?" Chapter 58. The Tale of Norris. After much contemplation, the old farmer ultimately resolved to candidly admit the truth, for he was aware that there were several who knew of his literacy. Should the Lord inquire with others and uncover the facts, he would indeed find himself in violation of the law. "Yes, my lord," Norris said, nervously grasping the buttons on his chest. "I have learned to read and write." Gawain raised an eyebrow, reassured by the accuracy of his initial judgment. Although Norris had not inscribed a single word just moments ago, merely sketching a rough outline, the manner in which he grasped the pen revealed much. The sensation of holding a writing instrument is distinctly different for those who are literate. In this realm of near-universal illiteracy, Gawain had witnessed how the unlettered clumsily maneuvered the pen to produce lines on paper. The grip of this farmer, however, was evidently quite standard. Even Hetty gazed at Norris with surprise, as it appeared she had only just discovered this fact. Rest assured, the ability to write is not a transgression of the law, nor is teaching others to read and write. Gawain realized that his sudden inquiry might have startled this honest, simple farmer, and thus softened his tone. "Who taught you to read and write?" Having secured the Lord's pledge, Norris felt a measure of relief. He wrung his hands together, a sheepish grin spreading across his face. "Your lordship," he began, "I wouldn't want you to think less of me, but I was once on the cusp of joining the clergy, poised to become a priest serving the harvest goddess. The ability to read and write, I owe it all to a tutor from those days. A farmer's son nearly becoming a clergyman? Such an extraordinary tale piqued Gawain's interest immensely. Thus, under his persistent questioning, the narrative of Norris, the farmer, gradually unfolded. A traveling cleric of the harvest goddess, hailing from the Holy Spirit plain, had arrived in the Cecil territory and taken temporary residence in Norris's village. For the peasantry, the passage of a priest of the bounteous Trinity was an infrequent and fortunate occurrence. Consequently, the villagers promptly pooled their resources and, adhering to the customs of the bounteous Trinity, dispatched the village elder along with several children to present gifts to the cleric, hoping he would bless the village's arable land. Then, the cleric, gazing upon 8-year-old Norris, proclaimed, "This child is blessed in his connection to the land. He is favored by the grace of the harvest goddess." It was due to this singular statement that, after the departure of the priest, Norris's parents nearly liquidated all valuable possessions within their home. The elders of the village also endeavored to gather some funds, and together they approached the knight of the manor, beseeching him for a passage permit. Only then were they able to send Norris to the Mother Earth Church in Tanzan town, where he would embark on his journey as an apprentice servant. Although the three goddesses of abundance represent distinct sects with their own traditions, they are intricately intertwined. The Mother Earth, being the principal deity among them, typically has the goddesses of harvest and spring venerated alongside her in her temple. Furthermore, the candidates for the priesthood of the three goddesses generally undergo a uniform education prior to receiving formal blessings, after which they select their specific deity according to their innate spiritual affinities. Hence, in the absence of a harvest goddess church nearby, sending Norris to the temple of the Mother Earth was the sole option for his parents at that time. Norris studied within the temple for 5 years, only to receive a verdict from the higher ecclesiastical authority. The apprentice lacked the spiritual aptitude for the abundance deities. To this day, Norris vividly recalls the moment the letter bearing this statement arrived in the village, and how the villagers initially rejoiced, entirely unaware of its contents, for they were illiterate. And the messenger, inebriated beyond measure, had failed to disclose to them or to Norris's parents what the letter conveyed. Norris recounted his narrative with placidity, his visage, etched with the chronicles of time, betraying neither elation nor lament. The depths of his eyes, cavernous and profound, mirrored a tranquility, as though the vicissitudes of his past had receded into the annals of oblivion, severing their ties to his present. In the ensuing years, life was fraught with adversity. The debts we had accrued lingered, and our domicile was bereft of sustenance. My father succumbed to the frigidity of that winter. Yet the inexorable march of time compelled us to persevere, and the debts we owed to our community necessitated repayment. Thus, my mother, along with my siblings and I, sought audience with the Lord Cecil, who, at that epoch, was merely the father of Miss Rebecca. We implored the Lord for succor, confessing our abject circumstances. In his benevolence, the Lord Cecil absolved us of our land taxes and furnished us with seeds and a modicum of grain. Sustained by this munificence, coupled with the bounteous yield of wild greens that season, we managed to subsist. Subsequently, I dedicated myself to the cultivation of the land and undertook sundry tasks for others. My diligence enabled me to accomplish the labor of 2 or 3 individuals, and my literacy allowed me to assist the villagers in calculating weights and measures when merchants arrived, earning a meager remuneration of bread. In due course, we discharged our debts, including the repayment of the Lord Cecil's grain and seeds. Norris elevated his countenance, a glimmer of pride illuminating his features. In the year of my mother's passing, our family partook in a repast of meat. The tale of Farmer Norris has come to a close. Gawain furrowed his brow, while Hetty pressed a hand to her chest in disbelief. I had no idea such events transpired within our territory. We have always endeavored to give alms, yet charity alone cannot save anyone, for it does not address the root of the problem. Moreover, such occurrences unfold daily, hidden from sight within the castle. Gawain shook his head, then turned his curious gaze towards Norris. I noticed your gestures earlier. Do you still believe in the goddess of harvest? Indeed, how could I not? Norris replied, the wrinkles on his face deepening. The goddess of harvest protects all the fields in the world. The quality of the harvest determines a family's survival. What farmer does not believe in her? Gawain regarded him thoughtfully. Even in light of the suffering this faith has brought you? Norris paused, lowering his gaze. My lord, that is merely the misfortune of my fate. How could I blame the divine for it? Besides, compared to others, I have at least learned a few things and can read a bit. The literacy holds little value for folks like us. Reading is not without merit, Gawain asserted, his expression earnest. Norris, your agricultural skills must be commendable, would they not? At this, Norris straightened with pride. My lord, while I may shy away from boasting about other matters, when it comes to farming, my skills are truly exceptional. If not, how could I have endured those harsh days? Gawain inquired further. You are literate and numerate, and have also received instruction from the church. Therefore, the new regulations that Hetty read to you, as well as the forms I designed to record the workload, should be easily comprehensible to you, correct? If I were to task you with completing those forms and calculating land and crop yields, could you accomplish that? This time, Norris initially nodded, then hesitated, asking my lord, are you perhaps intending for me to become an overseer? No, not merely an overseer. In fact, if you prove capable, I intend for you to manage the entire reclamation project, and even the subsequent grain production, Gawain stated. Of course, it's impossible to grant you such extensive authority all at once, nor will you be allowed to act arbitrarily. I will have Hetty assess you, and I will constantly instruct you on what needs to be done. The expression on Norris's face underwent an immediate transformation. My lord, I'm not entirely clear. Are you suggesting that I become your steward? But even a steward doesn't exclusively manage grain. It's a position, but not that of a steward, Gawain chuckled. If you insist on a title, let's call it an agricultural supervisor for now. Furthermore, I must inform you that this position is unlike any other on noble estates of the past. You cannot regard it as a hereditary title to be passed down through generations, unless your children possess sufficient talent. Nor is it a lifetime appointment. If you fail to perform adequately, or if you exploit the privileges of your position to commit acts that violate the laws of Cecil, you will be removed from office and penalized accordingly. Henceforth, many of the positions I establish on this land will be subject to the same conditions. Do you comprehend? Had Gawain not stipulated so many caveats, Norris might have remained apprehensive, hesitant to embrace such an unexpected boon, for it bore a striking resemblance to the divine grace a clergyman had once promised him in his youth. However, Gawain's admonitions prompted him to contemplate the matter earnestly and to conclude that it must be genuine. A common peasant might not have reasoned thus, but Norris would, for he had been educated, even if that education had nearly cost him his life, and he had learned logic from it. Thus, after some deliberation, the aged farmer nodded vigorously. Sir, he declared, if you place your trust in me, Norris shall diligently manage every field entrusted to him and every grain that springs forth from the land. Chapter 59. Management Issues. Gawain was keenly aware that Norris was utterly ignorant of the implications of the position he had accepted and of the novel system soon to be implemented upon the land. He was merely immersed in the days of becoming a respectable individual. Indeed, the old farmer likely could not even fathom the daily lives of those considered respectable in the towns. But this was of little consequence, for Gawain intended to establish an unprecedented order and situation in this world, one that was unimaginable not only to Norris, but also to Hetty and Rebecca. He was cognizant of the necessity for circumspection, ensuring the progression of events was both seamless and manageable. This was crucial to avert any impetuous actions that might incur the epic's backlash. Yet, inaction was untenable, especially with the satellite monitoring station's recent alerts still resonating in his mind. If the surge of arcane energy was indeed inevitable, some endeavor was preferable to utter passivity. Following Norris's departure, Hetty could no longer suppress her inquiry. Ancestor, do you truly intend to entrust him with the stewardship of your lands? Gawain, anticipating Hetty's query, betrayed no surprise, instead regarding her with a serene smile. Is there a concern? While he possesses literacy, Hetty began, initially intending to remark on his humble origins, but reconsidered, opting instead to articulate, his experience is perhaps insufficient, and he is unacquainted with the conventions of the upper echelons of society. To appoint him as the overseer of your lands, I fear he might mishandle matters, thereby incurring undue penalties. Gawain observed Hetty in silence until her discomfiture became palpable, at which point he abruptly queried, where, precisely, is this upper stratum of society to which you allude? Hetty was taken aback. Gawain smiled, gesturing towards their surroundings. Observe. This land bereft of all possessions. Here, there exists no upper crust, nor any pretense of aristocratic decorum or plebeian regulations. Cast aside those antiquated notions into the scorched earth of old Cecil territory. Upon this land, everything commences anew. Every regulation, law, and tenet shall be entirely novel. Hetty gazed blankly at the barren land being cultivated and the camp that was beginning to take shape in the distance. Here, she could neither see towering castles nor the squalid dwellings of the impoverished. The camp was constructed in strict accordance with the 4 principles laid out by Gawain: orderliness, sanitation, efficiency, and reserved space for future development. The shanties of the commoners were not permitted to face the castle, and a street or more was mandated to separate the noble district from that of the peasants. Regulations forbidding serfs from residing in the middle or inner layers were conspicuously absent. She vaguely comprehended Gawain's intent. Gawain, in turn, observed Hetty, understanding that she did not possess deeply entrenched notions of aristocratic tradition. As a fallen noble, her life's hardships served as the catalyst for her agile thinking. The Cecil family had been excluded from the core noble circle for several generations, causing them to increasingly diverge from the archetype of nobility. Hetty, for instance, would even venture to construction sites to lend a hand, demonstrating her remarkable mental flexibility. However, the habitual and societal constraints associated with her noble identity were formidable. leading her to subconsciously believe that a farmer, regardless of literacy and numeracy, was unqualified to assist Gawain in managing his domain, especially concerning the critical issue of grain. Noticing the shifts in Hetty's expression, Gawain recognized that she was beginning to formulate her thoughts but needed a gentle nudge. Thus, he continued. As for whether a farmer of humble origins can serve as steward, do you know what the ancestors of the Franklin family in the East once did? The Duke of the West? Hetty was momentarily taken aback. I recall from the annals of history that Franklin's ancestors wielded steel, serving as the Iron General of the expeditionary forces. Indeed, he was a blacksmith, endowed with a monstrous strength and sufficient talent and fortune to flourish during the northern campaigns. Gawain chuckled softly. Can you guess what I was doing back then? Hetty, having been shaken by the revelation of the true nature of the inaugural Duke of Westland, was hesitant to assert herself so boldly. I seem to remember the chronicles stating that you were the paragon among knights, the very epitome of chivalry. Indeed, I was but a squire, struggling until the age of 15 to finally grasp my first martial skill. However, my mentor perished before he could write a letter of recommendation for my lord, having tragically drowned after drunkenly falling into a river. Left with no choice, I composed a recommendation letter myself, affixing my mentor's seal, to present to the lord. Yet, halfway there, the tide of magic surged, and the lord met his demise. It was then that I encountered Charles, who was leading a group of refugees. He informed me that the South had descended into chaos, and proceeding further would lead to certain death. I replied, I still need to be knighted. I have studied for years just to pass. In response, Charles imparted a piece of profound wisdom before everyone present. Gawain deliberately paused, and Hetty could not contain her curiosity, asking, what was this profound wisdom? We shall merely claim to be knights. After all, the lords of the South are all dead, Hetty exclaimed. Claim to be? Is that permissible? However, such is the reality. Gawain composed himself, his gaze meeting Hetty's. He spoke of a self-proclaimed leader of the Northern Army, a band of blacksmiths, carpenters, apprentices, and vagrants styling themselves as the Knights of the Frontier, who managed to traverse the entirety of the wasteland and establish a kingdom. He questioned whether this was due to some innate noble lineage or divine providence. Hetty responded that there were no nobles on this earth, only those who initially seized wealth and thus became the aristocracy. Gawain placed a hand on Hetty's shoulder, mindful of her age, unlike Rebecca, whom he often playfully tapped on the head. He asserted that, apart from this distinction, Ansou was merely a kingdom founded by commoners. He declared that the land before them mirrored Ansou's nascent state and that he intended to institute new regulations. Hetty furrowed her brow, a subtle unease causing her to hesitate. Though she couldn't pinpoint the exact cause, she expressed her inability to envision the future should such actions be taken. Gawain, acknowledging that he might be speaking prematurely, inclined his head slightly, expressing his belief that she would stand by his side. He earnestly stated that everything he did was for the prosperity and civilization of the land. He assured her that by following his lead, both she and Rebecca would witness the unparalleled power of the Cecil family, asking if she accepted this pledge. Hetty nodded emphatically. Have you prepared more positions? Hetty inquired, having already surmised from their previous conversation what Gawain intended. Although I no longer find this inappropriate, is it truly necessary? Gawain scrutinized Hetty, noting how this beautiful and graceful lady had become utterly fatigued in recent days, her visage significantly worn. At this moment, elegance was the least of her concerns. She hadn't even taken the time to wash her face today. Bearing the entire administrative burden of the camp alone, she still radiated an ethereal quality, seemingly oblivious to the glaring issue of lacking a management team. Do you truly believe you can shoulder all the administrative duties by yourself? Gawain remarked slowly. Indeed, it is a bit exhausting now, but after all, this is merely the initial phase. Once the territory is on the right track, once it is on track, you will find it unmanageable, for you have never had management in the first place. Gawain cast a sidelong glance at her. Have you conducted any demographic assessments? Have you compiled production statistics? Have you performed economic analyses? Have you prepared inventory reports from previous years or development plans for the coming year? To say nothing of whether you have even once grasped how many gold coins flowed into and out of the territory over the course of a year. Het's eyes widened in confusion. Each year, we merely send someone to the granary to check how much food remains, and when collecting taxes, we tally how many citizens are in arrears with their rents. This hardly qualifies as administrative management. Gawain chuckled. I tasked you and Rebecca with compiling the names, ages, professions, and family situations of those 800 individuals. To be candid, what do you think of those records? Was genuinely convinced, remarking on the sheer convenience of the method. She expressed her newfound appreciation for such a straightforward approach to ascertaining the demographic composition of the domain across various trades, and highlighted the advantage of directly utilizing the records for production planning, obviating the need to dispatch individuals to inquire about the whereabouts of artisans. She posed a rhetorical question, wondering whether and intended to personally conduct a census should the territory's population burgeon to 8,000 or even 80,000, and whether they planned to traverse the dark mountains, knocking on doors to inquire about household circumstances should the domain extend to the southern reaches of the mountain range. Posited that to sustain such convenience, a management team would be indispensable. Responded with a gesture of resignation, stating that the establishment of such an organization necessitated the involvement of the populace. Pondered this, then furrowed her brow, questioning how this could be achieved, given that the majority of the domain's inhabitants were illiterate. With a smile, responded that this was his next initiative, to impart literacy to them. Was rendered speechless by astonishment, likely exceeding the cumulative instances of such speechlessness in the preceding half of her life. Allowed her time to contemplate and process the information, while he directed his gaze towards the nearby populace, who were reporting their work progress to the overseers. He reflected that Rome wasn't built in a day. The establishment of a system requires time, and the construction of a society upon that foundation is even more arduous, while the creation of a kingdom upon the latter is likely a matter for many years to come. At present, the territory's population is a mere 800 souls, a number easily managed by Hetty's efforts alone, perhaps with the addition of the dabbling Rebecca, who might contribute by igniting a grand fireball to assist in land clearing. However, for the sake of long-term development, certain foundations must be established step by step, beginning now. Chapter 60. Rebecca's grand endeavor. Hetty remained unaware of the thoughts occupying her ancestor from 7 centuries past, and was destined to be unable to immediately grasp the far-reaching and grandiose plans he entertained. Yet, following Gawain's gaze toward the vibrant and flourishing encampment in the distance, she, too, seemed to be invigorated and stirred with excitement. A land emerging from nothingness, a novel order, a promised and beautiful future. Hetty considered herself past the age of being easily moved by external influences, but at this moment, she couldn't help but feel a sense of anticipation, looking forward to positive transformations occurring in this land. This marked the most significant difference between her and the traditional aristocracy, who generally do not welcome change. Hetty paused slightly, her intelligence allowing her to quickly comprehend Gawain's meaning. These nascent systems, though only displaying faint indications at present, were already enough to stir the sensitive nerves of the aristocracy. They might indeed bring prosperity to this land, but such prosperity might not necessarily be to the liking of the traditional nobles. After all, their current lives were still exceedingly comfortable, unlike those of the Cecil family. "I understand," she said, "but would it be permissible to discuss it with Rebecca?" Hetty nodded slightly, but as soon as she spoke, she pursed her lips and shook her head gently. The child likely wouldn't comprehend such complexities. "No, you underestimate her," Gawain chuckled. "In truth, Rebecca is probably far more intelligent than you realize. She simply has never found a suitable stage for her talents. I observed her recently when..." Before Gawain could finish his thought, a small figure suddenly darted into his line of sight. Betty was sprinting along the field's edge. The little maid, adorned with charming freckles across her face, came to a halt before him, panting heavily before clumsily bowing. "Sir, Miss Rebecca is looking for you. What does she want from me?" Gawain began to inquire, but paused. "Oh, you must have forgotten." "This time, I haven't forgotten." Betty straightened up, her voice bright and clear. "She said she is ready to start working and wants you to come see her results." Hetty approached from behind. "What has she started?" Betty pondered for a moment and then shook her head. "I forgot." Gawain and Hetty exchanged glances, both realizing what it was. Gawain chuckled as he ruffled the little girl's hair, realizing that she had been working on a magical array for several days and had finally completed the magic web. However, he had thought it would take her longer. "So, Hetty, would you like to go take a look? After all, there isn't anything pressing to attend to here at the moment. Why not see how Rebecca's first project has turned out?" Frankly, there was some trepidation regarding what she might concoct, particularly given that she was a fledgling mage adept only at casting fireball, yet embarking on the creation of such a substantial magical array, albeit composed of elementary runes. Hetty smiled, shaking her head gently, before turning her gaze towards the wooden shed and addressing the knight. Sir Philip, I shall accompany the ancestor to inspect the smithy. We entrust this place to your care in the interim." The young knight promptly straightened, striking his breastplate with his hand, and avowed, "I shall not fail in this duty." Gawain could not help but muse at how such a small task of overseeing land reclamation could evoke such an epic pronouncement from him. How did such a staid and antiquated individual, adhering to the strictures of a classical knight, emerge from the ranks of the younger knights? Could this truly be the potency of faith? Gawain and Hetty departed, and Betty, discerning that she had no immediate duties, sauntered into the wooden shed. As it was still early before meal preparation, and the laundry was already completed, the young maidservant, temporarily unoccupied, became intrigued by the papers adorned with text and illustrations left upon the wooden table. Sir Philip observed the girl's actions, vigilantly monitoring her movements to prevent the scatterbrained lass from disrupting the important documents. He stood ready to intervene at a moment's notice. Betty, however, curiously examined the blueprint depicting a water wheel, but her interest soon shifted to the labor record sheets inscribed with numbers and names. She approached the table, pointing to the paper and pen, and inquired, "May I write?" Sir Philip removed the writing implement slightly, regarding the girl with gravity, and queried, "Are you literate?" "I am unable to write," Betty demurred, then appended, "Nor am I literate." "Then you must not handle them," Philip stated with a touch of severity. "The Lord procures paper, pens, and ink at his expense. They are not for frivolous amusement." Betty paused, a shadow of dejection crossing her features, and acquiesced with a nod. "Understood." Sir Philip, observing the maid's dispirited demeanor, furrowed his brow. He wondered if his reprimand had been unduly harsh. Yet safeguarding the Lord's possessions was his duty, particularly given the scarcity of resources within the territory. Even a simple sheet of paper or a pen had to be transported from thence to town, making it all the more imperative to prevent a young girl from squandering these precious writing implements. In conclusion, he offered Betty a few words of consolation, but the girl departed, still tinged with disappointment and regret. As Philip watched Betty's retreating figure along the ridge, he couldn't help but recall the conversation he had overheard between Duke Gawain and Lady Hetty. To teach them to read. To teach everyone to read. Could it truly be achieved? Was such a thing truly feasible? Would it genuinely come to pass? Yet, if it were to happen, the little maid would undoubtedly be able to write as well. Upon arriving at the smithy, Gawain discovered it transformed into a construction site. The expansive courtyard bustled with laborers, while several soldiers guarded various supplies stacked in a corner. Rebecca stood in the yard's center, brandishing a stack of papers as she gestured and explained something to old Hammer, the blacksmith. Hammer's apprentices stood obediently nearby, attentively listening. "Ah, ancestor." Rebecca spotted the towering figure of Gawain from a distance, closely followed by Hetty and Hetty's aunt. The young girl held a profound reverence for Hetty. "I have come to observe your progress," Hetty remarked with a gentle smile. Although uncertain about Rebecca's capabilities, she felt compelled to offer encouragement upon witnessing the orderly and impressive scene before her. "You appear to be brimming with confidence." "Indeed, I have devoted several days to this," Rebecca declared, hands on her hips. Despite the ethereal glow from her late-night endeavors, she radiated vitality. "This magical array is simply magnificent. Those calculations are remarkably useful, far superior to the rigid arrangements of runes and spell models. The versatility is astounding." Stop, stop, stop. "We did not come here to listen to your boasts," Hetty interjected swiftly, aware of her niece's exceptional computational skills and theoretical knowledge. However, she feared that Rebecca's incessant chatter might overwhelm her ancestor's spirit. "Now, tell me how you intend to complete the magical array." At this prompt, Rebecca nodded vigorously. "Oh, I plan to bury it underground." "Bury it underground?" Hetty was momentarily taken aback. "I saw you digging numerous trenches, and you truly intend to bury it?" She proceeded to draw lines on the ground, instructing the workers on where to dig and how deep, which seemed to outline her workflow. Upon hearing Hetty's words, Gawain shifted his focus from the chasms, casting a curious glance at Hetty. "Is there anything amiss with burying the magic array underground?" Hetty shook her head, clarifying that there were no taboos against it. However, she explained that most magic arrays are typically exposed. Burying them would require considerable effort, and, more importantly, it poses challenges for sorcerers who need to control or monitor the array's operation. This is common knowledge, and Rebecca, as a third-tier mage, albeit one who only knows the fireball spell, surely ought to be aware of it. Yet, her actions suggested that her whimsical mind had once again spiraled out of control. Hetty felt a twinge of anxiety, fearing that Gawain might reproach Rebecca which would undoubtedly undermine the confidence she had painstakingly built. However, the child had faced numerous setbacks throughout her life. Perhaps she would recover in due time. While Hetty was lost in her thoughts, Gavin spoke up, setting aside why you decided to bury the array. I would first like to know how you managed to accurately draw it on the ground. Rebecca paused, momentarily perplexed by her ancestor's query. In truth, Gavin posed this question with profound astonishment. Rebecca had crafted a magic array, replete with intricate geometric shapes, on a plane measuring 100 meters in length and width, where mere visual observation could lead to significant inaccuracies, demanding an exceptionally high degree of precision. For Gawain's native world, such an undertaking would pose no significant challenge, given the myriad surveying instruments and mathematical tools at their disposal. Even in this world where magic exists, accomplishing this feat is certainly within the realm of possibility. Mages commonly employ spells like the Eye of the Mage or Eagle Eye to gain an aerial perspective, crudely mapping out large-scale magic arrays. But could Rebecca truly manage this? Aside from a few wooden stakes and some auxiliary lines, she lacked any sophisticated instruments. Furthermore, this world lacked a well-developed system of mathematics and geometry to aid her, and beyond the fireball spell, her magical repertoire was quite limited. Even the Eye of the Mage, a spell typically mastered by second-level mages, eluded her grasp. So how did she achieve it? Gawain reiterated his query. How did you manage to accurately draw it on the ground? Chapter 61. The pride of the Cecil family. Rebecca was uncertain why Gawain found this question so intriguing. But she was relieved that her ancestor didn't seem to be on the verge of criticizing her. She breathed a sigh of relief and responded, "Well, I just calculated and drew. Treating the entire courtyard as a sheet of paper makes it much easier." This response was too vague, and Gawain furrowed his brow slightly. "Can you be more specific?" "The courtyard's edge is one line, and the adjacent edge is another." Rebecca gestured emphatically. Then, using these two lines as references, I treated the entire courtyard as a canvas. Each line on the magic array was broken down into numerous key points, and the distance between each key point and the two edges of the courtyard could be calculated. All that was left was to enlarge the numbers from the manuscript. Computation is indeed a forte of mages, yet the manner in which this is executed by Rebecca is quite unconventional. Gawain, utterly astonished, observed the girl's somewhat erratic mode of expression, which likely eluded Hetty's comprehension. However, Gawain discerned her meaning. She had established a coordinate system within the courtyard, and leveraging this foundation, she proportionally enlarged the magical array from the manuscript. This obviated the need to stand at an elevated vantage point. Instead, she merely computed the requisite position of each pivotal point and subsequently connected these points in accordance with the manuscript specifications. However, conceiving this notion alone was insufficient. Rebecca also needed to possess formidable geometric visualization and mental calculation prowess, given the absence of a well-developed mathematical and geometric framework in this world. Consequently, Rebecca was compelled either to arduously accumulate results through addition, subtraction, multiplication, and division, or to independently devise various formulae. Naturally, Rebecca's approach was not optimal. Gawain was cognizant of numerous cartographic techniques from Earth that could be employed in such circumstances. Nevertheless, what did that signify? Within this world, in this era, Rebecca's accomplishment was nothing short of a marvel. "Did you conceive this method independently?" Gawain inquired, his eyes gleaming with the fervor of one who had unearthed a rare treasure. As he regarded Rebecca, Rebecca scratched her head, replying, "Not entirely. A portion was gleaned from the notes of wild mages, while the remainder was of my own invention." "I see." Gawain understood clearly. He had thoroughly perused the notes of the wild mage, which indeed contained a plethora of rudimentary geometrical and mathematical concepts. Although these ideas had not been systematically organized, they could almost be regarded as a foundational framework. If Rebecca possessed a natural aptitude in this domain, it was hardly surprising that she achieved her current feats under such inspiration. Moreover, even if her accomplishments were sparked by the wild mage's notes, they remained nothing short of extraordinary. "Very well, a commendable approach." Gawain nodded in satisfaction before inquiring, "Why did you choose to bury the magic circle underground?" "Ah, that is because you, esteemed ancestor, mentioned that this magic circle is intended for the blacksmith's forge," Rebecca replied, nodding. "I thought that blacksmiths and their apprentices differ from mages. Their tasks are not akin to those of wizards. During the process of transporting materials and crafting ironware among these furnaces, they could inadvertently disrupt the structural integrity of the magic circle. Furthermore, Burying the magic circle underground does not impede its energization, nor does it affect future constructions on the surface. As long as everything is positioned within the radius of the circle, whether adding new furnaces or renovating the existing ones will be exceedingly convenient. In short, it is simply quite convenient. The division of functions, the separation of energy and consumption components, and the encapsulation of critical systems, all while maintaining high scalability, flooded Rebecca's mind with a myriad of terms applicable to her conceptual framework. Yet, the most significant realization that emerged was that this magical array was intended for the use of ordinary individuals, such as blacksmiths, designed to be both accessible and safe for the layman. Although the concept of merely burying it seemed deceptively simple, its brilliance was undeniable. A mainstream mage would never entertain the notion that their magical array could serve mortals. However, Rebecca, fortunate to be an unconventional mage who had spent 5 years mastering only a singular fireball spell, was free from the constraints of conventional magical logic. "I had not considered this," Hetty remarked with a complex expression. Rebecca's ideas defy many established norms, yet she also perceives the rationality behind these designs and, to some extent, recognizes the significance of making them usable for ordinary people. This seems to align with the path our ancestors fervently pursued. It is indeed impressive. But if the array is buried, what of the monitoring aspect? While this array, composed of basic runes, may not possess the fragility of a high-tier array, fundamental monitoring remains essential. Moreover, should it malfunction, how would one go about repairing it? As she spoke, Rebecca revealed a somewhat smug smile. Shaking a stack of papers in her hand, filled with intricate symbols and lines, evidently her own design. And this magical array is not so easily damaged. Ancestor, you see, I have rearranged its runic structure. Of course, the fundamental principles remain unchanged. I merely connected the stackable runes based on the original Wild Mage's design, expanding it layer by layer. Gawain felt a twitch at the corner of his eye as he glanced at the stakes Rebecca had set up in the courtyard, intended as monitoring points for the primitive sensors. Once Rebecca began her enthusiastic explanation, it was difficult for her to stop, especially when showcasing her achievements. She continued, "In this way, the overall efficiency of the self-replenishing magical array has improved slightly, even if some runes were to be damaged. The efficiency of energy supply would only decrease marginally. The energy-consuming components connected to the array would not be significantly affected, as the entire array was constructed to exceed the necessary demand." Rebecca excitedly shared her thoughts until she finally paused, seemingly realizing she had been rambling. She looked at Gawain with a hint of anxiety. "Ancestor, are my ideas too far-fetched?" At that moment, Gawain was at a loss for words. After a moment of contemplation, he gently patted the young girl's head and replied, "No, you are a genius." Rebecca responded in surprise. "Moreover, I have a suggestion." Gawain glanced at the blueprints sketched by Rebecca, pointing out the connections of the redundant systems. It would be prudent to design the connections of these runes to be easily severable and rejoined. In the event of damage to a particular rune, one could simply cut the connection for repairs, and once restored, reconnect it, thus allowing the entire magical array to remain operational during maintenance. Rebecca's eyes brightened. "Indeed. How did I not think of that? You are truly astute, my esteemed ancestor." The corners of Gawain's eyes twitched slightly. He recognized that Rebecca spoke from the heart. Yet he felt a sudden wave of modesty. "No, dear girl, you are the most intelligent one." After a brief moment of contemplation, Gawain could not resist turning to Hetty. "Has no one ever recognized Rebecca's talent before? She has consistently excelled in computation and inventive thinking." Hetty pondered her words. "Yet, these abilities have never been put to use. The standard for a mage's prowess is their casting ability, in which she has consistently ranked at the bottom." "What a waste of talent," Gawain remarked with a furrowed brow, "to consider casting ability as the sole criterion. Why not compare strength with a gorilla?" Despite this critique, Gawain was acutely aware that such a situation was not without reason or logic. In an era when technological advancements cannot catalyze a dramatic leap in civilization, it is entirely natural for personal valor to become the yardstick for assessing individual worth, particularly in a world teeming with extraordinary powers and various monstrous beasts. Exceptional combat prowess emerges as an indispensable prerequisite for survival. If survival is not assured, what merit is there in discussing technological innovation? Once individual strength becomes the prevailing standard, perpetuated through generations without significant issues, while those lacking physical power, yet possessing wisdom, find themselves unable to translate their intellect into tangible strength, or, more accurately, into sufficient strength. This evaluative criterion may well endure indefinitely. However, this does not justify humanity's perpetual competition with gorillas in an arm wrestling contest. Rebecca indeed possesses extraordinary talent, a realization finally confirmed by Galahad. This once maligned and destitute noblewoman, scorned in the aristocratic circles for being a descendant of the Cecil family, shunned by the mage community for her inability to even conjure a basic light spell, has become the subject of hushed discussions among merchants and the citizenry of neighboring territories for being the most inept lord in history. She enacted a plethora of whimsical decrees, yet none have enriched her domain or herself. Her true abilities lie in realms unseen and misunderstood by others, in the impoverished and backward lower strata of society. No one comprehends her calculations. Conversely, within the affluent upper echelons, those who can afford to hire mages or are themselves mid to high-tier spellcasters, there is no demand for her mathematically convenient magic. Indeed, magic can resolve any issue. If it cannot, then one simply resorts to employing more powerful spells. With the presence of the eye of the hawk in the mage's eye, why is there a necessity to calculate coordinates on the ground? A proficient magician can directly perceive and manipulate grand magical formations. What then is the purpose of sensors? Moreover, a mere novice mage, adept only at casting fireballs, would never have the opportunity to oversee the construction of magical installations. Thus, when Rebecca received permission from Gawain, her elation was palpable. It marked the first occasion in her life that she was allowed to wholeheartedly engage in an endeavor she excelled at. The esteemed ancestor, Rebecca, glanced nervously at Gawain's expression, wondering if he perceived her differently. Gawain chuckled, placing his large hand atop her head. You are the pride of the Cecil family. Chapter 62. The Magic Net Number 1 in the blacksmith shop. As she felt the warmth of a large hand stroking her head, Rebecca was momentarily taken aback. Her initial reaction was to believe she had misheard. Her second was to think the esteemed ancestor had misspoken. And her third was to interpret it as a form of consolation. Surely, it couldn't be sarcasm? The young lady of the nobility, who had never accomplished much in her life, had never expected to receive genuine praise. Observing Rebecca's response, Gawain reiterated his previous statement and then chuckled again. Do not be dazed. I am sincerely complimenting you. You may not even realize the extraordinary talent you possess. Really? Rebecca replied, her eyes wide with astonishment. Then, feeling a bit bashful, she blinked. But all of this is merely cleverness that rarely comes in handy. The classification of such remarkable talent as mere cleverness left Gawain rather speechless. Rebecca's premature arrival into this world was indeed a stroke of fortune, for Gawain's timely intervention ensured that her innate talents would not be squandered. Gawain scrutinized the meticulously adjusted magical array crafted by Rebecca. Despite his identity as a knight, the Gawain Cecil of yesteryear possessed the erudition of a polymath, well-versed in magical theories. Furthermore, the technologically advanced nature of the Gondo Empire had fostered a widespread understanding of fundamental magical principles. Consequently, deciphering an array composed of rudimentary runes posed no significant challenge to Gawain. After a thorough examination, he affirmed the rationality of Rebecca's modifications to the runes. The array had metamorphosed from a crude conceptualization into a fully functional prototype, primed for subsequent applications. Further refinement would necessitate empirical validation. Gawain posed a single query. Have you contemplated the prospect of further expansion? Further expansion? Rebecca responded, perplexed. In what manner? By simply enlarging its dimensions? Nay, I allude to the potential for interconnectivity with other self-charging arrays of varying scales, or even the utilization of a particular array unit as a foundational structure, capable of indefinite concatenation and amplification, culminating in a vast network encompassing a more expansive domain. Gawain, gazing upon the neatly arrayed runes, discerned a semblance of comminability and repeatability, prompting him to propose an audacious notion. Imagine each magical unit no longer existing as an autonomous entity, but rather interconnected in a cohesive manner. Do you comprehend? Despite possessing remarkable mathematical aptitude and ingenuity, Rebecca found herself grappling with the profound intricacies of the concept, her brow furrowing in consternation. Venerable ancestor, she inquired with a hint of perplexity, do such entities truly exist? Regard it merely as a figment of my imagination, replied Gawain. discerning Rebecca's struggle and recognizing the futility of pressing further. Prioritize the establishment of magic net I and the commencement of operations at the smithy. The remainder can be addressed subsequently. Excellent, exclaimed Rebecca with elation. I was just deliberating with Hamer regarding the smithy. Indeed? Gawain raised an eyebrow, recalling his observation of Rebecca and Hamer's discourse. The exhilaration induced by magic net I had momentarily eclipsed the matter. What were you discussing? Concerning the new furnace, Rebecca responded, tilting her head upward. I was contemplating the possibility of imbuing the smith's furnace with formal magical arrays, obviating the need for those cumbersome runes. Once magic net I is operational, consequently, the furnace could undergo modification, could it not? However, being unskilled in the art of blacksmithing myself, I sought out Hamer to confer with him, hoping to glean insights into enhancing the furnace and workflow. The venerable blacksmith, Hamer, stood nearby with a measure of trepidation, head bowed, as he listened to the Viscount and Duke deliberate. He felt both honored and anxious that a commoner like himself could stand there, participating in a conversation among nobles. When Gawain turned his attention to him, the old blacksmith broke out in a cold sweat. He couldn't fathom the prospect of a noble lord, who had never even pumped a bellows, guiding the construction of a smithy. Yet, he had to cooperate. So he braced himself for Gawain to make a series of outlandish demands that he and his apprentices would have to struggle to fulfill. This was not an uncommon occurrence, as it was said that a viscountess in the north once had a whim to instruct the gardeners on pruning the nursery, decreeing that each golden osmanthus should divide into 2 buds instead of 3. A dozen or so gardeners were flogged for this until the viscountess lost interest in the matter. There's no need to be nervous, Gawain said, noticing Hamer's apprehension, his tone gentle. Share your thoughts. I have no thoughts, Hamer said, head bowed, his voice humble. The viscountess is truly erudite and wise. Her designs are beyond the comprehension of us poor folk. It takes all my effort to learn to use them, let alone offer suggestions. Gawain regarded him, shaking his head. Magic is undoubtedly beyond your ken, but you possess unparalleled expertise in furnaces and anvils. In this domain, you are the authority, and we shall all heed your counsel. To have the opinion of a commoner valued? For a moment, Hamer was convinced he was hallucinating, but seeing the earnest expressions on the faces of Gawain, Heidi, and Rebecca, he finally accepted the reality. At least, the Duke genuinely meant what he said. Thus, he could only brace himself and stammer, I think, since the furnace will henceforth be heated by true magic, rather than tinkering with the old one, it would be better to start afresh and create an entirely new furnace. Gawain raised an eyebrow. Entirely new? Hamer scratched his arm, striving to articulate his thoughts clearly and intelligibly. Now that we're employing true magic, the constraints of the original runes are lifted. Firstly, the furnace can be larger, yielding a significantly greater quantity of smelted steel in a single batch. Secondly, given that the magic array won't be prone to shattering, the furnace need not be extinguished and cooled repeatedly. Perhaps we could keep it burning continuously, thus obviating the laborious and time-consuming process of reheating the chamber. However, this would necessitate its perpetual operation. Gawain listened attentively, interjecting only when he felt he could offer a suggestion. Hamer, in turn, unburdened himself of his ideas in a single breath. Initially, he stumbled and faltered due to nervousness, but he soon found his rhythm. And by the time he was nearing the end, he was overcome with astonishment. The questions and suggestions occasionally left Hamer perplexed. Was this truly a nobleman who had never before encountered a bellows or a hammer? How could he possess such extensive knowledge about the intricacies of steel smelting? Although many of these inquiries seemed whimsical to Hamer, they undeniably revolved around the practical aspects of steel production, far removed from nonsensical musings about whether the golden chrysanthemum should bloom into 2 buds instead of 3. Once Hamer finally concluded his thoughts, Gawain exhaled softly and fixed his gaze upon the old blacksmith's eyes. The blacksmith grew anxious. How long have you been a smith, my lord? Gawain suddenly inquired. A 30-year veteran, my lord, the old blacksmith replied. I did not expect you to possess such a wealth of innovative ideas. Gawain was somewhat bewildered. Logically, such thoughts were often the domain of unrestrained youth. How is it that you have conceived so many? Hamer opened his mouth, taking a few moments to respond. My lord, if I may be candid, these ideas did not just spring forth. They have been accumulating over many years. Gawain displayed a keen interest. Do elaborate. Having been a blacksmith for several decades, I cannot claim ignorance of furnaces and steel. Indeed, I have long since become accustomed to them, Hamer said, the creases on his face forming a smile. Yet, I still remember my days as an apprentice, when my father was the village blacksmith and I learned the craft at his side. One year, the Lord commanded us to forge a batch of fine iron, and I volunteered to tend the furnace myself. My father, believing that after years of training I was ready to take on such a responsibility, allowed me to try. However, this endeavor did not go as planned. Hamilton paused for a moment before continuing. I was overly eager and, failing to wait the requisite time for the furnace to cool, reignited it prematurely, resulting in the destruction of the rune. Once the rune shattered, the furnace was rendered utterly useless. It was the most valuable and crucial asset in the blacksmith shop. My father erupted in fury, punishing me severely at the shop's entrance, nearly beating me to death. He claimed that the only reason he refrained from killing me was that if he did, no one would be left to assist with the family's work or to inherit the blacksmith shop. That year, we failed to fulfill the Lord's command, and my father endured numerous lashes at the castle. Evidently, this incident from my apprenticeship left an indelible mark on Hamilton's heart. The dual experience of his father's punishment and witnessing his father's humiliation in the castle ignited a myriad of thoughts regarding the blacksmith's furnace. Fortunately, 30 years have passed, and those nascent ideas have not entirely withered from Hamilton's soul. Perhaps they have faded. But Rebecca's plan to inscribe a magic circle on the furnace to replace the rune has rekindled a glimmer of hope within this seasoned smith. The resurgence of hope is indeed a significant breakthrough, since this old blacksmith is not as inflexible and resistant to change as I had feared. It seems that preparations for certain matters can commence in earnest. Chapter 63. Unrest After All. The once destitute wild mage had no choice but to simplify the magic network to such an extent. Otherwise, he would have been unable to create this system. However, the smooth progress of a project invariably brings with it the accompanying pressures. In Highwind's vision, the territory must first ensure a sufficient output of steel. With steel, weapons can be forged, equipment can be crafted, labor tools can be produced, and the infrastructure necessary for manufacturing the next level of products can be established. Merely constructing the smelting facilities is but the initial step. Far more crucial is the completion of the Eastern Mining District, which must provide a continuous supply of ore. Yet, developing the mines requires even more resources. In the absence of heavy machinery, relying solely on manual labor to excavate mountains and quarry stones necessitates an increased workforce. Concurrently, the pace of construction at the camp must also accelerate. Replacing tents with wooden houses is merely a temporary measure. A truly solid and secure camp cannot be constructed solely of timber. What more convenient and expedient construction technologies or materials exist in this era? Confronted with these numerous challenges, Gawain began to grasp the daunting reality of building something from nothing. Even with the assistance of magic and a temporarily secure financial reserve, establishing a new home on barren land is no simple feat at this moment. He found himself particularly eager for the promised aid from Francis II, which included not only provisions and textiles, but, more importantly, 100 craftsmen and apprentices. 100 individuals, even if many were unfortunate souls driven southward due to exclusion, represented a wealth of skilled talent. For a Cecil territory with a population of just over 800, what does 100 skilled personnel signify? It's the kind of notion that could lull Gawain into a sleep filled with joyous laughter, inadvertently startling the soldiers on night watch. Regrettably, even the quickest arrival is still more than half a month away. In the central tent of the encampment, Gawain was immersed in a labyrinth of thoughts, striving to concentrate on the blueprints and charts before him. Meanwhile, Betty sat on a cushion not far off, nodding off to sleep. The blueprints before Gawain depicted a novel furnace design, bearing a resemblance in form and certain structures to the blast furnaces of Earth. However, the inner workings were distinctly different, necessitating the allocation of space for magical arrays to function. Consideration also had to be given to positioning the furnace's magic-conducting structure as close as possible to the buried mana network number 1, while ensuring that the molten iron would not damage the magical patterns on the furnace body. This endeavor was entirely different from both the mana network and the water wheel. Gawain had to synthesize knowledge from 2 worlds to complete this design. If the mana network was the cornerstone of Cecil territory, then devising such a peculiar hybrid furnace was Gawain's own personal foundation. Gawain was acutely aware that only by completing it could many of the whimsical ideas in his mind be realized, and in this respect, he was on his own. He completed the design of the combustion chamber and the molten iron diversion section, and reserved space for drawing magical arrays based on Gawain Cecil's knowledge. Subsequently, he rubbed his forehead and reached out to the side, Betty, please fetch me the parchment bag with the blueprints, the one with the red string. It appears that having her sit idly with him here is indeed quite a tedious affair. Gawain shook his head in bemusement, preparing to rise and fetch the leather pouch himself, when he suddenly noticed Betty, eyes closed, clambering up. Dazed, she stumbled towards the corner of the tent, opened a box, retrieved the leather pouch, and swayed back to him, all the while keeping her eyes shut. Amused, Gawain accepted the pouch from her, carefully stowing away the blueprints while observing Betty's determined struggle to open her eyes. "If you're tired, just sleep. I might still be busy for quite a while," he remarked. At that moment, Betty finally roused herself, vigorously shaking her head in protest. "I won't sleep. The master isn't asleep, so I won't sleep." Then she lowered her gaze to the sketches spread across the table, appearing quite earnest. Intrigued, Gawain inquired, "Can you understand these?" Shaking her head, Betty replied, "I can't read." "Oh, then these must be rather dull for you." Gawain chuckled. "No wonder you dozed off earlier." "I didn't sleep," Betty quickly retorted, her gaze involuntarily drifting back to the text-laden sketches. "Master, you know so many characters, despite having been on the brink of slumber just moments ago." Her interest in the myriad sketches seemed to have awakened anew, which struck Gawain as quite amusing. He ventured to ask, "Would you like to learn to read?" Betty instinctively nodded, but then nervously shook her head, clutching a button on her maid's dress. Mrs. Hanson had said that maids could not read, and they should simply focus on their work. Such notions were utterly unfounded. Anyone could learn to read. Gawain promptly corrected her and, feeling a surge of inspiration, added, "If you wish to learn, I can teach you a bit." Betty's gaze again wandered to the papers, yet this time, before she nodded, she shook her head, saying, "But Sir Philip mentioned that the paper and ink in the territory are quite precious and should not be wasted on me." Gawain paused, momentarily taken aback. He contemplated retorting that there was an abundance of paper here, but quickly recognized that Sir Philip's perspective held some merit. In a territory that struggled for self-sufficiency, reliant on messengers for communication with Tansin Town, resources were indeed scarce. It would be extravagant to use them for Betty's writing practice. Moreover, he wondered if she would truly be able to grasp it. What if she was merely indulging in a whimsical pastime? Nevertheless, observing the girl's bewildered expression, Gawain couldn't help but chuckle. "Stay here for a moment," he instructed. Betty, still in a daze, accepted a branch from him and watched as Gawain turned to his desk, retrieving a sheet of paper and swiftly inscribing upon it. In no time, he had produced a faded sheet with the basic alphabet written in bold letters, along with a large word inscribed beneath. He handed the paper to Betty, saying, "This is the alphabet above and your name below. Practice it as you wish, and feel free to ask me if you encounter anything you do not understand." Betty reacted momentarily, then eagerly accepted the precious item, nearly causing a bubble of snot to emerge from her nose in her delight. The tent remained earthen, albeit compacted. Gawain marked out a space beside his desk for Betty to practice her calligraphy. It appeared rather dignified. A passage from a text he had studied in his previous life flashed through Gawain's mind, prompting him to shake his head and chuckle. Following this brief interlude, he felt a significant relaxation of his spirit, and his thoughts began to flow anew, prompting him to pull out another sheet of draft paper to address a different issue. However, this tranquil atmosphere did not endure for long. Shortly thereafter, Gawain heard a commotion outside the tent. He reassured Betty, encouraging the little girl to concentrate on her writing, before hastily exiting the tent. Sir Byron was approaching, his face bearing a hint of urgency, signaling to Gawain that something had transpired. "My lord, the soldiers stationed at the mountain treasury have reported that they heard strange noises emanating from the vault, reminiscent of rock walls grinding together or something colliding. However, the vault door is sealed, and they are unable to enter to ascertain the situation within, so they have brought the news to you." Trouble at the ruins? In that instant, Gawain felt a genuine cold sweat break out. Everything else could be negotiated, but the treasury absolutely could not afford any mishaps. That represented the true essence of their resources. However, he swiftly regained his composure. Had this information arrived sooner, his anxiety would have been considerably heightened. Fortunately, he had been progressively dispatching personnel to relocate essential resources from the vault to the encampment. While not entirely evacuated, at least a third had been successfully transported. Even if the vault were compromised or entirely collapsed, the loss would not be unbearable. Following a period of self-consolation, Gawain achieved complete equanimity. Moreover, under the cloak of night, Byron likely failed to observe the beads of perspiration forming on his lord's brow, thus preserving the ancestral image. Gawain deliberated whether to depart immediately to assess the situation or to postpone until the light of dawn. He swiftly arrived at a resolution. Sleep is out of the question. With such a matter weighing heavily on his mind, who could possibly find rest? Even Rebecca's mental fortitude would be tested. Entrust the camp's defense to Knight Philip. Enlist several astute and capable soldiers to accompany me on a journey into the mountains. Furthermore, summon Hetty. Her supportive incantations may prove invaluable. Chapter 64. Depths of the Ruins. In truth, Gawain had contemplated summoning Rebecca as well, but she had been diligently engaged in the construction of Magic Net 1, deprived of adequate rest for several days. Tonight, having finally managed to retire early, Gawain refrained from rousing her. In any case, her presence would merely add another fireball launcher, of limited utility compared to Gawain's own prowess with a blade. Hetty had not yet taken a respite. She was diligently poring over the systems and plans devised by Gawain within her tent. Upon hearing that there was an issue with the ancient ruins in the mountains, she promptly donned her outer garment and hurried over. Observing her somewhat anxious demeanor, Gawain reassured her, "Do not be alarmed. It is merely some unusual sounds. If there were truly a collapse, it would not manifest with such minor disturbances." Hetty nodded, her worry evident. Sir Byron swiftly selected a cadre of competent soldiers, and under Gawain's guidance, they traversed the mountain path, arriving at the grand entrance of the ancient ruins. Here, a temporary outpost had been constructed from wooden boards, where 5 soldiers typically stood guard at the entrance. Torches illuminated the area around the ruins' entrance, making the situation quite clear. Aside from a few visibly tense soldiers, everything appeared normal. "Sir," one soldier approached, saluting upon spotting Gawain. "There were 2 more sounds from within just now." "Very well, I shall investigate personally," Gawain replied as he moved toward the ruins' entrance. "You all remain outside. No one is to enter without my command." Upon reaching the grand entrance, Gawain activated the ancient gun door magic rune using a platinum disc. As the heavy purple steel doors shimmered with the familiar glow of magic, Gawain felt a measure of relief. At least the magical passage here remained intact, indicating that nothing too drastic had occurred within. Hetty instinctively tightened her grip on her staff. She initially conjured the spell model for the ice arrow, but in the next moment, she dissipated the magic and opted for a supportive spell instead, for it would be quite awkward if her aim were to miss. The violet steel gate slowly creaked open under the influence of magic, causing the magic crystal stones placed within the hall to illuminate brilliantly. Gawain rested his hand on the hilt of the Sword of Pioneers, remaining vigilant as he stepped inside. The hall appeared devoid of any anomalies. The unshipped ingots and weaponry lay undisturbed, reflecting a radiant glow under the constant luminous brilliance of the magic crystals. There were no signs of collapse or instability, as everything seemed to remain in its usual state. However, after surveying the surroundings, Gawain quickly discerned a change. Several doors deep within the hall stood ajar. This ancient relic was not limited to the hall before him. Within the mountain, it housed an even grander structure, evident from the scale of its entrance and the architectural remnants observable on the mountainside. Until now, Gawain and his companions had only utilized this hall at the entrance of the relic, not out of a lack of desire to delve deeper, but because the doors leading further in were securely locked. Hetty had spent an entire day studying the vault hall, yet failed to unravel the seals on those doors. They were imbued with magical technology from the height of Gundor's glory, far beyond the capabilities of a mere third-level mage like Hetty. Gawain initially intended to set those doors aside, planning to address them once the situation stabilized, but to his astonishment, those doors had inexplicably swung open today. Hetty, having noticed the situation with the doors, tugged at Gawain's sleeve with a hint of anxiety. "Ancestor, I saw those doors. Heaven knows how they opened." Gawain furrowed his brow, his thoughts involuntarily drifting to the recent crimson spot eruption and the surge of magical energy. Could that surge have extended to the ruins, weakening their seals? And had his frequent use of the platinum disc, with Hetty or Rebecca opening the doors to move artifacts, inadvertently triggered the inner gate through the repeated opening and closing of the first-level seal? Based on his understanding of the ancient magic of the Kingdom of Gondor, this was entirely plausible. He approached the 3 doors with several soldiers, pondering the situation. In typical narratives, venturing into a suddenly opened ruin in the dead of night was a recipe for disaster. But the outcome depended on the genre. In an American series, nearly everyone would meet a swift end. In a Japanese series, they might encounter a female ghost before their demise. But in a domestic series, He might end up romantically involved with the ghost. Gawain surveyed his armored, staff-wielding companions, their appearance decidedly reminiscent of an American drama. Staying out meant certain doom, devoid of even a ghostly encounter. Just as he resolved to order the doors temporarily sealed until a more opportune time for exploration, he heard Hetty mutter, "There seems to be a magical reaction deep within." Gawain raised an eyebrow. A magical reaction? Deep within? From the depths beyond this door. Hetty pointed to the grand entrance at the center. Previously, it seemed the door had obstructed the flow of magical energy, rendering me oblivious to its presence. However, now that it has swung open, I can faintly sense a mystical array within, perhaps a functioning magical circle. Yet, the response is exceedingly feeble, continually waning. And it may vanish entirely at any moment. Gawain stifled the urge to turn and flee, sighing deeply within. Indeed, humanity is a species that cannot help but court danger. Regardless of what lies inside, it appears imperative to take a glance before departing. Grasping the sword of the pioneer firmly, Gawain silently enveloped himself in layers of protection with knightly prowess, subsequently leading the way with resolute determination. The ability to cast illumination spells marks him as a true mage. Observing the increasingly profound corridor ahead, along with the tall, spacious expanses flanking either side, Knight Byron could not suppress his admiration. Truly, it is a testament to the grandeur of the once mighty Gondor Empire. Just how vast must this place be? Heaven knows. The relic's entrance resembles the structure of a large fortress from the age of Gondor's starfire. Such fortresses could very well hollow out an entire mountain. Gawain smirked, pondering whether Amber had indeed absconded with the funds. How he wished she were here. Such an ancient relic, with its high degree of specialization, would likely baffle even the most adept of infiltrators. Hetty cast a puzzled glance at Gawain. Typically, unraveling such enigmas falls within the domain of mages. Hetty was taken aback. How should the descendants respond when the ancestors make such unscrupulous remarks? Gawain cast her a glance and smiled, saying, "I was merely jesting. It is primarily due to Amber's unique ability to traverse shadows that she can uncover more hidden paths than we can in this shadow-laden realm." Only then did Hetty breathe a sigh of relief, while Sir Byron, standing nearby, nodded in agreement. "I knew it. You are indeed a paragon of knighthood, and would never act in such a manner towards a lady." Gawain's lips quirked slightly. Amber, were it not for her prominent features, who could ever associate her with the idea of a lady? Frankly speaking, her attributes are hardly reminiscent of a refined woman. The ancient inscriptions, remnants of the bygone Gondor Empire, served as the foundation for the contemporary common tongue of the four great kingdoms. However, due to the millennium that has elapsed, the evolution of language has inevitably led to certain transformations. Additionally, the Age of Stars marked a period of significant upheaval within the Gondor Empire, rendering the ancient script within the ruins comprehensible solely to Gawain, while Hetty struggled to grasp even half of it. The scale of the ruins within the mountain was indeed monumental, astonishing even Gawain. As the party traversed the central corridor, they encountered numerous forks, winding paths, and staircases. The overall direction of the passageways consistently led deeper into the mountain's heart, gradually descending. During this journey, Hetty conducted several breath flow examinations, confirming the presence of well-constructed ventilation shafts hidden from plain sight, a testament to the advanced architectural prowess of the ancient Gondor Empire. Along the way, they also stumbled upon various chambers and grand halls. Constructed from a stone-like material, the chambers and halls were revealed by Hetty to be a durable, synthetic substance, rather than actual stone. Each room and hall was largely barren, save for a few decaying shelves and some metal tools on the verge of disintegration. Valuable relics were conspicuously absent. It was evident that the Imperials of this facility had evacuated the premises methodically and with ample time, a fact that aligned with Gawain's assessment of the Spark era. However, this realization was a source of disappointment for Hetty, who had hoped to unearth some antique treasures. Even non-functional artifacts from the Spark era of the Gondor Empire would have transformed into coveted relics by virtue of their origin. Given the constraints of time, the group was unable to explore every side passage and room. Gawain instructed that markers be placed at the unexplored junctions for future investigation, while the team, guided by Hetty's detection of magical emanations, advanced purposefully in the direction of the magical source. Chapter 65. Ancient Facility. Another hour elapsed, and the team continued its progression through the seemingly endless corridors and passages. The scale of this millennia-old facility had surpassed Gawain's expectations. Even during the Gondor Empire's zenith in the Spark era, facilities of this magnitude were rarely constructed. Despite its dual function as a military stronghold and research facility, its size far exceeded Gawain's initial estimations. It appears that a mountain summit has indeed been hollowed out for construction, and as the descending ramps and steps multiply, Gawain even suspects that more than just a single peak has been excavated. The magical resonance continues to emanate steadily, albeit rather faintly. Due to the overwhelming number of forks and corridors encountered, Hetty's guidance has become increasingly unreliable. She can only ascertain a rough direction and utilize divination spells, such as spirit summoning, to determine which path to take. Nevertheless, the group has strayed several times, stumbling upon numerous dead ends. Despite Sir Byron's efforts to leave markers along the way, with Hetty employing magic to outline signposts, the prolonged navigation through such an ancient relic has instilled a sense of unease among the soldiers. Noticing this discomfort, Sir Byron approached Gawain, saying, "My lord, continuing deeper may result in losing our way. Everyone's sense of direction has become utterly disoriented. After all, this place is exceedingly vast. If only Amber were here. At least she could scout ahead, traversing the Shadow Realm with ease and adept at picking locks, making her far less likely to become ensnared in the ruins, as she had demonstrated in the ancestral tomb of the Cecil family." This time, Gawain contemplated the matter with utmost seriousness. Furrowing his brow, he approached the hemispherical device. Running his iron-gloved hand over its surface, he scraped away some of the blackened dust and oxidization, revealing the silvery metal beneath. "What is this contraption?" he pondered. Intrigued, Hetty drew closer. The fixtures in the room were evidently permanent installations that couldn't be removed, a rarity within the ruins. The obsidian and metallic junctions stirred within her a peculiar intuition linked to magic. "Arcane focusing array, though I am tempted to call it a magical capacitor," Gawain remarked, interspersing his discourse with arcane knowledge lost to this era and even more baffling terminology. These obsidian components connect to the facility's mana wells, and this hemisphere serves to concentrate immense energy, generating brief but intensely potent energy streams. These are then channeled via this primary conduit. Gawain gestured to a thick pipe extending from the hemispherical device and disappearing into the wall, to wherever it is needed. Hetty's eyes widened slightly. As a mage, she couldn't help but be thrilled at the sight of such an ancient magical device from millennia past. Concentrate immense energy? So it's a weapon? No, it's an auxiliary power source for research facilities, typically used to provide instantaneous ignition for energy-intensive equipment, like rainbow lenses. Gawain shrugged. In the Gondor era, magic was used for more than just combat, though that was certainly one of its primary applications. Magic could accomplish a great many things. In fact, it is my belief that mages should dedicate their knowledge and magic to such research. Research? Hetty muttered incredulously. She was no stranger to the term research, for wizards had long been synonymous with the pursuit of knowledge, delving into the mysteries of magic and deciphering the intricacies of runes, which they regarded as their most esteemed endeavors. However, regardless of the type of research, its ultimate aim invariably converged upon the enhancement of one's spellcasting abilities. A wizard incapable of augmenting their own magical prowess would inevitably be deemed a mediocre scholar. Hetty instinctively sensed that the research Gawain spoke of was not akin to the studies she was familiar with. This ancestral figure appeared to habitually adopt an exceedingly distant and expansive perspective, often referencing accessibility and mass production, which seemed to starkly contrast with the wizard's penchant for specialization and deliberate isolation in their inquiries. Shaking her head, Hetty cast aside those irrelevant thoughts as she heard Sir Byron inquiring, "My lady, is the magical response emanating from this location?" Hetty focused her senses and shook her head. "No, but it is quite close. Note this location," Gawain instructed. "This ancient apparatus is utterly beyond repair and should not be considered for restoration. However, it can yield at least half a ton of mithril and 7 or 8 tons of obsidian, along with a substantial quantity of fine gold and purple copper." Suddenly, Hetty's eyes widened in realization as she stared at Gawain. "Ancestor, do you intend to dismantle this invaluable ancient magical device?" "What else?" Gawain replied with a glance. "This item requires an extraordinarily high purity of magical energy to ignite, yet the corresponding techniques for purifying such energy have long since vanished, even with a power source. The device's internal structure would have deteriorated significantly over a millennium, making repair as challenging as constructing a new one. Hetty paused, her expression peculiar. Perhaps you, arriving from 7 centuries ago, don't perceive it, but this is an antique. Gawain's face twitched. It was an antique even before my demise. However, we must consider its practical value. It serves no purpose here. Only by melting it down can it be reborn. Upon hearing Gawain's firm stance, Hetty realized further argument was futile and reluctantly nodded, her face etched with distress. It said that descendants sell their ancestors' land without remorse. But it seems the ancestor himself doesn't grieve much when selling it. The discovery of a magical focusing device implied close proximity to the deep research facility. Coupled with the magical reaction Hetty sensed earlier, the target was likely an operational research apparatus. Gawain discreetly activated his nightly danger sense to guard against potential magical traps or ancient radiation. As they continued, he casually inquired, "By the way, I've noticed they address you as Madam rather than Miss or Lady. Are you married? What about your husband?" He had been curious about this for some time, but hadn't found an opportune moment to ask. Gawain nodded, uttering a sound of comprehension as the information about the magic goddess Milmina surfaced in his mind. The arcane deity Milmina, also known as the all-powerful god and the Lady of Mysteries, is believed to govern the power of magic. Legend has it that she mentored the world's first dragon and the first elf, thus originating the fabled draconic magic and extant elven magic, distinct from other deities. Milmina is not a god of fervent faith, but rather a symbolic one. Devoid of a formal religion or belief system, nearly all spellcasting professions are her nominal adherents. However, less than 1% of mages formally convert to this deity, likely due to spellcasters' penchant for exploring arcane secrets and their dearth of reverence for gods. Among that 1% of devotees, many, like Hetty, convert merely to demonstrate renunciation of inheritance rights or similar objectives. Princess Veronica of the Ansou royal family underwent a similar conversion to the god of holy light. Albeit the princess is not as destitute as the descendants of the Cecil family, who were compelled to sell their noble status. Thus, she can still be addressed as a princess, or her corresponding clerical title. Heavens! Being urged to marry by a forebear from 7 centuries ago exerts far greater pressure than parental nagging. This even eclipsed Hetty's concern about potential repercussions for selling her noble title. As it turned out, Gawain's inquiry was merely a passing remark, as he did not pursue the matter further after his initial exclamation. Hetty's reverie was also short-lived, as she finally sensed the magical reaction ahead. Chapter 66. Orb at long last, Hetty discerned the magical resonance directly ahead, perhaps merely a final intersection away. Meanwhile, Gawain, having made a cursory assessment of the party's proximity and the terrain of the Black Mountains at this locale, surmised that they had reached the mountain's core. What could possibly reside here that would warrant the construction of such a monstrous facility for research or safeguarding? Regardless, they ultimately abandoned this place. Hetty replenished the energy of her illuminating magical orb, and the light that had begun to wane once more cast its glow across a broad expanse. Gawain observed a neatly constructed corridor ahead, paved with grayish-white flagstones. The corridor's walls were adorned with inactive magic crystal lamps and a series of closed doorways. Directly ahead, the corridor culminated in a bronze-cast door, etched with symbols of eyes and triangles. The bronze door was not fully sealed, but rather ajar, revealing a wide gap. Gawain activated his danger sensibility, but detected no immediate threats such as traps or noxious gases lurking behind the door. Nonetheless, caution was paramount. Before advancing, Hetty conjured a faintly glowing rune, shaped like an eye, which drifted leisurely through the aperture. Simultaneously, a faint luminescence flickered in Hetty's eyes. Beyond the threshold lay a vast, circular chamber, replete with dilapidated tables and shelves. An array of pipes lined the walls, and at the room's center was a sunken pit containing a peculiar spherical object. From the ceiling's zenith, a multitude of iron chains and tools dangled precariously. Frowning, Hetty recounted her observations, only to suddenly gasp, abruptly halting the spell. She rubbed her eyes, her tone laced with embarrassment. "I ran into a wall." Gawain inquired, "Did you perceive anything perilous or resembling a snare?" Hetty demurred, "No. It merely appears to be a laboratory, albeit vastly larger than any I've encountered, replete with enigmatic apparatus. Furthermore, I've ascertained that the magical emanations originate from the sphere at the room's center, yet the energy signature is unlike anything I've previously encountered." Reassured that no traps or rogue arcane automatons lay within, Gawain felt a wave of relief wash over him. As for the peculiar energy signature Hetty mentioned, it would necessitate closer scrutiny upon entry. Two stalwart soldiers, accompanied by the knight Byron, advanced to heave open the ancient, time-worn bronze doors. The corroded, weathered hinges protested with a cacophony of creaks and groans as they were forced into motion. Within the hushed, confined space, the sound of the rotating pivots resonated with eerie intensity, echoing far down the corridor. With the doors now ajar, Gawain strode forth, his gaze quickly falling upon the scene Hetty had described. A circular hall, lined with dilapidated tables and shelves, arcane conduits adorning the walls, a sunken central floor, and nestled within the depression, a massive sphere resembling stone. Gawain approached the spherical object, estimating its diameter to be approximately 1.5 meters. Its form was remarkably regular. Barring the rough, uneven surface, it could almost be deemed a perfect sphere. The material resembled stone, yet under the illumination of magic, it emanated a subtle metallic sheen. It bore a resemblance to a natural stone sphere, albeit excessively rounded. However, to classify it as a man-made magical device would be inaccurate, as it starkly contrasted with the craftsmanship of the Gondorian Empire. Moreover, its surface bore neither runes nor metallic joints, making it appear distinctly unlike ancient magical apparatuses. The magical response indeed emanated from within. Hetty furrowed her brow, finding it peculiar. In fact, it felt less like magic and more akin to an entirely different kind of energy fluctuation. Ancestors. Could this be a creation of the ancient Gondorian Empire? Gawain pondered, shaking his head. It did not seem likely. He frowned and gently tapped the stone sphere, noting its tactile similarity to genuine stone, solid and unyielding. Observing the surrounding setup, it appeared that rather than being a product of their creation, this sphere was an object of their study. Could it be that this entire facility was constructed solely for the examination of this sphere? Sir Byron found the notion astonishing. Had the Gondorian Empire truly expended such effort merely to investigate a sphere? Gawain contemplated this, reasoning that even during the age of the Starfire, when magic was abundant, the Gondorians would not have been so frivolous. No, when the facility was dismantled, the inhabitants had systematically removed almost everything transportable. They would not have neglected what was most vital. This sphere is undoubtedly one of the objects under their scrutiny, yet it is likely merely one of many, and certainly of little significance, having been deemed expendable. It seems they conducted research for a time, only to find little progress, and were on the verge of discarding it when the higher-ups issued an evacuation order, leaving it behind. After all our efforts, we have stumbled upon this peculiar item. Byron Knight stroked his chin, pondering, "My lord, how shall we dispose of it?" Gawain appeared equally perplexed, contemplating how to transport such a stone sphere. He reached out to push the surface of the sphere, murmuring, "It takes up space and is heavy. No wonder the Gondorians cast it aside." To his surprise, the stone sphere shifted with a gentle nudge. Gawain felt a tinge of embarrassment. "It's not heavy at all." The weight of the sphere was astonishingly light. Initially, Gawain had assumed it would weigh at least a ton, yet a mere push had moved it. Upon further examination, he estimated its weight to be no more than several kilograms, light enough for even Hetty to easily maneuver. This could only imply that it was not made of stone at all. Perhaps it was hollow inside. The technological gap between the Gondorian Empire and the present day is vast. What was once considered a safe and innocuous object may not retain that status today. Thus a degree of caution is warranted. The Gondorians of yore must have had ample leisure time to engage in such frivolous research. The soldiers stationed outside had been waiting for an extended duration, their unease escalating with each passing moment. The sound of footsteps and commands emanating from the depths of the central gate brought a collective sigh of relief, yet the accompanying clamor sparked perplexed glances among them. It resembled something being rolled across the ground. The spectacle of two soldiers maneuvering a sphere came into view, a task ostensibly manageable by a single person, yet executed by two for the sake of equilibrium. The soldiers exchanged bewildered looks. The subsequent day, denizens frequenting the camp's periphery witnessed the peculiar orb. It was situated in a vacant expanse beyond the camp's confines, guarded by fully armed warriors. A perimeter of wooden stakes, interconnected by ropes, delineated a boundary around the sphere, spanning several meters. The scene was undeniably awkward, prompting hushed conjectures among onlookers that the sentinels were likely those who had suffered defeat in a game of cards. Upon awakening, Rebecca was apprised of the development and hastened to witness the spectacle. Observing her ancestor and Aunt Hetty present, she navigated through the crowd, and joined in the inquisitiveness directed at the sphere. "Great ancestor," she inquired, "is this the artifact you retrieved from the ruins last night?" "Indeed," replied Gawain, along with some metallic specimens. "The ruins hold a trove of valuable resources for excavation. However, this particular object defies comprehension." Gawain gestured dismissively, cautioning, "Refrain from subjecting it to fiery projectiles. All other methods are permissible." While the stone sphere possessed an uncanny lightness, it was, in fact, remarkably robust. He had ascertained that, without employing extraordinary abilities, ordinary blades could scarcely mar its surface. Thus, a few taps should pose no issue. However, unleashing a substantial fireball was another matter. Particularly given Rebecca's impetuous nature, she might well conjure a veritable cauldron of fiery destruction. Intrigued, Rebecca pressed her ear against the sphere's surface and, with her iron staff in hand, delivered a couple of sharp raps. Turning to Gawain, she exclaimed, "It's not hollow." Indeed, Gawain concurred with a shrug, solid, yet astonishingly light. "Your aunt managed to extract a few fragments and discovered a composite material rich in metallic content. Were the entire sphere composed of similar matter, it would be incredibly heavy. Perhaps only the outer layer is a shell, concealing a remarkably light material within?" Rebecca speculated, her interest piqued. "Should we dissect it to investigate?" Gawain chuckled. "I have entertained the notion myself. However, for the moment, let us employ non-destructive methods of examination. If we remain unenlightened, then we shall consider dissection. After all, the Gondorians of yore employed numerous instruments in their study, yet refrained from breaching its outer shell, presumably for good reason." Rebecca appeared somewhat crestfallen. "Oh." Gawain cast her an amused glance. "Rather than scrutinizing this sphere, I have a task in mind for you. Should you be available?" Rebecca's eyes lit up instantaneously. "Ah? I am. For the time being, I no longer need to personally intervene at Magic Network number 1, as the craftsmen and apprentices are diligently excavating quartz sand. I find myself at leisure. What would you have me do?" Burn stones. Chapter 67. The Steel Plan and the Return of Amber Many Times. Rebecca found herself perplexed by the thoughts of her ancestors. However, the stubborn girl possessed a virtue. She did not force herself to comprehend the incomprehensible. After all, her ancestors were never wrong in their directives. It sufficed to follow their guidance. As she cheerfully accepted her orders without inquiring why stones needed to be burned, Gawain could not help but stroke his chin in contemplation. Indeed, every individual is endowed with a finite amount of innate talent, determined by the roll of the dice. It seemed that Rebecca had rolled a perfect combination of mathematical prowess and creativity, while the remainder of her attributes amounted to mere ones. Nevertheless, it mattered little, for she had been provided with the blueprints and fundamental operational methodologies. She could experiment and explore on her own. Through the practical examples of the Magic Network one project, it was evident that despite her bluntness, stubbornness, and occasional foolish thoughts, Rebecca possessed astonishing talent in mathematics and creative endeavors. Such gifted individuals should be allowed to pursue their passions freely. As long as they do not falter, they often yield unexpected results. Imposing excessive constraints upon her would only stifle her potential. Moreover, even Gawain himself harbored uncertainties regarding the efficacy of the rudimentary methods he had reconstructed through the memories of Earth. After delegating the task of burning stones to Rebecca, Gawain proceeded to inspect the progress of the farmland's cultivation, confirming that the water wheel was indeed in the process of fabrication. Subsequently, he made his way to the blacksmith shop, where he presented his newly designed furnace blueprint to the venerable blacksmith, Hammer. The old artisan's astonishment was palpable, an expression he could hardly conceal. He was genuinely taken aback. Hammer was aware that the Lord had shown interest in the matter of the new furnace and recalled that just days prior, Gawain had sought his insights on the construction of such a device. Yet, in Hammer's mind, it was already extraordinary for a nobleman to have come this far. He had anticipated that Gawain would merely enlist a few craftsmen to assist in erecting the new furnace and occasionally check on the progress. He had never imagined that Gawain would arrive bearing the actual blueprint. Upon hearing the Lord declare that the furnace plans were complete, Hammer's immediate response, devoid of joy or profound emotion, was instead one of anxiety and frustration. Once again, he pondered, could a duke, a figure of considerable nobility, truly possess the knowledge required for forging iron and constructing furnaces? Would his self-created plans actually prove viable? What if they failed? Who would dare voice dissent? And if they proceeded with the implementation and it resulted in disaster, who would bear the blame? The aged blacksmith received the blueprints from Gawain with a somewhat troubled countenance, inwardly resolving that even if the furnace seemed utterly fantastical, he would not voice his reservations. He would simply nod in agreement, endeavoring to construct a furnace that appeared similar externally but was entirely different within. Should the Lord discover the deception and inquire, he would attribute it to the illiteracy and ineptitude of the apprentices and laborers, who were incapable of properly assembling the new furnace. This notion persisted until he beheld the intricately structured and rationally arranged design. Gawain had keenly observed Hammer's reaction and smiled knowingly. He was not a blacksmith, and truthfully, his past experiences held no connection to steel smelting or forging. However, which keyboard warrior from the era of information overload couldn't expound upon a plethora of theoretical knowledge? Of course, a keyboard warrior with mere theoretical knowledge was of limited use, but that was of no consequence. He also possessed the memories of Gawain Cecil. Gawain Cecil was not a blacksmith, but the first Duke of the Eastern Territory was, and the Duke's primary bragging material when inviting everyone for drinks was his knowledge of steel smelting. Furthermore, due to their close friendship, Gawain Cecil had been dragged by the first Duke of the Eastern Territory to practice near the furnace on numerous occasions, naturally acquiring an understanding of the proper structure of a suitable furnace. Combining these two forms of knowledge, along with the suggestions from Rebecca and Hetty, and a minor sacrifice of his hairline, he was capable of drafting a blueprint. Despite his self-assurance, Gawain was far from being presumptuous. He was keenly aware of the pitfalls of a layman leading experts and recognized that his position might inhibit the genuine specialists within his domain from voicing their opinions in his presence. Therefore, he proactively stated, "These blueprints are adapted from some forges of the Gondorian era and may not be entirely suited to the actual conditions. They are merely intended to provide you with a concept. The specifics of making this furnace operational are your responsibility. Feel free to modify it as you see fit, as long as it meets my requirements." No, this design is already quite sound," Hammerl hastily replied. "It includes all the necessary structures of a furnace and connects them seamlessly. And this concept of continuous smelting, as long as or is continuously fed and slag is removed. It can keep burning, can it?" "Indeed, it's continuous," Gawain affirmed. "But in that case, the traditional method of a blacksmith with a few apprentices working around a furnace might no longer be suitable, I presume?" Hammerl had evidently not considered this before, as he was still immersed in the ingenious concept of the new furnace. Upon Gawain's reminder, he suddenly realized the implications of such a highly efficient and continuously burning furnace. As if driven by a professional instinct, he recognized a profound chasm emerging between the traditional blacksmith's workshop and the furnace before him. As he recalled the vast yard, measuring 100 meters in length and width, capable of accommodating dozens of furnaces, he widened his eyes and gazed at Gawain. "My lord, steel is the fundamental essence of everything. Of course, one must also consider various other peculiar metals." While speaking, Gawain retrieved another item from his pocket and handed it to Hammer. "I have inquired and learned that you are literate. Thus, you should be able to comprehend these documents. Blacksmiths occupy a distinguished position among the common folk, although still part of the lower class. Those wielding hammers share a status akin to that of noble warriors and aspiring knights, who bear swords and whips. Furthermore, the Hammer family has spent generations forging steel and crafting weapons for the Cecil family, which elevates their standing even more. Hence, Hammer possesses the ability to read and write, as his father was quite progressive in this regard." Upon receiving the paper from Gawain, Hammer merely scanned it briefly, his eyes widening in astonishment. "Is this truly a blacksmith shop?" "No, this is the Cecil Steelworks," Gawain replied, locking eyes with the old blacksmith. "I require a substantial quantity of steel, one that will far surpass the total amount you have encountered in your lifetime. The new furnaces and the magic network number 1 are merely the foundational elements. All of these require a comprehensive and innovative production structure to support them. This signifies a transformation from a workshop to a factory." Even Gawain himself was uncertain about the repercussions of such a rigid, top-down reorganization, yet he found himself unable to afford the luxury of waiting idly. He could not afford to await society's gradual evolution towards nascent capitalism and industrial revolution. Even if he were willing, the celestial entities might not grant him such leniency. To be engrossed in agrarian pursuits, with nascent outposts yet to be established, only to be confronted by simultaneous extraterrestrial incursions and magical surges would render any progress untenable. The advancements in Magic Network 1 presented him with the prospect of a monumental surge in productivity. Indeed, productivity had already reached a point where such an expansion was feasible. Yet in this world imbued with magic, it remained tethered. Magic Network 1 represented the aspiration to liberate this constraint. Magic, both a hindrance and a boon. Hammer fell into contemplation, yet found himself unable to derive any conclusions, as it surpassed the boundaries of his worldview. Having toiled as a blacksmith his entire life, he found himself for the first time without a place amidst the steel. My lord, if we were to proceed according to your designs, how many blacksmiths would be required to operate such a multitude of forges? The smelting of ore and the processing of steel will inevitably diverge into distinct processes. I have subsequent arrangements for these matters, Gawain remarked, glancing at Hammer, having beheld the blueprints for the novel forges. You should recognize that my intentions are not whimsical or impulsive. Hammer had indeed entertained such perilous notions, yet Gawain's words served as a reminder, recalling the audacious yet rational design of the forges. After a brief interlude of silence, Gawain deliberately inquired, his tone measured, "Do you perceive me as a naive aristocrat, replete with fanciful notions and whimsical ideas, yet devoid of practical understanding?" Hammer's brow was beaded with perspiration. No. It's only natural that such a notion would occur to you. I dare say over 90% of the nobility of this era would elicit the same judgment. Gawain chuckled. Residing in their castles, aloof and lofty, indulging in extravagance and naivete, oblivious to the cultivation of grains, the intricacies of smithing, the construction of dwellings, the felling of timber, yet prone to issuing decrees that are utterly unattainable. Am I right? Hammer stared at Gawain, dumbfounded, and struggled to articulate the sentiment of having found a kindred spirit. How could this ducal lord from 7 centuries past possess such an astute assessment of the aristocracy? You must be wondering why my evaluation of them is so incisive. It's quite simple. I am Gawain Cecil. 700 years ago, when this land was still a desolate expanse, I led the pioneers who cultivated it. Gawain fixed his gaze upon Hammer's eyes. In those days, we did not dwell in castles. When it comes to labor, many artisans in this territory would find themselves outmatched by my own capabilities. Hammer's complexion shifted subtly as he slowly nodded. Gawain placed his hand upon the old blacksmith's shoulder. Therefore, proceed as I instruct. The initial step is the completion of the novel furnace's construction. In the periphery of his vision, he noticed Betty scurrying towards them. Betty pondered intently, then exclaimed, "A grimy old man." Chapter 68. Druid? That fellow's labor system is still proving quite efficacious, it seems. The bumbling little maid has already rushed off to inform her master, while Amber finds herself idly lost in thought within Gawain's grand tent. Beside her stands an elderly man clad in a tattered gray robe, wearing a soft hat, with disheveled hair and beard. This man, who appears as if he has been unearthed from the depths of a slum, is the professional Amber has summoned. At this moment, he stands cautiously in the center of the tent, maintaining a safe distance from everything around him, yet his eyes dart about restlessly, resembling a shrewd merchant visiting a lord's castle. Meanwhile, Miss Amber gazes up at the tent that has stood here for over half a month, muttering to herself. The stonemasons and carpenters have already taken to living in wooden houses, and he still has a tent. I truly wonder what goes on in that mind of his. Suddenly, the old man beside her speaks up. Is what you say true? Is he truly Gawain Cecil from 700 years ago? The one who has been making quite the stir in the south lately? Of course it's true. Hetty rolls her eyes at the old man. How could something I personally unearthed be false? Let me tell you, despite the Cecil family's current impoverished state, their ancestors were quite formidable. They were essentially a walking treasure trove. The old man strokes his unruly beard. As long as it's true, that's all that matters. Little girl, I must tell you, my skills in the field of antique appraisal are quite. Amber, having only caught half of his statement, interrupts in surprise. Wait, aren't you a druid? The old man's beard-twirling gesture froze abruptly as he stared at Amber, dumbfounded. He began, but the heavy curtains of the tent were thrown open, casting a bright light that was immediately eclipsed by Gawain's towering frame. Both the old man and Amber were startled. Gawain, upon entering, immediately noticed the stranger, clad in a grimy robe, an odd garment between a short and long robe, with nearly all the edges frayed, wearing a drab, floppy hat riddled with holes, his hair and beard unkempt, as if unwashed for ages. The man was wizened and gaunt, yet his eyes shone brightly. Indeed, a quintessential hermit aesthetic, Gawain thought to himself. The old man's appearance perfectly matched his image of a reclusive druid, one who dwelled in the wilderness and possessed ancient knowledge. Though in another setting, he might have mistaken him for a pauper from the slums, Amber had sought out a druid, and this was undoubtedly the druidic archetype. Offering a silent apology to Amber, Gawain strode towards the old man. "Welcome," he said, "in the name of the Cecil family. This land has long awaited a true scholar. I am Gawain Cecil. You may have heard my name." The elderly gentleman also snapped out of his brief stupor. His face immediately adorned with an exceptionally radiant smile, a smile so brilliant it seemed incongruous for a recluse. "Ah, your renown precedes you throughout the continent. I am delighted to be of service to you and your dominion. I was under the impression that I was summoned to appraise antiquities." Simultaneously, Gawain interjected. "The arrival of a druid would undoubtedly benefit this land." "Antiquities? A druid?" The two spoke in unison, their expressions reflecting utter bewilderment. "Am I mistaken?" Gawain inquired, taken aback. "Did you just mention appraising antiquities? I dispatched Amber to fetch a druid." "A druid? Not an antiquities appraiser?" the old man exclaimed, equally astonished. "I was under the impression that I was summoned to authenticate relics." Gawain's lips twitched involuntarily, his gaze drifting towards the half-elf lass beside him, who was diligently attempting to retract her head into her torso. "What precisely did this half-elf lady convey to you?" Gawain reached out to seize Amber's pointed ears, but she emitted a startled cry and darted away, vanishing into the ubiquitous shadows. However, someone reacted with greater alacrity. Before the rogue could fully enter the shadow realm, Gawain swiftly intercepted Amber's escape route, activating the knight's protective aura. As the intangible halo of energy emanated outward, Amber momentarily lost her focus, disengaging from her shadowed state and colliding headfirst into Gawain's armored chest, eliciting a cry of pain. Due to the camp's insufficient defenses and the need to address unforeseen circumstances, Gawain remained perpetually clad in his armor. Rebecca, with her iron head, bumped into Gawain, resulting in a painful lump. As for the less resilient Amber, the half-elf lady was momentarily dazed from the impact. Once she emerged from her shadowy form, she clutched her head and spun around twice before finally halting, only to be seized by Gawain by the ear. She immediately cried out, "Ouch! Ouch! Ouch! Let go! Let go! Let go!" The old man, initially taken aback by the commotion, gradually began to come to his senses. "Wait a moment. Are you referring to the antiquated relic from 700 years ago, Gawain Cecil? The Duke? Don't call him an antiquated relic. He's about to strangle me." Amber shrieked. "Did I not tell you? Gawain Cecil has been resurrected. And I was the one who awakened him. But I never asked you to authenticate him. I thought you understood." The old man widened his eyes in disbelief. "I had thought you had roused this ancient hero and then casually pilfered his grave. I was wondering how you managed to convince him to allow you to seek his authentication after raiding his tomb." After mentally revisiting the historical figures he had known in his past life, Gawain finally suppressed the urge to throw Amber aside and looked at the old man with a bemused expression. "So, it appears you are not a druid?" However, to his surprise, the old man stroked his beard upon hearing the question, adjusted his tattered gray robe, and spoke in an enigmatic tone. "It depends on the specific circumstances and your needs. If the conditions here are suitable, I could indeed be a druid." Gawain was taken aback. Can one even choose to be a druid? After a farcical episode, he harbored considerable skepticism towards the eccentric old man before him. Yet, he observed the old man smile faintly and produce an inconspicuous seed from his pocket. He casually tossed the seed onto the ground, then picked up a cup of water from a nearby table and poured a little onto the earth. After muttering some incantations, a wave of green light began to ripple from where the seed had landed. The seed sprouted at a visible pace, though it was merely a tiny shoot. It was enough to leave Gawain in awe. "Look, look, he is indeed a druid," Amber exclaimed excitedly. "Now quickly let go of me. It hurts." Gawain, bewildered, released his grip on the half-elf's ear and regarded the old man with a strange expression. "So you truly are a druid. But what does it mean to be an antique appraiser?" The old man puffed up his chest slightly and replied with pride. "I was indeed a druid in my earlier years, belonging to the true heart of the forest school. However, being an antique appraiser is also my profession. One could say that there are few in the southern region who are my match in that field." Gawain felt perplexed. How did a druid specializing in the study of flora and fauna come to cross paths with an antiquities appraiser, two seemingly unrelated professions? The old man shrugged, lamenting his financial woes, stating that being a druid left him impoverished. Thus he ventured into a side business. Moreover, he added, My skills are not limited to these two. Should you require a chef, I possess some expertise in barbecuing and soup making. Gawain couldn't help but twitch at the corners of his mouth, and his forehead twitched as well. So, for the right price, you could also offer fortune-telling? The old man stroked his beard, replying, "It depends on how much you're willing to pay. If the price is right, I can learn on the spot." An utterly unreliable fellow, yet he indeed was a druid. So he might be acceptable? Amber cautiously observed Gawain's reaction, hesitating for a moment before daring to speak. At least the druid was genuine. Better than nothing, Gawain sighed, looking down at the old man. Thus, from this day forth, you shall be the druid of the Cecil territory. I will provide you with appropriate remuneration. What is your level? I am a level 3 druid from the Heart of the Woods school, as well as a level 3 herbalist, the old man cheerfully responded. And I am also quite a good barbecue chef. Are you truly not considering this? Gawain twitched his lips. No, I have a capable maid who cooks well. I will compensate you according to the standards for hiring a level 3 official spellcaster. But first, you must concoct a batch of growth-enhancing potions to prove your worth. We will provide the materials and tools. The old man nodded in satisfaction. Of course, certainly. Observing the diminutive elder's elated demeanor, akin to one who has fortuitously secured employment after an extended period of destitution, dispelled any prior notions of him being an otherworldly sage. It became unequivocally evident that his dilapidated attire, tattered cap, and unkempt beard were not indicative of a hermetic lifestyle, but rather a state of genuine impoverishment. In light of this revelation, Gawain murmured to Amber, questioning the reliability of the individual she had procured. Fear not, she reassured. While his disposition may be peculiar, his druidic capabilities are undeniable. Furthermore, you are not one to judge based on superficial appearances or adhere rigidly to societal conventions. Do you not often espouse the paramount importance of talent? Gawain, taken aback that his casual remarks had been internalized by the half-elf and subsequently used to counter him, could only wryly smile. Prompted by curiosity, he inquired, "Pray tell, how did you two become acquainted?" The juxtaposition of a seemingly disgraced druid and Amber, an atypical elf, was not entirely incongruous. Nevertheless, Gawain remained intrigued as to the genesis of their association. Could it be that their shared status as outcasts within their respective communities had fostered a bond of mutual affinity? Unbeknownst to him, a murmured comment from Gawain was overheard by the elderly druid beside him, who turned with a chuckle and said, "My lord, I am an old acquaintance of Amber's adoptive father. I have watched this little girl grow up. By virtue of our relationship, she ought to call me uncle." Amber immediately rolled her eyes, retorting, "You, with your complete lack of elderliness, expect me to address you as uncle?" Gawain, now understanding, nodded in acknowledgement. He had heard Amber mention her adoptive father, a human rogue who had, in truth, been a thief operating within the lower echelons of society. Amber continued, shaking her head. "This fellow was quite familiar with my adoptive father. They once operated under the guise of the Nightfall Wanderers, aspiring to be the most formidable thieves in the Southern Territories. Yet they garnered not a shred of notoriety." Gawain instinctively furrowed his brow, glancing at the old man. "You were once a thief? That was in the past. Merely a bygone era." The elderly man hastily waved his hands. "I have since abandoned that life. My endeavors in recent years have been entirely legitimate." Gawain found the exchange amusing. "Did you switch careers because you could not thrive as a thief? Perhaps due to a lack of skill?" Amber interjected dismissively. "He couldn't even steal from the dead without being caught and subsequently beaten. Clearly, he was never cut out to be a thief, nor a druid. And it seems he lacks the aptitude for being an antique expert or a chef as well." Gawain was taken aback. "How did you get caught stealing from the dead?" Amidst the throng of over 200 individuals paying respects at the gravesite, the elderly gentleman could only offer a sheepish smile. It was evident that, despite his seniority, he maintained a cordial demeanor towards Amber, likely accustomed to her teasing, particularly on this subject. After all, her jesting was well-founded, considering his misadventure of pilfering from the deceased, which resulted in a severe beating. While Amber had not only exhumed a corpse, but also managed to resurrect it, though the circumstances were hardly considered larceny. Following a brief exchange, Gawain realized a crucial oversight. "Pray tell, what name do you go by?" "Excellent, Pitman. You may rest for the moment. I shall arrange for someone to escort you to your lodgings shortly. As you can see, this place is still in its nascent stages, and the accommodations may not be ideal. However, with diligence akin to that of my people, This place shall soon flourish into a prosperous and comfortable abode. Pitman Lauren beamed. For the sake of those glittering darlings, I shall spare no effort. The eclectic druid departed the encampment with Gawain's appointed guide, leaving Amber and Gawain to exchange glances. Sensing the atmosphere, the half-elf maiden awkwardly smiled and attempted to slip away, only to be apprehended by Gawain. And where do you think you're off to? I'm off to assist in patrolling the camp's perimeter, Amber exclaimed, hopping about. Release me. Alas, while the encampment was progressing steadily, not all endeavors were destined for unhindered success. In a courtyard on the west side of the workshop district, Rebecca stood transfixed by the sight before her. It was an oddly shaped kiln, constructed from refractory bricks and a mortar mixed with silica sand. It resembled an enormous bowl overturned on the ground, its sides adorned with rudimentary runes intended to augment the heat and regulate the fire. At its base was a kiln door, freshly opened and previously sealed with mud. Its design bore a resemblance to a brick kiln, yet the objects it had fired were not bricks. Rather, it was stones, or more precisely, a mixture of limestone powder and clay that had been subjected to intense heat. Her ancestors had claimed that the resulting product, when combined with slag from the blacksmith's forge and ground into a powder, could be transformed into a novel building material. However, the outcome appeared far from successful. In a basket before the kiln lay the finished products, a mass of grayish-black, congealed material, appearing both filthy and unsightly. The fragments, in varying sizes, were interspersed with hard, brittle clumps. Rebecca had already attempted to grind some of these fragments together with slag, following her forebear's instructions, and had mixed the resulting powder with water. The first batch of this experimental concoction had now dried, only to reveal a substance as fragile as decayed wood, crumbling at the slightest touch. It was clearly unsuitable for constructing anything. Rebecca, her face smudged with grime, remained lost in thought, prodding her chin with a finger, oblivious to her disheveled appearance. As for the common folk who previously had scant opportunity to observe the nobility on their lands, they now frequently interacted with Hetty, Rebecca, and others. These interactions fostered considerable goodwill and a sense of affinity towards the constantly bustling and preoccupied young lady of the barony. Gawain was a formidable pillar and bulwark, yet he exuded an aura of authority that could be overwhelming for the commoners. Hetty, while intelligent and compassionate, often appeared stern and unsmiling. Only Rebecca, who tirelessly assisted wherever needed, possessed no airs of superiority and greeted everyone with a smile, causing people to instinctively overlook her noble status. Furthermore, Rebecca's talent for using her great fireball spell to clear wasteland and blast rocks proved invaluable. Observing Rebecca deep in thought, the assisting commoners dared not interrupt. They were perplexed by the Duke's decree to construct such a place for burning rocks, yet the water wheel he had commissioned had already demonstrated its wondrous capabilities. The camp's layout was ingeniously designed, and the land reclamation efforts were progressing smoothly, bolstered by the presence of the newly recruited druid. Consequently, the people held unwavering faith in Gawain's directives, assuming that even if the purpose of burning rocks remained elusive, compliance was undoubtedly the correct course of action. After considerable deliberation, Rebecca finally raised her head, concluding that such contemplation was not her forte. With a wave of her small hand, she declared, "Carry these items and present them to my ancestor." Shortly thereafter, Gawain beheld the heap of unidentifiable objects placed before him. "This is the cement you produced?" He stared in astonishment at Rebecca. If he had not personally instructed the process, he would have found it nearly impossible to associate those grayish lumps with the cement he had envisioned. "What? Is this substance truly called cement?" Rebecca exclaimed, her eyes wide with curiosity at such an unusual name. However, Gawain had no time to elucidate the significance of the term. Although he had mentally prepared himself for disappointment, he still felt a subtle sense of defeat. This feeling intensified upon witnessing the porous stone-like fragments that Rebecca retrieved from another basket, solidifying his understanding of the failure at hand. "This is the product formed by mixing the finished product with water, as you instructed," Rebecca remarked, blinking in surprise. "It certainly hardens quickly and resembles stone on the outside, yet is soft and brittle within." Before Rebecca could finish her sentence, an amber-colored figure emerged from an obscure corner. "What is soft and brittle? Let me sample it." Gawain meticulously verified Rebecca's operational process, confirming that there were no issues from the raw materials to the production stages. He learned that Rebecca had intentionally adjusted the proportions of various ingredients. The intensity of the fire, the duration of calcination, and had conducted several cross-tests using 4 different kills. She even experimented with limestone and clay of various textures and origins. Yet the results remained strikingly similar. Once again, the world revealed its peculiarities and malice to Gawain. How many of the widely recognized artisanal recipes from his memory could truly apply when the properties of the materials did not align? Gawain resolved to test all the knowledge he possessed, which could be verified through simple methods, provided there were conditions. Simultaneously, he mentally prepared himself for the eventuality that all tests might conclude in failure. Meanwhile, Rebecca gazed at him with hopeful eyes. This girl, who had so desperately sought to assist everyone yet faced disappointment, seemed oblivious to the possibility that the recipe Gawain provided might be flawed. Instead, she instinctively attributed the shortcomings to herself. Have I disappointed you, my esteemed ancestors? No. Any experiment is a protracted endeavor, particularly when it involves the quest for new materials. Gawain sighed and shook his head. Continue experimenting with various stones and soils for calcination. I will provide you with several potential recipes. Consider this a long-term project, one that you can pursue during your leisure, as long as it does not impede the progress at the steel mill.